Ever since the unlucky protagonist Jo Seung-woo was thrown into another world, 45 years have passed. At the start of his journey at level 1, he had absolutely nothing in his hands. By constantly killing monsters to grow stronger, he reached level 255 after 45 years. Today is the day that process finally comes to an end, because the Supreme Demon King has been defeated by Jo Seung-woo and his 3 teammates. Right after they ended the demon's life, a beautiful woman with golden hair as radiant as a sunbeam appeared and spoke in a very sweet voice. "My heroes, I believed in all of you. I knew you would all defeat the Supreme Demon King." That woman was the goddess Gaia, but when faced with her sweet smile, Jo Seung-woo's eyes darkened. He coldly questioned her, "Are you actually smiling?" "What?" The smile on Gaia's face froze instantly. She asked back mechanically. Jo Seung-woo stood up, stepped closer, and repeated the question with an even more annoyed tone. "Are you seriously smiling? You gave others special abilities, weapons, and the strongest teams, but you didn't give me a damn thing." As he spoke, Jo Seung-woo's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Gaia also believed that given his current rage, he could absolutely draw his sword and slash her, so she hurriedly explained. Well, I didn't have enough divine power because I summoned too many people from other worlds. It would have been better if she hadn't answered." Gaia saying this only made Jo Seung-woo angrier. He roared, "Do you want me to kill you?" If his teammates hadn't held him back, Jo Seung-woo likely would have actually attacked. Gaia hurriedly stayed away, looking at him, as if she were looking at a mad dog. She herself was shocked to see him stronger than permitted, and wondered how Jo Seung-woo, being just a normal human, could become this powerful. After maintaining a safer distance, Gaia cleared her throat to pretend she had calmed down and asked, "Regardless, I want to reward all of you. What do you want?" "I want to go to the next battlefield. But I hope the reason for going there is reasonable and grand." Jo Seung-woo's first teammate, who looked like a goblin warrior, replied, "I don't really want anything because I already went on a wonderful adventure with wonderful teammates." Then the second one spoke up with sparkling eyes. Immediately, Jo Seung-woo irritably pinched his cheek. "How can you say that without feeling embarrassed?" "Why should I be embarrassed? You guys truly are the best teammates in the world." He steadfastly reaffirmed his point. Jo Seung-woo's remaining teammate, who was an archer, said he wanted the power to go to any space, and he also wanted to continue possessing the ability to use weapons. Gaia heard this and stared at him with skeptical eyes. "I can help you with the teleportation, but as for the weapons, that's a bit strange." "Can I hear the reason?" "Obviously, to start a revolution. What else?" That guy excitedly replied with a bright face. "A revolutionary ideal for the races that have been excluded and oppressed. Let the light of revolution spread to different dimensions, aiming weapons at those in power." Jo Seung-woo heard this and nodded repeatedly. "That's exactly like you, Red Spirit." "Haha, thanks for understanding me so well," the Red Spirit replied. Don't encourage each other, Gaia thought to herself, but didn't dare say it out loud, for fear of getting another beating from Jo Seung-woo. Finally, she wanted to hear the wish of Jo Seung-woo, who hadn't asked for anything yet. He seemed lost in thought. Money and items? Jo Seung-woo already had dozens of those. Things like power and fame he could obtain whenever he wanted, so Jo Seung-woo didn't even care about them. To him, a man who had now reached level 255 and could travel to other times and spaces to conquer worlds, it seemed he already had enough of everything. Thinking of this, Jo Seung-woo involuntarily felt nostalgic about his past. Back then, he had just been pulled into this world as a level 1 hero. Jo Seung-woo was scruffy, weak, and his stomach was growling loudly. He found a small restaurant and imitated others to order food. The taste of that first proper meal after arriving was so good it made him cry. It was an experience Jo Seung-woo would never forget. "Lord Hero, Jo Seung-woo." Gaia's voice echoed right next to his ear, pulling him back to reality. "Are you thinking about the past?" Jo Seung-woo grabbed the finger that was constantly poking his cheek and said in a low voice, "That's right. I'm reminiscing about the good old days. About the days when I was just summoned to another world and wasn't even given a single medicine." As he spoke, Jo Seung-woo gave Gaia a look of affection in quotes that made her even more embarrassed and flustered. But Jo Seung-woo didn't intend to settle the score with her yet. Finally, he stated his wish: to return home and open a restaurant. As soon as this was said, both the goddess Gaia and Jo Seung-woo's 3 teammates were petrified. A restaurant? Gaia couldn't believe her ears and asked again, "I'm thinking of letting the people back home know the taste of the food from this world." Jo Seung-woo nodded in response. "You want to sell the food of this world?" the Red Spirit asked back while cleaning his ear. "Food on Earth is already very common there. I have to bring food from here, then it will have meaning," Jo Seung-woo replied. Upon hearing this thought, the three of his teammates felt he was hopeless. Even Gaia turned pale when she heard that, because among all the dimensions, the food in this dimension possesses the worst taste ever. She wanted to advise Jo Seung-woo to give up that crazy idea, but he rudely drew his sword and slammed it into the ground, just an inch away from Gaia, making her jump and unable to utter a single word. That is exactly the reason why, Jo Seung-woo said, switching to a dangerously bright smile. If only I have to taste that terrible food, wouldn't that be too unfair? All four people present were truly speechless. It turned out what Jo Seung-woo really wanted was to make others suffer the same misery as he did. Returning to Seoul, the once prosperous and peaceful city where lights stayed on even through the night. However, that was just how things were in the past. Ever since the space portals and monsters appeared, that prosperity and peace had been shattered. The name capital Seoul had disappeared without a trace. Right now, monsters were walking around arrogantly in the city. And on the Bado, roof of a high-rise building in the disaster zone of District A, a tall figure was seriously watching them. Damn it. That person suddenly swore. Then another person appeared from behind one of the top 100 high-ranking hunters. Please, show some dignity as a frontline member, sir. Baek Kang-hyuk, the girl said. This man was the superstar code-named Baek Kang-hyuk, who was calmly lighting a cigarette to relieve his stress. He didn't bother apologizing for his swearing. Just the thought of having to work overtime to close that gate made Baek Kang-hyuk feel incredibly annoyed. No, you don't need to close that low-level gate. It will be sealed soon enough, the girl replied. But hearing that, Baek Kang-hyuk didn't seem any happier. He said he was sick and tired of working overtime, then asked her, "Do you even know what's going on here?" This place was supposed to be an S-rank danger zone, nothing special, but according to the girl, it had suddenly become strange 4 days ago when too many monsters started appearing. Baek Kang-hyuk had observed this himself. It wasn't just the sheer number of them, but the monsters themselves were acting weird. For example, that three-headed beast over there was moving as if it were being chased by some other crazed monster. Min, I think so too, sir. It seems the boss will appear soon. And please, stop smoking, the girl replied, while reaching out to snatch the cigarette from Baek Kang-hyuk's hand. But he was faster. Just as Baek Kang-hyuk raised the cigarette into the air to avoid being caught, it went out thanks to the sudden downpour of rain. Within moments, he was soaked to the bone. Kang-hyuk couldn't help but curse again, then flicked his sleeve and turned away. Damn it, this is so annoying. If Min said so, then the boss raid will start soon. Tell them I'm taking 2 days off. Wait, why now? And it's so late. Where are you planning to go? I'm not in the mood today, so I'm going to fill my stomach to save myself from the misery of working overtime. As he replied, a twisted, inhuman smile appeared on Kang-hyuk's face. After walking through the rain, Baek Kang-hyuk made a decision. He chose a small, unremarkable restaurant. The exhaustion from overtime, the pressure of battle, and an empty stomach had pushed Baek Kang-hyuk's stress to its breaking point. He intended to have a good meal, and if the food at this place sucked, he would make them tear down their sign and go out of business. But if the food was good, Baek Kang-hyuk would berate them for making him have to eat late at night. In short, whether the food was good or bad, he just wanted to pick a fight for no reason to vent his frustration. With that inhumane mindset, Baek Kang-hyuk headed toward the restaurant. But when he got near the door, he realized the restaurant had a closed sign up. Baek Kang-hyuk let out a weary sigh. Closed? How unlucky can I be? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't believe this sign was blocking his visit. With that thought, Baek Kang-hyuk reached out and crushed the sign. Then he kicked the door open and barged inside. Everything seemed to still be in disarray. The restaurant owner, of course, was Jo Seung-woo, who at that moment was seriously calculating the tasks he needed to complete. He hadn't signed a contract with a supplier yet, and he also had to buy more cooking utensils. It had been 4 days since he returned to Earth, and Jo Seung-woo wasn't in a hurry, so he was taking his time arranging things. For instance, he was currently sipping a cup of coffee and picking a movie from a stack of CDs. "This is the life," Jo Seung-woo exclaimed with satisfaction. However, that moment of happiness didn't last long, as Jo Seung-woo's peace was interrupted by the rude slamming of the door by Baek Kang-hyuk. After breaking the man's front door, he had the nerve to say, "Why is it so empty? Looks like there are no customers today, huh?" Jo Seung-woo stayed silent for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, trying to keep his cool. Then Jo Seung-woo turned his head and spoke in a cold tone to the brat. "That's because we aren't officially open yet." Unexpectedly, Jo Seung-woo had run into someone who didn't know his place. Baek Kang-hyuk sat down as if he owned the place, then gave a cheeky grin. He said he didn't care whether the shop was open or not, then ordered Jo Seung-woo to serve him something good. Jo Seung-woo was a movie buff, and his precious movie night had just been ruined by Baek Kang-hyuk. Not to mention the brat had the audacity to speak to him like that on their first meeting. Jo Seung-woo was trying his best not to snap this brat's neck. But as he looked closely at Baek Kang-hyuk's face, Jo Seung-woo's anger seemed to subside slightly. Huh? What are you looking at? Baek Kang-hyuk, who had been absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table, flared up when he saw Jo Seung-woo's gaze. Nothing, he replied, though his eyes continued to seriously observe the other person. In Jo Seung-woo's eyes, Baek Kang-hyuk had thin, weak hands and legs that looked like they would snap with a light kick. His eyes and head also seemed to have issues, as he hadn't noticed the closed sign hanging right there. Jo Seung-woo had just returned to Earth, so naturally, he wasn't updated on the superstar status and codename of Baek Kang-hyuk. To him, the guy was just a pathetic, starving kid who hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, which was why he was so scrawny. Perhaps his brain had also withered away, which was why he had no manners or common sense. The more he thought, the more Jo Seung-woo felt pity, even secretly wiping away a tear. All these expressions were caught by Baek Kang-hyuk, making him even more furious. Hey, why are you looking at me with such pity? Can't you see my cloak? I'm a frontline hunter. Ignoring Baek Kang-hyuk, who was roaring like a tiger, Jo Seung-woo had already started opening the fridge to research what to cook today. Baek Kang-hyuk was furious but also wanted something to eat, so he swallowed his anger and sat down. Fine, whatever, just bring me something edible, he muttered. Jo Seung-woo didn't reply because he was busy checking the cooking ingredients. Some of the ingredients in the fridge seemed like they might be a bit heavy-duty. Finally, Jo Seung-woo chose a slab of fresh meat. He thought to himself, "You insolent brat, I'll lower myself to help you. I'll feed you something valuable." The meat, which looked like beef, was actually shoulder meat, found between the long neck and the wings of a red dragon. Compared to pork, it was similar to rib meat. Jo Seung-woo drew his knife and prepared the meat with practiced skill. Red dragon meat contains fire souls, so its flavor is quite intense, and one must drizzle fruit juice over it to give it a refreshing, zesty flavor. The fancy fruit extract Jo Seung-woo chose today was grape. As he seared the meat, he drizzled it over the steak. Although the meat itself was high quality, it would surely have a wonderful effect on his first guest. Jo Seung-woo poured all his focus into the cooking, just as planned. Cooking made him feel so happy. Suddenly, the meat sizzling on the pan let out a mournful shriek, causing Baek Kang-hyuk, who was sitting there, to jump in surprise. "I must have heard that wrong, right?" he asked, pale-faced. "I swear I just heard the meat scream." Facing Baek Kang-hyuk's bewildered gaze, Jo Seung-woo just smiled and calmly replied, "Scream? Surely not." "Are you serious?" he asked, still skeptical. But by now, the dish was finished. After sprinkling a bit of ground pepper, Jo Seung-woo plated it and set it in front of Baek Kang-hyuk. Looking at the steak as a whole, it looked as fancy as a dish from a five-star restaurant. Baek Kang-hyuk observed it like a picky mother-in-law inspecting her daughter-in-law, but he had to admit that the chef before him was truly amazing. "Hey, not bad. Your culinary skills are top tier." Finally, Baek Kang-hyuk spoke up. Jo Seung-woo seemed a bit surprised that this rude brat was actually praising him. By now, he had picked up his knife and fork, carefully touching the meat. In Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes, the steak had a light fruity aroma, and the sear was perfect. It must be delicious. "Wait, what's the name of this dish?" he suddenly asked. "Roy steak," Jo Seung-woo replied. "I've never heard of that before. I have to try it." Baek Kang-hyuk muttered, then focused on cutting the meat. But he quickly felt that something wasn't right, because Baek Kang-hyuk used all his strength but couldn't move the knife through the meat even a little bit. Finally, he gave up and had to ask Jo Seung-woo for help. "Hey, why is it so hard to cut?" Let me cut it for you." He pulled the plate toward himself, thinking to himself, "This weakling can't even cut a piece of meat?" Kang-hyuk, of course, had never heard the name Roy before because Roy was once a formidable enemy of Jo Seung-woo's back when he fought in the other dimension. That was a great red dragon, an elder of the Red Dragon clan and a powerful lieutenant of the Demon King for 1800 years. While cutting the meat, Jo Seung-woo unconsciously remembered fighting it. That old dragon was incredibly ferocious, and it took everything he had to defeat it. Now, as the victor, Jo Seung-woo was leisurely cutting up Roy, which had turned into a steak on the plate. "That dull knife probably can't cut through that meat, huh?" Baek Kang-hyuk said lazily. But as soon as he finished speaking and turned back, he saw that the meat had already been sliced in two by Jo Seung-woo. He gave an awkward smile to cover up his embarrassment and replied, "You must be tired. Your hand is shaking, huh?" Baek Kang-hyuk was extremely ashamed because he, a frontline hunter, couldn't even cut a steak. He muttered a vague excuse and picked up a piece of the steak, ready to enjoy it. From the very first bite, his entire palate exploded. Baek Kang-hyuk's body trembled, nearly collapsing onto the table. His mouth kept making intermittent sounds, causing Jo Seung-woo to be very curious. In the end, Baek Kang-hyuk couldn't take it anymore and opened his mouth to scream, but then quickly covered it when he saw he was breathing fire. Oh my god, am I breathing fire? Hoo, this tastes awful. Baek Kang-hyuk nearly cried. Well, I cooked it badly on purpose. The person opposite him replied calmly. What? Baek Kang-hyuk was still clutching his mouth, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. But Jo Seung-woo continued with an enthusiastic tone, even slamming the table. A truly excellent dish should be eaten for survival and to gain power. Kang-hyuk didn't understand what crazy things he was talking about. He only knew that even though he felt uncomfortable, he couldn't spit the meat in his mouth out. If he kept chewing, it wouldn't be good because it was too spicy. Baek Kang-hyuk had no choice but to swallow the meat. But as soon as it hit his stomach, Kang-hyuk's body started acting strangely again. He himself didn't know how to describe that abnormality, because, right after that, he passed out. So bad. That was the only thought the superstar had about this dish. As for Jo Seung-woo, even though he saw his customer pass out from food poisoning right in his shop, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he used his eyes filled with interest to observe the other person. An hour later, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly woke up, clutching his throat, his face filled with shock. He immediately saw Jo Seung-woo sitting on the sofa, yawning. This indifferent attitude of his made Baek Kang-hyuk so angry he wanted to cough up blood. He confronted him. You almost killed me, and now you're yawning? Because of that anger, Baek Kang-hyuk lunged at Jo Seung-woo to kick him, but that kick, full of power, was blocked by just one of his hands. When his leg was caught, Baek Kang-hyuk was extremely surprised. The other person didn't seem to use any effort at all. He started to criticize him. Is this all the strength you have after eating? How weak. This is 3-star meat, you know? Kang-hyuk heard Jo Seung-woo call him weak with his own ears, but until now, the word weak seemed to have nothing to do with him. I'm weak? He asked back. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Jo Seung-woo replied with a laugh. Then let go. Baek Kang-hyuk's worldview instantly collapsed. Me? Weak? He didn't care why he had blocked his kick, but being called weak had triggered Baek Kang-hyuk's fighting mode. He stepped back and then used all his strength to throw a powerful punch at his opponent. While punching, Baek Kang-hyuk yelled, emphasizing, I'm from the front line, I'm Baek Kang-hyuk. But this time was even more miserable than the last. His punch couldn't even reach Jo Seung-woo. On the contrary, he was flicked on the forehead. This casual flick of his somehow carried enough power to push Baek Kang-hyuk backward and make him collapse and fall unconscious immediately. If you're angry, try to restrain yourself, Jo Seung-woo said with an impatient tone. I'm going back to sleep. He really didn't understand what the hell front line meant for him to act so cocky. Curious, he searched online and was immediately enlightened about the concept of the world's 100 strongest hunters. But this information hit Jo Seung-woo hard, because that weak brat couldn't even take one flick of his finger, yet he was one of the 100 strongest hunters in the world. If that was true, then Earth is doomed. Even though he didn't want this to happen, Jo Seung-woo had no intention of interfering. He started to think, and after a while, a bizarre idea popped into Jo Seung-woo's head, causing him to flash a dangerous smile as he looked at Baek Kang-hyuk, who was sprawled out on the ground. Because of the sudden appearance of spatial rifts, a new profession had emerged to fight against the monsters that were appearing in increasing numbers. They were called hunters, and the top 100 hunters in the world had gathered under the name First Order, the front line. Baek Kang-hyuk was one such existence, but now he had to kneel and apologize to Jo Seung-woo for his arrogance since walking in here. Kneeling to apologize just because I'm stronger than you? Holding a cup of coffee in one hand, his tone wasn't heavy or light, but it scared Baek Kang-hyuk so much he didn't dare lift his head. Hey, do you do this kind of thing at other restaurants too? At this, the other man dared to look up, but Baek Kang-hyuk didn't reply. He just gave a blank smile. However, this attitude was as good as an answer. Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo sighed heavily. It's fine. I knew this would happen. I can read you like a book. Though, I guess people walk in shoes more often these days, right? Jo Seung-woo muttered some stale jokes, while Baek Kang-hyuk didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Hearing the way he spoke, he assumed the man was a foreigner and was so powerful that if he dared to make any mistakes, Jo Seung-woo could completely wipe him out. The more he thought and hoped, the more nervous he became. He didn't know what Jo Seung-woo might do to him next, but after finishing his cup of coffee, he calmly said, "All right, I will turn you into a completely different person." "Yes," Baek Kang-hyuk replied mechanically, not really understanding what the other man meant. Jo Seung-woo asked again, "You belong to the front line. You need to be stronger to protect this planet, right?" Afterward, an impromptu civics lesson began. Jo Seung-woo lectured at length about ethics, about overcoming both skill and knowledge gaps, about guiding someone back onto the right path, and about molding a person into a promising individual. So, he decided to take it upon himself to train Baek Kang-hyuk without ever asking if he wanted to. "What if I refuse?" Baek Kang-hyuk asked timidly. Jo Seung-woo's expression changed in a flash, serving as his answer. It immediately made him obedient. Baek Kang-hyuk said loudly, "I look forward to your guidance, master." His submissive attitude made Jo Seung-woo extremely satisfied. Then, he began to impart some basic information about humanity that he deemed necessary. Jo Seung-woo's intensity made Baek Kang-hyuk's ears bleed. He certainly didn't want to absorb this knowledge, but because he wanted to keep his life, he could only listen in silence. "This stubborn old fool, this game really has no end," he cursed inwardly. When he finished, he thought he could probably build a 14-story building with all those words he had spewed out. After enduring for a while, Baek Kang-hyuk couldn't hold back and had to interrupt Jo Seung-woo. "Wait, master, may I ask what your previous job was?" "Oh, I used to be a teacher. A philosophy teacher." "A teacher? That's keen. Your intuition isn't bad at all." Jo Seung-woo clapped once to praise the person in front of him, then smiled brightly and said, "Now, you must learn about the value and importance of food." This time, Baek Kang-hyuk's anger erupted. He pointed at the steak he had only taken one bite of and said loudly, "You call that food? Anyone can see that's a chemical weapon. Do you think you should talk like that to someone who spent so much time cooking it? You're behaving like a total jerk." Jo Seung-woo's face turned dark, and he began to torture Baek Kang-hyuk with a lecture so long that it made him scream for mercy. In the end, Jo Seung-woo concluded that one must not waste food, and he forced Kang-hyuk to practice that principle immediately. And so, here we are with Baek Kang-hyuk holding the half-eaten steak plate with both hands, certainly not by choice. "Master, so you're saying I have to eat all of this?" "That's right." Those two words felt like an arrow piercing Baek Kang-hyuk's heart. He began to cry, violently, shaking his head, saying he couldn't swallow that hard-to-eat dish. But Seung-woo didn't show the slightest sympathy. He patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I say no, it's a no. This isn't even food." If he could, Kang-hyuk really wanted to throw the plate in his hand away, but Jo Seung-woo wouldn't let him. Finally, under the non-violent coercion of the man, Baek Kang-hyuk had to swallow the rest of the dragon steak and immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious once again. Tsk, this guy. When he wakes up, he'll surely call for backup and cause a scene, won't he? Jo Seung-woo clicked his tongue, then leaned down, grabbed his feet, and dragged him away. "I can't let things go like that. I will make you digest all that precious meat. I truly don't want to see this planet destroyed. So, all of you need to become stronger." 2 days later, at the ISAC headquarters, Baek Kang-hyuk's subordinates were extremely worried because they had lost contact with him for 2 days. That was why she had to call Min, the person mentioned earlier, and leader of the support team, to discuss the urgent matter. Because he is Baek Kang-hyuk, he couldn't have been kidnapped, held for interrogation, or taken as a prisoner, the girl said, extremely frustrated. Of course, the leader of First Order, how could he be weak enough to be kidnapped or defeated? Maybe he's hiding somewhere after causing some trouble or got caught up with some girl, Min. Even so, there was only 1 day left to prepare before their operation plan. The situation was very urgent, which was why the girl was pacing back and forth. Min was so angry he gritted his teeth. After a long while he said, Fine, I'll go find this troublesome bastard. So, you just get everything ready." Afterward, he quickly left headquarters. Truth be told, he really didn't want to use his skills to find a troublesome guy like Baek Kang-hyuk at all. But there was no other way now. So, Min crouched down to activate his skill, and it really didn't take long to find Baek Kang-hyuk's whereabouts. When he arrived at the door of Jo Seung-woo's restaurant, Min still felt very confused. He wondered what on earth Baek Kang-hyuk was doing here. The main door was locked, but Min could easily open it with the lockpick he carried. Because Baek Kang-hyuk lost contact while here, even if he didn't believe it, Min, still quite cautious, steps through the main door and scans the area, wondering if Kang-hyuk is locked in the basement. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo appears behind him with an unwelcoming look. "Do you even know what an intruder is?" he asks. Min's face pales immediately. Someone capable of sneaking up on him without being noticed must be a true master. Don't be mad, it's just self-defense, Jo Seung-woo says, flashing a grin that sends shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyuk is indeed locked in the basement with a pickaxe. Jo Seung-woo has been making him dig dirt for 2 straight days. Baek Kang-hyuk has been stuck with this chore, and he feels like he might just kick the bucket right here. Suddenly, he hears familiar footsteps behind him. Baek Kang-hyuk recognizes his teammate, his eyes lighting up. Just as I expected. Min, I knew you'd come. I trusted you'd come to save me. So, where's the exit? Min's eyes are sunken and dark, ignoring Baek Kang-hyuk's enthusiasm entirely. He instinctively picks up another pickaxe and declares, I've been captured too. The only difference is that now Baek Kang-hyuk has a partner to dig with. The two work until their limbs are trembling. Soon Min can't take it anymore and collapses to the floor. What on earth am I even doing? He mutters. Look, isn't it obvious? Digging a tunnel, of course, Baek Kang-hyuk replies, his arm still swinging up and down. You think I don't know that? I was asking rhetorically, Min roars. Why did you have to go and provoke that monster anyway? Because of the overexertion, lower back pain makes him collapse to the floor once more. Baek Kang-hyuk feels both sorry for poor, old Min and for his own miserable fate. But he didn't know Jo Seung-woo was as strong as a monster. If he had known, he would have been smarter and avoided digging this tunnel. The two sit down and start grumbling. Baek Kang-hyuk wonders just how strong Jo Seung-woo could possibly be. You've met Hakan before, haven't you? He asks Min. The Hakan that Baek Kang-hyuk mentioned is the 6th frontline hunter, nicknamed the returning hero. Hakan is level 85 and considered extremely formidable. But both Min and Baek Kang-hyuk have to admit that Jo Seung-woo is on a completely different level, so strong they can't even fathom it. At this, Min painfully drags himself up again. Going back to work already? Why not take a break? Baek Kang-hyuk asks. Break? I need to hack the guy who angered that monster into pieces first. Min truly wants to take a swing at Baek Kang-hyuk, but unfortunately, he doesn't even have the strength to lift the pickaxe. He snatches the pick back from Min and says, I know I messed up, so I'm doing your share too, aren't I? But something bigger is about to happen. Soon, monster insects are going to appear. If we keep getting stuck here, we're done for. Of course it's a big deal, Min nods. Because we're 2 of the top-tier hunters in Zone A, aren't we? At this, he turns to give Kang-hyuk an affectionate look. But even if he glares all he wants, it won't change anything. How could Baek Kang-hyuk have guessed the future would be so dark that he'd run into a terror like Jo Seung-woo? After all, he was just a hungry guy, working overtime, who happened to pick up a secret quest. Min can't bring himself to blame him, only sighing again and again. You're something else. Regardless, go apologize to him and hope he lets us out. With that, Min adjusts his clothes, preparing to climb back up. Wait, you think that'll make him gently let us go? Baek Kang-hyuk tries to stop him. If we explain the situation, he might be understanding. Besides, his mana is strangely pure. So, the two gather their courage and climb to the first floor to plead their case to Jo Seung-woo. Baek Kang-hyuk thought he would breathe fire and throw them back into the basement again, but to his surprise, he agrees easily. Sure, I can let you go. Jo Seung-woo's casual remark leaves Baek Kang-hyuk's jaw on the floor, while Min immediately bows his head to thank him with sincere gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Afterward, Jo Seung-woo adds, and you, Min, since it's a hassle, I won't use formal speech anymore, okay? Min, suddenly being addressed by his first name, feels a bit tense. He replies, that's fine, but how did you know my name? Oh, I looked it up online, Jo Seung-woo says, waving his phone around before putting on his apron. You two wait a moment. Even though it's before the restaurant opens, it's not polite to let guests leave on an empty stomach. So, I'll treat you to a meal. I don't like it. It won't taste good. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately objects with his life on the line. I knew you'd react like that. So, between a delicious dish and a bad one, which do you choose? Jo Seung-woo asks. Baek Kang-hyuk is a bit dazed by this question, because what kind of fool would choose a bad meal instead of a delicious one? After he speaks, Jo Seung-woo replies that he's going to make foil grilled salmon. Contrary to Baek Kang-hyuk's cluelessness, Min seems more worried and cautious, thinking to himself, wait, why is he asking us to choose a dish? Why would he do that? This is strange. I need to think carefully. Sensing a trap in Jo Seung-woo's question, Min finally decides to choose the bad dish. Baek Kang-hyuk looks at him like he's crazy, while Jo Seung-woo seems quite excited. Oh, you've got quite the adventurous spirit. Saying that, he happily heads to the kitchen to take out a piece of salmon and starts preparing it. Just like before, his movements are incredibly professional. Since it's an open kitchen, the two sitting outside can see all of his moves. Min exclaims, "That's amazing! But are you an idiot?" Baek Kang-hyuk asks. "Why would you choose the bad dish? I'm starting to regret it now." "Your dish looks good." The two talk, their eyes glued to Jo Seung-woo so they don't miss a single action. They feel his cooking style is a bit strange. Normally, you should let the salmon sit for 5 to 10 minutes to remove the fishy smell. But Jo Seung-woo starts cooking right away. Instead, he adjusts the seasoning and massages the outside of the fish with alcohol and salt for longer than usual, removing the fishy smell that way. It's truly something new. At this moment, Kang-hyuk finishes with the seasoning and puts the fish on the pan. Adding this, and the rest is done. "Just wait until it's finished cooking," he says, then turns back to Min and asks for the next dish. "Do you prefer kidneys or liver?" "Well, a little bit, please," Min replies. "But I have a bit of gastritis." He really looks more sickly and weak than Kang-hyuk. Jo Seung-woo clicks his tongue after hearing that, saying that, with a body like that, Min can't maintain the energy to fight continuously. Baek Kang-hyuk. Hearing this, he nodded repeatedly and chimed in, "Exactly. That guy had only been fighting for 5 minutes, and he was already panting and lagging behind." After being called out by him, Min gritted his teeth in frustration but couldn't do a thing. Meanwhile, Jo Seung-woo was meticulously weighing the portions for his final patient. He took down a tall pot and set it on the stove. Baek Kang-hyuk looked on with a hint of disdain. "I thought he was going to cook something incredible, but it turns out he's just making porridge? Thank goodness, Min. Even if you wanted to cook something, it'd be hard right now." Both of them let out a sigh of relief. Before long, both dishes were finished. When the plate of salmon was placed in front of Baek Kang-hyuk, his eyes sparkled. He muttered, "This is what I call food." Luckily, the fish was very tender this time, unlike that nightmarish steak from before. Baek Kang-hyuk used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and popped it into his mouth. This time, all his senses exploded but in a completely different way. "Damn, this is so good. How could someone who cooks this well do anything evil?" Baek Kang-hyuk said, pounding the table with excitement as he ate. "Then you should eat it all. Here's the dipping sauce." Jo Seung-woo pushed the sauce over, and after Baek Kang-hyuk tried it, he became even more thrilled. "Oh my god, it's even better with the sauce." His demeanor was so over the top that Min couldn't help but shoot him a look of contempt. Now, it was time for his own dish to be served. Jo Seung-woo took a large bowl and poured the porridge out. Min watched every move, wondering why on earth he'd chosen such a terrible-looking meal. Stay calm. In baseball, this is called a sacrifice play. "I'm determined to eat this terrible stuff to find the meaning behind that question," he reassured himself. Just then, Jo Seung-woo slid the bowl of porridge in front of Min and said in a sincere tone, "It might not look very appetizing, but I hope you enjoy it." However, looking at the bowl, which was radiating, a shade of green that looked like a chemical weapon, Min felt he wasn't going to have a very good meal. Baek Kang-hyuk leaned in to look at Min's bowl. "Is this porridge?" Inside was a thick, unidentifiable green liquid. "Curious," he asked, "did you put uranium in this?" Jo Seung-woo crossed his arms and cast a cold, sharp glance. "Sorry, I didn't put that in." Baek Kang-hyuk kept prying. "Did you put energy drinks in it? Why is the color so weird?" Finally, he concluded, "How is anyone supposed to eat this?" But Min remained silent from start to finish, staring straight into the bowl. This unusual attitude made Baek Kang-hyuk wonder, "Hey, what's wrong?" He stirred it gently, observing the color and the shimmering quality of the mana in the bowl. This was it, the real thing. A powerful urge compelled Min to believe that this meal was as effective as a legendary healing elixir. His eyes met Seung-woo's with amazement. "You can make this right on the spot? Even experts couldn't preserve such pure mana." Yet, the chef still wore a calm expression and a harmless smile. Min started to probe him. "Hey, is this actually suddenly?" Jo Seung-woo raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Seeing this, he immediately understood. "I'm not supposed to talk about it? Well, anyway, if I eat this, I'll recover my stamina. Let's just try it." Min didn't hesitate anymore and took a spoonful. As soon as he put it in his mouth, a rush of vitality surged throughout his body. His strength was returning, but honestly, it didn't taste very good. Why does it taste like iron and lead? Min glared at the bowl, telling himself, "If I want to recover, I have to finish it." So, he forced himself to scoop it up, spoonful by spoonful. As for Baek Kang-hyuk next to him, he was enjoying his meal immensely. 30 minutes later, Min suddenly went limp and passed out. Baek Kang-hyuk didn't know what was happening. Amazing. Wait, what happened? He turned to look at Min, who was motionless. "Are you okay, Min?" He touched his own stomach. The injured area had been regenerated, and his strength had fully recovered. There was a sense of relief on his face, replaced by a calm smile. Baek Kang-hyuk, still baffled, kept pestering him when he saw him stand up. What was that just now? Min bowed deeply and spoke sincerely to him. Thank you for this favor. I will never forget it. Seung-woo just smiled slightly and replied, It's nothing. Baek Kang-hyuk looked bewildered at the sudden harmony between the two. Wait, what's going on? What's with this atmosphere? Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and asked for another serving. Soon, the stack of plates beside him was full, and Baek Kang-hyuk was lying back with a bloated belly. I'm alive. Min took the initiative to start the conversation, looking at Seung-woo. If the monster insects appear at the gate tomorrow, will you help us? He turned away, looking hesitant. But Baek Kang-hyuk leaned over and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, insisting it wasn't possible, which left him confused. What? Baek Kang-hyuk pointed at the shopkeeper and emphasized, the owner is a highly powerful regressor. If he's that strong, he won't help us fight. He hesitated. Oh, Taeshik? The shopkeeper has his own reasons. If he wanted to help us fight, he would have said so already. He probably won't get involved in our business. Jo Seung-woo was quite surprised to hear that. Baek Kang-hyuk continued. If the shopkeeper steps in, it'd be too easy. But then what? We'd lose the chance to train and become stronger on our own. Suddenly, he got excited. That's why I want to say this. We have to overcome the difficulties and grow stronger ourselves. Only then will it have meaning. On the contrary, Min just frowned. He replied coldly, Don't make me laugh. He immediately shut up. What? Min stood up and got right in Baek Kang-hyuk's face. Stop playing around. Baek Kang-hyuk seemed to dodge the question. Why? Min pointed at Baek Kang-hyuk's forehead and explained, If he becomes active on the front lines, the Hunter Association will find out. Then he'll get a rank in the First Order. The more he spoke, the tighter his grip became. You're worried he'll drop from rank 100 to 101 and lose his position, aren't you? Jo Seung-woo chimed in. Is that so? Baek Kang-hyuk just stuck his tongue out, scratched his head, and gave a goofy laugh. Busted. Min didn't bother saying anything else. That's how he is. Jo Seung-woo sighed. I won't make him a real person again. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking about something. That's true. Jo Seung-woo's tone remained gentle. I've seen many kingdoms that relied on just one hero, and when that person died, everything ended. But his next words were heavy. Total destruction. As soon as he finished, Min stood up. Since that's the case, we won't bother you anymore. Let's go, Baek Kang-hyuk. Seung-woo leaned against the counter and asked politely, Do you want to come by often? I won't charge you. He deliberately pointed at Baek Kang-hyuk. You, come visit me often. But he immediately refused. No, thanks. The door closed quickly. On the way, Baek Kang-hyuk clutched his stomach. For me, 10 servings was a bit much. Min criticized him. He gave you free food, and you ate 10 servings? Are you a pig? He was visibly annoyed. You're so loud. Are you talking about that smelly porridge? It was disgusting. Hearing that, Min just smiled faintly and sighed. Smelly porridge. Although he knew the truth, he kept it to himself, knowing that one day he would understand. How lucky he was that this opportunity came to him. The next day, on the battlefield, Min and Baek Kang-hyuk stood on a high-rise building, looking down. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared. Min immediately signaled, It's here. Baek Kang-hyuk was already prepared. Are you in good shape? As the two prepared their basic weapons, Baek Kang-hyuk slammed his hands together. With that, both of them charged forward aggressively with their guns. Let's do this together. The scene cuts to the TV news reporting. This morning, a dangerous species of monster appeared in Zone A. Thanks to the superstar team of Baek Kang-hyuk and number 2 Min, it has been eliminated. The South Korean government awarded medals to the entire Hunter squad. Afterward, Hunter Baek Kang-hyuk refused interviews after completing the mission due to indigestion from overeating. Jo Seung-woo was still watching the news. Impressive, thank goodness. Honestly, Jo Seung-woo mused. If I go to the portal site when the space dimension is fluctuating, those monsters will sense the danger. They will move to areas that haven't been cordoned off yet. That would be dangerous for the civilians. Jo Seung-woo stretched his arms comfortably and picked up his cup. So, thanks for protecting this world, you hunters. He stood up and stretched. 1 week until the grand opening. Jo Seung-woo stood with his hands on his hips, looking out the window. Time to prepare for today. Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh? A furry figure appeared outside. Nabi spoke up. Hello. Jo Seung-woo opened the door to welcome it. The creature stood up, holding an item high with both hands. Your delivery has arrived. The scene cuts to the clear sky of that day. Nabi's chubby hands went up as it politely asked before sitting down, "May I sit now?" Jo Seung-woo happily replied, "Go ahead. Irupos have the appearance and habits of cats, but are incredibly intelligent. They have more taste buds than humans, so they are excellent cooks. Their other senses, like smell and hearing, are also far superior to humans." He rested his chin on his hands, watching it. Besides, they love taking care of others. They can do odd jobs, sometimes even act as military medics, and handle many other tasks. They are the greatest support for warriors. However, Jo Seung-woo noted, because they care so deeply, they often turn warriors into literal pigs. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not a warrior anymore anyway. Because of that, they earned the nickname Warrior Killing Cats. There were arguments happening. Our Erupos are cuter, right? Nonsense. Ours are cuter. That's why when he was in the military, Jo Seung-woo had desperately wanted an Erupos. He had once knelt on the ground, pleading, "Heaven, goddess, please, can you send an Irupos to me? I'm the only one without a cat." Gaia hadn't even listened, busy as ever. "Ask for something else. Go find one yourself." Remembering that, Jo Seung-woo felt bitter. Even thinking about it now still annoyed him. Shaking off those thoughts, he started the conversation. Anyway, Renato requested to make slim pudding and sent an Irupos over. Jo Seung-woo pointed at himself. "Now, I'm not a warrior, but a restaurant owner. If cat fur gets everywhere, I won't be able to do business." Nabi stood up and argued, "My fur doesn't shed." "Try pulling it." He was surprised. "Really?" Jo Seung-woo reached out and plucked a clump. "See? Not a single hair shed." He marveled. "You're truly versatile, Nabi." Nabi slumped down to let Jo Seung-woo pet it. He asked, "So how did you manage to get here so quickly?" It stood up, crossed its arms, and replied boastfully, "I defeated a god to get here." Jo Seung-woo froze, unable to believe it. "What?" But Nabi just brushed it off. "Nothing. I was just saying." Back to the past, when it met the cat god, Nabi looked quite pathetic. The cat god flatly refused. No, but Nabi used its sparkling eyes to beg. However, it only received a shake of the head. "Don't make that cute face again. You are a dangerous individual." Nabi slumped down, sulking. The cat god sighed helplessly. "I said that because I don't know how dangerous you really are." Before long, Nabi perked up again. "Because I'm very cool. Compared to other species, I'm much cooler." The cat god's expression was completely speechless. The cat god thought to itself, "I have to let it go. I can't let it continue acting this crazy. Anyway, it will just sneak off to find another warrior, if I don't let it leave." The scene cuts to a forest. After a long time, Nabi sat sadly by the root of a tree. "Why haven't I met any warriors?" Suddenly, it saw a blue butterfly fly by. "Blue butterfly?" It whispered, then turned and flapped its wings to fly away. Nabi watched the small figure blankly. At that moment, it realized something important. "So, that's it. I'm not compatible with warriors." Nabi concluded that it was because it lacked the ability. So, from that day on, it began to train itself. Nabi practiced while shouting, "Cat punch, meow." It told itself it had to master both martial arts and knowledge, and become stronger and smarter. It wanted to become a super cat. Jo Seung-woo heard the story and began to understand. With such training, he roughly guessed the plot. "So, you defeated the cat god? That's what you mean, right?" Nabi proudly admitted. "Exactly." This energetic demeanor left Jo Seung-woo momentarily stunned. He didn't know why Renato sent it here. He darkened, thinking to himself, only Gray and Theo could understand this extreme pain. Jo Seung-woo's gaze shifted to Nabi. "This cat also," he said to it. "But I've retired." Immediately, that sycophantic look returned. This scene left Jo Seung-woo completely caught off guard. "If you want to be an employee here, I'll hire you." Having achieved its goal, it jumped up in joy. "Thank you." Nabi hopped down from the chair and bowed sincerely. "Please take care of me from now on." Jo Seung-woo replied, "Go over there." He rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. "Since your name is Nabi, your nickname will be." Then Jo Seung-woo gently patted its head. "Decided, Nabi. Try your best from now on." And so, the Warriors' Diner had a new employee. In the distance, two figures were observing them through binoculars. The target is Jo Seung-woo's shop, the shop that appeared out of nowhere. The person with him replied, "Business is war, just like a game of capture the flag. So that means this new shop is our final enemy." The two decided to show themselves. "If so, let's defeat the enemy together." Restaurant owner Lee Dong-park Dan-soo frowned in anger. "Do you see that? The coffee machine placed by the window? Cafe owner Vane O Tae-shik evaluated it cunningly. Looks like a very expensive coffee machine. He scoffed. A diner, yet planning to sell coffee too? Beside him, Lee Dong-park Dan-soo stood with his hands on his hips, pouting. How arrogant. Isn't he trying to outshine Boss O? Then, he clenched his fists, plotting darkly. Should we use our front line to flip it over like the previous cafe? Hearing this, Vane O Tae-shik immediately put his hands on his hips in approval. What a great idea. Suddenly, he stood stunned. Huh? They stared intently at the two flower arrangements placed in front, and were dumbfounded. Please, just make delicious food, Baek Kang-hyuk exclaimed, congratulating Min on the shop opening. Their eyes went wide, stunned and speechless. Vane O Tae-shik stroked his beard, trembling as he said, Order number 1, Baek Kang-hyuk, and order number 2. Beside him, Lee Dong-park Dan-soo also grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat, terrified. They had barely arrived, and they had already built a relationship with these important people. At this, his blood boiled. He pulled the towel tight in his hand, indignant. It looks like someone took the back door. Using money to lure customers at the door, huh? The two looked at each other with devious eyes, understanding the plan. Lee Dong-park Dan-soo raised his hand to stretch his neck while coldly asserting, This won't do. That shop is such an eyesore. Vane O Tae-shik adjusted his glasses, stretched, and growled, We'll prepare thoroughly and come back later. As soon as he finished, the two quickly ran off. Suddenly, Nabi's small hand poked their backs, making them freeze. Dan-soo and Tae-shik immediately turned back in confusion. Nabi smiled brightly and asked, Are you two customers? Vane O Tae-shik's eyes bulged in shock. A cat? Lee Dong-park Dan-soo added, A talking cat? Even so, Nabi happily raised both small hands and said, If you're customers, please come in. She dragged them into the shop, leaving them dazed. Lee Dong-park Dan-soo and Vane O Tae-shik sat at the long table, helpless and speechless. Then, Vane O Tae-shik leaned over and whispered to Dan-soo, Boss Park, that cat must be a monster, right? Watching Nabi intently preparing drinks and serving, he immediately dismissed it. Not a monster, it looks like a trained beastman. Lee Dong-park Dan-soo laughed heartily and said, That's fine too. I'll show it what real class is. Suddenly, he wiped his finger on the table. Lee Dong-park Dan-soo inspected the finger and rejected the idea. Impossible. Vane O Tae-shik leaned in, suspicious and nosy. It sheds more than you think, don't you think? Looking at their spotlessly clean fingers, the two were baffled and said in unison, There's not a single speck of dust. Then, they immediately turned around, looking left and right, inspecting. But contrary to their expectations, they saw a tidy, clean room and marveled, This place is so clean. Vane O Tae-shik held his head in fear, his voice trembling. To someone like me who has violated food safety regulations 3 times, even I have nothing to complain about. Beside him, Lee Dong-park Dan-soo also rested his chin on the table, worried. Why isn't there a single hair? Even so, Nabi nonchalantly placed the water on the table. After finishing, she confidently held up her name tag and said, I don't shed. Dan-soo stood up and looked at Nabi with suspicion. A non-shedding breed? Beside him, Vane O Tae-shik asked awkwardly, But it's so soft. He touched his chin, suspicious. No matter what, this place is too clean. Maybe they use a cleaning service? Hearing this, Nabi quickly replied, I do the cleaning. Saying that, she raised her hand. Vane O Tae-shik looked back, speechless. Then, he clutched his face in melancholy and whined. So jealous. I need a cat like this too. Still, Nabi calmly placed the menu on the table and started, Please order, you two. Seeing this, Lee Dong-park Dan-soo frowned, gesturing and signaling to find a flaw. Failure number 1. Let's move on to the second one. He agreed, raising his hand. Quickly, he pointed and requested, The special of the day, 2 plates of this. Please. Is that okay? Nabi happily took the menu. I've received your order. Jo Seung-woo opened the door, his demeanor bright, and asked, You want the special? I understand. Seeing Jo Seung-woo, Tae-shik froze, wondering, Is the boss a former hunter? Dan-soo's eyes widened, saying, So handsome. Hearing that, he immediately turned and snapped. What did you just say? Still, he stood with his hands on his hips, watching Jo Seung-woo's back. Jo Seung-woo comfortably rolled up his sleeves and stirred the wok skillfully. Lee Dong-park Dan-soo was mesmerized, following every one of Jo Seung-woo's gestures. Then, he marveled. Those arm muscles Lee Dong-park Dan-soo watched closely and assessed. That Chinese-style wok is very heavy, so how can he move it so easily? It's like a painting. Hearing that, Vane O. Taeshik immediately slammed his hand on the table, questioning, "Boss Park, I respect your taste, but have you forgotten why we came here?" Dansu was startled, awkwardly explaining, "What are you talking about? I'm just surprised by his ability, that's all." After that, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed softly. Lee Dong Park Dansu glanced at Jo Seung-woo, thinking, he's really eye-catching. Watching him work hard in the kitchen, he was intrigued. This is the first time I've seen someone combine all those expressions. Watching Jo Seung-woo work hard, Dansu was dazed by the effort, expertise, and even the focused, enjoying expression. Quickly, Nabi brought 2 plates of hot food, confidently placing them on the table and introducing, "Today's special is squid stir-fry rice." 2 beautiful plates of rice were brought out. Dansu looked at them, deep in thought. "I didn't think it would be squid stir-fry rice." Vano Taeshik agreed. Right. It said the dish would be made according to available ingredients that day. But then, he scooped a spoonful, his face both uncomfortable and reluctant. "With the ingredients right in front of my eyes, it'll be very hard to complain about allergies." As for the rest, the 2 of them raised their spoons together with the same thought, the taste. Lee Dong Park Dansu sighed and put it in his mouth to enjoy. Seeing that, Vane O Taeshik immediately turned to ask, "How is it?" He chewed and replied, "This is good." Hearing that assessment, he also quickly put it in his mouth. "Okay, me too." Then the 2 of them shoveled it in. The plates were soon empty. Vane O Taeshik happily rubbed his stomach. "It really is delicious." Dansu took a towel to wipe his mouth and said, "He's very loyal to the basics. If you're Korean, you can't deny this taste." Vane O Taeshik laughed excitedly, comparing, "His cafe and snack business is different from how we do business." He put a hand on his shoulder, nodding in agreement. "It's also different from my type of business. It's different from my Western restaurant." Then Dan Su stood up and asked, "This shop isn't bad, is it?" Vane O Taeshik looked at him and replied, "I think so too." Then the 2 quickly pulled out their money. Seeing that satisfaction, Nabi excitedly raised both hands, waving, "Please come again." They went outside together, raising their hands to respond in a friendly way. Then both turned and walked away, excitedly telling each other, "Maybe we should come here often? Shouldn't we give him something to get closer?" Inside the shop, Jo Seung-woo picked up a piece of paper, reading intently. Seeing that, Nabi walked over, wondering, "What is that?" He held out the paper and said, "A blacklist, sent by Baek Kang-hyuk. Your names are on it." Jo Seung-woo stood with his hands on his hips, asking, "I defeated them with just squid stir-fry rice. Does that mean I have some talent?" She raised her hand in agreement, saying, "As expected, the hero is the best." After that, he calmly picked up a glass of water, telling himself he must cherish the neighbors. Jo Seung-woo smiled, remembering, and muttered, "From the beginning, I thought about how my way of operating wouldn't affect any other shop." Then, he reminded himself to live in harmony. Coexisting with others is very important. No matter what I do, I can't abandon the hero's habits. Stepping outside, Jo Seung-woo suddenly stood frozen, confused. Since when did he end up in such a huge arena? Jo Seung-woo breathed heavily, looking at his opponent. He gripped his sword tightly, muttering, "So heavy." Then, Jo Seung-woo looked up at the stands where everyone was cheering. They roared, "Kill him!" The crowd chanted in unison, "Kill him! Kill him!" Jo Seung-woo just stood there, looking up. Next, he looked at his opponent, collapsed in pain on the floor. The guy was breathing heavily, gritting his teeth, and yelling, "Do it!" Hearing that, Jo Seung-woo gripped the hilt of his sword. He lifted it with both hands, his face dark, intending to strike his opponent. He brought the sword down in a powerful strike, but it didn't hit the man in front of him. It just landed right next to his hand. When the man felt no pain, he opened his eyes in shock. Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo immediately spoke up, "I'm not doing it. I'm sick of this. We're just slaves to this war." His actions made the whole crowd turn hostile, throwing papers onto the floor to show their disgust. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees. Then, Jo Seung-woo looked up at the bright sky. He sighed, "I really want some kimchi stew." A large bowl was placed down. Min wiped his mouth and praised, "It's excellent today, sir." Even so, Jo Seung-woo kept his arms crossed, deep in thought. Seeing that, Min hurriedly waved his hands. "Sir?" Jo Seung-woo scratched his head awkwardly. "It's nothing. I was just remembering something from the past." Min continued to praise, "This kimchi stew is delicious." At the same time, Nabi reached out to clear the bowls. She agilely carried them inside while Jo Seung-woo entertained his guest. "Is this your first time eating this?" Min looked at him and explained, "I'm actually American, so I'm not really used to kimchi yet." Beneath the drizzling rain, the restaurant held a strangely peaceful scene. Min held a hot cup of tea, looking outside as he remarked, "It's so peaceful and wonderful here." Then, he set his cup on the table and leaned on his arms, standing up to say, "The meal was delicious, sir." Suddenly, Min paused and began. "Thinking about it, there's something I want to tell you." He looked at Jo Seung-woo, who was relaxing, and said, "Every weekend, City Hall employees come by for an inspection." He asked skeptically, "An inspection?" Min sat down facing Nabi and said, "The restaurant can host guests, but they'll check if it causes any harm or danger to the citizens. That's what they come to investigate." This made her look at him with confusion. Jo Seung-woo scratched his face, explaining, "I'm not sure about last time, but they came to talk about how to support the returners." Hearing that, Min patted Nabi's head, laughing heartily. "Because she's a worker, right?" Then, he stood up and said, "The returners are victims of the gate accident. They behave very well. There are many cases of people being brought to this world without knowing why." Jo Seung-woo smiled warmly and replied, "That's good behavior." "Very well done." Suddenly, Min turned his head back. He watched Jo Seung-woo, who was diligently cleaning up the cups, and pondered, "Are the inspectors today also returners? I hope there won't be any more trouble." As the evening light began to fade, Nabi hurried outside. She happily hummed while sweeping the floor. From out of nowhere, Park Sung-han appeared, leaned toward her ear, and called out, "Hey!" Hearing that, Nabi immediately jumped up in a panic and yelled. She waved her broom angrily, scolding, "Why did you show up so suddenly?" Seeing that, he scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing. "My profession is a bit unique. Are you startled?" "I'm sorry," Park Seung-han stammered as he greeted her. "I'm very happy to meet a therapist." But then, Nabi stopped and stared at him, puzzled. "You know us?" Park Seung-han spoke softly and kindly. "That's right. I also want to become a hero." Nabi happily danced. "Really? Hero, nice to meet you." Park Sung-han knelt slightly, looking her in the eyes, and asked, "Nabi, are you working right now?" Hearing that, Nabi glanced to the side. She looked at the closed door and reminded herself that when he is in movie-watching mode, she must never disturb him. After that, Nabi quickly turned back to him, dejected. "We're closed. Sorry." Hearing that, Park Sung-han bowed his head, looking sad. Seeing him like that, she felt awkward. But then Nabi patted her chest and confidently invited him, "But if you're hungry, I'll cook for you." On a personal basis, not as the restaurant. Hearing that, Park Seung-han's eyes instantly lit up as he grabbed her hand. "A therapist cooking? I'm honored." Nabi was sweating profusely. Her voice interrupted as she added, "Kimchi stew." Park Sung-han obediently folded his arms, signaling, "I'd love to eat kimchi stew. That might be a bit much for a cat." Seeing that, Nabi immediately turned around, clutching her head in fear. "Let me try first." She knew how to cook, but kimchi was still quite unfamiliar to her. Nabi hurriedly brought a chair over and hopped up onto it. Then, Nabi slowly sliced the meat into thin strips. She looked at the containers of food, thinking, basic ingredients, kimchi, pork belly. Nabi seriously poured the ingredients into the pot. Watching the water boil, she instructed, "First, boil the meat broth." Suddenly, Nabi rested her chin on her hand, dejected. This part is still easy. Then, she looked at the 3 cups containing salted shrimp, salt, and sugar, lost in thought. "But I don't know how to season it." But then, she quickly dumped everything in at the same time. After that, Nabi wiped away her sweat, remarking, "That should be it. Just need to add some vegetables, and it should be fine." Suddenly, she froze, her fur standing on end. Nabi picked up an onion, her eyes lighting up as she decided, "Adding onions too. That's definitely correct." However, people usually add scallions, but then Nabi felt crushed and collapsed to the floor. She said dejectedly, "Something feels wrong." Park Sung-han, curious, sat up and agreed, "I think so too." Looking at the pot of kimchi stew, he stammered, "Something doesn't seem right." Park Sung-han sat down, his face weary. "This is basically kimchi porridge." But then, he smiled reassuringly. "Even so, it's the thought that counts." Suddenly, the door opened. Jo Seung-woo poked his head out. "Huh?" He looked at Nabi, who was looking sad, and asked, "Doesn't look like a customer, does it? A friend?" She hugged herself and replied, "This is a guest from Terra." Park Seung-han quickly stood up and introduced himself. "I'm sorry. I'm Park Seung-han, a returner." A returner is someone dragged to another world, just like the protagonist. Jo Seung-woo pondered, looking at him, assessing his haggard face, just like Min's. He must have had a tough time in Terra. Quickly, he put on his apron, understanding, "I get it now. You want kimchi stew, right, Park Seung-han?" He hurriedly said, The shop is closed, so I didn't mean to bother you. Jo Seung-woo walked over, friendly, and explained. Either way, this is a place that opens according to my whims. It's like a kite flying in the wind. He smiled gently, carrying the food tray inside as he spoke. Eat this instead of whatever Nabi was going to make, he mumbled absent-mindedly. Jo Seung-woo walked along, lost in thought about his first meal as a regressor. He rolled up his sleeves, determined to serve a proper meal. Jo Seung-woo stood at the counter, tied on an apron, and picked up a knife to slice the meat. Pork shoulder is the best choice here. Jo Seung-woo quickly chopped the meat. The rhythmic clacking of the knife against the cutting board filled the kitchen. After finishing, he lifted the board. It's cheap, but you can't underestimate these cuts. It's a bit chewy, but that's exactly what makes it so flavorful. Jo Seung-woo dumped the meat into a large pan and turned on the stove. He stirred with one hand, thinking that stir-frying would bring out the best taste. While he cooked, Nabi quietly crept in, watching from a distance. Its eyes sparkled as it followed Jo Seung-woo's every move. He stirred the meat with a wooden spoon and called out, "Stop hiding, come here, I'll teach you." Jo Seung-woo stirred the food slowly. He explained each step as he went. Drop the pork shoulder into the hot oil, add the kimchi, and stir-fry them together. Then he added a spoonful of soybean paste. The golden, savory soybean paste looked appetizing. Jo Seung-woo added it to the pan, continuing, "Adding soybean paste helps cut through the heavy pork smell." Nabi watched intently, nodding to show it understood. You can use cooking wine, but some people skip it. Besides, kimchi already has plenty of garlic, so that works just as well as a substitute. Nabi clasped its paws together, its face glowing with excitement. It seemed to have memorized everything. Nabi turned to him and asked, "So, you add soybean paste so people with sensitive stomachs can eat it too, Jo Seung-woo?" Jo Seung-woo laughed and explained, "Some religions don't allow alcohol, so people often use the garlic in the kimchi instead." After saying that, he added pre-chopped garlic into the pan. He added one more spoonful of white seasoning to the pan. In no time, the dish was complete. Jo Seung-woo said, "There, that's it." Beside him, Nabi was excitedly scribbling the recipe into a small notebook. "Just underline it and add a star, and we're good." It let out a happy meow. "Now I can make kimchi stew too." Jo Seung-woo smiled in response. The trays were quickly set out, steam rising in swirls. Park Song-han stared blankly at the meal neatly arranged on the tray. He looked up at Jo Seung-woo and asked, "It seems I'm not the only one who wanted to eat this. You too, right?" Jo Seung-woo wiped his hands on his apron and replied, "It's strange, isn't it? I didn't care back on Earth, but ever since coming to this world, I've been craving this." Park Seong-han nodded in agreement. "I get it." He slowly took a spoonful of the kimchi stew. As soon as Park Song-han tasted it, his eyes shimmered. Yes, this is it. Images of neatly set dining tables flooded Park Song-han's mind. He chewed the food, tears welling up in his eyes. It was the taste of home. Hot tears streamed down Park Song-han's cheeks. He was overwhelmed, thinking that he had finally returned. Soon, the meal came to an end. Park Seong-han had finished every last bit. He began telling his story. "I've been on Terra for 13 years. Jo Seung-woo stood opposite him, arms crossed. He couldn't help but go silent. 13 years. Park Song-han despairingly covered his face with his hands. 6 years have already passed here, he added. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo let out a sigh. He thought to himself, Jo Seung-woo spent 4 years there, but it's been 9 years here. The rules make no sense at all. Park Song-han looked up at him and revealed his level. "I'm a level 5 hunter." Jo Seung-woo rested his chin on his hand, thoughtful. "A veteran, huh? Are you a silver-ranked explorer?" He admitted it immediately. "That's right." After saying this, Park Seong-han stood up and walked toward the glass window. "This place is different from Terra. The system for dealing with monster gates is perfectly established here." Park Song-han's expression was unreadable. "It just makes me miss Terra even more." This surprised Jo Seung-woo. "Wait, didn't you come back because you wanted to?" He revealed the truth plainly. "While exploring an underground dungeon, I was hit by an exile spell." Jo Seung-woo was stunned. "You didn't come back by choice? You were hit by an exile spell?" The truth about the space exile magic was that those who were struck would be forcibly expelled from the dimension. Jo Seung-woo put his hands on his hips and said, "Earthlings get exiled back to Earth among all the dimensions. That's actually lucky." Park Seong-han shrank back at those words. "For me, it wasn't like that." He went silent, not saying another word. The sadness in his eyes was clear. Jo Seung-woo realized one thing. So, that's how it is. That place was Park Song-han's home. Park Song-han replied, "I have a wife and my iris post waiting for me there." He closed his eyes, reminiscing. 13 years long enough for a home to change completely. Park Song-han thought of his wife and his iris post. The two of them had waved goodbye to him so happily back then. Thinking of this, Park Song-han collapsed in grief, sobbing uncontrollably. Nabi, seeing this, worriedly tried to wipe his tears with a handkerchief. Its own eyes were tearing up. Jo Seung-woo saw this and felt conflicted. He turned his head away, looked at his own hands, and said, "Do you want me to send you back there?" Both Park Song-han and Nabi were stunned into silence. Jo Seung-woo calmly repeated his question. "I asked you, can I send you back to Terra? Would that be okay?" Park Seong-han slammed his hand on the table, breathless. "Is that possible? I've wanted to go back every single day." Jo Seung-woo gave a faint smile. "All right then." He snapped his fingers, and a spatial portal appeared right beneath Park Song-han's feet. Brilliant beams of light erupted. Park Song-han stared at the portal in shock. Contrary to Park Song-han's panicked expression, Jo Seung-woo just smiled. "It was nice meeting you." As soon as he finished, Park Seong-han fell through into that dimension. Park Seong-han screamed in terror. A few seconds later, the portal slowly closed. Jo Seung-woo sighed and clapped his hands together. "I really hate seeing people cry." Nabi pushed the chair over and asked, "Was it really okay to do that?" "If you manipulate the dimensions yourself," the goddess ignoring Nabi's concern, Jo Seung-woo just turned away nonchalantly, picking at his ear. "If he wanted to go home, I just sent him home. If the goddess shows up, I'll just crush her. I don't care about their business." Nabi was speechless. "So you just sent him off because you found it annoying?" he ordered as he walked. "Either way, good work. Nabi, close the door now." It happily took the order. "Got it." Nabi held the two trays high and said, "I'll take this failed work to the pudding slime in the basement." Jo Seung-woo heard this, took the tray, and said, "No, I'll eat this." Nabi stretched out its hands to take it back. "Master, don't." He smiled brightly and said, "It's fine." A fragment of memory appeared in Jo Seung-woo's mind. In a certain prison cell, he was locked away. Jo Seung-woo sat silently, head bowed against the wall. Suddenly, someone appeared and tapped on the bars. John brought a tray of food. He spoke up. "Jo Seung-woo, do you know what day today is? It's your 200th day." "Ever since you've been in this arena," John furrowed his brow. I answered, "John, why would I even think about that?" Sighing, John set the tray of food down by Jo Seung-woo's cell. Then he said, "This is kimchi stew, right?" I took the tray and asked, "Where did you get this?" John smiled nonchalantly. "People in this world call kimchi a daily necessity, right? I bought it for $1. When I asked for kimchi for the stew, this is what they gave me." Jo Seung-woo laughed along. "Kimchi as a necessity? It should be a masterpiece." He opened the pot's lid. Jo Seung-woo looked inside and said to John, "John, this isn't kimchi stew." Surprised, John asked what it was. I continued, "This is kimchi porridge." John scratched his head, helpless. Did I get scammed? Jo Seung-woo didn't look disappointed. He just laughed. "But thanks anyway. I actually wanted to eat this." Seeing that, he winked and gave a thumbs up. "That's a relief. Eat a lot, and make sure to survive next time, too." After that, Seung-woo slowly ate it spoonful by spoonful. Back to the present, he looked at the pot of food and couldn't help but sigh. He thought he'd added green onions, but it turned out to be regular onions. Well, now I know. Having said that, Jo Seung-woo started eating intently. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the door. Jo Seung-woo mused to himself, "I'm pretty lucky, aren't I?" A thought crossed Jo Seung-woo's mind. Throwing people from this world into the arena just for fun, compared to the fury of nobles screaming, "Kill each other." The image of John gradually appeared in his mind. Then, Jo Seung-woo remembered the kindness of good people like John. Very quickly, he finished the kimchi porridge and the bowl of rice. Seung-woo calmly set the spoon down. He sat in silence, thinking, if John hadn't appeared back then, I would have become a monster that only knows how to kill, not a warrior. After thinking, Seung-woo shrugged. Delicious, even if I get a stomachache later. The next morning, at the central market, the place was bustling with people coming and going. Every stall had customers browsing and buying. From eateries to fruit stands, Seung-woo and Nabi walked around the area. The two of them were eating happily as they walked. He chewed on a hot dog and looked up at his surroundings. This place still looks the same as before, doesn't it? Even though a few spots have been broken. Seung-woo turned to ask Nabi, who was eating beside him, "Do you want to eat anything else?" She happily replied, "Let's finish the hot dog first, then we'll think about it." He heard her and turned away to observe the surroundings. Jo Seung-woo's eyes caught the spice containers displayed on the shelf, a staple of traditional markets. Then, he looked at the food containers that were pre-packaged, just waiting to be processed. Jo Seung-woo browsed through each stall. This was the feeling of being immersed in the abundance of food on display. He watched Nabi running ahead excitedly. Sure enough, going to the market is much more fun than going to the supermarket. So, what do you intend to buy? She happily replied, let's go find some treasure. And so, the two of them started shopping. They admired the items at a stall for a while, then left together. Nothing I particularly like. Suddenly, Nabi saw something in the distance. She quickly turned and headed that way. This action also caught Jo Seung-woo's attention. Nabi pointed at the giant clam in front of her. How about this one? He reached out to touch the outer shell. A clam? It's my first time seeing one this big. After observing it, Jo Seung-woo suddenly realized something. It looks a bit familiar though, he said in surprise. Could it be a Haragigas? Seung-woo stood still, staring at the clam. Haragigas were the clams that giants used for entertainment. He turned to ask the shopkeeper standing nearby. Excuse me, ma'am, may I ask you about this clam? She waved her hand, showing refusal. I'm not sure. My husband just picked it up from somewhere and brought it back. Seung-woo was stunned. Picked it up? No matter how I look at it, it must weigh over 200 kilograms. Seeing his surprised expression, she laughed. My husband is considered quite a strong man in the hunter community. Seung-woo touched the rough shell of the clam. The shell contained the majesty of time. It was definitely a Haragigas. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the shopkeeper. I'll buy this clam. Hearing that, she tapped on the shell and frowned, kindly warning him. Young man, no matter what you do, it won't open. It's only meant for decoration. Seung-woo didn't mind. He pointed to the tray of fish nearby and said, It's fine. Give me 10 mackerel and this clam. I'll buy it. The shopkeeper was quite surprised. 10? You're buying a lot, aren't you? Seung-woo smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I'm opening an eatery, though it's just a small one. She frowned and said loudly, What? Are you crazy, young man? Why are you buying so little? If you're opening an eatery, 10 fish isn't even enough to look at. Then, the shopkeeper turned around and quickly started picking out items for Jo Seung-woo. In that case, take this, and this too. He laughed helplessly as he saw that. Nabi happily clapped her hands in delight. Not long after, Jo Seung-woo received the clam. He gently placed it on his shoulder, turned, and nodded to the shopkeeper. Thank you, ma'am. I'll come back again next time. Nabi also happily waved goodbye to her. The shopkeeper replied generously, You look even stronger than my husband. A while later, the two of them returned to Seung-woo's kitchen. He stood with his hands on his hips and stretched. Seung-woo rubbed his chin as he looked at it for a while. It's certainly a compelling ingredient, but what should I do with it? He tapped lightly on its shell and said to Nabi, But, first, let's try opening it, shall we? She quickly gave a thumbs up. That's a great idea. No sooner said than done. Jo Seung-woo used both hands to touch the two sides of the clam's mouth. This clam had sea sediment on it, so it was hard to open its mouth. However, he frowned, concentrating his strength. Immediately after, Seung-woo used his force to pry the clam's mouth open decisively. After successfully opening the shell, Seung-woo and Nabi looked inside in surprise. Oh my god! The glossy clam meat was revealed before his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, A scallop even bigger than Nabi. Nabi agreed. That's right. Seung-woo quickly picked up his knife and rolled up his sleeves. If it's a scallop, then it has to be sashimi. A layer of meat was quickly sliced by Seung-woo's sharp blade. Afterward, he dipped the slice of meat into the red dipping sauce. Seung-woo happily chewed the meat in his mouth. I'm really craving soju. After eating, he decided, well, with this large amount of clam meat and innards, let's try making clam chowder. Clam chowder, a North American-style clam soup. A masterpiece with a delicate and tender flavor. Seung-woo imagined it as he nodded. Dinner will be scallop sashimi with soju, and tomorrow morning, I'll cure the hangover with clam chowder. That is just perfect. He smiled wickedly. Nutrition for the hunters. Jo Seung-woo pointed to a large black part inside the clam. This is the poison sac. This wrinkled, black thing is the poison sac that contains extremely dangerous toxins. While eating it will kill you, but if you don't die, you'll gain poison resistance. He smiled dangerously. Just looking at it, you can see how effective it is. Nabi saw this and felt helpless. Master, you look really scary. Jo Seung-woo didn't pay attention to what she said but kept muttering to himself, so that those pathetic people can eat every day. I'll prepare it in a way that can be preserved. As those words left his lips, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly shivered elsewhere. Who knows where that killing intent came from, but he instinctively twitched the arm holding his knife. Well, let's get started, shall we? Right then, someone pushed the door open. Min walked in with a bright smile. Hello, Master. He grabbed the bag of shellfish and turned around to answer, "Morning." Nabi also waved at him cheerfully. Min looked at Jo Seung-woo's actions with curiosity. Working so early in the morning? Looks pretty interesting, doesn't it? He kept his hands busy as he replied, "Just prepping this shellfish, that's all." Hearing that, he was surprised. Is that the shellfish discovered in the river? Is it even edible? At this moment, Jo Seung-woo stopped his hands. He looked at Min, blank-faced. Seung-woo stood up and asked, "Haragigas can be found in the river?" He quickly admitted, "Of course." He set the knife on the kitchen counter and spoke up. "Sounds interesting. Tell me the details." Min held up 2 fingers. About 2 days ago, there were reports from citizens about hearing a loud noise coming from the sewer. He frowned, speaking seriously. Hunters were dispatched to that location. Min recounted the event, mentioning they saw a tiny dimensional rift. Seung-woo couldn't help but fall silent after hearing that. If that's the case, he paused for a moment before continuing. In the near future, the dimensional gate there might just open. Seung-woo's gaze became truly serious as he realized the situation. Seung-woo and Min looked at each other in silence. Meanwhile, Nabi slowly carried the tray of sliced shellfish in her hands. She set the tray down on the table. "Scallops, served." Min picked up his chopsticks. Jo Seung-woo asked him skeptically, "Before the gate opens, there's a rift? Like a bad omen appearing at the sewer, right?" Min confirmed, "That's exactly it." He rested his chopsticks on the table and spoke up. "Because we don't know when the situation might change, a special response team has already been sent there." Seung-woo let out a sigh upon hearing that. "Why haven't I seen Baek Kang-hyuk around lately?" Min picked up a slice of shellfish and looked at it. "You're really talented, master. You cut it so thin you can even see through it." He turned to grab some things to make it taste better. "Do you want vinegar or soy sauce with wasabi?" He quickly replied, "Give me soy sauce, no wasabi." Jo Seung-woo picked up the sauce bottle. He fell into deep thought. A rift, huh? Jo Seung-woo frowned in his mind. He recalled memories, and the image of Park Seung-han surfaced. There are people who have defied the laws of time for no reason and returned to Earth, he continued thinking. And the discovery of the Haragigas in the river Seung-woo pondered. The race that usually eats these Haragigas is the giants, arrogant and extremely violent, with power exceeding level 90. This rift is definitely related to them. He clenched his hand tightly. This is too strange to be a mere coincidence. Thinking this, Seung-woo's face suddenly turned pale. Could this be, he wondered to himself, like it's because of me? Elsewhere, several tents were set up near each other. Baek Kang-hyuk was inside a sleeping bag. He frowned and grumbled, "I really can't stand this." Hwang Ji-hyun stood nearby and replied coldly, "Then just quit." He saw that and got angry. "Can't this be changed?" she said nonchalantly. "If you haven't written your resignation yet because you're lying in your sleeping bag like a bug, then I can write it for you at any time." Baek Kang-hyuk heard that and shouted in anger, "Hey!" Hwang Ji-hyun turned her head, fixing him with a sharp gaze. "I've tried for a whole month to respect you, but this is truly impossible." Baek Kang-hyuk saw her killing intent and was scared to the point of shaking. He trembled, tears welling up in his eyes, wanting to protest. "That's too harsh. Why do I have to spend my day off sitting under a sewer like this? This isn't like First Order at all." Hwang Ji-hyun sighed in frustration. Then, what should First Order be doing? Baek Kang-hyuk heard her ask that and quickly jumped up. He swung his arms, causing the sleeping bag to slide down. Baek Kang-hyuk said in a grandiose tone, "It should be flashy, fighting monsters while streaming online." Hwang Ji-hyun didn't hold back at all, bluntly rejecting him. "You can quit this job and go join a game show instead." He saw she wasn't playing along and went silent for a while. Hang-hyuk sulked, crawled into his sleeping bag, and turned away. "Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore." Hwang Ji-hyun scolded him internally. "Are you a child?" She turned her head forward. There, a stream of dark energy was radiating intensely. Hwang Ji-hyun sighed, exhausted. Baek Kang-hyuk's words weren't wrong. "How much longer do I have to wait here?" Hwang Ji-hyun turned to glance at him as he sulked. "Even so, since we are soldiers, we have to do this guard duty." Thinking that, she reached out her hand to shake Baek Kang-hyuk. "Hey, get up and call the replacement team down here." But before Hwang Ji-hyun could finish her sentence, a loud noise erupted. She turned around, startled, looking at where the sound came from. Boom! That dimensional rift was widening more and more. Dark energy was also appearing in greater quantities. Hwang Ji-hyun screamed in fear. Emergency situation. Armored figures appeared. They were clutching their guns tightly. Baek Kang-hyuk tensed up and jumped to his feet. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" She quickly turned to look at the device attached to the wall. Gate level. Unfortunately, Under that terrifying power, the gate level had already shattered long ago. Hwang Ji-hyun saw this scene and was terrified, cold sweat streaming down her face. "The machine is broken!" She collapsed, falling to her knees on the ground. S rank or higher, Hwang Ji-hyun trembled all over. In despair, she covered her mouth with her hand. She couldn't even predict it. Hwang Ji-hyun shook as she spoke. This city is going to disappear without a trace, isn't it?" The armored soldiers saw the dimensional gate widening and were struck with fear. While she was in despair, Bak Kang-hyuk stood behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder. He said seriously, "Before it widens completely, someone has to go in there." Bak Kang-hyuk smiled nonchalantly. "Emergency protocol. GB rift occurrence." As those words left his lips, he and Ji-hyun looked at each other and said in unison, "Use the rift stabilizer to prevent expansion and hold out until reinforcements arrive." Bak Kang-hyuk continued, "Now we need to temporarily stop it." Hearing that, she hurriedly wanted to stop him. A full-scale attack team would be more capable. He smiled and said straight, "Min isn't here, is he? Without Min, everyone else will just get in my way." Saying this, Bak Kang-hyuk placed both hands on Hwang Ji-hyun's shoulders. He said in a very serious tone, "I will take the stabilizer and go inside to adjust the rift." She wanted to speak, worried, but suddenly, Hwang Ji-hyun saw the look on Bak Kang-hyuk's face. "Listen carefully," he instructed cautiously. "In the outskirts of Janggung Road, there's a hunter diner. Explain the situation to the owner, then bring them here as fast as you can." Every word she wanted to say was swallowed back. Ji-hyun responded blankly, "Yes." Bak Kang-hyuk patted her shoulder and said, "Take my name, tell them to come help. If you want to survive, that's the only way." Then he shouted, "Go! That's an order." Hwang Ji-hyun replied with a serious salute. "Understood." A second later, she sprinted off to carry out the mission. Bak Kang-hyuk's hands trembled as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. His face turned pale as he raised his gun. "Damn it." A soldier, seeing this, quickly handed him a fresh pack of cigarettes. "Bak Kang-hyuk, you look pretty cool today, don't you?" Even though he was terrified, he tried to joke, "You guys are recording this, right?" The soldiers gave a strained laugh. Indeed, they were. Kang-hyuk lit his cigarette, frowned, and gave his instructions. "You just need to catch the ones that jump out of there." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his weapon and ran toward the spatial rift. "I'm heading in." Kang-hyuk didn't hesitate and jumped into the dangerous spatial rift. Outside, bullets were flying continuously. The soldiers were firing their guns together at the monsters. "Keep firing, build a defensive line. If we get pushed back, we're finished." Amidst a chaotic swarm of flying creatures, a red turtle-like monster was aggressively charging toward them. The bullets didn't even scratch its skin. One soldier gritted his teeth. It won't stop at all. He bent down to grab a shell casing to reload. Suddenly, the soldier looked up, and right in front of him the turtle monster stood towering over him. Its massive body loomed over the soldier. Without hesitation, it reached out its claws to attack. As the claws were about to strike, the soldier could only helplessly squeeze his eyes shut. "Mom." Just then, someone appeared and drew his sword. Jo Seung-woo swung his blade, slicing the turtle monster apart and splattering its blood everywhere. After easily disposing of the monster, he landed nonchalantly. The flying monsters, seeing their leader slaughtered, panicked and scattered. Jo Seung-woo silently sheathed his sword. He stood straight amidst the spraying blood. The soldiers, having seen Jo Seung-woo effortlessly defeat the turtle monster, stared in complete shock with their mouths wide open. Jo Seung-woo calmly used his sword to block blood about to splash on him, his expression as indifferent as if nothing had happened. The soldiers hadn't yet recovered from what just occurred. What just happened? In the distance, after finishing off the turtle monster, Jo Seung-woo stood looking at the open spatial rift for a moment. Then, in the blink of an eye, he bolted straight into the rift without a second thought. Because he moved so fast, Jo Seung-woo created a gale of wind so cold that the soldiers had to struggle to stay on their feet. When they opened their eyes, he was gone. The group was frantic. "I think someone just confirm the monster is eliminated. Check the recording to see if any monsters escaped." The military doctor on the other side of the dimension. Kang-hyuk was huddled in a corner in fear, even though the energy barrier was set up. He hugged his head, hiding behind a pillar in a panic. "Am I going to die here?" Behind Bak Kang-hyuk, a group of massive giants came thundering out toward the spatial rift. Just as they were about to step forward, they slammed into the energy barrier Kang-hyuk had set up. The giants looked at each other, confused. "Why can't we move forward anymore?" "I don't know. Hit it harder." Immediately, one of them swung his fist with all his might. He punched the energy barrier in front of him. Kang-hyuk, nearby, trembled in fear. using their bare hands to hit the energy barrier. The entire group of giants took turns slamming their fists into the barrier. Because of the immense force, many fragments flew off. Bak Kang-hyuk clutched his head in terror. "Come quickly, you annoying returner." Due to using so much force, one of the giants swung his elbow into the pillar behind him. The pillar quickly shattered, and a rock flew toward where Baek Kang-hyuk was sitting. He looked up, blank-faced, and suddenly the rock crashed down exactly where he had been sitting. Luckily, he managed to scramble away. The group of giants stopped their actions and turned their heads. What was that noise? Baek Kang-hyuk, hearing that, panicked and covered his mouth with his hands. He anxiously turned his head to check the situation. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk saw one of the giants glaring at him. He despaired, his face turning pale. It was obvious they had quickly spotted Baek Kang-hyuk. It looks like this guy is the one setting up the barrier. Squash him. Crushing him would be better. With nowhere left to run, Baek Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Damn it! He held 2 guns and fired continuously at the giants. You think I'll die that easily? Unfortunately, because of their massive size, the skin of the giants was incredibly thick. The bullets hitting them felt like nothing more than an itch. One of them, without a word, lifted his massive foot, and the others followed suit, all aiming directly at Baek Kang-hyuk. Just as they were about to stomp on him, suddenly, Jo Seung-woo appeared. He casually flew through the energy barrier. Baek Kang-hyuk felt a wave of relief and slumped onto the ground. He's here. Jo Seung-woo landed lightly. He silently grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Right after that, Jo Seung-woo smiled faintly and drew his sword. Without hesitation, he slowly walked toward the group of giants. A dense, unconcealed killing intent radiated from him. The giants saw this and became wary. What is that? Get away. Unfortunately, before the giants could successfully retreat, Jo Seung-woo swung his sword a few times toward them. In an instant, the giants were scattered all over the ground. Kang-hyuk stared in disbelief, cold sweat covering his face. He's not just a monster. Suddenly, Kang-hyuk remembered how he had treated Jo Seung-woo before. He said fearfully, "And I actually punched that guy." Jo Seung-woo glanced at Kang-hyuk, who was hiding behind the wall. He tossed something straight at him. The object slammed hard into Kang-hyuk's forehead, knocking him backward. With just one hit, Kang-hyuk was knocked unconscious, with a huge bump swelling on his forehead. Jo Seung-woo casually walked over to him. He sat down, looked at Kang-hyuk, and said, "This guy is hiding. What are you even looking at?" Jo Seung-woo touched his head, his face full of annoyance. He never intended to kill these giant monsters. Jo Seung-woo looked at the giants he had just wiped out nearby and continued, "Were you planning to conquer Earth?" He picked up a large sack. "First, collect the resources and artifacts into the storage." Jo Seung-woo hoisted Baek Kang-hyuk onto his shoulder. This kid too. Without hesitation, he threw him into the spatial rift. "If I throw him gently, the hunters will know and take him back." Jo Seung-woo smiled faintly and shrugged. "That's that sorted." The next morning, at Jo Seung-woo's shop, Nabi shrieked in a panic, "Master, save me." The group of people was happily touching her. "Such a cute kitten. Look over here. Let me touch your paw." Jo Seung-woo stood frozen, looking at the scene before him, not knowing what to say. Nabi reached out her paw, calling for help. "Are you not listening to me?" He was speechless. "If I left you alone, is this what would happen?" Jo Seung-woo stepped forward to stop them. "Apologies, miss. This cat is a member of our staff." Just then, Hwang Ji-hyun stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "You're the owner, right?" Jo Seung-woo replied, dazed. "Yes, that's right." She introduced herself and spoke with a serious expression. "I am Hwang Ji-hyun, an assistant from the First Order. It's nothing major, but I've come to ask a huge favor." He couldn't help but be surprised. He had only just returned from the sewer pipes. The situation was this. Baek Kang-hyuk had requested backup through Hwang Ji-hyun to save Jo Seung-woo, but in the meantime, Jo Seung-woo felt something was strange and had already bolted. He didn't explain, simply pulling out a chair as if inviting her to sit. Jo Seung-woo paused for a moment and spoke to Hwang Ji-hyun, who was anxiously wiping away tears. "Let's talk." After Hwang Ji-hyun finished explaining everything, Jo Seung-woo looked at her and spoke up. So, in short, he raised his index finger and continued. "Baek Kang-hyuk arrogantly charged into a spatial rift, and now he's asking for my help?" She replied anxiously. "In this critical situation, only an S rank can enter the gate." Jo Seung-woo turned his head and chuckled to himself. "Is that so? Not bad." He picked up his coffee cup and added, "Pretty good. I really do admire Baek Kang-hyuk." Hwang Ji-hyun stared at him, confused. Jo Seung-woo smiled kindly and said, "It's nothing. There will be good news, so just take a deep breath. He thought seriously. It seems I still haven't received word from the branch. Jo Seung-woo stared intently at Nabi, who was still being petted by those people. Speaking of emergencies, the situation over there is even more urgent, isn't it? She angrily slapped the man's hand away. Meow. I told you not to. Touch her tail. Despite being slapped, he just laughed in amusement. So cute. Her tail is so round. Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but glare at the scene. Does this look like a cat cafe to you? You haven't even ordered any food. What strange customers. Immediately, he bluntly shooed them out of the shop. Get out. The group frowned, looking at Jo Seung-woo. What's up with this guy? How can you be so rude to customers? Jo Seung-woo quickly slammed the door shut. He turned to look at Hwang Ji-hyun. Are you a hunter? Hwang Ji-hyun replied seriously. That's right. Although I work in an office, I am an awakened. Jo Seung-woo smirked darkly. A hunter? Fantastic. She hesitated, looking at him, which means Jo Seung-woo rubbed Nabi's head and said to her, rest up. He replied to Hwang Ji-hyun, if you come to a restaurant, you have to eat. Seeing that Jo Seung-woo was about to cook, she panicked and stopped him. No, we can't sit around and eat in this situation. He silently tied his apron and thought to himself, didn't I already say everything I needed to? Jo Seung-woo clenched his fist. Why hasn't the number of hunter customers increased in the last few days? He pondered. Even with the ability to improve power, the problem is the terrible taste and the fact that it doesn't make the body feel the effects. Jo Seung-woo thought while walking. But recovery food, with a reaction, is very suitable for attracting the attention of tired, hard-working modern hunters. He slammed his hand down on the table where Hwang Ji-hyun was sitting. So first, you need a product, a lot of bait. Jo Seung-woo smiled and asked, looking at you, you've been showing signs of a cold lately, and you get chills down your spine sometimes, right? Hwang Ji-hyun answered honestly, I've been working overtime lately and sleeping in the sewers. So, he heard this and immediately turned to examine her from all sides. It appeared she had caught a chill. Due to overwork and stress, your neck and shoulders are cold too. Hwang Ji-hyun, seeing this, said helplessly, let me ask you, this is a restaurant, right? Why does it feel like a pharmacy? After a moment of thought, Jo Seung-woo turned around. I have a menu for someone who has caught a chill. Wait just a moment. Hwang Ji-hyun couldn't help but frown, evaluating the situation. Selling medicine? He tapped the shells with his hand. These are things Jo Seung-woo harvested from those giant monsters earlier. Hwang Ji-hyun, watching from a distance, felt tense and bit her fingernails. Why is he not acting urgent even after I explained everything? If Baek Kang-hyuk asked for help, he must be a very strong person. Hwang Ji-hyun opened her phone. Still no contact from the branch. If the spatial gate has opened, it means someone has already taken care of it. She frowned, looking at Jo Seung-woo. Hwang Ji-hyun watched him intently as he dissected the shells in the distance. It must be that person, she worriedly thought. Basic guide to dealing with a regressor. 1. Be as careful as if dealing with a bomb, and be as respectful as if dealing with a human. Just then, Jo Seung-woo spoke up, asking Hwang Ji-hyun, you're done thinking now, right? Hwang Ji-hyun nodded slowly. I suppose eating is just like following instructions, isn't it? Jo Seung-woo quickly poured the ingredients into the pan. He continued by pouring in some wine. Then, Jo Seung-woo used a large ladle to stir it evenly. He picked up a bowl of clams. Hwang Ji-hyun watched this, filled with curiosity. It looks delicious. Are you using clams to cook? Jo Seung-woo replied as he poured the bowl of clams into the pan. That's right. This is clam soup. Soup with clam meat. Hwang Ji-hyun couldn't help but be surprised. But why is this clam meat so big? He laughed. It's called a haragigas. Have you ever seen one before? She heard this and was dazed. I live in the city, so I'm not familiar with seafood. Suddenly, Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes landed on the shells in the distance. She couldn't help but turn pale. Wait a minute, isn't that a monster clam? Hwang Ji-hyun jumped up in a panic. Is this lunatic trying to feed me monster meat? Seeing her reaction, Jo Seung-woo was baffled. Is something wrong? Hwang Ji-hyun said tensely. Nothing. I'm not eating it anymore. She turned her head away in fear. She ruffled her hair with both hands, feeling completely conflicted. A regressor is like a bomb. If I refuse, it's over. After weighing the pros and cons, Hwang Ji-hyun sat back down. She shook her head and spoke up. It's nothing. Jo Seung-woo, while intently cooking, muttered to himself the recipe for the clam dish. Step 1. Sauté garlic, potatoes, and bacon. Step 2. Add flour. Sauté the potatoes with the clam meat, then pour in milk and broth. He used a ladle to pour milk into the pan. Minotaur milk has less sugar than regular milk. and it has a higher vitamin and fat content. Jo Seung-woo stirred the pan slowly. He applied magic to the hot pan. He added milk and sautéed it, then added a layer of magic to the ingredients, followed by various other magical enhancements, stirring constantly so it wouldn't burn. Jo Seung-woo used a spoon to taste a piece, then nodded happily. All right, a delicious dish is complete. This is fire-breathing clam soup. It was warm and had restorative properties. Jo Seung-woo placed the tray of food in front of Hwang Ji-hyun and happily invited her. Take your time eating, okay? Hwang Ji-hyun broke into a cold sweat. You made that so fast. Jo Seung-woo crossed his arms and explained, it's a giant clam, so it just looks that way. In reality, it's just clam and milk porridge. He picked up a spice jar. Should I sprinkle some parsley on top? Hwang Ji-hyun refused in panic. No need. Who knows? What if that's something like monster skin? Despite her fear, she scoops up a spoonful. Hwang Ji-hyun squeezes her eyes shut. She puts the spoon in her mouth. Seeing her fall silent, Seung-woo wonders what's wrong. Hwang Ji-hyun looks at the pot. With sparkling eyes, it's so warm. She gives her verdict. It feels like dying of cold on a winter night, she says, imagining the scene. But then, while freezing in the snow, you find a warm house, she continues happily, and you're warmed up by the fireplace. Hwang Ji-hyun takes a second bite. Afterward, she breaks a sweat. Hwang Ji-hyun uses her hand to unbutton her shirt and places her vest on the chair beside her. She fans her face to cool down. Jo Seung-woo sees this and smiles, asking, Are you feeling hot? Hwang Ji-hyun fans her face and replies, Yeah, it really is hot. She looks at him with a cheerful smile. Eating monster meat for the first time, not bad, right? Lee Jong-hoon interlaces his fingers, resting his elbows on the table. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, a hearing regarding the S-rank restaurant is underway. Han Gyeol puts both hands behind his back, his eyes darting away. I understand, sir. I understand what you're trying to say. That's exactly what I was about to say too. The head of the Korean Hunter Association branch, Lee Jong-hoon, immediately furrows his brows, looking serious. So, this unidentified monster? Hearing this, Baek Kang-hyuk quickly cuts in. Branch manager, he's not an unidentified monster. He's the owner of the Hunter restaurant. As soon as he finishes his sentence, Lee Jong-hoon wears a stern expression again and adds, What kind of restaurant owner kills a dozen monsters in just 5 minutes? Monsters that were presumed to be S-rank? Baek Kang-hyuk doesn't hesitate to interrupt the branch manager. He slowly lowers his gaze and speaks up. Allow me to correct you. They weren't just presumed to be S-rank. They were accurately S-rank or higher. The measuring device blew up, didn't it? I don't know how many times I have to ask. Lee Jong-hoon's eyes flash with fury. Is this brat mocking him? Afterward, he lightly adjusts his collar. Let me ask you again, regressor number 21. Is it true that the restaurant owner defeated a dozen S-rank monsters? At the same time, Han Gyeol can't help but yawn. I already told you I saw it with my own eyes. But if you're still skeptical, just pretend I caught them myself, okay? As he finishes, Lee Jong-hoon looks flabbergasted. Do you have any idea how abnormal this is? However, Baek Kang-hyuk replies with complete indifference. No, I don't. Suddenly, Lee Jong-hoon can't hold it in anymore and yells. Everyone with immeasurable power is currently at the city center. Yet this happened right here. Does that seem normal to you, huh? Hearing this, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly shrugs and leans forward. But, branch manager, think about it. Even until now, there are still people with immeasurable power who haven't been discovered yet, right? During their conversation, he seems to be gaining the upper hand. As soon as you arrived on Earth, you registered as a regressor, right? That's right. If there are people who don't want to register with the association, it's normal that we wouldn't meet them. Isn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. After a while, Han Gyeol looks smug, crossing his arms over his chest. So what? What's wrong with someone with power opening a restaurant? As long as he isn't doing anything bad, it's fine. Suddenly, he doesn't hesitate to slam his hand on the wooden table. Baek Kang-hyuk leans in close to the other man's face. And this regressor is exactly that kind of person. That makes Lee Jong-hoon break into a cold sweat, hesitating. That is. Suddenly, Han Gyeol smirks and reaches up to touch his chin. Nobody should be troubled by this. A decent person would never think about hiding. He turns his back, not giving a damn. Leaning against the edge of the table, he says, People like that aren't the nation's enemies. Don't overthink it. Hearing this, Lee Jong-hoon glances at him sideways. Everything in this world can't just be divided into enemies and allies. His brows involuntarily furrow tight. Suppose something happens. I can't completely trust people like that just because they seem kind. Because this involves the safety, and lives of the citizens. Baek Kang-hyuk doesn't hesitate to retort. Who says they aren't? Besides, those who are higher or the same rank as the branch manager will also have their own judgment. He stares mockingly at the woman standing nearby. After all, this is the judgment of the current key staff. Since this is important, please underline it, Secretary. As he finishes, Lee Jong-hoon immediately grinds his teeth in frustration. This brat don't think I'll let this slide just because of a few words. A drop of sweat suddenly trickles down his cheek. What should I do about this? He is still lost in his own thoughts. Just like other countries, they've crossed a regressor who shouldn't be messed with. And the result, I can't let him blow this nation away. Time ticks by. It is now 12:20. Baek Kang-hyuk lightly turns his head to look behind him, then quickly digs into his ear with his finger, his tone completely indifferent. There's no other way. I'll report this to the superiors. Fine. Go ahead and report it to the higher-ups. Can I leave now? I have urgent business to attend to. Hearing this, Lee Jong-hoon immediately wonders. Urgent business? Go where? You have to investigate and patrol. You also have to care for the citizens. But he is blatantly mocked by the other man. Branch manager, you're really not observant. I have to go buy some land. Lee Jong-hoon is stunned. What? At the same time, Han Jeol doesn't hesitate to lean in and whisper in his ear. The strongest regressor in history is a restaurant owner, right? As long as we're close to him, even if the earth goes to hell, we'll survive, right? From what I see, real estate prices around there are about to skyrocket. Lee Jong-hoon's eyes widen as he replies happily. That's right. How did I not think of that? However, his attitude does a complete 180. He flies into a rage and shouts, Do you think that's what I was going to say? The citizens are in danger. And you're talking about land? Baek Kang-hyuk just holds his throbbing head, crying, I have to keep the citizens safe. But first, I have to keep my wallet safe, don't I? Meanwhile, Lee Jong-hoon seems to still be furious. Please, just shut your mouth. I'm about to go insane because of you. In another scene, a group of people in black coats move forward, speaking one after another. Is he really the restaurant owner? He saved the hunter Baek Kang-hyuk. Keep my wallet safe. For starters. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-hoon still seemed furious. Keep your mouth shut. I'm about to lose it with you. Elsewhere, a group of people dressed in black walked forward and spoke one after another. Is it really the restaurant owner? Did he actually save the hunter, Baek Kang-hyuk? Doesn't that sound a bit fishy? Suddenly, one of them turned to their leader. This place is run by a regressor, right? Why does it look so normal? Upon hearing this, Min immediately warned them in a stern voice. I've warned you several times already. Whatever you do, remember, don't cause any trouble. As soon as he finished, the others quickly put on an understanding expression. We're just regular people. How could we ever be disrespectful? Right. Exactly. Cutting to the dining area with an open kitchen, Jo Seung-woo smiled warmly without hesitation. Welcome. Please come in. Immediately, a smirk appeared on the corner of Min's mouth. I've brought them, master. Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo quickly smiled back, giving a nod of approval. Well done. Min couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand and sigh in relief. Thanks to you, master. I'm feeling much better. Thank you. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo put his hands on his waist and beamed. Thanks? Oh. What are you thanking me for? Meanwhile, Min pulled out a chair to sit down and continued. Since we couldn't help you with anything, I thought the least we could do was help boost the restaurant's sales. This remark made all three people with him break into a cold sweat, speechless. They started looking left and right, whispering to each other. I thought he'd look so extraordinary. Why does he give off such a warm vibe? I even thought he'd be cold, like an assassin. But looking closely, he's just a normal restaurant owner, and kind of handsome too. The group stared intently at Jo Seung-woo's refined face, showering him with compliments. Not just handsome, he's more than that. Suddenly, the three of them widened their eyes in shock. He even has an aripost? At the same time, a cat was carefully carrying a food tray. A while later, on the table, appeared a highly nutritious meal. The group smiled immediately. We'll enjoy the food. As soon as they finished, all three took their first spoonful and were immediately stunned. For a long moment, they couldn't help but exclaim, This is delicious. Taiji immediately turned to the person next to him, speaking with emotion. Captain, if we keep eating food this good, we could crush all the monsters. But the captain's reaction, as if he had zero interest, surprised Min. Is that so? Meanwhile, Taiji got even more dramatic. Truly delicious food. There's no other way to describe it but a delicacy. Seeing this, Min just let out a few drops of cold sweat. Right. A long while later, with plates stacked up, Jo Seung-woo crossed his arms over his chest, smirking and thinking, "All right, I've got 5 new promoters." Without hesitation, he made arrangements. Now they'll head back to the base and introduce my restaurant. Jo Seung-woo remained lost in these pleasant thoughts. If that happens, others will get curious and flock here too. He stared at the people in front of him again, his face flushed. First, I have to slowly get rid of their prejudice against using monsters as cooking ingredients. His brows knit together tightly, and a cunning smile appeared on his lips. If they find out, I'll make sure their bodies can't handle eating delicious food like this ever again. Elsewhere, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. A man couldn't help but look in the mirror, tears welling up in his eyes as he sighed about his hair. A new day begins. The bright sun beat down on the ground. Jo Seung-woo walked slowly down the street. He slowly raised his hand to block the sun from his face and said, "It was cold a moment ago. Why is it so hot now?" Then, Jo Seung-woo quickly glanced at the passers-by nearby, smiling awkwardly to explain, "I know, right? I'm hot too." After that, he quickly pulled his phone from his pocket. "So, that's why you have to check the weather forecast." Suddenly, something caught Jo Seung-woo's attention. In front of him was a grocery store with a large sign. Jo Seung-woo didn't hesitate to reach into the ice cream freezer. He grabbed a random popsicle. Then, Jo Seung-woo smiled slightly, opened the wrapper, and immediately took a large bite. As he chewed, Jo Seung-woo recalled, 9 years ago, the 4 seasons were still distinct. But now, the weather changes drastically before a month is even over. Thinking of this, he involuntarily lowered his gaze and sighed. Hard. Huh. Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but wonder. The store is closed today. What should I do? At a building built as a movie theater, Jo Seung-woo's eyes widened with excitement. A movie it is. He pulled out a ticket and happily continued. Lucky me. It starts in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted nearby, drawing Jo Seung-woo's attention. Amidst the bustling fair, the sounds of shouting kept echoing. Selling cheap, trading weapons. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo immediately judged. A flea market? He turned his gaze toward a stall and recognized a familiar face. Nabi? Then, Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but smirk. Already made a friend? It looked like a little girl. He stared at his phone screen again. Oh my, it's time. I'll have to ask about that after the movie. As soon as he finished, Jo Seung-woo strolled leisurely into the building. Meanwhile, Eunha was hesitating in the middle of the fair, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As for Nabi, she was standing in front of a food stall, curious. What is this? Seeing this, Eunha once again looked on with interest. A chubby cat. She approached. The other party covered her mouth from behind, exclaiming, "So cute. I really want to be friends with the kitty." Then, Eunha immediately became sad and discouraged. What should I do? If it were Mom, suddenly, an image of a powerful woman appeared, reminding her, friends aren't scary at all. You just do whatever you can for that person, and you'll be close in no time. With that, she quickly changed her attitude. Exactly. Eunha happily approached the food stall. She didn't hesitate to point at the food and order. 1 chicken skewer for me, please. A moment later, Eunha held a cooked chicken skewer in her hand. She smiled gently and held it out in front of Nabi. Kitty, do you want to eat? However, the other party was extremely proud and wouldn't eat food from strangers. Hearing this, Eunha's eyes and mouth opened wide in shock, and she asked, "Then let's be friends, Kitty?" This remark made Nabi a bit curious. Friends? Eunha couldn't help but ask, "You don't want to?" Hearing that, Nabi quickly displayed extreme excitement. "I have a friend on Earth. So happy." Then, the other party immediately handed her the food skewer. Eunha has a cat friend. Eunha was also very happy. Nabi took it and happily ate each bite with relish. It was so excited that it kept dancing to show its appreciation. So yummy. Nabi used both its paws to lift the skewer high. Does this chicken skewer have any secondary effects? Eunha was a little confused. Effects? Immediately, Nabi fell into a state of panic. No effects? As soon as she finished, Eunha couldn't help but raise her hand to her face and scratch it gently. Does it count as an effect if it's delicious? Hearing that, Nabi's face, everything suddenly dimmed, and he became moody, his voice dropping low. How could you call this cooking? If you eat this, Nabi, suddenly trembling uncontrollably, you'll turn into a chubby cat. As soon as he finished, Eunha quickly reassured him. It's fine, as long as I don't eat too much, right? But the other side just wouldn't listen and kept arguing back. Seeing that, Eunha couldn't do anything but give up. The little girl began to mention the adults in this matter, saying her mom had said that self-control and focus are the most important things. Then, without hesitation, Eunha grabbed the cat's paw in front of her and spoke with extreme tenderness. If you eat too much of anything, it'll be bad for your body, but if you eat it in moderation, it's fine. Hearing this, Nabi immediately listened intently. At the same time, Unha continued, saying that experience is key. You have to eat lots of delicious food to study well, and it even helps you grow taller. It also improves your motor skills. This made Nabi extremely surprised and startled. Is delicious food really that effective? Meanwhile, Unha kept explaining. Besides, being a picky eater is very harmful. Now, Nabi was even more astonished. Picky eater? She immediately trembled while looking at the delicious meat skewer in front of her. Her whole body shook as she gulped hard. After taking a bite, Nabi couldn't help but exclaim, "So good." The two then led each other off to enjoy other dishes. "Kitty, let's go eat at the next place." The scene immediately shifts to another building. Baek Kang-hyuk knitted his brows in anger. The branch manager, that bald guy, just then, Min, who was holding a cigarette, quickly reminded him, "People might hear you. That's scary." "Shut up." Baek Kang-hyuk leaned against the railing and went mad. "Don't you see I'm already being quiet?" He grabbed his head with both hands and shouted, "The chief of staff said he's coming to verify in person, to restore damage in Sector A, check the situation at the sewer, and investigate the open cracks." As soon as he finished, Min just sighed helplessly. When high-ranking officials visit, even the military gets exhausted. Before he could finish his sentence, Baek Kang-hyuk jumped in and interrupted. "What I mean is, you said the chief of staff of the World Hunter Association, that's for real?" That made even Baek Kang-hyuk feel extremely tense. Knowing that, everything is already prepared. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, furious. "A bunch of jerks. I'm the one who got in trouble because they got stuck in the sewer." Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly glanced at the person in front of him and said, "Hey Min, hunting and destroying, I'm better at this. Let me do it." After hearing that, Min held the cigarette in his hand and replied, "I know. It's better if I handle the investigation. You're better at terrain investigation to deal with unexpected situations." Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk couldn't hold back, and tears of frustration flowed. Others go on dates, go to the movies on their days off, while I have to go on patrol. Then, he suddenly opened his palm and used his technique to deploy the stealth art. Meanwhile, Min led a few others and kept urging them, "Let's go too." In the dark tunnel, there were only a few flickering lights. Someone's footsteps slowly moved forward. Opposite them, a group of people in black coldly aimed their guns at that person. At this moment, Min quickly knitted his brows. His left hand brushed down his thigh. In the pitch-black space, lit only by a few tiny bulbs, the atmosphere, which had been peaceful, seemed to be torn apart by a massive force. The handguns quickly fell to the ground. Blood from the bodies of the men in black sprayed out continuously. Meanwhile, Min stood on the opposite side, knitting his brows and taking a combat stance. Seeing the group trembling in front of him, he didn't hesitate to mock them. "These pests, you never seem to run out of them." After that, the whole group was tied up with handcuffs. Min once again reprimanded them, his eyes filled with rage. "You criminals, blinded by money. Do you know how many people had to sacrifice themselves to maintain current cultural standards?" His tone was extremely cold. "I guess this area is cleared now. How many have we caught so far?" Immediately, a soldier in full armor quickly reported, 13 people, sir." Hearing this, Min hurriedly grabbed his forehead. "Oh, my head." After a moment, Min regained his composure, turned around, and ordered, "Maintain this formation and let's move forward." Inside the office, Lee Jong-hoon kept touching the back of his neck. Sweat beaded on his cheeks as he paced back and forth in a circle. "I don't know why, but I feel uneasy." Then, Lee Jong-hoon instinctively picked up a cup from the table. He took a sip, his brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, the secretary burst through the door and announced, "Branch manager, the power is out." Hearing this, Lee Jong-hoon's eyes and mouth went wide in confusion. "Power out? How can that be? I assigned several people there." Hearing this, the secretary's voice remained extremely panicked, his face wrinkled. While clearing out the criminal organization, Min's support team accidentally shot the power facility, causing it to break. As soon as he finished, Lee Jong-hoon immediately judged, "If it's already out of power like this, then 365 days. Every day there's a power outage?" The secretary seemed even more bewildered and shaky. Why would it be like that? In another development, sparks of electricity kept surrounding Baek Kang-hyuk's hands. He looked up, feeling the intense energy surging within his body. Baek Kang-hyuk couldn't help but shout, "Power! The power is surging!" The scene shifts. Min seemed a bit suspicious, receiving a call. Unexpectedly, someone was reporting that he was currently absorbing electricity to increase his power. At the other end of the line, Lee Jong-hoon was extremely surprised. Is that so? And Min very seriously added, even though he's about to faint from the overload of voltage. Back at the power grid area, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly knelt to the ground. He flopped onto the cold floor, his hair standing straight up. Oh, crap. In another scene, inside the movie theater, Jo Seung-woo was enjoying the movie while snacking on popcorn. He kept putting pieces into his mouth. On the screen, the heroine put her hand on her chest and lamented, "Do you know what? I've been waiting for you for 200 years. Hearing this, the other side didn't hesitate to take her hand and continued, "I've been looking for you for 200 years, too." The male lead wore a serious expression. Let me say this, suddenly, he pulled out a knife. His gaze became cold. "I will kill you. You are the enemy of my parents." Seeing that Seung-woo couldn't help but shout, "What the hell is that?" At the same time, the screen immediately went dark. This scene made Jo Seung-woo very confused. Just then, an employee of the place hurriedly bowed low. "I apologize, everyone. We cannot continue showing the movie due to a power outage." Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo showed a dazed expression. "Are you guys kidding me?" He walked out of the theater in disappointment. In his 45 years of watching movies, and it was even the sequel to a movie he had watched long ago. Such an unusual thing. After that, Seung-woo couldn't help but shout. 2 lines of tears flowed down. Oh, God. As soon as he finished, Flora was startled back, extremely annoyed. "It's so annoying. I already hate the sound of this voice." Meanwhile, Seung-woo could only sigh in frustration. Asking God for a bit of luck wouldn't have hurt, right? After that, he slowly stepped inside his house and quickly opened the fridge to see a whole bunch of stuff. Seung-woo couldn't help but shut it, his hand shaking with irritation. Good thing this is outside the power outage area. If the ingredients spoiled, that would be. He finally wore a look of helplessness. Even though these were just annoying little things, he immediately looked off into the distance. But many small things piled up will just stress us out. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo opened the kitchen cabinet and declared, "At times like these you have to eat to relieve stress." After a moment of searching, he held a cute penguin-shaped gadget in his hand. Seung-woo cradled the penguin-shaped bingsu maker with both hands. "I really missed this." Then, Seung-woo immediately placed it on the wooden table, intending to, "Right, it's starting to get chilly out, let's just make bingsu, shall we?" A whirlwind of thoughts rose in his heart. Bingsu. For Koreans, it's mostly red bean bingsu. Red bean bingsu with jelly toppings and rice cakes on the red bean layer. Jo Seung-woo's eyes unconsciously grew strangely somber. But the one I remember is his emotions suddenly sank, and sadness spread everywhere. The wine bingsu my late grandfather used to eat. He had promised himself, "When I grow up, I will definitely taste it." After that, he quickly brought the gadget closer to his eyes. "I'm an adult now, aren't I?" Seung-woo moved, rotating his fist, and wore a confident smile. "Well then, let's see how it's done." He tried to follow the recipe for this dish correctly. Add sugar, use magic to thicken the milk, then put it into the penguin bingsu machine. Seung-woo slowly poured other ingredients onto the surface of the shaved ice, then drizzled some condensed milk on top. At the same time, he slowly sliced strawberries in half. Seung-woo glanced at the pile of fruit on the kitchen table. "This is the fruit Min gave me, isn't it?" Watching her call him teacher and follow him around, it was true. Seung-woo used his nimble hands to decorate the surface of the dish, placing fruit on top of the bingsu. Then, the most important thing, the wine. Just then, Seung-woo suddenly reached his hand into the spatial rift to search. "I have a few bottles of wine gifted by the king, don't I?" A while later, he finally pulled out a precious bottle of wine. A 500-year-old vintage? The taste is just out of this world. Seung-woo didn't hesitate. He poured the red liquid over the shaved ice, then slowly put a spoonful in his mouth to taste. Jo Seung-woo crossed his arms over his chest, savoring the fiery, spicy kick of the wine and the icy chill of the bingsu. They go together so well. The taste is like it's freezing, yet melting in my mouth. He let out a soft sigh. His mouth curled slightly. So this is that taste. Seung-woo didn't hesitate to scoop up another spoonful. The hot wine burned away the stress, while the cool ice refreshed his spirit. Now I understand how grandfather felt when he ate this. Suddenly, he unconsciously turned his head the other way. I understand now. So that means I'm an adult now, right? Suddenly, Nabi walked in slowly from outside the door. I'm back. Behind her, Unha bowed very obediently. May I come in? The well-mannered girl spoke up to greet him. Since there's a power outage, could I please rest here for a while? Hearing that, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Sure, no problem. Just get some rest. This child is so polite. Afterward, Seung-woo slowly bent down to look at Unha. Even though it's a day off, Nabi brought you here. Do you two want to eat something? As soon as he finished speaking, the girl and Nabi, without hesitation, looked at each other in silence. Then they suddenly turned their heads to look at Jo Seung-woo. Just then, he seemed to realize that both of them were observing the machine behind him. Immediately, Jo Seung-woo quickly took out a new bowl of shaved ice. He turned the knob right in front of the two little foodies. This time, I won't add wine because you kids are still young. By early the next morning, he saw Min and Baek Kang-hyuk walking into the shop hand in hand. Seung-woo looked at the two of them and spoke softly, "Good morning." Min angrily dragged Baek Kang-hyuk along, saying, "If the branch manager..." Baek Kang-hyuk lay limp on the table like a corpse, speaking his last breaths. "Just give it a rest." Seung-woo looked at the two fools and could only sigh. "Both of you are acting crazy." After listening for a while, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So, hearing news that a high-ranking official was coming for an inspection, you went and wiped out almost all the criminal organizations?" Min and Baek Kang-hyuk continued to bicker, just like two kids. "You were just at the scene waiting to take the credit. You didn't do anything, did you? What are you laughing at? Is it really that much work to wipe out a few weak organizations underground?" Seung-woo spoke up. "If we followed the military, then when the division commander arrives, everything would have to be cleared out. In the end, they didn't even show up. That's worth getting mad about." Then, Min and Baek Kang-hyuk shouted in unison to complain. "Exactly. It's ridiculous." "That's right, and there are more important things to do." Baek Kang-hyuk trembled, speaking as if he were about to cry, full of pleading. "So please, give me something delicious to eat today. Forget about this guy's fiery steak." Seung-woo heard that and laughed helplessly. "After all that rambling, it turns out you just want to eat to calm down?" So he had to give in to this troublesome person and started working immediately. "All right, today, I'll cook something really delicious." At this moment, at the Spatial Rift Management Department, Pero, a beastkin who fell to Earth after being caught in a rift, had someone walk up and place a whole stack of documents on his desk. Pero looked up, a bit confused. Standing in front of him was Hwang Ji-hyun. She quickly introduced herself. "I have received orders to assist the Rift Management Department temporarily." Pero replied, "Thank you." Just then, Pero's stomach growled from hunger. He dejectedly explained, "The food on Earth doesn't agree with me." Hwang Ji-hyun, standing opposite him, asked curiously, "Is that so? Isn't it because of the hard work?" Pero shook his head vigorously and said, "Even if the work is hard, it's still meaningful. It's nothing at all." Hwang Ji-hyun leaned in, slightly intrigued. "Pero, I like your honesty. If our Mr. Baek Kang-hyuk were even half as good as you, that would be great." But he immediately spoke up to defend him. "I think Mr. Baek Kang-hyuk is working very hard." Hwang Ji-hyun suddenly became worried and reminded him, "If he hears that, it would be scary. Don't praise him too much." Pero, playfully balancing a pen on his nose, reminded her, "Anyway, it's not because of the hard work." Hwang Ji-hyun felt confused. "It seems like the food doesn't agree with you, or is the cooked food hard to eat? Do you prefer raw food?" Pero then revealed, "I've tried raw food too, but it still doesn't agree with me." Hwang Ji-hyun paced back and forth, appearing very focused in thought. As expected, food from home is still necessary. Hearing that, he became very sad. "A home whose name I don't even know." She quickly stroked Pero to comfort him. "You're homesick, aren't you?" He looked up at the sky and cried. "That sounds about right." Hwang Ji-hyun continued to soothe him. "You've been working for 3 years now, so you're quite the veteran employee. Is that so?" She suddenly paused, as if realizing something. "Oh, wait a minute." Hwang Ji-hyun handed Pero a tissue. "Blow your nose." If it's that person, they definitely know. Pero wondered, which person? Meanwhile, at the apartment complex, a group of kids was swarming around Pero, playing with him. "Pero, let us climb on your head, please," Pero gently cautioned the kids. "Climbing on me is fine, but you'll get hurt if you fall. Be careful, okay?" Suddenly, Pero noticed a house across the street. He gently set the kids down. "That's enough for today, little ones. Uncle has work to do." Pero smiled and promised them, "I'll come play again tomorrow." The kids cheered. "Really?" And just like that, the children hurried off, not forgetting to turn back and wave goodbye. "Bye-bye, Pero." Pero waved back. "You kids take care." He adjusted his glasses to see more clearly. It seemed like this place was none other than the Hunter's Diner. Someone stepped out from inside. Jo Seung-woo greeted him first. "Pero, I've received the message." He felt like something was off and quickly said, "I'm sorry. I think I was being rude." Pero stared blankly, not understanding what was rude. Jo Seung-woo awkwardly explained, "Pero, you can't come inside." Seeing Pero look deeply hurt, He quickly clarified, "It's not like that. It's just because of your fur, that's all." Pero felt relieved. "Oh, is that so? I misunderstood." By now, he had stepped outside to the park, looking around left and right, when he saw a polar bear sitting out there, making everyone fascinated. So cute. I wonder if he wants some sting? Pero pricked up his ears, listening to what the humans were saying about him. Are you stupid? He probably likes salmon. Sting? Why would he drink that? But he's a white bear. He'd definitely love some sting. Pero scratched his belly. I don't like soda or sugary drinks. People keep giving me those. I'm sick of them. I prefer salmon. The two people looked at Pero like that and squealed. So cute. At that moment, Jo Seung-woo was there too. He started the conversation. I heard from Hwang Ji-hyun that you're feeling homesick. Is that right? Pero replied, yes, that's right. Pero sadly recounted. Lately, I've been crying all the time, and I'm always depressed. Jo Seung-woo understood the problem immediately, a classic sign of homesickness. There wasn't much anyone else could do. He turned away, his expression looking quite strained. And he says he's treating homesickness? Is this some kind of all-purpose therapy office, or what? Jo Seung-woo thought of a solution. I can handle this. A common therapy is food. I'll try cooking for you myself. I don't think the ingredients on Earth are very rich, though. But Pero looked even more dejected, as if he had aged 10 years. Jo Seung-woo scratched his head, remembering the world he used to live in. There were beastmen who were bears, but they weren't the same species as Pero. Those were Uruk beastmen, warriors summoned to Terra from that world. The Uruk species is very fierce, violent, and has a savage temperament. They destroy everything. They aren't cute at all. Looking at Pero, who looked like a stuffed teddy bear, Jo Seung-woo judged, this gentle and understanding bear he can't possibly be of the Uruk tribe. He stood up and headed inside, not forgetting to call out to Pero. First, let's eat something, then we'll talk. Continued, then we'll talk. A while later, Nabi brought out a whole cart of food. The first dish was phoenix feathers. The second, 1,000-year-old ginseng leaves. And the last dish was dragon wings. Jo Seung-woo looked at the pile of food and thought, that should be enough. 3 hours later, he was slumped over in a corner, looking very serious. The 3-hour cooking session hadn't brought Pero any joy. From a single depressed Pero, now he had 2 more depressed friends to keep him company. So, the 3 of them just sat there sadly until dusk. Seung-woo sighed first. I made so many dishes, how come you guys aren't reacting at all? Pero said apologetically, I'm sorry. He quickly explained otherwise. He'd get even sadder. You don't need to apologize. I just find it strange. Seung-woo looked at the pile of plates that Pero had polished clean and wondered, you should have at least reacted to one of these dishes. Pero recounted. The place where I lived was a small suburb. Then he looked up at the moon, and his homesickness surged back. Pero stood up, ready to head home. It's late. I've bothered you too much today. Jo Seung-woo politely replied. Not at all. I feel even worse that I couldn't help you. Nabi stepped forward and stretched. Time to go exercise. Then, she let out a meow that shook the ground like a tiger's roar. And Nabi threw out thousands of punches at light speed. Pero asked, puzzled, what is that cat doing? Jo Seung-woo revealed, she's intentionally burning off energy. She belongs to the Arrowpost warrior clan. Seeing the small, cute cat like that made Pero confused. A warrior? But she looks so small and adorable. Jo Seung-woo laughed, agreeing with him. That's true, isn't it? Nabi was still running around the yard, nimbly darting from place to place, finally flying high into the moonlight like a true martial arts master. Pero watched with a bit of envy. She looked so happy. Seung-woo, as if guessing his thoughts, suggested, sometimes your body aches, right? If you feel up to it, why not run with Nabi? But Pero was quite insecure. I'm not sure. I only ever work and read books, so I don't know if I can run like her. Jo Seung-woo was shocked. You've only been working and reading for 3 years? You don't exercise? Pero scratched his head and asked, that's right. Is there a problem? He explained. Of course there is. Pero, you're a beast man. Seung-woo continued to enlighten him. No matter how much beastmen act like humans, you mustn't forget that half of you is a beast. If you forget your natural instincts, you'll get sick. Pero was terrified. Sick? Seeing his chance, Jo Seung-woo pointed straight at him, scaring him. The disease is called weakness. That potbelly is the proof. At this point, Pero was panting like a dog running in a field. It turned out Jo Seung-woo had made him run laps around the yard. He said miserably, my gallbladder is about to fall out. He checked the stopwatch and said, it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. But Pero was so tired he had sprawled out on the ground. He asked wearily, hey, does doing this actually help? Jo Seung-woo replied, for a human, It works. But since you're a beast man, a little exercise like this won't have a significant effect. Pero was speechless. Then why did you make me train? Suddenly, Nabi lunged from out of nowhere and pounced on him. Nabi, pushing down firmly on his stomach, I told him. Don't move. Pero clung to his blushing face, whimpering, I'm so embarrassed. Nabi was still poking at his belly, judging him for not exercising. That's why your stomach is so soft, right? You're becoming obese. Pero pleaded weakly. Stop it. Seung-woo stepped in to reveal why Nabi was playing with his stomach. This is a secret massage technique from the Irup tribe. It helps reduce fatigue and muscle soreness after working out. Getting this massage will help you burn fat twice as fast. Pero was incredibly surprised. It's that effective? Looking at him like that, Seung-woo didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He didn't see a shred of wild nature in him. He went to the cooking counter, thinking to himself, only that dish will do the trick. The food Jo Seung-woo was about to prepare was the children's meal for the Frensburg family, a clan of warriors. Tara had passed down this children's meal to the Frensburg house. Warriors are different from knights. They view winning battles as the most noble pursuit. If a family birthed a child who didn't like to fight, it was equivalent to the end of their lineage. So, the Frensburgs fed their children this special dish. It has the effect of boosting energy and awakening a competitive spirit. As an educator, Seung-woo felt this method wasn't bad at all. Seung-woo smiled with satisfaction. Learning this wasn't a waste. The main ingredient of this dish is wild Fichidan beef, specifically the thigh. Jo Seung-woo began processing the fresh cut of meat. The most important thing, when cooking this, the most important thing for children's food, is to ensure that it's easy for them to eat. So, Jo Seung-woo began swinging his knife to practice the first step. He was going to mince the meat. Seung-woo swung his knife down onto the meat at the speed of light. Before long, the massive piece of beef was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Seung-woo started sprinkling spices on it, then rolled the beef into individual meatballs. Looking at the perfectly round meatballs on the plate, Seung-woo was very pleased. Up to this point, it was a dish anyone could make, not some secret family recipe. Finally, he infused the dish with a spell using the incantation, Lataris. This magic originated from the ice dragon. The fundamental principle of this chant is to freeze. It would maximize the effectiveness of the spell's attributes. Seeing the food glowing magically on the plate, Jo Seung-woo was satisfied. Good. By this time, Pero had long since fallen asleep, drooling. He hurried over to wake him up. Pero, hurry and try this. He rushed to wipe away the stream of drool and let out a, huh? Seung-woo thoughtfully instructed, drizzle whatever sauce you like on it. Pero looked at the dish, intrigued. It looks delicious. Thank you. With that, he dumped the entire plate of meatballs straight into his mouth. Soon, only a few drops of sauce remained on the plate, which Pero licked clean. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He clutched his mouth, sweating profusely, as if he had eaten something highly toxic. Everything was according to Jo Seung-woo's plan. He quickly signaled to Nabi. Nabi, get ready. Some fun is about to start. Then, Pero let out a few growls in response. In the blink of an eye, from a cute, gentle polar bear, he had transformed into a ferocious beast, true to his wild nature. Pero roared loudly, beating his chest with both paws just like an ape. Seung-woo took out a dummy and called to him, Great, Pero! Over here, Pero! As if he had lost his mind, he charged straight at the dummy to attack. Seeing this, Seung-woo was very pleased and clapped his hands. Good, very good. Keep doing that. Nabi also happily joined in. Right now, Pero was frantically looking around for a target. And so, during that night he tore apart every dummy that had been set up. Finally, morning came. Hwang Ji-hyun was sitting there eating alone, saying, Pero is calling in sick today. Jo Seung-woo reassured her. He's from the Uruk tribe, he'll be fine. He'll recover soon. Hwang Ji-hyun was a bit surprised. The Uruk tribe? He then revealed that they are a clan of renowned warriors. She became much happier. Thank you for helping him. Pero's body just hurts, but he's sleeping soundly now. Hwang Ji-hyun said respectfully. I don't know how to repay you. But Jo Seung-woo said, no need. Pero should be the one to pay. However, Hwang Ji-hyun was a very responsible girl. No, I am Pero's superior. If a subordinate owes someone, the superior must pay it. Hearing that, Jo Seung-woo broke into a sly smile. Is that so? He walked straight to the fridge, looking for something. Hwang Ji-hyun was startled and asked, Hey owner, why are you opening the fridge? He took out a piece of meat and told her, Don't worry, it's just food. At worst, it just won't taste good. It won't kill you. She panicked and cried out, You want to make me try the food you fed him? Hwang Ji-hyun was terrified and tried to slip away. Wait a minute, I'll pay you another way. Before she knew it, Jo Seung-woo was already in the kitchen, nonchalantly saying, "Too late, I've already started cooking." Pero was probably lying at home recovering, while his heart longed for the kids he used to play with. Jo Seung-woo quickly started chopping vegetables, so fast and hard that the knife blade snapped. He looked at the dwarven knife, bewildered. This Nabi hurriedly ran over to ask, "What's wrong?" Seung-woo sighed. "It's nothing. I couldn't control my strength." He searched through his inventory space for a new one. That was just a normal knife, which is why it broke. Let's see, in the inventory. But in that space, there were only magnificent swords. There were no kitchen knives. And he couldn't use a holy sword or magic sword to cook. Nabi climbed onto Jo Seung-woo's shoulder, curiously asking, "Is that so? Would that be rude?" He focused and thought for a moment. Jo Seung-woo snapped his fingers and made a decision. "All right, I'll go buy a knife right now." After that, he set off. He debated whether the knives at the supermarket or the market would be limited, so I should go to a blacksmith and see. Nabi was a little surprised. "There are blacksmiths here too?" Seung-woo pointed at a passerby and explained. "Of course, but here they call them workshops." The place selling weapons looked like that. Finally, the two of them stood in front of a building. He exclaimed, "I think this is the place." Seung-woo led Nabi inside. "I have this invitation card handed out at the city hall." This place was the Crypto Valley workshop. In front of the lobby, a receptionist was already standing there to welcome guests. The receptionist smiled warmly and introduced herself. "I am Sel Nare, your guide." Seung-woo took out the invitation and greeted her. "I'm Jo Seung-woo." "Hello, Nare. I'm looking to buy a knife." Nare asked. "You mean a sword, right? Are you looking for a long sword or a broadsword?" Seung-woo then revealed, "No, I'm looking for a kitchen knife." She stood there stunned. "A kitchen knife?" In Nair's head, a stream of resentment echoed. What is wrong with this guy? Does he know where he is? The first order wasn't difficult, but since the customer is king, she still tried to maintain a friendly smile on the outside. Nare politely replied, "I'm sorry, but we don't have any kitchen knives in stock at the moment. If what you need isn't among the swords on display, you'll have to place a custom order." Jo Seung-woo answered. "Then we'll place a custom order." Nare kept a smile on her face, but inside, she was seething with disdain. He's spending over 100 million won and expects it done just like that? He really knows nothing. So she asked, "All right, so do you have any specific requests for the artisan, or would you like to place an order for an AI weapon?" Nare asked. "I don't know anything about AI. Is there any artisan who is a dwarf or an elf?" Nare revealed that there was an elven artisan, so he decided immediately, "Right, I'll choose her." After that, she continued to guide him. "I understand. Please follow me to the elevator, this way." In the elevator, Nare pressed the button for floor B25, while Nabi looked dejected. "An elven artisan? I don't like them." Jo Seung-woo asked, "You don't? Is there a problem?" She revealed, "Elven weapons hate me. Even you won't be able to solve this issue." Well, that can't be helped. Dwarf artisans are picky about their owners, but elven weapons choose their masters. Nare bowed solemnly. "We have arrived. Then, I'll take my leave." Jo Seung-woo waved goodbye with Nabi. As soon as she entered the workshop, Nabi shivered. "It's so cold," he explained. "Elves use cold energy for alchemy, not heat." In a room, he saw someone diligently forging a weapon with lightning speed. Jo Seung-woo was surprised. A female elf? Because of power and physical strength, most elven blacksmiths usually only pass their craft down to their sons. Just then, the female elf stopped and looked at Jo Seung-woo. Her aura made him judge. It seems her talent is truly outstanding. The female elf spoke up quickly. "Sorry, I was too focused." Jo Seung-woo replied, "It's fine. I didn't make an appointment." The female elf slammed the forged weapon onto the ground. She walked closer and introduced herself. "I'm Alistair." Jo Seung-woo asked curiously, "I'm Jo Seung-woo, but Alistair is a male name, right?" Alistair revealed, "This is the name passed down to me." Jo Seung-woo realized, so she's the head of the family. She seems to be more important than I thought. Alistair stretched her body and said, "First, before accepting the order, I want to clarify a few things." She stated frankly, "First, I don't care about your qualifications, but my babies are not like that." Alistair continued with the second request. "If my baby doesn't choose you, I won't refund your money, and I won't give you the weapon." Then she dropped a bombshell. "Third, I've been in Korea for 2 years, but none of my babies have chosen anyone." Nabi, standing beside him, was angry. "If they don't choose you, what's there to talk about?" Alistair looked at it and warned, "Just like that cat said, it's meaningless. So, think carefully before placing your order." But Jo Seung-woo was still determined. "I'm in." Alistair leaned closer and asked, "All right then, what do you want to make?" He made his request. "Make me a cooking knife, same size as a standard cooking knife." She immediately brought out a price list. "Not a weapon? Fine. It will take about an hour. The price will be around this much." Jo Seung-woo happily agreed. "Deal." Nabi looked at the numbers and was terrified. So many zeros. So Alistair picked up an iron rod, preparing to work. Suddenly, she offered, "Right, if you're free, you can stay and watch my babies." He quickly refused. "No, I won't watch. It'll be chaotic." Alistair laughed, teasing him. "Chaotic? Why? Are you planning to steal? Even thieves have to be chosen, you know. If you can, go ahead and try." He felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Enough." Alistair grabbed Jo Seung-woo's hand and dragged him along. "All right, just watch." He was dragged like a scarecrow, helpless. Blacksmiths sure have strange personalities. At this moment, she had led them into the crafting room. Inside the room were racks full of shiny swords. Alistair proudly boasted, "These are my babies. They look majestic, don't they?" Jo Seung-woo was too familiar with this scene. It looked the same everywhere. This was the 6th or 7th time. He warned her in advance, just in case something happens. "I'm telling you beforehand, I already refused them, and I didn't do it on purpose." Alistair was confused. What? Some mysterious force caused the swords hanging on the wall to vibrate. Some even hit the boards, creating a loud noise. The swords did the same, and 2 guns on the table also began to vibrate. Then they slowly started spinning like windmills. Seeing her own weapons acting up like this, Alistair screamed in panic, "My babies!" Jo Seung-woo looked at the 2 guns on the table with interest. "They aren't fidget spinners. Why are they spinning like that?" Alistair, feeling her pride wounded, got furious. "These are my 6 shooters, my life's masterpiece. How can you call them toys?" Jo Seung-woo helplessly replied, "I told you it would be chaotic." Time rewind. 15 minutes ago at Terra, a blonde-haired elf was carefully cleaning a sword. "I'll truly show you this," he revealed. "This is the greatest masterpiece of my life." "Well, try touching it once?" But the blonde elf's hand started trembling. Immediately after, the sword in his hand was automatically sucked into Jo Seung-woo's hand. A green-haired elf sitting next to him mocked, "This masterpiece isn't anything special, is it? Did you really make it?" The blonde elf could only punch the ground in frustration. "Mine!" The green-haired elf laughed. Then, the shield in his hand was also sucked toward Jo Seung-woo. Jo Seung-woo said awkwardly, "A set. I see." And this happened 6 times. Elven warriors called the hero Jo Seung-woo the item killer. At this moment, all of Alistair's weapons had automatically swarmed around Jo Seung-woo. She tried to hold onto each sword, crying and begging, "My babies, look at me, not this man." Alistair angrily pointed at Jo Seung-woo, accusing him. "Is this playboy really that good?" He was startled. "Playboy?" Jo Seung-woo scratched his head helplessly. "This isn't my fault. I told you I wasn't coming in." Alistair desperately held onto a sword about to fall into his hands. "You playboy, you're not just seducing one, but all 88 of them." Jo Seung-woo angrily retorted, "Stop calling it seducing. I told you I didn't do anything." She was so angry she was on the verge of tears, continuing to criticize. You don't know an elf's heart." Jo Seung-woo was tired of hearing this. "I've heard that for the 7th time already." Alistair grabbed and shook him, crying. "Do you know how a mother feels when marrying off 88 children to one man?" Jo Seung-woo cried, "How would I know that?" She suddenly realized something was wrong and questioned, "Wait, you said again? So, how many elven equipments do you own now?" He held up his fingers to count. "Let's see." The terrifying numbers were uttered. 100, 200, 300, roughly about 500. Alistair heard this, and her worldview seemed to change. She screamed, 500? She thought to herself, "My 88 beautiful children are going to someone who already has 500 pieces of elven gear?" Alistair observed Jo Seung-woo's current appearance. Moreover, he doesn't even hold anything usually. She furrowed her brow, struck by a bold thought. Well, that settles it. Alistair imagined the worst-case scenario for her precious babies. They'll be tossed into a storage room, covered in dust, never seeing the light of day again. She felt indignant. Her children were crafted with such dedication. Alistair continued to spiral in her own head, picturing them stuck in storage for an eternity. The thought made her clutch her hair in total frustration. No sooner had she finished speaking, Alistair collapsed to the ground, fainted. Seeing her like this, Seung-woo just stood there, stunned. "What do I do now?" He dusted off his clothes and said, "But it is the code of the weapons to respect the owner's decision." Seung-woo looked at the pile of swords surrounding him and said nonchalantly, "I wouldn't be in the wrong even if I took them all, right?" He picked up the first one, a crimson sword. It was a blazing blade crafted from magic stones and the soul stones of a fire flame. The flame had the power to prevent regeneration and possessed strong ice resistance properties. Next was the second weapon, a simple hammer designed to boost strength and amplify impact. Simple is always best. The last one was the dual barrel cannon, a masterpiece of the highest caliber. Alistair had poured all her time and passion into making it over the course of a year. Seung-woo observed the gun and calculated, someone around level 80 could probably use this, right? Baek Kang-hyuk looked like he was only level 20 or 30, so it seemed difficult, but it's not quite enough for me to use. After that, he gave orders to the weapons, as if they were his own children. First, I'll take responsibility and look after you, but if you find a suitable owner, I'll hand you over right away. If you agree, line up. Once that was settled, Jo Seung-woo stored each item inside his inventory. Suddenly, his attention fell on a pair of iron gauntlets that were trembling. Jo Seung-woo realized something unusual was happening. Not me, but behind me? Realizing the situation, he quickly called out, "Nabi, come here." Nabi asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Seung-woo pointed at the gauntlets and said, "This little guy is looking for you." Nabi walked over to the gauntlets, confused. She stood in front of the item, still hesitant. "Me?" Seung-woo beamed, congratulating her. "It's recognized you as its owner. That's amazing." Nabi hugged the gauntlets tight, overflowing with happiness. "So, I finally have a weapon too?" She put on the infinity gauntlets and struck a cool pose, and Jo Seung-woo immediately took pictures of Nabi. She went through a whole photo shoot posing with her new weapon. Although sad about losing her babies, Alistair was still diligently working on the knife for Jo Seung-woo, fueled by anger. "I have to make a kitchen knife for you people, while my own children get scammed away. I want to die." He waved his hand with a grin and said nonchalantly, "Don't be so dramatic. We aren't strangers anymore. Are we?" Alistair grumpily issued a demand. "You are forbidden from stepping into my workshop from now on." Jo Seung-woo asked curiously. "All right, how much longer will it take?" She turned and snapped, "It's finished now." Right after that, Alistair held out a gleaming butcher's knife. He took it and looked skeptical. "Is this knife really any good?" She retorted. "It's not one of my other children, but it's a kitchen knife made in just 1 hour." Seung-woo was satisfied and stroked the blade a few times. Alistair's name was engraved on it. He smiled, feeling very satisfied. "Nothing is lacking. The weight is perfect, and I'm sure it'll make the food taste delicious." Seung-woo gave a thumbs up to Alistair, praising her. "Great job. I don't know about the others, but I will definitely make good use of this child." She shouted a reminder. "Make sure you use the others well too," Seung-woo explained. "I've already made an agreement with your children. If a suitable owner appears, I will hand them over to that person." Hearing that, Alistair felt much more at ease. "Well, that's better than letting them rot in storage. I understand." Then she wondered, "But will a suitable owner even appear? I haven't met anyone in the last 2 years." Seung-woo shrugged calmly. "There's always a way." The next day, at his restaurant, in front of the door was a sign announcing the Cruel Monster Food Challenge, the Warrior's Eatery. Within the allotted time, if you successfully finish eating, you will be awarded gear from a skilled artisan, officially certified by ISAC. Note: only hunters are allowed to participate. The notice attracted many hunters. Unha hid behind a tree, eavesdropping. "There are more people than usual, aren't there?" Nabi, standing next to her, explained. "That's right. It's because of the new menu." The little girl was curious about which dish the new menu started with. She heard Unha say in a very confused tone, "Strange, it seems adults really like gross things like coffee." Nabi was startled and cried out, "If the ball breaks, I'll be so upset." The girl quickly reassured her, "It's okay. It's a special ball. My mom asked me to keep it for her. This big summer ball is a toy meant for monsters. It was created at the request of hunters who view monsters as pets, like those people who raise mythical creatures. It's durable and made from eco-friendly materials." Una threw the ball hard into the distance for Nabi to chase. She caught it and hugged it tightly. A loud bang sound went off. Nabi jumped in surprise. It exploded? Una approached, surprised. "That's strange. It's supposed to be fine even if a lion bites it." The little girl was suspicious. "Is it a fake?" Just then, on the upper floor of a nearby building, a dark figure was standing and watching them play. It was a mysterious man wearing black sunglasses. It turned out to be Sel Taiji, Unha's bodyguard, level 55, with the power of Death Force. Taiji examined the data through his glasses and muttered, "Level 80, even I can't fight him." He judged silently. If that's the case, then the regressor, the owner of this pet. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo looked straight up at Taiji and smiled. He panicked and stepped back. Right after that, Taiji quickly hid. He sat down on the ground, thinking to himself, even if I've been discovered, I have to pretend I'm hiding, but wait. Taiji wondered. What has he been cooking this whole time? At that moment, Jo Seung-woo's yard was filled with people. He picked up his Bluetooth microphone and began to present before starting the challenge. Monster Food has the following notes. Seung-woo continued to explain the rules of the competition. This challenge will not be decided by quantity. We only provide portions for one adult, so we inform you in advance that the flavor will be beyond your imagination. The Monster Food Challenge has 3 rounds. If you cannot complete round 1, you cannot attempt the next round. The time limit is 30 minutes. Seung-woo announced the prize. If you succeed in the challenge, you will be gifted an artisan's work certified by Isekai. He continued, the cost for the challenge is 100 million won per person. This money will be donated to the Disaster Relief Fund. Someone heard this and exclaimed in shock. 100 million? The hunter looked skeptical. 100 million won for a meal? That's impossible to believe. After finishing the first round, the gear was a sword burning with spirit fire. Everyone looked at the blade with intense craving. If I had to pay 100 million for this, it would be a steal. Some people laughed, showing disdain. You're challenging hunters to this? Looks like you're desperate to go bankrupt. I heard you're a regressor, so you must have plenty of money. Looks like you're playing charity. A pair of feet slowly walked over. The hunter originally picked a decent seat. He was Kim Chang-shik, a defender. His stamina and body strength increase according to his mental fortitude. Kim Chang-shik calmly boasted, I have high stamina. So, he raised his hand to go first. I challenge the first round of the monster food trial. Jo Seung-woo replied. All right, okay. As he started cooking, he spoke into the microphone. Good luck to the first participant of the monster food trial. I'm starting to cook now. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy. Jo Seung-woo looked up, slightly worried. Looks like rainy season is coming. At this time of year, well, he decided on the first dish, green onion pancakes with rice wine. Jo Seung-woo introduced it to everyone. The dish I'm making is from my previous world. It's called guac. Everyone who heard the strange name was curious. Guac continued to explain. In the language of that world, it can mean look. Kim Chang-shik asked, puzzled, why such a name? Seung-woo revealed, it's simple. Once you're done cooking, you won't be able to look away. Within 5 seconds, if you even blink, it burns. Other hunters started guessing. Is it like our traditional food? Turkish gojomi? Is it similar to a pancake? Jo Seung-woo used simpler words. In short, what I'm making now is probably like a pancake or a fritter. He continued, that's right, it's almost like a pancake, but monster food is a bit harder to swallow. Kim Chang-shik made a skeptical face. Is there any dish as bad as a pancake? Seung-woo clapped, clap, clap, bring it over. Right after, Nabi was seen bringing out the tray of ingredients. The history of cooking is a history of brutal research and deliberation to make food taste better. But Terra's food is different. It's a historical process to ensure it doesn't taste good at all. By now, the pancake was finished on the hot pan. The hunters smelled it and started to crave it. It's just fried dough. That pancake actually looks pretty good. Being delicious is a sin. Being bad is the responsibility of the dish. Seung-woo laughed, speaking as if it were fact. Making a delicious dish taste bad will prove the chef's ability. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. What is he talking about? The golden, glistening pancake was on the pan. Seung-woo quickly took the pancakes out onto a plate. He cheered happily. Done! Kim Chang-shik looked at the food with his mouth wide open in surprise. He thought to himself, monster food on the contrary. I'm quite looking forward to it. With one hand holding the pancake, Kim Chang-shik poured the rice wine with the other. He exclaimed excitedly, all right, let's take a bite. So, Chang-shik ate voraciously. He ate and drank enthusiastically. The other hunters watched him, very curious. Well, is it good? You have to drink the wine too, right? Suddenly, Kim Chang-shik's face turned pale. He froze, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The history of cooking is a process of helping food become tastier. Talent and experience of chefs have been accumulated. When recognized as delicious, that recipe becomes someone's recipe and is recorded in history. Pancakes and fritters are the same, using 100% original potato starch. Following a recipe that contains sincerity and history is how to make a delicious pancake, Seung-woo said in a serious tone. He continued, but on Terra, it's completely different. He picked up 2 bowls of ingredients, using warm water to knead, using starch instead of potato. Then, the whole garden was left in a frightening silence. A hunter asked, you're intentionally making it taste bad? Monster food was as expected. But what is And starch. Seung-woo explained. This isn't starch from the Kongwell region. If you call it the monster that looks like a tree, you'll know, right? The monster species that has green shoots growing all over its body. Then he dropped a bombshell. It's like potato sprouts. It's poisonous. Huh. Kim Chang-shik's mouth trembled, looking exactly like someone poisoned. A hunter stood up angrily, slamming the table. If you eat it, you'll die. Seung-woo pointed at Kim Chang-shik, who looked like a dried corpse, and confidently said, I'm an expert. You won't die. Furthermore, if you add just enough, it helps increase poison resistance. This is a high-grade ingredient, another person retorted immediately. Just looking at him, you can see he's about to die. Jo Seung-woo continued to explain. In addition, the ingredient called winter melon is used by me instead of green onions. It's very good for the body. I mean, as long as you can overcome the feeling of coldness around your body, you'll be fine. But looking at Kim Chang-shik, who was drooling profusely, Jo Seung-woo thought, it seems he can't handle it. But he also felt that this was worth it. Guac is the third dish in Terra. Then, Jo Seung-woo wondered, if I let customers eat it from the start, what would happen? Maybe the restaurant would turn into a funeral home. He smiled slyly, looking full of schemes, and thought of a plot. Remembering the past, he had met Hwang Ji-hyun. She asked blankly, You're asking me to eat this? Seung-woo and Nabi carried 4 plates of fresh food and replied, That's right. Hwang Ji-hyun looked at the pile of pancakes on the table with fear. As expected, after just one bite, she fell down, unconscious. Seung-woo stood looking at her, confused. Let's see how much they can eat to be okay. Let's see their reaction, and if there are any health effects. Currently, he was completely confident. He had tested this dish very carefully. It was only 1 star or below. Guac against toxins. Kim Chang-shik was sweating profusely, his body trembling like a leaf. He struggled to pick up a piece of pancake. Then, Kim Chang-shik collapsed onto the table, moaning in pain. I surrender. The person with the patience ability, Defender Kim Chang-shik, failed. The other hunters gathered around him to check on him. What is it? What's going on? Say something. Seeing Kim Chang-shik dip his hand into the soy sauce, it made people even more confused. Soy sauce? How? They only saw him draw a few words on the table like a dying wish. It's not food of this world. The other hunters saw this and turned pale. What does it taste like, after all? It looks edible, though. But another hunter, full of confidence, sat down in the chair. The next one will be me. Soon enough, all the hunters were seen lying scattered on the courtyard. Jo Seung-woo, the little girl Unha, was worried about something else. The piggy bank is almost full, he said calmly. Is that so? Customers come to eat but aren't full, but the piggy bank has already bulged out. Looking at the group of people like zombies. Jo Seung-woo. With a slight sigh of disappointment, Jo Seung-woo muttered to himself that no one had passed his challenge today, even after all the effort he put into cooking that anti-toxin dish. Anti-toxin, he mused. No matter how strong you are, there are so many places where you can get poisoned. Like the demon realm, the final destination for adventurers and heroes. Even the air itself is toxic in some places. That's why adventurers and heroes make acquiring resistance skills their top priority, Jo Seung-woo explained, dragging the bodies aside. But on Earth, people with natural resistance are rare, he continued. Since technology is so advanced, people just rely on gas masks instead, Jo Seung-woo grumbled. If you put it on too late, you're dead anyway. What if you get ambushed? What if it breaks? If a gas mask can't stop the toxins, you're out of options. Back in my day, if we found poisonous water, I'd just bathe in it, he added. Unha stood nearby, looking completely lost. She tilted her head and offered her own input. Well, couldn't you just make it taste better? Jo Seung-woo sat down and answered calmly. It's not that simple, he explained. The worse it tastes, the better it works on your body. The lack of flavor is directly proportional to its effectiveness. Jo Seung-woo ushered her inside. The topic was too complex for Unha, and explaining it would take too long. But Unha was curious. That sounds interesting. Please, tell me. Jo Seung-woo put her backpack on her and said, It's late. You need to go home. Inwardly, he was skeptical, wondering if she was just making excuses to play with the cat longer. She was just too cute. Unha pouted and stuck her tongue out at him. Suddenly, the shop door opened. Taiji pointed at the clock, signaling it was time for Unha to head home. She whined and begged, Taiji, can't we stay a little longer? Taiji asked why, and Unha stomped her feet. If we stay a little longer, the cat will be done with its bath. I can't leave yet, its paws will be all warm from the bath. Taiji checked his watch and said, All right, let's wait another 30 minutes. Unha clapped in joy. Really? Taiji went inside and sat down with her. He watched Jo Seung-woo, thinking, a restaurant for returners? As long as I keep my guard down for 30 minutes, it should be safe. His attention shifted to the sign for the special food challenge. Feeling bold, he asked, "Excuse me, I know you're closed, but can I still try the challenge?" Jo Seung-woo smiled. "Of course. I'm always happy to welcome anyone to the challenge." The other customers had left, so only Taiji remained. He handed over a form with his personal information. Jo Seung-woo scanned it and chuckled. "Oh, you're only in your early 20s. We can talk casually, right?" Taiji nodded. "Sure, that's fine." Then, Jo Seung-woo paused as he read a specific line. Taiji sighed and explained, "I don't know what you're thinking, but I have no connection to that artist." Jo Seung-woo tucked the form into a piggy bank and said, "Sorry, you heard all that, huh?" But Taiji just calmly replied, "I'm used to it. I'm sick of hearing about it. Besides, I've never even listened to that person's music." Jo Seung-woo started preparing the dish, thinking to himself, "Never listened to their music? Is this a generational gap?" Once finished, Jo Seung-woo placed the dish in front of him. Taiji looked at it and assessed it carefully. If something happens after eating this, that wouldn't be good. Jo Seung-woo stood with his arms crossed and asked, "Let me ask you something. Why do you want to eat what I cook?" Taiji replied simply, "Because I need to." He stared down at the dish, deep in thought. He picked up his chopsticks and explained, "I've tasted many things to increase my resistance." Jo Seung-woo smiled upon hearing this. "That's a good habit. You're wise," Jo Seung-woo said. Taiji continued, "My mentor always emphasized that I needed to increase my resistance as quickly as possible. But a year has passed, and I haven't seen any major results." Jo Seung-woo thought about this for a moment. "That's too slow. If there's no progress in a year, you probably don't have any talent for it." Taiji put his chopsticks down. Maybe the dose is too light? Before eating, he poured himself a glass of potent toxic water. Strong toxins usually hinder defense, but the shopkeeper's dish is so toxic, yet looks so harmless. I can't miss this opportunity. With that, he began to divide the food into smaller portions. Jo Seung-woo was surprised by his actions. Taiji brought a piece to his mouth, saying, "I'll enjoy the meal." As he chewed under Jo Seung-woo's gaze, he swallowed it. At that exact moment, Taiji's face remained neutral. But only seconds later, he turned pale. All his strength seemed to be drained by the dish, just like the others. Taiji looked back at the remaining food on the plate and whispered, trembling, "This is terrifying. The offensive power is just too strong. How can a dish be this aggressive?" His expression grew serious as he tried to figure out how to continue eating. That person was right. I must stay calm. I have to find a way. Break it down. He looked at the plate and started to analyze the portions. Since there wasn't much, people usually tried to swallow it all in one bite. Taiji broke into a cold sweat and started thinking differently. If I do it that way, it won't work. Don't think of it as food. Think of it as being attacked. My defense is 3. Let's assume the attack power of this fried dish is 100. Is it better to take 1 hit or 10 hits? Obviously, 10 hits are better. If I take 1 hit, with a defense of 3, the damage is 97. But if I split it into 10 hits, each hit is 7. The total damage is 70. I can't finish it all at once. I have to chew carefully and maximize my time. Thinking this, Taiji took another bite. He had to grit his teeth to swallow it. Jo Seung-woo smirked, whispering, "That's it. That's the answer. This kid is good." He cheered Taiji on. "The time limit is 30 minutes. The core of this dish is tormenting your stomach and draining your body to build resistance within that time." While Taiji sat there, being tortured by the monstrous dish, Jo Seung-woo smiled sinisterly to himself. If I told him the truth, it wouldn't be as fun. Inside, Unha was drying Nabi's fur and remarked, "Taiji has become an adult. He likes eating food that doesn't taste good." The cat let out a meow. Taiji continued to endure, taking another bite. Maintaining that pace, he successfully polished off the entire plate. It let out a soft meow, but Taiji kept at it, shoveling in another forkful. Maintaining that pace, he successfully polished off the entire plate of food. Jo Seung-woo happily clapped and praised, "You did great." Both Unha and Nabi were also impressed. Taiji proudly replied, "It's nothing, thank you. It's thanks to you that I acquired this skill." After completing the challenge, a notification popped up on Taiji's phone screen. Acquired skill, poison resistance. He was overjoyed. He stood up, beaming and clenching his fists. "Awesome." Taiji felt a bit shy, whispering to himself, "So, this is what it feels like to eat something delicious. I wonder if he'd laugh if he heard me say that." As promised, Jo Seung-woo reached his hand into the portal. "I'll give you a gift. Let me see, I heard you don't use swords, right? Sel Taiji looked a bit worried about what he might receive. I mainly use my hands to fight. If it's a sword, that might be a problem. As he looked behind Jo Seung-woo, Sel Taiji spotted a rare sword resting there and pointed at it in surprise. Isn't that the flaming sword of Alistair? He recalled how he had been chased away before, all because of that flaming sword. The selection rate is 0%. Even though he had tried the blade, he couldn't obtain it. Jo Seung-woo turned back with a smile. No, don't worry. We already discussed it, didn't we? This surprised Sel Taiji. We can discuss it? Jo Seung-woo chuckled and began to explain briefly. To put it simply, it's like this. If you want to marry a princess, you have to overcome a challenge. Whenever a warrior wants to propose, the princess always sets a requirement. If you want to marry me, you must catch the dragon behind the mountain and cut off its head. Following that logic, Jo Seung-woo equated the dining challenge to a marriage trial. Overcoming the marriage trial, that's a classic happy ending scenario, isn't it? Sel Taiji pointed at himself, puzzled. Wait, so the equipment is the princess, and I'm the warrior? Jo Seung-woo replied. You catch on fast. He held up the plate that Sel Taiji had wiped clean. Eating my food counts as a trial too. Upon realizing his intentions, Sel Taiji immediately tried to refuse. This trial is terrifying. I don't want to do it. Jo Seung-woo pointed back at the portal. Don't forget, today was only the first trial. I promise to give these pieces of equipment to anyone who finishes all the dishes. Curious, Sel Taiji looked into the portal. Oh, really? If that's the case, is that item in there? I tried to fight for it before but got rejected. A moment later, Jo Seung-woo pulled out a special belt. This is it, right? Sel Taiji immediately hugged it to his chest, his eyes sparkling. Yes, that's it. His hand stroked the belt. A magic armor. If you chant the spell, the strap will extend and cover your whole body. The biggest advantage is that you don't need to carry a heavy, dirty bag for your armor. Sel Taiji spoke without stopping, praising the item. When protecting Unha, I can't always have armor ready. You know, for quick responses, this is the best. Seeing Sel Taiji's excitement, Jo Seung-woo felt happy too. If you're happy, then I'm happy. Although he only showed a light smile, inside he felt as joyful as a child. While the two were talking, Nabi had dozed off beside Unha, and she started thinking of an idea. It had already been over 30 minutes. If it goes well, we might be able to sleep here. Unha immediately made her move. She lay down, hugged Nabi, and thought, good night, everyone. When Sel Taiji looked over, he saw Unha sleeping there. Jo Seung-woo looked at them and smiled warmly. He leaned down and whispered, Unha? But she didn't respond. Unha had fallen into a deep sleep, leaving Sel Taiji to mutter to himself, I'm going to get scolded for this. In the end, he had to carry her home. The next day, when it was raining, Jo Seung-woo stood inside the restaurant, silently watching people challenge the monster menu. On the second day, everyone hugged each other and said in unison, Is everyone prepared? Ready for the dining competition? Let's go. One participant held up a bag of sauce. This is super spicy chili sauce. The person shouted, Monster Menu Challenge. 15 people. Seeing what they were wearing, Jo Seung-woo assessed them. You're all dressed so heavily to come here, huh? The participant sneered, holding the chili sauce bottle in front of him. This time, we'll win. Will you be disqualified if you use tricks? Jo Seung-woo just calmly wiped the pan and replied, It doesn't matter, but if it's an energy booster, that's another story. The man pointed at the sauce bottle. This isn't an energy booster. He then immediately signaled to his team, Everyone, use it. Let's numb our taste buds. They all began frantically drinking the chili sauce, then started wailing and crying when the spice kicked in. So spicy. Jo Seung-woo realized, oh, it's chili sauce, not medicine, so it's not against the rules. After equipping themselves thoroughly, they sat at the table. Let's do this. Let's go. Seeing them fired up, Jo Seung-woo was a bit concerned and said, I know you want to become stronger, but just a second after putting the food in their mouths, their aura vanished. Their faces turned pale, their stomachs rumbled constantly, and one by one they stumbled away, shoving each other. Hey Lee Dong Park, don't leave, move aside. The female participants trembled, clutching their bodies, wondering, so cold it's freezing to the bone. Is this a fake heat pack? Another person in the same state explained, because this is magical frost. While everyone was struggling, Jo Seung-woo idly counted the money he'd earned. Business isn't too bad, is it? The restaurant door opened halfway. It was Unha, who had braved the rain with her raincoat and umbrella. Hello, uncle. He smiled and greeted her back. Unha, you're here? Nabi's eyes lit up when she saw her friend. She ran over and opened her arms wide to Unha. Jo Seung-woo was busy helping some of the unconscious people. I'm cleaning up, so feel free to play. Meanwhile, at Vane's cafe, Ote Sheik and the two owners were glued to the glass, watching the situation on the other side. Did you hear that, boss? Of course, Boss Park. That's Boss Joe's restaurant, right? Looking over at Jo Seung-woo's place, they saw many customers leaving after enjoying the food. Lee Dong Park, Dan Su, and TC whispered to each other, "They are averaging 100 million per person, right?" They thought about it and became angry. "That's so evil." "That's right. It's unimaginable." Vano Tashik was fuming, his teeth grinding as he said, "I can't believe hunters have to pay 100 million just for the fee to eat that terrible food. Does this make any sense?" Lee Dong Park and Dan Su were also indignant, unable to understand it at all. Throwing away 100 million to challenge a dish? Is 100 million just paper to them? Afterward, the two started arguing with each other. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Do you know how many cups of coffee 100 million could buy? My restaurant is the same way. Plus, after subtracting labor, ingredients, advertising, and reception costs, there's nothing left. Watching the two owners acting up and gossiping, the employee at the counter felt ashamed. Those old men are preaching again. Lee Dong Park and Dan Su glared, teeth grinding, looking very serious. Doing business like that, huh? Yesterday and today alone, 35 people have already entered that shop. That's 3.5 billion. 3.5 billion just like that? Both of them sat down together. Yet, they wouldn't stop complaining. That's so unfair. Everything's going right into his pockets. Exactly. Can't we frame him for fraud? They went from shouting to whispering to each other. Fraud is a stretch. What about the food safety regulations? The food safety regulations, huh? The two of them started cackling gleefully. I know a good lawyer. We need to plan this carefully. I've got a guy in the food safety department. I'll ask him to conduct an emergency inspection. While the employee remained focused on her job, she said, "Here is your iced Americano, sir." As he thought about turning his ideas into action, he muttered, "I'll make sure he's finished." Vano Tashik chuckled deviously as they continued plotting. "And let's make the food completely inedible. You've got plenty of free time to handle the cooking, right?" The two of them bowed their heads and shared a sinister smile. "We'll put out an announcement, offer a prize for an expensive item, and charge 100 million won entry fee under the guise of a donation." With those plans in mind, they roared with laughter. "We're going to be rich." Lee Dong Park Dan Su and Vane Ote Sheik started daydreaming about the future. Wait, isn't this basically a perfectly legal casino? We'll just sit back and collect the money. Those stupid hunters will fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Just then, their daydream shattered as a mysterious figure in a hooded coat stood before their table. It was Min. He had been undercover to scout, and having caught wind of this, he wore a grim expression. He pulled their heads down. "I need to clear up a little misunderstanding." They began to tremble violently as Min leaned in close, his face darkening. "First off, this restaurant is registered as a training facility under the Special Hunter Act. They are providing food under the guise of survival training, so it has absolutely nothing to do with food safety laws." He pressed them so close that their noses were touching. "Second, in emergencies, we hunters can eat anything, whether it's trash or monster meat. Even if you served up a pile of disgusting garbage, we could eat it all. So, you're the ones who will go bankrupt." When he let them go, they immediately put on stiff, sweaty smiles. "There must be some misunderstanding, Min." Then, he slammed his hand down on the table, making the two owners jump in terror. He frowned, looking dangerous and menacing. "Third, don't think ill of the owner. She isn't the type to go crazy over money like you two." Seeing Min's expression become increasingly heavy, they clutched each other and shook like leaves. And for the final point, he grimaced and said, "It would be better if you behaved yourselves. Unless, of course, you want to meet that talented lawyer, or get hit with a surprise food safety inspection." As Min turned to leave, they immediately scrambled apart. They each took off running as fast as they could, fleeing the restaurant. The confused employee watched them go and called out, "Boss, where are you going?" Suddenly, Min tapped her shoulder. He started ordering with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. "One more iced Americano, please." Meanwhile, Lee Dong Park Dan Su and Vane Ote Shik were running for their lives, leaving them drenched in the rain. Inside the shop, the employee happily served another customer. "Which size would you like, sir?" A few days later, inside Jo Seung-woo's restaurant, Hwang Ji-hyun sat at the counter, stunned by what she heard. "What? Seriously?" She looked terrified and kept waving her hands. "A monster meat challenge? I'm not joining that." Seeing how worried Hwang Ji-hyun was, he didn't force her and just smiled brightly. "Is that so? All right then." She slowly lowered the menu, thinking to herself, thinking about how she'd been scammed before, She didn't want to repeat that, but there were few places with food this good. She smiled to herself. Plus, the boss is handsome too. Hwang Ji-hyun looked back at the menu, scanned it, and said, "Today's menu is carbonara, right? I really love that." Jo Seung-woo replied, "Lucky for you, I just made some." But suddenly, as he looked up, he froze with a surprised expression. Hwang Ji-hyun jumped up and worriedly called out, "By the way, boss, have you gained some weight?" He looked completely bewildered by the question. "Huh?" Seung-woo touched his chin. Unlike usual, he now had a double chin. Having been fine just a moment ago, this sudden change scared the life out of him. And as for those two owners, they ended up catching a cold after waiting through the rain. Seung-woo kept touching his double chin, unable to believe it. "I gained weight?" He started to panic. "I mean, I wasn't even fat when I was a hero. Now that I'm a transcendent, I'm getting chubby?" Hwang Ji-hyun then asked. "You weren't like this about a week ago. Have you been consuming anything special lately?" Seung-woo replied briefly. "I've just been drinking a bit of Coke and having a slice of pizza while watching movies." She leaned back in her chair, not knowing what to say. "You can't gain that much weight from just that." Seung-woo agreed. "That's true." He then looked sullen and muttered, "It's strange. I'm only eating about 8 of them a day." Hearing this new fact he hadn't known, Hwang Ji-hyun slammed the table and jumped up. "Wait a second." He flinched and stammered. "What is it?" She pressed him. "How many episodes of a show do you watch a day?" Seung-woo didn't hide it and replied, "I watch about 8 to 10 episodes. There have been so many good shows lately, I can't sleep." Hwang Ji-hyun immediately found the reason. She pointed her finger and shouted, "That's it." Upon hearing the verdict, Jo Seung-woo broke into a cold sweat. "Why are you acting like that?" Hwang Ji-hyun leaned in anxiously, slamming the table repeatedly. "It's that right there. How much Coke do you drink?" He answered honestly again. 1.5 liters. Hwang Ji-hyun was left speechless. "If you eat like that, of course you'd gain weight." Regaining her serious composure, Hwang Ji-hyun asked, "Besides that, what else do you eat?" Jo Seung-woo couldn't list it all, so he just said vaguely, "Just snacks and a bit of terrace food." That made her jump again. "Snacks? Oh my god." The one who looked exhausted now was Hwang Ji-hyun. She said worriedly, "At this rate, shouldn't you be hospitalized?" Jo Seung-woo touched his sagging fleshy face. "Is it because I'm only eating Tara's food? It's like my sense of taste has been liberated on Earth or something." He sighed, turning away. "So, does that mean I can't eat good food anymore?" Seeing him like that, Hwang Ji-hyun felt a bit guilty. A moment later, the dish she ordered was brought out. "Your carbonara is ready." But the portion was larger than usual. Seeing the plate piled high with food, Hwang Ji-hyun stammered, "Boss, isn't this a bit much?" She looked up, voicing her anxiety. "What if I gain weight too if I eat this?" But Jo Seung-woo just sulked and turned his face away. Hwang Ji-hyun continued, "What about this cream?" He just replied, "It's on the house." Seeing his attitude, she didn't ask further, just offered a wry smile and picked up her fork. A little while later, the sun went down. Seung slumped over, looking miserable. "I just wanted to go back to my hometown, eat some good food, and watch a good movie. Is that so much to ask, Nabi?" Nabi sat beside him, looking equally dejected. Seung slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "I'm a pathetic excuse for a hero." Nabi let out a sorrowful meow. He clutched his stomach in frustration. "I've got belly fat now." Jo Seung-woo looked over and asked, "No wonder, considering how much you've been eating, Unha." He started complaining about his plight. "If this keeps up, I'll lose my status as an aeropost." Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo felt a bit annoyed. "I've gained so much weight. If I'm like this, what does that make me?" He finally sighed and rested his chin on his hands. "Everyone else just calls me a cute cat, damn it." Seeing Seung compare himself like that, Nabi patted his shoulder to comfort him. "The hero is cute too. That only made him angrier. That's not comforting at all, so just stop it, okay?" After venting, Seung tightened his apron. He reached his hand through a space portal, determined, and said, "This is the punishment I deserve, Nabi." She willingly joined in, saying, "And the punishment I deserve too." Jo Seung-woo took out the necessary ingredients and placed them on the cutting board. He warmed up his arms before preparing the dish. "I'm just cooking for 3-star hunters, but from now on, it's going to be 4-star quality," Jo Seung-woo said with firm determination. The main ingredient was black crow meat. It was so rare that it rivaled dragon meat. He and Nabi sprinkled some spices on the meat before slicing and seasoning it. "Let's spread the crystal of the Fire Spirit King evenly," he said. She added, "The crystal of the Fire Spirit King is used as a substitute for salt. If you fail to control the magical power, it will explode. Each grain has the power of a hand grenade. Seong slowly poured the white powder onto the meat, a seasoning from the Ansui region. Nabi chimed in sweetly. This powder is used as a substitute for sugar in Terra. It's called the flavor of craving, and it was a forbidden item for hundreds of years. It amplifies the flavor of the food to an explosive degree. He then switched to mashing up that white fruit. It was the fruit of the devil's eye tree. The scent made Nabi cover her nose. It's spicy, she said. Because it was so spicy, it was often used as a weapon. It wasn't used much in food, but it had superior effects in burning fat and improving cardiovascular health. After pouring all the spices onto the meat, Jo Seung-woo crossed his arms and watched. Seasoning is done. Assistant, get ready. Nabi took the order, grabbed the utensils, and spread the seasoning evenly. Once prepared, she held the meat up. He raised his hand, pressed it against the meat, and invoked the water release command. Magical energy flowed from his hand, using that mana to remove excess fat and moisture from the meat, while the external seasonings soaked into the interior. Seong then signaled to flip it over. Nabi quickly tossed the meat to flip it. After draining the water, Seong finally paused for a moment to observe the results. Looks about right. The two of them continued cooking together like that. A few minutes later, a new dish was ready. The appearance after cooking looked like braised meat. Seong wiped the sweat from his hard work. It doesn't look very appetizing on the outside, but he immediately cut off a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. His eyes widened. This flavor, however, the meat made him feel as if someone had punched him in the gut, sending him flying backward easily. Seung hit the floor hard, landing face down. After the impact, he slowly lifted his head, wiped his sweat, and tremblingly said, "This is it. It's like a hit so sobering. It's like being punched directly by the Demon King." Seong then held the finished dish up high and proudly announced, "The weight loss dish is finally complete." Nabi was also thrilled with the meal. Both of them took turns declaring, "Great, time to lose weight. Goodbye, belly fat." The next day, Hwang Ji-hyun returned to Seong's shop. As soon as she pushed the door open, she cheerfully greeted him, "Hello, boss." Seeing that he had become toned, she turned to reply, "Good morning." The quick transformation startled Hwang Ji-hyun so much that her glasses actually broke. "You lost all that weight in just one day?" The other customers sitting and eating were just as curious. "Boss, tell us, what method did you use?" Seong just smiled and replied, "Gained weight from food, so I have to lose it by food. Just eat to lose weight." Hearing that, Hwang Ji-hyun was quite surprised and repeated, "Eat to lose weight?" This immediately made the customers and Hwang Ji-hyun stand up abruptly, much to Seong's alarm. Obesity is the mortal enemy of modern people and the source of many rare diseases. Is there anyone who doesn't care about their measurements and weight? Everyone was anxious about their own weight. They crowded around, staring intently at Jo Seung-woo. Everyone was impatient to be first. A female customer urged, "Give it to me, hurry up." The other male customer wondered, "Can we eat that weight loss dish too?" Seeing them ordering one after another, Jo Seung-woo nervously tried to reassure them. "Everyone, please calm down first." Hearing him say that, they became even angrier and shouted in unison, "How can we stay calm now? That's right, sell it to us right now." They then continued to pull out their wallets, clutching cash, competing to place their orders. The female customer said quickly, "Hurry. I'll take responsibility. I'll buy it all." The male customer, standing next to her, also hurriedly said, "I was here first. Where did you come from to cut in line? I'll buy it all." Seong could only stand there, speechless and scratching his head. Finally, he had to explain to everyone. First of all, this is a dish specifically for hunters. It would be very dangerous if regular people ate it. The two customers heard that and looked disappointed. How stingy. Office workers are busy with work and eating, so I can't help with just a dish. Jo Seung-woo had to offer advice. "I'm really sorry, but I can only advise everyone to adjust your food portions and exercise in moderation." But Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes lit up, and she pointed at herself. "Then, since I'm a hunter, I can eat it, right?" But he flatly refused. Hwang Ji-hyun was overwhelmed and had to shout, "Why, huh?" He replied simply, "Because this dish is very dangerous." Being rejected, Hwang Ji-hyun was extremely frustrated and kept struggling. The last dish wasn't dangerous. Seong tried his best to dissuade her. "This dish is more dangerous than that one. It will put a huge strain on your body." But she still persisted, using sparkling eyes to try to win him over. "Even so, it'll just cause some digestive issues, right?" Seong then replied. "A dish that makes your weight drop suddenly isn't that dangerous? Honestly, there will be side effects." He listed all the side effects for her. "It destroys and regenerates muscles and nerves. If you can't handle it, It could be life-threatening. Isn't this just magic and fantasy? Hearing that, Hwang Ji-hyun looked as dejected as the other two customers. She then sadly began to speak. Even if the dish is magic and fantasy. But Jo Seung-woo cut her off. But your body, Miss Hwang Ji-hyun. Eating that entity made Hwang Ji-hyun cry her eyes out. She then clenched her fist. I see. So you mean I need a body that can withstand that food, right? Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo was quite confused. Did I say that? Hwang Ji-hyun immediately had an idea. Bursting with spirit, she volunteered. Well then, I'll take on the monster-eating challenge. I just have to eat a lot of that stuff, right? This misunderstanding left him speechless. Jo Seung-woo sighed and said, if your body can handle it, you can eat other things. This made her cheer. That's great. Watching Hwang Ji-hyun's petite frame. You're still wondering why Hwang Ji-hyun needs to lose weight? She sighed and replied, that's exactly why you don't understand how ordinary people feel. Jo Seung-woo still didn't get it, asking, why? Hwang Ji-hyun suddenly turned, slammed the table, and pointed at herself, yelling so loudly that Seung-woo had to cover his ears. You have no idea how hard I have to struggle to control my weight. I have to fight my cravings, even when I'm tired. Exhausted to death, I still have to exercise regularly. I'm starving to death. But because I go over my calorie limit every day, I have to go jogging in the park late at night. Do you even see that? After hearing all that, he replied, I don't, but his words only made things worse. Now, the volume of Hwang Ji-hyun's voice was so loud that Seung-woo had to cover his ears. I want to eat everything I want, eat 8 slices of pizza every day, and just lie around without exercising. It's not just about eating one thing. Everyone in this world wants to live like that. That's why a returner like you doesn't understand the feelings of ordinary people. After Hwang Ji-hyun poured out all her grievances, Jo Seung-woo started to speak. She pointed at him again, shouting, You're a hunter, but a desk job hunter is practically an ordinary person, isn't he? Office work is done in the office, and that's the only time you're considered a hunter. Unlike those gorillas, we barely go out to work. Seung-woo couldn't take it anymore and agreed, trying to calm her down. All right, I get it. The customers, seeing Hwang Ji-hyun's spirit, started clapping. Now that Hwang Ji-hyun's mood had improved, she propped her hand up and said confidently, Fine, I'll take the challenge. Give me a serving. I don't have any money though, so I'll only pay for the food. Even if she succeeded, it would be a reward in itself. Seeing Hwang Ji-hyun's determination, Jo Seung-woo wanted to break her spirit even more. I have to make it taste exceptionally bad. Thinking that, he turned to the kitchen and said, I'll make it for you once the customers finish their meals. The customers continued eating, looking downcast. In the end, it's still exercise, one said. That's true. Honestly, it's true you have to exercise as much as you eat to lose weight. The customer eating the noodles replied sadly. Exactly. All of this is just going to turn into weight. Anything that tastes this good will just turn into fat. Both of them shared the same misery, and they sighed together. Seeing the atmosphere of dissatisfaction coming from the eating area, Jo Seung-woo thought to himself, it's not that I don't understand that feeling. He stood there, with his arms crossed, and sighed. But on Terra, there's no such thing as obesity, so I'd forgotten about that. Jo Seung-woo had a headache, wondering what to do, while Nabi was there, carrying a tray inside. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Wait, Irupos. He looked down at Nabi. Seung-woo knelt and waved at Nabi. Nabi, come here. It walked over. What's wrong? Meow, he asked. Do you know the warrior's workout? Nabi laughed. What are you talking about, Meow? Is there any warrior who doesn't learn that, Meow? Hearing that, he felt relieved and snapped his fingers. Great. Jo Seung-woo and Nabi stood there under everyone's curious gazes. He then smiled and asked aloud, Do you have any weight loss exercises, Irupos? As a cat, it was an incredibly advanced all-purpose household assistant with a service-oriented mindset. Because of that, there were many cases where warriors turned into pigs. They would lose all their combat ability. If they didn't exercise, even secret massage techniques would be useless. At that moment, when Nabi pinched him, Jo Seung-woo woke up. You became a pig because you didn't exercise, Meow. Hurry up, Meow. Even though he was still sleepy, he had to drag his body to exercise under Nabi's guidance. Follow me, Meow. So, the secret techniques of the gods were passed down to Irupos. Outside the shop's courtyard, Nabi stood on its hind legs and began its routine. 1. Meow. 2. Meow. 3. Meow. The other customers were also there, following along. 1, 2, 3. It continued to change poses, praising everyone with satisfaction. You're all doing quite well, meow. Next, do this move, meow. Seeing someone doing it wrong, it pointed it out immediately. Not like that. Do it like this, meow. While everyone was focused on exercising, only Hwang Ji-hyun was complaining. How am I supposed to turn my leg at that angle? Nabi wasn't surprised and said, just do it, meow. It's because you're not trying, meow. Unha was even doing it better. Like this? Nabi happily praised her, as expected of Unha. Meow. That's exactly how it's done, meow. Seeing Unha doing it so easily, he compared her to Hwang Ji-hyun, who was struggling painfully. Unha, you've mastered it in just an hour, huh? Nabi switched to a stretching move. Count. 2, meow. 3, meow. 4, meow. Say it louder, meow. Everyone chanted, meow, but only Ji-hyun was trembling because she found the move difficult. Noticing she was doing it wrong, it switched to private coaching. Don't be shy, say it out loud. Come on, meow. Once more. Hwang Ji-hyun's face was as red as a tomato by now. She stammered, meow. Nabi wasn't satisfied and stomped its foot. Not like that. Lower your back, meow. Being scolded constantly made her want to crawl into a hole. Jo Seung-woo even stepped in to add fuel to the fire. It's probably like this, meow. Being teased by the shop owner like this, Hwang Ji-hyun was furious and incredibly embarrassed. Mr. Jo Seung-woo, you're so annoying. Unsurprisingly, while Nabi urged hurry up and exercise, meow. She flustered. I know, I'm doing it. Hwang Ji-hyun finally had to shout loudly with a beet red face. Meow. Nabi was finally satisfied and returned to its original position. Very good, meow. On to the next move. Meow. Meanwhile, Jo Seung-woo also joined in. Sometimes, exercising wasn't a bad thing. On the wall, they didn't know Sel Taiji had been watching them the whole time. Everything Taiji saw made him feel embarrassed. The ones doing it and the ones watching are all embarrassed, aren't they? And that person is most likely Jo Seung-woo, the guy who's enjoying that workout so enthusiastically. The weather was pleasant, and the sunlight shone everywhere. Min nodded in agreement. I'll start the challenge. Seung-woo crossed his arms and nodded. That's right, it's time to graduate. Min obediently replied, yes, thank you. At first, Min looked incredibly haggard, but now he looked much more energetic. Min smiled and said, I have to take the next step. Right? Seung-woo smiled with satisfaction and praised him. Very good. Then, he curiously asked, by the way, how's that guy with the last name Baek doing lately? Min sighed helplessly. You mean that guy? He's been slacking off and resting a lot lately. He thought for a moment, and then blurted out, it seems like burnout syndrome. Jo Seung-woo was a bit surprised and hesitated. Min explained further. Working overtime without any time to rest caused that. And it was the same situation he had faced before, the biggest problem that made Seung-woo curious. Seung-woo asked about the situation Min was facing. Min had the appearance of someone guessing, that rank 100 spot, if I get pushed out, it's game over. I don't know when my ranking will drop, so I'm terrified. Seung-woo helplessly rubbed the back of his neck. He hadn't expected him to be so mentally fragile. Min nodded in agreement. It seems like he hasn't been focusing on missions lately. I thought resting would help. Seung-woo couldn't believe it and asked, he went to rest and he's still like that? Min nodded and replied, he's still resting at home, and it seems like he's been drinking alcohol too. Hearing this, Seung-woo didn't pursue the conversation further. He placed a plate of delicious-looking food on the table and said, come on, go for it. Min tensed up, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to take a bite. He was extremely nervous about this special mission. Min comforted himself internally. Stay calm, just follow the strategy. Seeing him bring his phone over, he asked, what's going on? Seung-woo excitedly replied, I'm going to hang a photo of the challenge winner on the wall. Min looked at the plate of food in shock. I haven't even taken a bite yet, Seung-woo confidently asserted. When a tiger hunter loads their gun is when they are certain they can catch it. He only participates if he thinks he'll win, and he definitely will win, that's all. Hearing him say that, the anxiety in Min's heart began to fade. He started to pick up the first piece of food to taste it. Very quickly, 30 minutes later, the plate of food had been wiped clean. Min's photo was taken by Seung-woo, printed, framed, and put on the wall. The reward, the stanner, was a magic sword that had electricity crackling around it. If an opponent was hit, they would pass out. Min happily looked at the reward in his hands. Seung-woo picked up a wooden cutting board and excitedly suggested, try throwing it. It's just a scrap cutting board anyway. I won't pass out, don't worry. Hearing that, Min didn't hesitate to use his strength to throw the sword toward him. The sword pierced the cutting board in Seung-woo's hand accurately, emitting a powerful electrical spark. He happily revealed. It has another skill too. The sword on the cutting board suddenly pulled itself out and, just like that, it teleported back neatly into Min's hand. He laughed and explained, throw it, and it comes right back. You can retrieve it without any trouble. Min heard this and laughed happily. Jo Seung-woo quickly captured this moment. Great expression. Should we switch to this one? Min hurriedly replied. I like that photo. Before it was just an accident. Jo Seung-woo, confused, teased him with a bright smile. It looks good, he shyly shouted. Teacher. But he had to compromise with Min. I got it. I'll leave it here then. Min, having been played, could only helplessly lament. Teacher, you're quite childish, aren't you? Seung-woo didn't shy away and replied. That's why there's a monster-eating game. In an instant, the scene shifted to a night scene at another apartment. Empty liquor bottles were scattered on the floor. Someone sadly muttered, the First Order is the protector of the world. Baek Kang-hyuk lay on the bed, feeling miserable. It really doesn't suit me, does it? He said listlessly. No friends, no girlfriend. There's no Baek Kang-hyuk left. He asked his own heart if that guy even considered him a friend. After lying there for a while, he picked up the liquor bottle again to drink. Having finished the bottle, Baek Kang-hyuk's spirit picked up, and he felt a bit better. Time to put on my coat and go. He slowly turned, wanting to step off the bed. Baek Kang-hyuk leaned his chin on the bed, thinking about something. A moment later, he thought happily, what if it's like this? Or like that? Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly remembered Seung-woo's extravagant appearance. He confidently muttered, that invincible regressor will solve it. After that, Baek Kang-hyuk rolled around on the bed and accidentally fell onto the floor. His face hit the ground, looking extremely painful. Baek Kang-hyuk's voice carried a sense of frustration. Me. He comforted himself. If I were a regressor, it would be the same. Baek Kang-hyuk gripped the liquor bottle tightly and said, in this world, as long as I have it, I'll do better. Then he furiously threw the bottle away. I can be stronger. I can do it. Once again, Baek Kang-hyuk fell, lying on the ground looking wretched. He vaguely looked at the bottle in front of him, mumbling to himself. Baek Kang-hyuk's voice grew small and then faded. I can also be a hero. Then he fell asleep on the floor. A shadow entered from outside, looming over Baek Kang-hyuk. Seung-woo helplessly watched this scene and lamented. How could it be like this? He tiptoed over the liquor bottles to enter. Seung-woo sat down on a nearby chair, judging, so, he's more childish than he looks. He put down the water bottle he was holding, and Seung-woo laughed and said, he was saying something very interesting, it seems. 9 years ago, when the first gate opened and monsters began to invade, many people disappeared. And 3 years later, the people who had disappeared suddenly appeared again, one by one. They recounted that they had been to another world and gained immense power. The way the public reacted to this situation made people watching the news exclaim in unison, I'm so jealous. This was because, before they disappeared and returned to this world, those people were all commoners. Seung-woo said in a low voice, as someone who has been through it, I don't recommend you do that. He carried Baek Kang-hyuk onto his back. But if this is what you want, then I will help you get your wish. It was unknown how much time had passed. Baek Kang-hyuk slowly opened his eyes to see the strange scenery in front of him. He was shocked and asked, am I still drunk? Is this a dream? Seung-woo spoke up from behind, causing Kang-hyuk to turn around. Welcome to Terra. He sat on a chair, seriously reading a book. Warrior from another world. Kang-hyuk was shocked. Seung-woo had spoken first. From now on, you must go to Terra and save those in danger. He asked, confused. Teacher, stop ignoring me. What exactly are you doing? Seung-woo, displeased, closed the book. Just sit still and listen. I'm trying to explain it to you. Baek Kang-hyuk gestured wildly. You call this crazy thing an explanation? What kind of hellish place is this? Seung-woo replied, confused. Crazy? This is the traditional way to welcome a warrior from another world, he reminisced. Although initially, this was said by a beautiful woman, or should I call her a goddess? You should feel lucky. Jo Seung-woo looked at Kang-hyuk and asked, but anyway, what do you think is happening? He immediately became vigilant, observing the surrounding landscape. Kang-hyuk shouted, is this what I think it is? Seung-woo replied indifferently, yeah. Baek Kang-hyuk cried out in despair. Another world? Are you kidding me? I'm dead, aren't I? I shouldn't have drank so much. He teased him. In the normal scheme of things, you'd be dead by now, probably from an accident or a stroke. Jo Seung-woo added. But you're not dead yet. At this rate, you'd eventually die from all that alcohol, but not right now. Kang-hyuk couldn't help but ask, but this is still another world, right? Why am I here? Jo Seung-woo asked. What a question. You're the one who wanted to come here. Kang Hyuk asked in shock. When did I ever say that? He repeated his words. If I could go to another world, if I could turn back time, if I were a hero, then I could have done better. Those were your exact words. Kang Hyuk tried hard to remember what he had said while drunk, then roared in anger again. I was just drunk. Why would you take that seriously? Kang Hyuk kept scolding him. Stop laughing and stop breaking into people's houses. That's trespassing, Seung-woo replied with a wry smile. My bad. Kang Hyuk wondered, what's wrong with this guy? Dragging someone to another world. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wait, if he could bring me here. Kang Hyuk looked at Jo Seung-woo and thought, he should be able to send me back, right? That means he's just keeping an eye on me. Thinking this, he gave a cunning smile at Seung-woo. Baek Kang Hyuk approached him, thinking, this is my chance. He pretended to surrender. All right, fine. I'm stuck here anyway. Seung-woo laughed. Seeing you give up so quickly is amusing. With sparkling eyes, he asked, so, are you going to teach me something cool? Seung-woo was a bit wary. Like what? Baek Kang Hyuk replied excitedly. Don't people who come to other worlds usually get some kind of skill? Like magic, regression, a demon lord's power, super fast growth, or an infinite inventory? He asked happily. Or maybe I'll get some legendary equipment? I don't want anything like a shield though. Seung-woo looked at him and thought, this brat is pretty greedy. He cleared his throat and replied, those things aren't just given to everyone. Seung-woo explained, if you face an opponent stronger than you, you're toast. The best strength is a solid foundation. Kang Hyuk asked in panic. So if I meet someone stronger, I just die? Jo Seung-woo replied calmly. Unfortunately, that's exactly how it works. If you're out-leveled, that's it for you. He warned him seriously. Those cheap tricks won't work on a demon king. If they did, the gods would have already faced the demon king, not humans. That's why heroes who rely on luck or deceit will always lose. Seung-woo pushed a book toward Baek Kang Hyuk. So, it's best to learn from the basics. He complained in dissatisfaction. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? He replied with a smile. And, there's nothing for me to teach you, because I didn't get any special skills when I came here either. Baek Kang Hyuk thought. This guy really is the Seung-woo of rumors. You're in a much better situation than I was when I started. You're already a hunter with combat experience. You'll do fine. The ground where Baek Kang Hyuk was standing suddenly opened up into a large hole. He was stunned, and before he could react, he fell in. Wait. Jo Seung-woo watched his pathetic display with amusement. He smiled and said, Hero Baek Kang Hyuk, please save Terra. Baek Kang Hyuk shouted in anger. I curse you. Seung-woo replied cheerfully. 3 months here is like 3 days on Earth, and I've given you a few tips. He looked at the information in the book and thought, the language and local dialects of Terra, along with the skill tracking window and the ability to teleport back to me in life or death situations. Seung-woo smiled in satisfaction. He'll learn a lot. He put the book away. And if he doesn't learn, I'll just leave him there for a few more days. On the corner of the book, it said, Baek Kang Hyuk. Time passed quickly in that place. Terra, 1 month later. Baek Kang Hyuk stood before the quest board and pondered for a long time. He said unhappily, none of the quests today are any good. Someone elbowed him in the back. Kuze asked, Hey Baek, aren't you going to eat? That was Kuze. Kang Hyuk gave up helplessly. Fine, let's go eat. The quests today are terrible anyway. The two quickly moved to an eatery. A plate of food that looked delicious was placed on the table. Kang Hyuk picked up a piece of meat and exclaimed, This is animal feed. Calling this food is an insult to food. Kuze didn't understand what he was saying. What do you mean? Kang Hyuk asked. It smells like a dirty sock, and the fruit is rotting. How can you guys eat this? Kuze replied while eating. But you're eating it, aren't you? Baek Kang Hyuk shouted in anger. I'm only eating it to survive. But eating this for a whole month, how do you stand it? Conversely, Kuze loved the food. This 3-star mutton has many benefits, you know? It helps with recovery and builds muscle too. Baek Kang Hyuk disagreed. Cooking should be about flavor, not just utility. Under the stares of those around them, Kuze whispered, Hey, Baek. I respect that you're from another world, but there are some things you shouldn't just blurt out like that. Baek Kang Hyuk finally had to give in and bite the meat. Damn it, he thought gloomily. Only after eating this do I realize how delicious Jo Seung-woo's cooking was. Kang Hyuk sighed sadly. Why is it so hard to just eat a decent meal? In front of him, a blue screen appeared with the words, Urgent Quest. Your body is severely lacking nutrients. Consume 4-star food within 1 week. Reward, access to inventory. Kang Hyuk was a bit taken, aback by this strange system quest. Baek Kang Hyuk stared at the screen. Urgent Quest. Severe nutritional imbalance. Eat 4-star Terra food within 1 week, he said in fear. What kind of creepy name is that? It sounds like a demon eating rice, Kuze said excitedly. I know what that means. Is it like a 2-horned unicorn grazing on grass? Baek Kang-hyuk asked confusedly. A 2-horned unicorn? Kuze explained enthusiastically. A 2-horned unicorn is. Before he could finish, he cut him off. Stop explaining. Let me think for a second. Baek Kang-hyuk thought seriously. If it's an urgent quest, then that's it. Hero-adventurer quests are divided into 2 types, those chosen by the gods and those who aren't. He frowned and looked up, asking, be specific. Could it be? Did I really get a mission from a god? Am I the chosen one? Baek Kang-hyuk thought to himself, his brows furrowing as he turned to ask Kuze. Hey, let me ask you something. Kuze responded enthusiastically. Sure. What is it? It must be important if you're willing to trade it for dog treats. Seeing Baek Kang-hyuk's darkened expression, he paused. Kuze decided to change the terms, thinking 3 gold coins were enough. Baek Kang-hyuk seriously asked, what's the difference between a chosen and a non-chosen? Kuze honestly explained. The biggest difference is in the quests. Those who receive quests from a god level up much faster, and the rewards granted by the god are another huge advantage. Baek Kang-hyuk wasn't satisfied with that answer. I mean, what's the criteria for being a chosen versus a non-chosen? He looked a bit surprised. That's simple, Baek. You were summoned to this world, right? He explained in detail. If the summoning is done directly by a god, there's a 100% chance you're a chosen. Or if someone comes in place of a god, that person is also a chosen. Baek Kang-hyuk frowned, thinking to himself, if that's the case, then that guy at that restaurant, is he a god or someone representing a god? He quickly dismissed the thought. Even if the guy was a regressor, it sounded absurd to call him a god. Even though there was a chance he was a representative, Kang-hyuk angrily slammed the money on the table, saying, no way, 1 gold coin, that's it. Kuze quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, there's one more case. He uttered the crucial keyword, finding a hidden piece. Kang-hyuk asked, confused. A hidden piece? Kuze explained thoroughly, mentioning exploring hidden dungeons, or finding hidden treasures. Kuze listed several possibilities, adding that if you do something that catches a god's eye, you might become a chosen a bit later. That right there is a hidden piece, he said with a hint of condescension. This term is borrowed from Earth. I guess you wouldn't know that, huh? Kang-hyuk refused to lose, retorting, who says I don't know? When I was young, I found tons of hidden pieces in games. He thought to himself, I found so many in The Last of Us. Wait, 2 pieces? No, if it's more than 1, it's plural. Kuze asked in amazement. You've really found that many hidden pieces? Then it's not like there's no hope for me to become a chosen, Baek Kang-hyuk replied arrogantly. Yeah, that must be it, he realized. Looks like that's the condition for the hidden piece. Just as Kuze reached for the money, Kang-hyuk blocked his hand. Hey, he asked excitedly, eager for more. There's nothing else? Like, for example, how to find out which god assigned the quest? Kuze enthusiastically replied, oh, there is. On the bottom right of the quest window, there's an engraved pattern. Just take it to a priest, and you'll find out. Baek Kang-hyuk smiled, satisfied. Okay, that's worth the 3 gold coins. He silently praised Kuze. He had thought he was a novice, but his explanation turned out to be quite useful. Baek Kang-hyuk turned and left. Kuze happily shouted, time to go buy some snacks. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle under the sunlight, where someone looked troubled. This is my first time seeing this pattern, so I'll need to look it up. After a moment, the person replied, it's the god of swords, victory, and gluttony? Baek Kang-hyuk shouted with joy. If it's the god of swords, it should be something imposing. The ultimate weapon, the king of all armaments. He continued excitedly. The god of victory? Sounds like it finishes off whoever it encounters. As he was basking in his excitement, his smile froze. He looked at the person next to him, confused. What's a god of gluttony? The person replied awkwardly. I'm not sure. I've never seen a god with 3 attributes like that before. Baek Kang-hyuk wondered, pursing his lips. Not a god of cooking, but a god of gluttony? He had a headache trying to understand this strange title. Inventory? Kang-hyuk suddenly realized. If I have that, I won't have to carry heavy luggage anymore. And I won't have to hide my wallet in my pocket for fear of pickpockets. He clapped his hands, shouting, all right, I'll do this quest. Kang-hyuk, filled with passion, asked, just head north, right? Isn't the Winter Spirit Festival happening there? The other person nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. His heart was burning with determination. So that name that appeared in my dreams, that's what it was. Kang Hyuk left the church full of passion. I'm going. A grand structure built on a cliff. It was vast. It was the temple of 10,000 gods. Jo Seung-woo looked at the letters carved on the stone tablet. God of swords, victory, and gluttony. He smiled and let out a sigh. Human limit, level 98. One will become a god after reaching the next level. Seung-woo thought with satisfaction. When I become a god, my path and my divine title, corresponding to my achievements, will be carved in the temple of 10,000 gods. Jo Seung-woo's first divine title was Sword. He had to prove it by reaching the peak as a swordsman. After that, the god level was 198. Reaching 199 would grant a divine title. After a long journey and many battles, Jo Seung-woo reached level 200. Then, he attacked the Great Demon King. Then he gained his second divine title, Victory, proving his two divine titles, God of Swords, the strongest sword user, and God of Victory, one who cannot be defeated. Jo Seung-woo seriously stared at the stone tablet. If I can't do it, I'll lose the god's power, he thought nonchalantly. Don't worry. Who can beat me in swordsmanship? And I don't intend to lose, either. Seung-woo turned, muttering. The third divine title is Gluttony. I'm not really sure about this one. He sat on the ground, wondering. Do I have to go back to Earth to break the limit again? Seung-woo laughed. I thought I wouldn't level up anymore. Cooking for others to level up? He stretched out his body. But it's not the god of culinary arts, but the god of gluttony? Is it because of Hestia? Seung-woo rested his chin on his hand and stared at the tablet for a long time. He was speechless. He laid back comfortably. I don't know. But for now, leveling up is a good thing. Seung-woo thought, filled with hope. Who knows? Maybe someone like the Great Demon King will appear. So, I need to preserve my strength. He laughed at his own thought. Feeding others gluttony to level up? What is this? Looks like I'm doing a good job as a restaurant owner. In Seung-woo's book, a notification appeared. Wasan-baek Kang Hyuk has completed the quest. Seung-woo said with satisfaction. He's been granted permission to use his power as he pleases. He had received 155 experience points from Wasan. Wasan's treasure rewarded him with an A grade. Sword, Winter's Grudge. He praised Kang Hyuk. Well done. Gaia had told him about receiving the experience points. I know. Suddenly, Seung-woo frowned at the page. Wait, he demanded an item too? He jumped up in a panic, shouting, I forgot to retract the item reward. Kang Hyuk angrily scolded him. You damn god, he complained indignantly. You bloodsucker. I was so happy thinking I got an A-grade sword. Why would you take it back? While Kang Hyuk was crying and screaming, something flew toward him. The beggar god threw a sword down from above. It slammed straight into Kang Hyuk's face. He lay in pain on the snow. The people of Terra called this divine punishment. The bright sunlight poured over the white, snowy mountains. Kang Hyuk ran for his life, sprinting at full speed. He kept glancing back, frantic. If he got caught, he was a dead man. The mob behind him just wouldn't let up. They were chasing him, screaming, Catch that bastard. I'll crush you with this hammer. Just then, his face turned deathly pale as he looked ahead. A system notification popped up. Snow Goblin Festival. You must catch goblins and harvest the green onions growing from them. In a blink, a figure blurred through the wind. The system issued a condition. If he could kill the Snow Goblin leader, the rewards would be revealed. You receive S-rank rare materials and a chance to claim the Snow Goblin's remnant. One of his pursuers suddenly yelled, It's not over yet. Stay calm. He can't do anything yet. Baek Kang Hyuk heard them from a distance and scoffed. Another person chimed in with contempt. Baek Kang Hyuk isn't strong enough to take down the Snow Goblin leader. Without a guild, he has zero chance of success. Unless he just gets lucky. Dodging through the crowd, he silently retorted to himself. You think I, Baek Kang Hyuk, am going to rely on some invisible luck? Suddenly, he froze, his foot brushing against a snow goblin. The snow goblin raised its blade to strike. But Baek Kang Hyuk saw it coming. The sword was razor-sharp, swinging down right at him. He dodged just in time. On Earth, he was humanity's protector, and his disappearance made the goblins panicky. But here on Terra, he was just a thief. Baek Kang Hyuk spoke coldly, activating his stealth ability. He grabbed a handful of weeds and muttered, Since this world has labeled me a thief. Then, Baek Kang Hyuk ripped them up with a smug laugh. I might as well look the part. With those words, he dashed away. Everything was perfect. Yet Baek Kang Hyuk felt a tinge of sadness, questioning, I ate the Snow Goblin's remnant and got an A-rank sword as a reward. His voice dropped, lamenting. I offered it up to you, but you threw it back at me like some kind of divine punishment. Because of this, He mocked himself internally. I'm being forced to run from people who want me dead. Behind him, the mob was still burning with bloodlust. I'm going to kill you in the most painful way possible, Baek Kang-hyuk calmly replied. You think you can actually catch me? He declared to himself. I am the protector of Earth. As soon as he said that, he rolled down the snowy slope, shouting excitedly. The star, Baek Kang-hyuk. The scene shifted to the Temple of Gods. A cough interrupted Jo Seung-woo while he was reading. The book clearly recorded that Baek Kang-hyuk had completed the quest and opened the inventory. A thief had appeared on Terra. The following pages described a thief with the strength of a warrior, using his stealth and storage abilities to steal countless treasures. Because of this, the planet Terra couldn't adapt to the situation, falling into chaos. Reading this, the corner of Jo Seung-woo's mouth curled up. Behind him, Renato's expression darkened. He sighed and said, Jo Seung-woo, your third divinity is gluttony. Jo Seung-woo nodded gently, voice filled with embarrassment. Yes. Renato laughed, but his laughter was laced with confusion. You're the god of gluttony, not the god of thieves. So what is going on here? Can you explain? Seung-woo closed the book, his expression turning serious. I underestimated his ability. Sorry. He breathed a sigh and continued. He's agile, and his specialty is stealth. But the real issue is his talent, the superstar codename. Upon hearing those 4 words, Renato was stunned. Superstar? Seung-woo rubbed his temples and slowly explained. The more attention he gets, the stronger he becomes. Renato quickly realized. So, the more infamous his thefts become, the more powerful he grows, he explained further. On top of that, I accidentally opened his storage skill. It's basically giving wings to a tiger. He paused for a moment before continuing. He's called the King of Thieves. He's even over level 80. Hearing that, Renato asked skeptically, You're someone with the eye of appraisal, yet you made a mistake like that? Unbelievable. His expression darkened. It's precisely because I have the eye of appraisal that I was fooled. The system says the eye of appraisal skill can see through skills and the nature of an object. Seung-woo continued, vexed. Oh Taeshik, he's not a bad person. He just has his own views on justice. Hearing this, Renato became even more confused. He has his own sense of justice, but acts like that? Seung-woo scratched his head and replied helplessly, Because he's from Earth. The residents of Terra are all good guys. Renato pressed on. So, you mean if he weren't a fellow countryman, you wouldn't understand his view on justice? Seung-woo couldn't help but reply, Exactly. His eyes suddenly flashed red. Even when looking through this eye, he isn't a bad person. The system immediately displayed a message. The eye of evil appraisal can see evil. Renato murmured, So he isn't stealing with evil intent? Jo Seung-woo smiled and replied, Right, he just... Before he could finish, Renato cut him off. He just wants to relieve stress, right? Jo Seung-woo agreed with a light nod. After a moment of silence, he concluded he must have been under a lot of pressure, trying to act like a leader when, in reality, he's just a smartass. Renato leaned in close to interrogate him. And he just had to do this on Terra? Why not do it on Earth? Seung-woo could only smile awkwardly. I already said I was sorry. After saying that, he opened the book again. He read the notifications silently. You have received 12,155 experience points from the god's avatar. Materials received, 1,000-year vinegar, unicorn horn, golden goblin spoon. After that, Jo Seung-woo rested his chin on his hands, pondering. I disabled the tribute feature, but he sent these voluntarily. He's surprisingly loyal. He'd be so humiliated if he knew I was that god. Flipping to the next page, his mind immediately went dark. The items this fool sent me all belonged to those despicable nobles. When I was fighting the Demon King, none of them would cooperate. But all this time, they were hoarding such good materials. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Jo Seung-woo's head. It's commendable that he's still out there stealing. Should I send him on a mission targeting the old king's treasury? Just then, Renato spoke up from behind. Jo Seung-woo? He startled and turned around. Huh? Yes, why? His eyes shifted to a deep crimson again. I've detected a hint of a sinister scheme behind your intentions. He said helplessly, I'm sorry. After all, it was my avatar that made the mistake, so this is my fault too. You can deal with him. Having heard that, he clasped his hands together. Very well, I will send my avatar. Seung-woo looked over to assess Renato, the god of resurrection, and in another scene, Baek Kang-hyuk was still sneakily prowling in a dark corner. Just as a woman was about to ambush him, Baek Kang-hyuk calmly pondered his finances. Should I try to make a bit more money? However, the moment he sensed the killing intent behind him, he received a full-blown punishment. After that strike, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly woke up somewhere else. At that moment, he heard a voice calling, "Nabi? Are you okay?" Baek Kang-hyuk kept turning his head, looking around and asking, "Where am I?" Nabi replied calmly, "This is a restaurant. You look exhausted. Go home and get some sleep." Baek Kang-hyuk wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I only remember up to the moment my neck was sliced clean off by someone called the executioner." Saying that, he instinctively looked at his phone, then suddenly froze and gasped. A whole day has passed? Baek Kang-hyuk was dazed, trembling as he wondered. Was it all just a dream? Suddenly, he screamed, "Status window!" Baek Kang-hyuk frantically opened the game system. No way! 6 months in Terra, I should check the game system on my phone. The status window appeared. The moment he saw the number in front of him, Baek Kang-hyuk immediately threw his phone away. Level 43? Even if I'm a genius, jumping from level 28 to 43 inches one night? His whole body shook with excitement. In the next second, Baek Kang-hyuk dropped to his knees and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I love you, God of monsters." While shouting, he bowed his head and kissed the floor repeatedly. "I love you, I love you." A moment later, Baek Kang-hyuk jumped up, overjoyed. "That's right. When I return to the front lines, I'll use my authority to build a statue to worship the god of monsters." In another corner, Seung-woo covered his ears and groaned, "Stop it, you idiot." But he couldn't hear him at all. "No, I'll build a shrine." Jo Seung-woo could only helplessly shout, "Stop it." But Baek Kang-hyuk was still cheering. Amazing! Min appeared from out of nowhere and, without a word, slapped him. "Stop it right now." The scene shifted to Regional Branch A. Baek Kang-hyuk placed a piece of paper in front of Min. He stared at 2 points on the paper, then suddenly spoke up. "An application for the promotion match? You've never participated in this before." Min narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. "Is something going on?" Baek Kang-hyuk just calmly replied, "Would you believe me if I said, I'm a regressor?" Min crossed his arms and said with a skeptical tone, "Do you think I believe that nonsense that you became a regressor in just one day?" Baek Kang-hyuk winked confidently. "I'm going to register for the promotion matches and schedule fights with ranks 99 through 90. Hearing that, Min was a bit doubtful. "Doesn't a challenger have to bet a reward? Do you have something that can satisfy someone of that rank?" Immediately, he drew his sword and asserted, "I'll bet this." An A-rank magic sword. Seeing the blade glowing in Baek Kang-hyuk's hand, Min couldn't help but admire it. A fine sword. "I can clearly see its value." "Well, there's only one conclusion then." After a few seconds of deliberation, he slowly concluded, "I can't believe you're able to use a storage bag. This means you really are a regressor." Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly burst into laughter. "You only just realized?" Min suddenly lowered his voice. "Fine. Damn it." He then pulled out a stack of cash. "This is the cost of the bet." Immediately after, the money was shared among the guards, and they all laughed. "I thought you'd use it to go on vacation after catching that cheater." Another person chimed in, "I thought you guys would all hide when I won the bet." Another guy laughed loudly. "Am I right? He's going to go on an expedition as soon as he gets the Excalibur sword." Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly became angry. "I feel like I've been scammed." "Fine, I'll take the support team's funds to the casino." The scene shifted back to the mini apartment. Seung-woo was leisurely drinking tea. A news report on the TV sounded. The respectable South Korean hunter, superstar Baek Kang-hyuk, has climbed the rankings. He is now at rank 92. Hearing that, he snorted, thinking he said he'd surpass rank 90, but in the end, he didn't even make it to rank 91. In a moment, Seung-woo stretched slightly and said, "Well, it's a relief he's no longer broken and crying about wanting to die anymore. Even though his blessings and powers have been revoked, should I keep them in my storage bag as a souvenir?" He held the remote in his hand, yawning. "I've already prepared food and simple groceries. What do I do now?" The TV switched to another channel. "Welcome to the Zeon Fishing Grounds. Admission is free during the environmental maintenance period." Hearing that, Seung-woo was a bit curious. A fishing ground? Then suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Fishing!" After that, Seung-woo threw the blanket aside and rushed out of the room. A moment later, he was excitedly carrying a fishing rod on his shoulder, stepping outside. "Great! Now, let's close the shop and go get dinner." Even though it was just a hobby and it was a bit rushed, Jo Seung-woo didn't forget to instruct Nabi, "The shop is closed today, so just go play with Unha." Nabi immediately replied enthusiastically, "Got it, I'll keep an eye on the shop." Unha also obediently bowed. "Take care, uncle." Seeing that, he smiled tenderly. Then Jo Seung-woo stepped over and patted both their heads. "I'll be back soon." In a flash, he traveled to the fishing lake. As soon as he arrived, Jo Seung-woo stopped. observing his surroundings. Then he said, with a bit of hesitation, "This place looks a bit run down." Walking a few more steps, Jo Seung-woo muttered, "Plus, I don't see any signs." As he approached the hut ahead, an old man suddenly opened the window. "There's no admission fee, but you have to rent the fishing gear. Do you want to rent it?" Seung-woo smiled and replied, "No, sir. I brought my own gear." "But do I need bait?" the old man asked again. "All right then. Do you have a hunter's license?" Seung-woo was a bit surprised and replied, "I have something similar. Why do you ask?" In his mind, he thought, "I have a regressor certificate." The old man became serious and slowly reminded him. "That thing appeared." Seung-woo also put on a worried expression and asked back, "That thing?" The old man trembled as he explained, "The monsters, it seems. There's a crack at the bottom of the lake." He gave a slightly cautious smile. "You said a crack?" A speculation quickly appeared in his mind. Maybe it's a monster. That's why the association doesn't care about it. "I thought a water monster had appeared," the old man added. "Monsters could show up while you're fishing, so only hunters are allowed to enter." However, Jo Seung-woo kept his composure. "No problem, but why is everyone business? If there were monsters here, they'd probably even advertise on TV," he explained, noting that they were doing quite well for themselves. They even got offered a long-term contract for a TV commercial, even if it was just a 2-second spot. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo immediately understood. So, that was why it was so short. The old man asked for confirmation once more. "So, you really want to go in there?" he replied with a calm smile. "Of course. It's worth cleaning up." Stepping inside, he picked up a trash grabber and began meticulously picking up every piece of litter. After a while, the area around the lake looked much cleaner. Satisfied, he murmured, "This should be enough." Seung-woo brushed off his hands, telling himself he needed to make sure it was spotless, because this was the best place to relax near the shop. At that very moment, old memories came flooding back. Thinking about it, his father always went fishing whenever he had the time. Seung-woo calmly gazed at the peaceful scenery around him, the view unintentionally stirring up old memories. Fishing was his father's only hobby. The image of his father holding his hand appeared vividly. During his father's rare days off, we would go to the reservoir together. Hand in hand, father would also clean up the reservoir area before fishing. The memories kept surfacing. Carp, catfish, crucian carp, we caught all sorts of fish. Even the familiar taste from those years seemed to come alive in his mind. Father used to make an incredible spicy fish stew. Thinking of that, Seung-woo felt happy. Eating the spicy fish stew he made was like a reward. Shaking off the memories, he shouldered his fishing rod and spoke. "That's why fishing became my hobby too." He leisurely cast his line into the lake. "Cleaning is done. Now let's try fishing for the first time." The surface of the lake was covered in drifting lotus flowers. The sight took him by surprise. He couldn't believe the water was this murky when there were so many lotuses. Is it because of the rifts? After observing for a few seconds, Seung-woo silently reached a conclusion. If the water quality drops, the fish population will plummet, leaving only a few unpleasant species. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up with amusement. In other words, the fish here. At that moment, his fishing rod started to sway. He jerked it up, continuing his thought, "Are the perfect ingredients to create monster food." The rod kept shaking, the line pulled taut. Seung-woo looked down at the water, reeling it in with excitement. "Let's see what I've caught." He quickly pulled the rod up, and a large fish lunged out, startling him. He stared at the struggling fish. He smiled and asked, "Why are you everywhere I go?" The fish stared back at him. It was a humpback perch, the kind of fish no angler ever wants to catch. They are everywhere, and no matter how you fish, you always end up catching one. But he dropped it into his bucket, thinking about the taste. The image of people who had tasted this fish and ended up vomiting made him feel helpless. He thought to himself, it's a 100% disaster for the taste buds. It's like chewing on dirt and sand. Even the person processing the fish would pinch their nose in despair. This stench lingers for hours, and whoever eats it ends up pale-faced, clutching their throat, and getting choked on the bones was almost unavoidable. The bones are thick and sharp. They get stuck in your throat instantly. In the end, everyone is defeated by this fish. Honestly, this is the one fish you should never catch. For now, Jo Seung-woo remained calm, smiling as he looked down at the fish in the bucket. But that's okay. He grabbed the rod again. He cast it once more, thinking excitedly, "What I really want is to catch this one." Elsewhere, a man was walking around, looking for something. The man shielded his eyes from the sun and looked around with a sigh. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" This was Lee Jong-hoon, a supervisor from the Isekai disaster recovery squad. He stood in the middle of the lakeshore. Pinching his nose, he complained, The fishing area has really gone downhill. This place used to be beautiful. Suddenly, he saw an old man standing in the distance. The old man tried to pull his hat down to avoid Lee Jong-hoon's gaze, leaving the supervisor puzzled. The fishing lake manager opened the cabin next to him and slowly went inside. Seeing this, Jong-hoon awkwardly scratched his head. It's been 9 years. Huh. He recalled the file he had received at the office. The owner of this Ford fishing area had requested to resolve the issues occurring in the area. Lee Jong-hoon held his head, putting the file down. He made a decision. Even though there were regular customers, he had refused them. After all, this wasn't worth wasting manpower on. Lee Jong-hoon muttered to himself as he turned to leave. I knew nobody would help. But I'm only human, after all. He walked along the bank, trying to recall the report. According to the report, you could still fish here. In front of him was a fishing spot with a chair already set up. The report also mentioned an area infested with slimes, rating it as F rank. Lee Jong-hoon approached and found Jo Seung-woo fishing inside. He waved enthusiastically. Hello, Jong-hoon replied, surprised. Oh, hello. Lee Jong-hoon looked at him and thought, this guy is a regressor, Jo Seung-woo. I've met someone troublesome. Then, he looked down at the bucket. He saw the fish Seung-woo had caught and pinched his nose, trying to avoid the foul stench. Why are there so many humpback perch? He calmly explained. I'm catching them to cook. Hearing that, Jong-hoon asked in astonishment. Cooking? You're using humpback perch? Seung-woo, looking excited, cast his line again and confirmed, yeah, they're great ingredients. They're the perfect ingredients to make weapons. The dish I make with humpback perch could practically become a biological weapon. Lee Jong-hoon looked at him, feeling angry and frustrated, thinking, is he planning to send hunters to the afterlife with a dish made from humpback perch? Then, he pointed at the pile of fish. He couldn't help but warn him. I don't know if you realize this, but you aren't allowed to sell dishes made as biological weapons in a restaurant. You're treating your customers a bit poorly, don't you think? After hearing that, Jo Seung-woo just smiled and sighed. Lee Jong-hoon kept looking him up and down, assessing him. He thought to himself, does he know I'm the restaurant owner? Then he must be involved with the force occupying the gate. Finally, Jo Seung-woo smiled at him and explained, sorry. I was busy fishing, so I didn't explain clearly. I'm not planning to sell them. He added, I'm just planning to use them as a weapon to deal with the slimes here. Beside him, Lee Jong-hoon looked even more bewildered, asking, deal with slimes? The more Jong-hoon thought about it, the more helpless he felt. He sighed. So, you're planning to catch other monsters with this terrifying fish? Next, Jo Seung-woo. He quickly pulled the lever again, excitedly claiming it could even kill a dragon, so a few slimes were nothing. Jong-hoon watched in astonishment, remarking that a dragon is recognized as the strongest and most difficult monster to deal with. He thought about how the dragon would cough up blood, muttering to himself that the guy kills dragons by cooking. Lee Jong-hoon looked on in bewilderment, wondering if this regressor was playing some kind of joke. He eventually turned away, feeling helpless, but reminded himself that since this guy had conquered an SS rank gate, he must be telling the truth. Lee Jong-hoon then sat down on a nearby chair, glanced over at him with lingering doubt, and asked, are you really going to catch a slim just by using food? Seung-woo calmly confirmed, of course, it's very simple. Lee Jong-hoon looked somewhat flustered, inwardly imagining the image of him running around with a spray bottle. He talks like he's just killing bugs with insecticide, he thought, while Seung-woo confidently held his fishing rod. The rod shook once more. Jo Seung-woo smiled and noted, a dragon is just a big lizard that can use magic. They aren't that hard to deal with. Even though they're strong, they have terrible self-control and are easily driven by their desires. Saying that, he held up the small fish he had just caught and laughed. So, they fall into traps easily, just like carp. Lee Jong-hoon hesitated, stammering, carp? With a confused expression. Jo Seung-woo suddenly turned devious as he baited his hook. In my experience, if you set a trap with food, they'll bite every time. Even though there are many different types of dragons, they all have one thing in common. The red dragon, right arm of the demon king Kaelios. Jo Seung-woo walked with determination, carrying a large iron plate. The only reason he won was because that iron plate held a block of blazing lava. He set it on the ground, then looked up and smiled with total confidence. Even Kaelios couldn't resist a flavor he'd never experienced before. The 3 people on his team behind him watched him helplessly, while he continued to smile deviously, whispering, come here and try this. It's dinner time, you big lizard. Back in the present, Lee Jong-hoon cast his line while asking, but I heard dragons can eat anything without any problems. Jo Seung-woo replied calmly, that's true. Lee Jong-hoon's face turned a bit awkward as he asked, So, what are you feeding it? Seung-woo circled his hand and explained mysteriously, my ultimate dish, to put it simply. It was an unbeatable dish for killing monsters. He suddenly thought of Gray, though. Of course, the finishing blow still has to be dealt with a sword because my teammate wants it that way. He had been incredibly dissatisfied, shouting, at least pretend to swing your sword. Hearing this, Lee Jong-hoon jumped up, alarmed, and asked, the ultimate dish? Something like that actually exists? He chuckled and explained, I told you already, didn't I? It's both a dish and a weapon. Then, Jo Seung-woo looked down at the fishing pond and emphasized confidently, and it's also what I intend to use to catch the slim. Lee Jong-hoon stared blankly at his confidence. Finally, he looked down at the fishing rod in his hand. Lee Jong-hoon stood up and walked toward him, asking, is there anything I can help with? Seung-woo looked at his pile of fish and suggested, I haven't caught enough humpback whitefish yet. I need about 60 more. With a determined look, Lee Jong-hoon cast his line into the pond. Seung-woo exclaimed excitedly, let's finish this today. It was the perfect combination for the gods' banquet, divine wine and divine food. The meal and drink represented immortality, the food of the gods. Legend says it grants many blessings to those who eat it. But on the sacrificial tray, among the monster's food, sat a dark, cube-shaped object, a deadly dish capable of killing even the gods. It was the Ragnarok of the gods, a 5-star dish. As Seung-woo fished, he fell into deep thought. The Ragnarok he had made before was just a crude imitation. After all, the cooking process was difficult, and the ingredients were nearly impossible to find. He thought about the red chicken he had defeated, thinking to himself with satisfaction, but even just an imitation was enough to take down Kalios. Then, he looked down at the pile of fish he had caught, and wondered what would happen if a common, foul-tasting fish was cooked using the Ragnarok recipe. At this thought, Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but wear a devious grin. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the pile of fish as he answered his own question. Ragnarok, Freshwater Fish Edition. Should I name it the Destructive Humpback Whitefish? In the water, the school of fish swam in circles around him. Jo Seung-woo wondered if he kept experimenting with different things he might one day create a 6-star dish. That evening, at a pavilion by the lotus pond, the fish he had caught lay wiggling in a bucket. Seung-woo stood up, looked at the pond, and wondered, do you come to this fishing spot often? Beside him, Lee Jong-hoon wiped his sweat and looked at his rod, replying, I used to come here a lot. It's already been 9 years. He smiled with a hint of regret, expressing that this place wasn't like this before. Jong-hoon thought back to when he was young, catching many types of fish in this lake. There used to be plenty of catfish and carp. Instead of humpback whitefish, the water was very clear, unlike now. Back then, the fishing manager would also stand by and watch him enjoy the fish he had cooked. When I had a big catch, the manager would sometimes cook a mayun tong for me. It was absolutely delicious. Seung-woo was surprised, asking, the manager cooked for you? Lee Jong-hoon confirmed, he used to be a famous chef. Hearing this, he felt excited and remarked, if that's the case, his cooking skills must have been amazing. He smiled enthusiastically and gave a thumbs up. Of course, I've eaten that dish in many places across the country, but his mayuntang was still the best. Seung-woo looked into the distance with a bit of longing. I hope I get to taste it someday too. Then, Seung-woo turned to leave. Well, I'm going to start cooking now. Lee Jong-hoon called out after him. I'm counting on you. They both headed to the brick stove in the yard. Seung-woo filled it with water, then snapped his fingers decisively. The fire at the bottom of the pot flared up instantly, shocking Lee Jong-hoon. Lighting a fire without fuel, he stood silently to the side, observing him meticulously, as if it were magic or alchemy. He stood behind him, watching as he poured the fish into the pot, thinking to himself, he said this dish is a type of weapon. It feels more like magic than cooking. Meanwhile, Seung-woo was excitedly experimenting with his new recipe, continuously dumping fish into the pot. Recipe for the destructive humpback whitefish. First, put the gutted humpback whitefish into a pot of clean water. Then, add the spices. He seasoned it with salt, black pepper, and soy sauce. Seung-woo stirred while waiting in anticipation. Finally, stir well until it boils. Lee Jong-hoon, standing behind him, watched his actions in amazement and asked, Are you really cooking? He stirred evenly and calmly replied, Yes, I'm preparing a meal. I need to focus right now, so please stay quiet at all costs. Seung-woo closed his eyes, concentrating steadily, and whispered. Energy surged through his hands as they gripped the ladle, a dish that could kill gods and make humans transcend the divine. The pot of water began to boil violently and changed color. The key technique was the true flame and eternal life. Combined with death, he imagined the body of anyone who ate it being incinerated. Those who ate the Ragnarok would suffer continuously. It permanently destroys the life force and regenerates their bodies, gradually turning them into black charcoal. Through this process, the original body breaks into pieces and gains a new form. Then, the body gradually regenerates again, a body that even transcends the gods. Jo Seung-woo stirred it steadily while looking forward to the energy pouring into the pot. However, that is only if someone can endure it. He looked at the raging fire and stepped back, thinking to himself that even he wasn't sure if he could survive eating it. The fish inside was also being incinerated, shrieking intensely, especially since the main ingredient was a humpback anglerfish. There was absolutely no meat effect behind it. Lee Jong-hoon looked at him with suspicion. As night deepened, he wondered, "This is really magic, right?" On the other hand, a monster that looked like a blob soaked in a chemical flask, a weapon to block large-scale dimensional gates, known as Form Zero, a biological weapon created by scientists from the planet Gaia. A scientist wearing a protective suit reached out toward the container holding that bizarre liquid. Although it was initially created for the purpose of countering monsters invading from the gates, he calmly opened the lid of the flask. The monster quickly lunged, wrapping itself around the scientist's body. Its slimy body tried to swallow the scientist whole. Form Zero, after escaping the container, absorbed everything it saw and expanded. It devoured an entire planet and eventually became the first creature to destroy its own world. After that, Form Zero, having nothing left to devour, discovered a small crack and hid inside it, arriving on Earth and continuing its expansion process once again. The fluids it secreted were enveloping the fish in the lake. It moved its eyes around suspiciously. With no new prey left, it decided to rise to the surface. The water began to ripple violently. Suddenly, a block of food fell, attracting its attention. "What is this?" Then, it quickly shoved the block of food into its mouth. The creature chewed while trying to sense it. "I have never tried this thing before." Its lips were trying to analyze this novelty. The flavor, eventually, it was burned to a crisp, screaming in agony. Its body was gradually being transformed. "My cells are burning, a neurotoxin." Its eyes bulged out in pain, muttering, "No, it's a chemical weapon that destroys cells. The people of this world, how dare they trap me?" It and the surrounding water were evaporating incessantly. The creature thought, "I must endure. I must endure until my body adapts to it. Once I fully absorb it, I will become an even more powerful weapon." Finally, its body gradually withered away, but in its heart, it still felt no resignation. "No, they are burning, burning. I am going to die like this." Eventually, it was burned down until only an eye remained. So that's how it is. This chemical weapon is truly. Its body was gradually sinking into the crack as it thought, suitable as a weapon to block the 2D gate. Below the surface of the lake, the crack was gradually revealed. Jo Seung-woo stood silently observing them. He was a bit skeptical, wondering if it had been destroyed. There was no way to know if it had disappeared. Finally, Jo Seung-woo could only sigh, "Well, so be it." He looked down at the rushing water and decided he had to check the rift himself. Beneath the lake, the crack was turning red. Jo Seung-woo stared blankly at the rift, muttering, "This thing, the slime, burned into pieces, was still emitting smoke." Jo Seung-woo moved toward it, judging it as no longer in the slime range. This is enough to be rated at the Demon King level. Then, he looked closely at its body to confirm, but seeing the rest still melting, "I guess this is a temporary solution." Suddenly, a tremor made Jo Seung-woo slightly surprised. A surge of energy swirled within his body. Jo Seung-woo looked at his hands, thinking, "This feeling don't tell me." The system chimed with a notification, "Level up. Jo Seung-woo, level 256 to 257. Then, on the desolate planet, Gaia, the slime's carcass, was still decomposing. Jo Seung-woo muttered, "So that means..." He touched his chin, looking up at the massive, slimy lump, realizing, this guy was actually the Slime Demon King who devastated this planet before, and I accidentally destroyed him by cooking and leveled up because of it. It seems his level was much higher than I thought. He sighed, looking at it with a bit of regret. This slime lump, compared to its power, its ability to withstand my weird food was too low. After that, he observed the surroundings, hands on his hips, thinking, it was strong enough to turn this planet into a chaotic mess, after all. In front of Jo Seung-woo, the pile of remains was slowly decomposing. Jo Seung-woo judged, if it could have absorbed the dishes I cook, the earth would have been in danger. Suddenly, he noticed something. Jo Seung-woo reached out, sat down, and observed the ground. This planet doesn't have mana, but the soil is quite fertile. Is that why the slimes were weak against magic? He looked at the handful of dirt in his hand, muttering, "The soil is pretty rich. Huh. If so, Jo Seung-woo's hand suddenly clenched, his face full of excitement as he decided this will be great for planting. Finally, he stood up, dusting off his hands, and added, "All right, since I've gotten rid of the loaded slime on this ownerless land, doesn't that mean I'm the owner?" Then, Jo Seung-woo snapped his fingers, deciding, "I need to prove my ownership of this place. So, I'll probably mark it here." Above the ground, a seal gradually appeared. Next, he waved his hand to create a magical portal. "I should also create a gate connecting to the basement." Jo Seung-woo slowly walked into the door and repeated, "I should also create a gate to connect it to the basement." The next morning, at the Isekai Area A branch office, a loud scream erupted. Jong-hoon was sitting excitedly in his chair, laughing loudly. "The monsters have been completely wiped out, and the rift has closed. It feels so great." Suddenly, a sound made him regain his composure. He looked over, branch manager. The scientist was equally excited and made a suggestion. "The poison that killed the slime, can we research it? If possible, I think we should use this type of poison as a military weapon. It will be the discovery of the century." The look on his face was full of determination as he tried to persuade him. "As long as I know the ingredients used, recreating it is completely possible. You just need to introduce me to the inventor." But Lee Jong-hoon's face was full of dissatisfaction, making him stop. He asserted, "Recreate it, my foot." The scientist was a bit skeptical and asked, "I beg your pardon?" Then Lee Jong-hoon stared down at him, reading out each word. The ingredients used: humpback anglerfish, salt, pepper, and garlic. The scientist trembled like a leaf, and he just pointed down at him, excitedly retelling the story. "By the way, let me tell you how it's made. You just stir the ingredients thoroughly while boiling them in water." The scientist looked confused upon hearing this. It was just that, but Lee Jong-hoon grabbed his face to stop him. "That's right, that poison is just a dish. An absurd dish called the humpback anglerfish's destruction." The scientist adjusted his glasses, puzzled, wondering if it was really possible to destroy a slime with just a dish. But his processor quickly overloaded, displaying an error warning. In the end, he could only nod silently, his head practically steaming. "I'll just write, 'I don't know' in the report then." Lee Jong-hoon agreed. Sounds reasonable." After that, he left, and Min walked in. He walked toward him confidently and asked, "So, do you understand the teacher's skills now, Lee Jong-hoon?" After praising the kids, "You guys are all so sharp, aren't you? How did you know this had something to do with the regressor?" Hearing that, Min just shrugged and smiled. "It's not me. You're just too easy to read, manager." Seeing he had been caught, Lee Jong-hoon blushed and stepped back, shouting, "Are you a psychic or something?" Min denied it. "I don't have that kind of skill." Finally, Lee Jong-hoon cleared his throat to regain his composure. "Fine, let it go. Now I understand why you said those things about him." Min replied confidently, "Finally, you understand me." Suddenly, he remembered the sight of Jo Seung-woo fishing and reflexively blushed, expressing, "That's right. Honestly speaking, even though we're both men, I still find him strangely attractive. His forearms when he's fishing look so amazing." Facing him, Min also regretfully affirmed the difference when comparing the leadership skills of the two, saying it was worlds apart. Hearing that, Lee Jong-hoon scrunched his face in anger and glared at him. "Who are you talking about, you punk?" Then he pointed his finger in dissatisfaction, insisting, "When it comes to leadership, nothing proves he's better than me. Problem-solving and guidance are two completely different things." Seeing him angry, Min quickly explained, "I wasn't comparing the two of you. I was comparing the teacher with Baek Kang-hyuk." Realizing he had been duped, Lee Jong-hoon blushed again and asserted, "Oh, is that so? Well, I mean, who isn't better than him?" Suddenly, he raised his hand, his face full of flattery, praising, "You're in the top 3 most reliable people I've ever known, manager." "Huh. And the second place is the Secretary General?" Hearing that, he crossed his arms, smiled awkwardly, and brushed it off. "The Secretary General, huh? Right, he is a reliable person." Min smiled in agreement. "He is indeed completely different from you, but even so, he's still a reliable person, right, Lee Jong-hoon?" He judged. "Those two are as different as a recovery potion and a horror movie." Min replied, "More like a hero of justice and a hero of darkness." Perhaps? They recalled the back of the Secretary General, Isak Ju-hyuk Jin, a cold man who would use every possible tactic. His reflexes were so fast they left others speechless, and his sharp decision-making never let him down in any game of chess. Those are the things people used to describe him. Lee Jong-hoon's gaze suddenly became wary of his own thoughts. The day the Secretary General and Jo Seung-woo met, a giant bomb would go off between them, making him troubled. I don't think I'm confident enough to control everything. In reality, Lee Jong-hoon stepped forward and patted Min on the shoulder. Listen to me, Min. His face looked at him with trust. As the branch manager, I will grant you a special privilege. He felt something ominous and asked, What is it? He affirmed. From now on, don't tell me any information about the regressor, Jo Seung-woo. You don't need to share or report anything at all. Min was stunned in confusion. He realized the intention and shouted back in dissatisfaction. What kind of crazy privilege is that? Isn't that the same as telling me to take those secrets to the grave? But Lee Jong-hoon ignored him, covered his ears, and tried to force a smile, explaining, If I know, the Secretary General will know too. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, you know? Finally, he emphasized, making Min grit his teeth in frustrated anger. So remember that, and report today's activities to me. Suddenly, he spoke up loudly. Today, I went through the store. Lee Jong-hoon's face darkened with embarrassment. What? The store? Inside, he was already screaming in anger. I told you not to report these things. Min's expression was both serious and full of irritation as he continued. I sensed an abnormal object in the basement. I am reporting this matter because I'm worried it has the potential to spread. But Lee Jong-hoon just ignored him, covering his ears and shaking his head while shouting, I can't hear anything. He tried to sing aloud, making Min tremble with helpless anger. Even if the eastern sea dried up or the mountains crumbled, he finally turned around and slammed the door, leaving in resentment, complaining, Good grief. He's Baek Kang-hyuk. How can he be so childish? After that, Min stood silent, lost in thought. Forget it. What on earth is in the basement? I can only sense it moderately, but it feels like a boss monster. At the same time, in the basement of the Warrior restaurant, which was a gift from a former colleague, Renato, a pudding slime was being kept here. The pudding slime was eating the food on the plate. It is a rare creature capable of creating sweet pudding in exchange for leftovers. In a corner of the room, the pudding slime was looking at the other slime. There was also another slime here. Formula Zero was trembling in fear. Holding on until now is truly amazing. But what should I do? Now? It's the weapon for sealing the two-dimensional gate. Formula Zero, in the muck, had been burned. It crawled out with difficulty. Although its entire body had oxidized after eating the humpback anglerfish's destruction, by adjusting and splitting itself, it was still alive. It had passed through the gate that Jo Seung-woo opened. It looked at the pudding slime and told itself, Good, there's something here that looks like me. Next, it intended to open its mouth with the thought, If I absorb it, I'll be back to normal. Then I'll absorb all of you. Its body was gradually soaking up a part of the pudding slime. But in the end, only its body changed color, making it frustrated, and it yelled, Why didn't I get bigger? Even if my body changed color, the slime trembled in helplessness, thinking, Does this bastard have a better skill for me to steal? But right after that, a piece of candy shot out from its body. The slime looked at the piece of pudding, slightly skeptical, wondering, What is this? Basic division? If it takes this much effort, it should be a good skill. Suddenly, there was a sound. Footsteps made it jump and turn around in a panic. A familiar voice echoed. It was a pudding, a type of food. The slime trembled as it looked up at him, not daring to make a sound. Jo Seung-woo looked down at it with a hint of anticipation, stepping closer. So, you actually made it through the portal I created? And you're still alive and kicking? Not bad. He then looked around, his face darkening with anger as he emphasized, It seems you've absorbed my pudding slime. Jo Seung-woo looked down at it from above, appraising it. But looking at how your size hasn't changed, I guess you lost the ability to grow, didn't you? It shrieked in fear. Impossible, he judged. You can't even speak without vocal cords, can you? Then, Jo Seung-woo wielded blue flames, glaring down at it furiously. However, he didn't strike. No matter what, I'm still a bit pissed that you ate my pudding slime. His face darkened. He raised his sword, preparing to strike it down, spitting out every word. I can no longer be lenient after this. I'll finish you off in one blow. The slime screamed in terror, clutching its head as tears gushed out, screaming internally, Please, spare me. But after waiting and waiting, the blow never came. It sobbed, peeking up with one eye. Jo Seung-woo had frozen midair due to a sweet, fragrant scent. He gradually calmed down and looked at the ground. What is this? This smell? Beneath the dish, next to the shivering slime, was a delicious piece of pudding. Jo Seung-woo wondered. Was it created from that pudding? Jo Seung-woo lowered his sword with one hand and picked up the jelly with the other to examine it. This scent, he looked at the jelly. Soft and elastic, being lightly squeezed in his hand, coming from the lump of pudding. Jo Seung-woo without any doubt, popped it straight into his mouth to taste the flavor and see. His face immediately turned blissful as he savored the taste of the jelly. Jo Seung-woo calmly became immersed in the flavor without even noticing Young-sik in front of him. Apple, mint, apple, no. This is a flavor I've never tasted on Earth or Terra. Is it because this thing comes from another world? Only then did he look down. He propped his chin with his hand, thinking for a long time. What should I do with it? This really does taste better than the previous pudding slime. But even if it looks like this, it's still a Demon King slime. And from a moral standpoint, I can't just let it go. Seeing Jo Seung-woo's contemplative face, it became even more terrified, sweating profusely. You're debating whether you should kill me, aren't you? But the next second, he grabbed his sword and announced to Young-sik, I've decided. The trembling creature had to look up as Seung-woo calmly put his sword away. He tucked it into his spatial storage while speaking to Young-sik. First, I'll take a look at your memories. From within the turquoise spatial portal, he pulled out a large pocket watch. Jo Seung-woo gently held the large watch in front of it as a warning. After that, I'll make my decision. The time ring, a large watch designed with multiple needles with shimmering colors on the edges and round gemstones surrounding it. A divine-grade item that allows you to catch a glimpse of the target's memories. Young-sik looked at the time ring. Although it wasn't as terrified anymore, it was still anxious. He's going to read my memories. The very next second, he used the time ring. The time ring now emitted soft rays of light that spread around. Jo Seung-woo knelt on one knee on the floor, eyes closed, pointing the ring toward Young-sik, his brows knitted with seriousness. The space around Jo Seung-woo fell silent. Young-sik's gaze shifted from anxiety to anticipation as it looked at the time ring. However, after watching, he felt a bit hesitant. It stood there, stared down by Jo Seung-woo's gaze. Young-sik was so worried it turned pale, eyes squeezed shut, whole body trembling as it awaited his verdict. Why is he stalling? This bastard was scared to death. From outside the restaurant door, the silhouettes of Min and Baek Kang-hyuk could be seen. A few days later, Baek Kang-hyuk shared excitedly with Min. Of course you did, you jerk. You're scared to death of it. Just then, Min and Baek Kang-hyuk were seen outside the restaurant door. A few days later, Baek Kang-hyuk shared with Min, feeling very excited. There are many smelly foods in the world, like China's stinky tofu, Japan's kusaya dried fish, and Korea's fermented skate. Food here is a bit pungent, but once you eat it, you're definitely hooked. Min, seeing this, could only sigh and naturally respond. Isn't eating good food a normal thing? Min's face looked a bit annoyed as he watched the serious way Kang-hyuk was sharing while pushing the door open. It's not about that. The taste, texture, and smell are all just awful. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk's shoe tip seemed to touch Young-sik on the ground. He turned suspiciously, looking with an inquisitive expression full of question marks. Elastic? The very next second, Kang-hyuk was terrified by Young-sik, who was holding a tray underneath, and he backed away. Min, seeing it, also shifted from annoyed to surprised. Kang-hyuk helplessly pointed down at Young-sik while asking, Boss, what is this thing? Jo Seung-woo happily crossed his arms and showed off Young-sik to the two of them. This is my new employee and air freshener. Smells good, right? Only then did he sit down and sniff the scent coming from it. Now that you mention it, it's my new air purifier as well. Smells nice, doesn't it? Only then did he slump down and inhale the scent from her. Now that you mention it, it really does smell like flowers. Feels like we're on vacation in a warm southern country. And Young-sik shot Baek Kang-hyuk a look of disgust. But as soon as he reacted, he lunged forward, panicking and questioning him. Wait, that's not right. Isn't that a monster? Jo Seung-woo still replied calmly and happily. You could call it that too. But Kang-hyuk remained extremely opposed. Whatever you call it, it's still a slime, he said irritably. He quickly lifted the layer of his coat to reach inside and grab his gun. If it multiplies, this is going to be a huge problem. As a frontline fighter, I can't overlook this. But he suddenly froze when he saw Jo Seung-woo's smiling, calm face. Kang-hyuk's face gradually paled. He slowly lowered both hands and abandoned his initial plan. Right, this regressor guy, he won't let it slide if I shoot the slime he's raising. He stood there frowning, struggling with himself in increasing confusion. He once again pulled out his gun from inside his coat. Baek Kang-hyuk held the gun in his hand, his face revealing a serious look, even though he was still anxious inside. No, I have to do what must be done. I am blessed by the god of swordsmanship and victory. Even Kang-hyuk loudly reminded him seriously. Boss, you're a frontline fighter. This is unacceptable. Letting a monster run free right in the restaurant. This is completely different from raising a cat or a familiar. Jo Seung-woo was still smiling, hands under his chin, pretending to listen before asking back. I guess you're right. So, do you have a solution? Seeing this, he was startled and angrily shouted, You think there's a solution? Jo Seung-woo didn't answer, just crossed his arms and sighed. Wait, you're actually disappointed? I waited for you to because I thought you'd know what to do. Min then spoke up, looking perfectly calm. It's not that there's no way. Baek Kang-hyuk looked confused, turning to look at Min, who suddenly picked up Young-sik with both hands, causing him to drop the serving tray. But first, I have a question. Min looked amused, massaging and teasing Young-sik in his hands, his expression becoming more relaxed and cheerful. Exactly what kind of slime is this? It's not like a normal slime. This species usually has acidic properties, but this one is harmless. Plus, it smells good and is so soft. Young-sik, being teased, got angry and tried to struggle. Release me. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like a dog? Jo Seung-woo stood behind the counter, explaining his findings. I removed the toxins from its body last night, he replied cheerfully, his hand still stroking Young-sik's head. I see. In that case, there is a way. He looked at Nabi. She was happily standing on her hind legs in the back and offered her input. You should report one of your abilities. Taming. He was a bit surprised to hear Min's suggestion. Taming. It's the ability to tame and manage monsters. Since you're raising a shape-shifting cat, it's not that strange. Then Min asked curiously what the slime's name was. Jo Seung-woo, having processed his suggestion, happily replied, Young-sik. Young-sik immediately jumped, looking up as soon as Min put him back on the ground. That's my name. He looked quite interested, taking out a notebook from his pocket and starting to take notes carefully. Since it's a slime, it'll be classified as a combat type. You might even receive a training subsidy if you register it as a combat monster, but you'll also be called up if a gate appears. He stood with his arms crossed, showing clear dissatisfaction and helplessness on his handsome face. I really don't want to be called up. Min's next words made both Jo Seung-woo and Baek Kang-hyuk look over in surprise. Then just fake the documents and register it as an F-rank slime. He asked again, confused and incredulous. I can do that? Min explained to him with a wry smile while writing in his small notebook. Sure you can. You know, the branch manager handed over all your matters to me. Seeing that, Jo Seung-woo breathed a sigh of relief and felt a bit happier in his heart. Perhaps he saw everything about Young-sik, but he didn't seem to want to dig deeper. Below, Young-sik was trembling, his eyes brimming with tears. Young-sik, such a name. Finally, Min happily repeated his final decision. Then I'll report the slime's rank as F. Your business won't be affected. Jo Seung-woo smiled brightly upon hearing this, feeling grateful. Thanks. Baek Kang-hyuk was left stunned and helpless, just staring at the two of them happily, chatting away. Don't mention it. Inside, Baek Kang-hyuk was just feeling desperate and helpless, screaming internally. Branch manager, I think they're plotting something here. What should I do? Seung-woo also happily asked Min for his opinion. Do you want to eat pudding? Min didn't hesitate and immediately replied happily. Yes, if you're offering. Just then, Nabi happily brought over a cup of coffee and announced to Baek Kang-hyuk. Here's your coffee. He took the cup and took a sip, while Baek Kang-hyuk held the menu to order. Damn it. I tried to stop them, that's enough. Let's see the hunter's menu for today. A special item on the menu immediately caught his attention. Lamb steak. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately looked delighted and waved at Nabi to order. I'll take 3 servings of the lamb steak. Seeing that, she turned back and teased him playfully. Wow, you're quite the glutton, aren't you? He leaned back coolly and bragged proudly. I'm the guy who came back after living in Terra for half a year. You could say monsters aren't a challenge anymore, but just a part of my daily life. Nabi's eyes sparkled upon hearing that, and she generously decided while praising him. That's amazing. That's so cool. Just for today, it's on the house. This made Baek Kang-hyuk beam with pride. All right, what a sharp cat. Young-sik, with a scowling face, carried a plate of fresh meat on his head, cursing silently to himself. I can't believe he actually agreed to come here and eat this stuff. People in this world are so strange. He looked at the plate of fresh meat, his face extremely excited to the point of impatience. It's here! Baek Kang-hyuk brought the grilled meat to his mouth and took a big bite. He chewed on the meat happily and couldn't stop praising it. Yes, that's it. The more you chew, the more the flavor explodes. Compared to Terra's food, this is so much better. But Young-sik, looking up, felt his whole body trembling, pale with fear, questioning himself. I'm doomed. How can he eat it with such pleasure after one bite? Right then, the restaurant door opened wide again. A group of happy customers opened the door and walked inside. Hello, mister. We're here. Seeing them, Seung-woo happily spoke up to welcome them. "Come in," Nabi also happily said. "Come on in, everyone." Each of them found a seat and called out, "Mister, we'd like to order. Over here too." Their calls kept following one after another, making Young-sik have to move constantly. "We want to order too," he grumbled internally while nervously carrying the tray of food on his head. "Everyone keeps pouring in these people. Stop eating out and go cook for yourselves." Young-sik felt discouraged, tears streaming down his face while serving the food. "Just wait until I recover my body." However, as long as Jo Seung-woo kept his powers sealed, Young-sik's body would never recover. 2 wine glasses clinked together from both sides. Lee Jong-hoon sat at the drinking table, looking extremely excited. "I don't know if it's because I'm in a good mood, but the wine tastes great today." "You've been through a lot." The man in the denim jacket sitting opposite him only replied vaguely, "It's nothing serious." His eyes looked a bit awkward as he cut him off. It seemed like everything had returned to how it was before. Under the clear water, the fish continued to swim. Lee Jong-hoon looked very peaceful, just smiling faintly. The man in the denim jacket was suddenly startled, looking up after receiving some information. "You will receive compensation for damages from the Disaster Recovery Board." While scooping up food, he shared sympathetically. "The goal is to support environmental development as well as compensation for the suspension of work. It's not much, but it will help a little." The man at first was still half believing. "Really?" Lee Jong-hoon offered the plate of food and spoke sincerely before the man's eyes. "I'm not doing this because of our personal relationship." The hot, fragrant plate of food was laid out before the man in the denim jacket. "You deserve it." The next words he said, even more moving, enough to bring tears to his eyes, was the admission. "It is our fault for not supporting you when you needed it." His whole body started to shake, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. "Thank you, branch manager. That was quite a difficult time." Lee Jong-hoon, quick to read the room, stood up and patted the man comfortingly. "It's okay, I understand, sir." Under the clear, open sky, the man himself had dared to declare that everything would be all right from now on. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper. At the Isekai Korea branch, inside his office, Lee Jong-hoon sits deep in thought, staring at his secretary. His face is twisted in a deeply uncomfortable scowl. An official dispatch was sent? Really? Hwang Ji-hyun, though slightly intimidated, has to answer honestly. "It's true, sir. Please take a look." A deep purple seal is clearly embossed on the stack of papers. Lee Jong-hoon takes one glance and is already so stressed that he starts pulling at his hair. He tugs at his hair. "Official authorization for the armed response team? It's real, I can't believe it. I didn't think they'd actually agree to this." His next words make Hwang Ji-hyun turn away in embarrassment. Everyone came back half dead after trying to complete that bizarre eating challenge, to the point where everyone had to call in sick. "We were so short-staffed that I had to request help in a fit of rage, but they actually sent reinforcements?" She immediately puts on a bright face and suggests, "But isn't that a good thing, sir? Isn't it great that we finally received the help we needed?" But deep down, she is secretly hoping for something else. "Will I finally be able to go on a vacation? Seriously, right? Where should I go? Bali? Hawaii?" Lee Jong-hoon places his hands on the desk and speaks bluntly about the issue. No, the Secretary General is not that kind of person. His fingers begin to interlace, resting right against his chin, looking incredibly serious. The thing he hates most is failure, followed by inefficiency. To him, sending people must come with certain conditions. Then he looks at Hwang Ji-hyun and asks a question. "Do you know which armed response team was sent?" She keeps her hands behind her back, her expression slightly hesitant. "That is..." Her eyebrows begin to knit together, and her face shows signs of apprehension. "The ISAC Full Metal Heroes Headquarters Unit." As soon as he hears that, Lee Jong-hoon suddenly slams his hand on the table and jumps up. "What? They are the best of the best! Why would they send a unit like that here?" His expression grows more and more stunned. No way. A thought makes Lee Jong-hoon stand there, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could they have found out about the existence of Jo Seung-woo? In his mind, an image appears. Jo Seung-woo, with his gentle face but eccentric personality. Jo Seung-woo is a regressor who could become an unprecedented disaster, someone with power far exceeding the best of the best. A nuclear bomb. If he sent them to subdue him in an emergency, it would make sense. But Lee Jong-hoon is so tense that he collapses back into his chair, holding his head. How naive Hwang Ji-hyun sees this state and can only worry. "Branch manager?" He suddenly lifts his face as if he just thought of a plan. "If our superiors are doing what I think they are, we have to stop them. No matter how elite the hunter force is, they cannot stop an existence like Jo Seung-woo. They calculated wrong." She stands there listening, only to be left baffled and confused. Lee Jong-hoon repeatedly taps his fingers against the stack of papers, looking extremely indecisive. Should I report this back to the higher-ups? I can't think of any other way. His gaze is strangely sharp, and he is lost in deep thought. Could the Secretary General know something I don't? He mutters to himself, then starts waving his hands around in the air in a strange manner. No, that's impossible. There's no way, unless he secretly planted a spy in that restaurant. The scene shifts to a beautiful sunny day shining down on the roof. TG just sneezes and shivers right before starting his meal. I can't stand this damn weather. The food laid out before him includes today's menu: Western-style pork cutlet and mushroom soup. He slowly sticks his fork into the thick piece of meat. Next, he brings a small piece close to his mouth. TG nonchalantly takes the meat into his mouth. With an expression that is initially just focused on chewing the food, Jo Seung-woo suddenly appears along with others, continuously clapping around him. So wild. An athlete really is different. You finished that in 2 minutes. This makes So Taiji feel a bit flustered. It's not just because I'm an athlete, actually. I think you're right. He holds up a finger and makes a suggestion. Could I ask for another serving? He rolls up his sleeves and enthusiastically replies, Of course. This time, I'll make plenty. Because of that, his face relaxes. Thank you. Thanks for the help. His gaze suddenly hits the little Young-sik, who is carrying a plate of food. Why is there a slime in a restaurant? TG's gaze is observing it, but without a shred of friendliness. Is it helping him? What an interesting little guy. At the same time, a fresh fragrance radiates from its body. A part of its body begins to move. He glances at the child behind it, then tries to reassure himself. But no matter how strange it is, a slime is just a slime. His eyebrows furrow, and his hand clenches tightly, showing his determination. I won't let anything touch Unha. Not even a small scratch. Young-sik, who has been watching him the whole time, also feels displeased. What's wrong with that human? In its head, it clearly remembers Jo Seung-woo's words. I work hard because he promised to protect me if I do. Because of that, it has been working very hard, learning how to clean the shop. I am learning human knowledge and how to take care of the restaurant. TG has now projected a very scary image outside. So, what's wrong with that guy? Young-sik is even more confused. Then it turns sharply to look at him. Did I do something wrong? 2 pairs of eyes, sharp as knives, one high, one low, clash directly. Before Young-sik even realizes it, it feels its body being picked up. Jo Seung-woo suddenly appears from behind, scolding it. You useless thing, who taught you to glare at the customers like that? It can only endure the injustice. I didn't glare at that guy first. I didn't do that first. He calmly hugs it closer to TG and asks warmly, Are you uncomfortable with slimes? It's just a small, harmless creature. He has calmed down, sat back down, and sighed in relief. It put me into an instinctive defensive state. Seung-woo nonchalantly tossed Young-sik up and down right in front of him. She's such a handful. Everyone took a defensive stance upon seeing it. It's so bouncy, you could use it as a basketball. TG had to hurry up and stand to stop him. Please, don't do things like that in front of Unha. I think she'll copy you. Jo Seung-woo held her entire body against his side. She was perfectly safe, though she had a sour, annoyed look on her face. Yet she didn't dare say a word. I'm the one in danger here. Hearing this, Seoul Taiji finally let out a sigh of relief. He used a gentle tone to advise him. It's best to hide Slim right now. Jo Seung-woo was still confused as to why. He looked up seriously as he gave him a crucial piece of information. The mobile armored squad is coming here. The look on his face was one of complete bewilderment, because there was still so much he didn't understand. The mobile armored squad? That's definitely not the Metropolitan Mechanized Force. Seoul Taiji sat with his arms crossed, his tone serious. I'll explain. Do you want me to give you a full explanation, or keep it brief? Jo Seung-woo was eager to learn more. I'm free, so give me the full explanation. All right then. I'll start with how they were founded. Starting from the perspective of an individual. Someone with power fighting against monsters, the awakened, the hunters, those with special abilities. They were like the embodiment of justice, always protecting others from cruelty. Hunters are the ones who kill the monsters pouring out of gates and rifts. They are the shields that protect humanity. But in reality, it was just one person fighting against many, and their numbers were so few. A little girl, like the victims, could only hide behind their backs and cry. Back then, ordinary people started thinking, can't we fight too? Because we aren't awakened? Are we just supposed to keep receiving protection forever? Is that okay? Even so, looking deep into her eyes, she wanted to fight with her own strength. We want to fight too. The old toy was clutched tightly to the little girl's chest. They needed weapons that could pierce the hearts of monsters and armor that could protect their bodies. And then, After a while, a building was created by an organization. Cyber Day, the global leader in scientific development, met this need, and the result was that disposable weapons of war were created. Deep inside this building, a giant, inactive robot was hidden, the Mobile Combat Unit. Suddenly, a voice spoke out. A disposable robot? Jo Seung-woo stood with his arms crossed, looking stunned after learning about something humans could pilot to fight with. Sel Taiji sat properly as he spoke to him. That's right. Initially, it was designed as an unmanned device, but it was later converted into a piloted one, to face problems caused by communication interference in areas with high electromagnetic wave density. With his imagination running wild, he quickly became excited. That's amazing. His naivety led him to ask, "So, what are those people doing here with this slim?" Taiji could only sigh helplessly and reply, "The Mobile Combat Unit is a device with limitations." Jo Seung-woo's eyes widened as he finally understood the core of the problem. If a slim got into the machine, it wouldn't be able to resist. But on the contrary, Taiji seemed so exhausted by this that he couldn't even laugh. Many people are being captured because of that. Because of that, the mobile armored squad absolutely hates Slim. He looked down at Young-sik with a thoughtful expression. That makes sense. Scene shifts to the ISAC Corporation building. Lee Jong-hoon and the others were already there. Polished black shoes were tied tight and lined up neatly. A girl in a military uniform stepped forward to perform a greeting. Mobile Armored Squad, 6th Squadron. I am Captain Gu Hena. Lee Jong-hoon greeted her formally in return. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lee Jong-hoon, the branch manager. A squad of giant robots appeared, following behind her. Hina was the one leading them. Min glanced to the side and saw Baek Kang-hyuk smiling slyly. He was trying to find a way to get Gu Hena's attention. My type is a strong woman like that. Baek Kang-hyuk quickly closed the distance to her. What a waste if someone as amazing as you had to become a soldier. And you're already married. 2. In his mind, Gu Hena was someone who lacked even a shred of confidence. Top-tier hunters have higher ranks, which makes her feel inferior, right? She just sighed and offered a smile as a response. Gu Hena flicked his forehead hard to help Baek Kang-hyuk wake up. The guy had already been seen through by her from the very beginning. Too bad for you. If you're trying to get some attention, you superstar, you brat. He was so angry he was shaking, and his head was practically steaming. The sound of footsteps echoed through the headquarters hallway. I'm glad you're here. I've prepared a place for you to stay, so please make yourself at home. Gu Hena was happy to receive his support. Thank you. Is there anything else that needs to be done? He allowed Gu Hena to go out and look around. Not at all. It's your free time right now. If you want, why not take a tour around the city? She didn't need Lee Jong-hoon to give her a personal tour. That's fine. I already have a place I want to go. It seemed like Lee Jong-hoon was quite surprised by her decision. A place you want to go, you say? Gu Hena was full of excitement, wanting to go to a restaurant that had been getting a lot of buzz. I heard there's a restaurant recently where they make dishes using monster ingredients. He tried to signal Min and Baek Kang-hyuk not to misunderstand him. I never mentioned anything like that. He made an X sign with his hands to show his innocence. I didn't either. Seeing Min's confused expression, he knew he was telling the truth. It wasn't me, seriously. She explained the reason she just had to go there. I've always wanted to try a meal made from monsters. At least once in my life. I heard the taste is absolutely terrible. That's right, isn't it? He seemed to be trying hard to stop Hina from going to the restaurant. That's right. It's extremely horrific, to the point that I wouldn't recommend you try it. But she brought up a specific example to reassure everyone. I actually like strange foods. I've tried kusea and surströmming before. It was the first time Min had encountered such a tough case. That's impressive. But regardless, to put it simply, there's a bit of a difference between smelly food and actual monster meat. Gu Hena's whole body radiated a killing intent that made him shiver. And if they even have a slim there, I really want to try that too. Min realized his responsibility in changing her mind. This is serious. I have to stop her from going there no matter what. Lee Jong-hoon nonchalantly gave his assessment in front of Gu Hena. I think he has prepared Slim before. Her curiosity was piqued even further. Is that so? That's amazing. Then I'll head there myself right now. He immediately became dejected, staring at Gu Hena's retreating back. Min couldn't help but worry about Young-sik's safety. Branch manager. There's a Slim at that Hunter restaurant. He didn't think much of it and gave the green light to Jo Seung-woo. I know. He's raising it to use it, right? Didn't he report that it was useful? The words from his mouth left the others petrified. He even raised a slime as an employee. He scolded them. It was terrible because Min didn't remind him in time. Wait, you should have reported this to me. Min wasn't one to be pushed around. You said not to report it. That's right. The branch manager, Lee Jong-hoon, believed reporting was his responsibility. However, you should have known to report such an important matter yourself, shouldn't you? He argued back against his superior to defend his own honor. You didn't tell me what to report. Baek Kang-hyuk didn't help. He only added fuel to the fire. Miscommunication is truly sad. That's why I told you to speak up more, didn't I? That was why he ended up. Lee Jong-hoon and Min both shouted at him, "Shut up! Right now, Gu-hena has arrived at the famous restaurant." For some reason, Seo Taiji and Jo Seung-woo froze for 5 seconds. It looked like he was certain Gu-hena would come to the restaurant as predicted. There she is. She gently opened the door. As soon as she entered, her eyes kept wandering. Nabi enthusiastically waved to welcome the guest. "Welcome, Gu-hena. I didn't expect the server to be a cat. Oh my god, where did such a cute cat come from? Welcome." Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo frantically searched for Young-sik's presence. "You did well, Nabi. But what about Young-sik?" Turns out, he was busy trying to transform into human form. It's too hard. It's just too hard. Slimes can change their shape. If it gathers its strength and focus, Young-sik couldn't take it for another second. I was able to change my form, as he said, but beads of sweat appeared more and more on his face. I can't hold it any longer. Even a small sound could hardly escape Gu-hena's ears. Sure enough, she had become suspicious of the restaurant's staff. "I think I just heard a sound." Nabi, being kind, gave Gu-hena advice on choosing a dish. "Dear customer, the slime dish you requested is only suitable for dessert, much like pudding or ice cream." And that was a note. Who would have thought she would turn around and question Nabi? A note. Does it not taste good? It naturally showered the dish with praise. It's delicious. But the calorie content is huge. You'll end up like a little pig. Young-sik was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I almost got caught. His mood plummeted because he kept overthinking things. The more he thought about it, the weirder it felt. Why do I have to hide in front of that customer? Can't I just stay in the basement? Why do I have to hide while working? Young-sik hurriedly transformed into human form, so he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. In any case, I can only maintain this form for 20 seconds. I have to hurry and hide. He put the food tray on Gu-hena's head, then ran out quickly. When she wasn't paying attention, Young-sik dared to return to his slime form. He was only afraid of revealing his true identity to Gu-hena. It's so hard. Until she used a napkin to wipe her mouth, Young-sik was cleaning up the 8 plates nearby. Actually, Gu-hena had noticed his actions earlier. "Hey." She looked at Young-sik with a glare. "You're a slime, aren't you?" Its eyes were glistening as if it were about to cry. Everyone froze for a few seconds at Gu-hena's question. She accidentally touched the utensil area. The slime Nabi lunged to shield Young-sik because it had turned back into its original form. Gu-hena's fierce appearance scared them to death. She had her own reasons for hating slimes. The slime recalled the time Gu-hena was still fighting heroically. On a certain battlefield, she was injured in her right eye, her body devoid of any strength. Damn it. But Gu-hena, just as she opened her mouth, checked on the health of her comrades. "Is everyone okay?" 2 subordinates responded so Gu-hena wouldn't worry. "Yes, somehow, we're okay, Captain." The voice in her earpiece transmitted a sound to her. "This is Bishop." He contacted her to send a distress signal. Gu-hena heard him clearly. "A slime is crawling into the cockpit. It's trying to melt me. Save me," she screamed, aiming to warn her comrades nearby. "Bishop, wait for me a moment." Pushing the engine to the max. "We have to find it and get ready to fight." Gu-hena was helpless because she couldn't resolve the unexpected situation. The mobile combat armor was assembled before the mission and disassembled afterward. The pilot couldn't remove the armor by themselves. Her tears welled up, mixed with the anger inside her heart. That was why Gu-hena hated slimes so much. A combat armor pilot, an ordinary person, had no way to resist a slime's infiltration into the machine's body. Most had no choice but death. A slime. She then used a meat cleaver as a weapon. "I'll kill you," Jo Seung-woo hurriedly reminded her, because he didn't want things to spiral out of control. "Dear customer, let me tell you the use of the knife in Gu-hena's hand. That is used to slice Japanese pork cutlets." Jo Seung-woo's voice, though gentle, still carried a serious tone. "It is not meant to be used as a weapon." Jo Seung-woo stood from afar, witnessing the conflict between Nabi and Gu-hena. He sighed softly. He had heard her story from TG. Gu-hena's enraged expression caught Jo Seung-woo's eyes, so he understood why she acted that way. He then shifted his gaze toward Nabi and Young-sik, who was trembling behind it, but she didn't realize that the little guy also had his own story. Jo Seung-woo sank into his own memories. Initially, Young-sik wasn't a slime. He imagined the scene of Young-sik facing a slime. It was scared, trying to cling to the bedsheets. After the rift opened, Monster attacks on citizens became a very common occurrence. A slime had attacked a child, and it was quickly interested in the boy. But this slime was very special. The slime slammed one hand onto the floor. Jo Seung-woo's narration hadn't ended yet. It can absorb a bit of knowledge, and even the personality of its prey through digestion. In his mind, an image appeared of two researchers operating remotely through a surveillance screen, activating countless lightning bolts. Gonia's scientists had captured the slime during this expedition, and they began conducting many experiments to create a weapon that could destroy the rift. That slime immediately detected the scholar's attack. The problem was, the slime had begun to evolve its own consciousness, but it couldn't react in time, letting the lightning bolts surround it. The first slime to gain consciousness became the first sacrifice. Lines of reasoning kept surrounding Jo Seung-woo's mind. The slime had to endure infinite pain because of the experiments conducted on its body, but it felt no resentment or hatred. They can only feel those emotions if they are taught. The only thing they know is to eat. That is the reason. Young-sik ate everything. As he slowly looked away after seeing those memories, he realized he couldn't think of the kid as a threat anymore. Young-sik was still just a child. Right after that, Jo Seung-woo walked toward them. He needed a guardian, not scientists who ordered him to eat and kill everything, but an adult who would teach him right from wrong. He placed a hand on his hip and challenged her. "Gu-hena, what are you doing to my child?" she asked in confusion. "Your child?" Gu-hena was still puzzled. "This slime is your child?" Jo Seung-woo calmly replied. "He is a officially registered, tamed monster. Is there a problem?" She clicked her tongue in annoyance, thinking, "I can't cause a scene here." Gu-hena's hand reached toward the small knife on the table. She was fully aware of her own abilities and those of her opponent. Even though she was confident in her close-quarters knife skills, she couldn't beat an awakened person. Gu-hena pondered for a long time, then aimed a murderous glare at poor Young-sik, thinking, "How can I kill it?" Gu-hena suddenly shook off the thought. She carefully assessed the situation. There wasn't a single opening. It was impossible. Gu-hena pointed at Young-sik and said, "Do you know what happens if a member of the mobile armored team sees a slime?" Jo Seung-woo didn't hold back and retorted, "Do you know what happens if you attack a tamed monster right in front of its tamer?" She didn't hesitate to reply, "I'll compensate you for it." He laughed, cutting her off. "You'll kill him, and I should just stand by and watch? This joke isn't funny at all." Jo Seung-woo suddenly threatened, "Ma'am, I'll only let this slide twice. There won't be a third time." She stood up cautiously. "And what will you do if I cross that line a third time, huh?" His expression suddenly turned serious. "If you're that curious, why don't you try it and see?" Gu-hena tensed up, gritting her teeth, unable to say a word. Sel Taiji felt embarrassed being caught in the middle of their argument. She angrily emphasized, "I am the captain of the mobile armored team. If you make an enemy of me over something this trivial, you'll have a hard time. If you keep running this restaurant, that is." Jo Seung-woo calmly challenged her back. "Well, what about you? If you make an enemy of me over this, you'll be the one in a difficult spot." He scanned the surrounding space. More importantly, the patrons in the shop couldn't help but feel nervous at Jo Seung-woo's words. "I want us to stop this psychological warfare." Nabi kept wagging her tail, signaling Gu-hena. Even Sel Taiji shook her head repeatedly, crossing her arms into an X. "Are you crazy? Stop it." She brought a hand to her forehead, thinking, "I've blown this way out of proportion." Gu-hena glanced at the cutlery on the table, thinking about how she had pulled a knife in front of civilians and a tamed monster like that slime. Gu-hena hesitated for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. She decided to concede. "My apologies. I behaved too rudely." But Jo Seung-woo still wasn't satisfied. "Just a verbal apology?" Gu-hena whispered, "I'll pay for everyone's meal here." He nodded, satisfied. "Then I'll let it slide." Jo Seung-woo didn't forget to remind her, "Only if you pay for the extra orders as well." "Of course." She helplessly agreed. "Fine." Sel Taiji finally dropped the burden. That could have ended much worse. A question suddenly popped into his head. Did she not receive any specific orders regarding the regressor? Was it because she had been busy with activities up until now? If it weren't for my bodyguard job, I would have warned her already. Gu-hena suddenly startled and looked up. Young-sik was struggling to walk away after bringing her a hearty plate of food. Gu-hena bit her lip, burying her face in her hands. Night began to fall, and the entire restaurant sank into a quiet darkness. Nabi walked unsteadily to the bed. "I'm so tired." After settling onto the soft pillow, she suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Warrior, if you knew she would hate slimes that much, wouldn't it have been better to hide him?" Jo Seung-woo explained thoroughly. "Young-sik isn't entirely innocent, but he didn't do anything wrong here. Why hide him? Besides, this is my restaurant. If she doesn't like him, then she doesn't have to come. Nabi drowsily asked again. Then why did you turn him back into human form for a moment? And then hide him? Is everything going according to plan? He smiled. That was just training. She didn't quite understand Jo Seung-woo's point. Training? He remembered the moment Guhena chased after the panicked, fleeing Young-sik. Today, the kid could only transform for 10 seconds, yet he tried to maintain his form for over a minute. Danger really is a great motivator. Nabi started to yawn. That's the reason? Warrior, you're so bold. Jo Seung-woo watched her slowly drift into a deep sleep. She must be more tired than usual because she was so worried today. He felt a bit lethargic himself. I should go to sleep. 2. The door to the room suddenly creaked open just a tiny bit. Young-sik was hiding right behind it. Back then, he said, my child. His cheeks turned bright red as he smiled to himself. My child. Young-sik peeked inside stealthily. He used all his little strength to climb onto Jo Seung-woo's bed. After a bit of struggling, Young-sik lay comfortably on the mattress. He didn't know that Jo Seung-woo had secretly seen everything. The corners of his mouth tilted up into a faint smile. The room was silent. All three of them were happy in their hearts. On a peaceful early morning at the restaurant, which served food made from monsters to hunters, the sunlight made Jo Seung-woo struggle to wake up. Suddenly, a sharp pain made him snap wide awake. Jo Seung-woo gritted his teeth in pain and sat up, groaning, "Oh God, my back. Why on earth does it ache like this?" He seemed embarrassed to see Nabi and Young-sik, who was in his zero slime form, lying comfortably on his legs. Perhaps this was why Jo Seung-woo was in such pain. He sighed and picked up Nabi, who was fast asleep. You're right, it's time to buy a bed. Jo Seung-woo felt relieved to see Young-sik looking completely satisfied while sleeping on his legs. This little guy is finally opening up, huh? Jo Seung-woo let Young-sik and Nabi sleep on the bed together. He stood up and stretched to start a new day. For the menu, he only needed to prepare a light meal. It wasn't much. Most hunters said they were busy. It would probably be a quiet day today. Jo Seung-woo went down to the kitchen, thinking about what to cook. Since Nabi and Young-sik were here, he had to make breakfast. He opened the rice cooker, but there was nothing left inside. Out of rice? The soup is all gone. Jo Seung-woo scratched his head in confusion. Since I ordered the wrong ingredients, I'm already sick of the shrimp and fish. But the pork is piled up high. For days, I've only been selling shrimp and fish. Jo Seung-woo was getting a headache trying to figure out what to cook. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A simple dish using shrimp and fish that isn't greasy and works for breakfast. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Shrimp katsu sandwich. Sandwiches are a dish everyone on Earth knows. There are so many types and flavors, and the recipes are versatile too. Just adjust the sauce, add a few ingredients, press the bread together, and you're good to go. Everything looks so appetizing, and many people love them because they are so easy to make and convenient. It's truly the food of freedom, a globally famous dish." As he grabbed the bread, Jo Seung-woo remembered the past. He recalled the first time he made a sandwich for Theodoros over 15 years ago in Terra. One night in a forest, Jo Seung-woo's party gathered around a campfire to eat and rest. The elven archer of the hero's party, Theodoros, stared seriously at the sandwich Jo Seung-woo had made. May I ask, in what context was this dish created? As he was eating, he was caught off guard by the question. Context? Food has history too. Theodoros looked at the food in his hand with a grave expression. A dish this delicious surely doesn't have an ordinary history. Jo Seung-woo replied wearily, "It's just putting whatever you want between two slices of bread, that's all." He didn't seem to care much. He held up the sandwich as if to honor it. "It is the very idea of freedom. I can feel a free soul that isn't bound by anything." Theodoros turned to him excitedly and asked, "Tell me, this must be a dish created by a free warrior, right?" Jo Seung-woo calmly replied while eating, "As far as I know, a man called an earl created it. He was a man of justice who always hated bad people." Upon hearing his reply, Theodoros hurriedly threw away the sandwich he had just been praising. "A damn earl? Is he one of those bourgeoisie?" He replied calmly. "What I know is that he was a devoted official. This dish was created to be eaten with one hand because he was so busy. Don't just dismiss him as an ordinary capitalist. A dish made for work, you say?" Unable to stand it, Theodoros bent down. He picked up the sandwich from the ground, while Jo Seung-woo asked awkwardly, "If you couldn't stand it, why pick it up? From now on, the name of this dish will be Theodoros's. A free dish like this deserves to bear my name." Theodoros stood up, held the sandwich high, and declared it heroically. It left him stunned, practically frozen. Seeing how shameless he was, Jo Seung-woo scolded him. Hey, stop it. Do you even know what copyright is? Theodoros puckered his lips and blew the dirt off the sandwich, replying, "What's that?" Seeing his dismissive attitude, Jo Seung-woo sat down and sighed helplessly. You really don't know, do you? All fantasies are like this. Damn it. Forget it, you communist elf. Just do whatever you want. He decided to put it aside and just go along with Theodoros. He ate the sandwich happily, but there was something Jo Seung-woo didn't expect. Surprisingly, after he had really called the sandwich Theodoros's, or the original name, sandwich, spread all over Terra in no time. Everyone, from young to old, ate them. Theodoros is now seen as a god of revolution and rebellion, and in Terra, sandwiches became an offering to the gods. Beneath his statue, there are many, many sandwiches. Returning to reality, Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but admire his talent. The name Theo. The ability to take action that was quite something. He turned back to his main task. Let's see, Nabi and Youngsik are about to wake up. Let's try making a hot sandwich. A hot sandwich, a dish using ingredients that are grilled or fried with heat. They taste even better when paired with a hot cup of coffee. A cold sandwich is a dish using fresh ingredients without the use of fire. It's usually served with milk. The way to distinguish the two types of sandwiches is very clear. First, fry the shrimp katsu. After heating the oil, drop the shrimp katsu in until it's golden and crispy. Then, put cabbage on the bread. It helps cut the greasiness of the dish. Then, add the shrimp katsu, which has been drizzled with sauce. Just a moderate amount is enough. And that's it. But today, after making the sandwich, Jo Seung-woo rummaged through the cabinets looking for something. I know I left it somewhere, Myobrian. It was kept in a tightly sealed jar. It was covered in cat paw charms, a sauce for heroes, made by Irapost. Every year, heroes from other worlds come and absolutely loathe the food in Terra. Everyone gets depressed and doesn't want to try it. Irapost was very troubled and nurtured the intention of creating a forbidden delicacy for such heroes. This sauce was made by Irapost, using secret methods passed down through generations. Even though it's Terra's food, it's surprisingly delicious. It's good eaten cold or grilled, and the longer it's kept, the deeper the flavor gets. Jo Seung-woo scooped up a spoonful of the sauce to smell it and exclaimed, "It's a precious sauce that even I don't know how to make. Plus, it was sent by Nabi's grandmother, so it's even more precious. Because it's so delicious, even 2-year-old Myobrian is hard to find, let alone one that's over 33 years old." Then, he put a spoonful of Myobrian on the shrimp katsu. But there was one thing Jo Seung-woo was worried about when using it. The problem is weight gain. It has so many calories. The higher the calories, the more delicious it is. Myobrian has super high calories. It proves that, saying, even though it will affect my weight, because of how delicious it is, he drizzled it over the tonkatsu anyway, he thought proudly. But the effect of the pancetta I ate last time is still there. Done. 2 hot tonkatsu sandwiches are finished. They look delicious. The Myobrian oozing out of the sandwich gave off an incredibly seductive aroma. A cat's meow rang out, grabbing Jo Seung-woo's attention. Nabi and Youngsik were still groggy, awakened by the scent of the Myobrian. Meow, they walked out. It smells so good. Seeing this, he reassured himself. It'll probably be fine, right? Baek Kang-hyuk and Min arrived at Jo Seung-woo's restaurant. For the first time, they caught the strange scent. Baek Kang-hyuk gasped in surprise. What is this smell? It felt like a bolt of lightning struck both of them. Min turned red, and Baek Kang-hyuk was driven wild by the scent and rushed in, shouting, "Boss, what on earth is this dish?" Jo Seung-woo, holding Nabi in one arm, and Youngsik, who was lying slumped over as if fainting, in the other, stammered, well, it's that thing." Baek Kang-hyuk was overwhelmed by the fragrance of the Myobrian and started drooling. "I don't care what it is, bring it out now." Min was just as hungry but tried to remain calm and politely said, please, sir." Their condition put Jo Seung-woo in a difficult spot. His mood was complicated, but he agreed. 2 delicious shrimp katsu sandwiches were made. Baek Kang-hyuk and Min ate them, and found it hard to explain. Feeling just as miserable, they chewed, and one commented dejectedly, "It's delicious, sure," Min added, "but it doesn't taste as good as it smells." He scratched his head, embarrassed, thinking that was because it was just a regular sandwich, not something made by Myobrian, hardly a dish to make Nabi and Youngsik faint from deliciousness. Jo Seung-woo. He cleared his throat, coughing dryly. "I'll have to watch the dosage next time." Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk chuckled, leaving him both surprised and confused. "What's that for? Why that look?" Jo Seung-woo asked. The boy suppressed a laugh and replied, Well, there was something quite interesting at the medical branch in Korea yesterday. A man was frantically pouring painkillers into his mouth, ignoring any prescribed dosage. Hwang Ji-hyun was extremely worried about Lee Jong-hoon's state. Addressing the man consuming medicine uncontrollably, she asked, "Branch manager, are you all right?" He angrily snapped back. "You're asking me if I'm all right? I'm being driven crazy here. Who would have thought that woman, Gu Hena, would be so insane? Doesn't she have any basic common sense? Even if Pilot Wagwa doesn't like Slim, how? How could she pull a knife inside a fake store?" Lee Jong-hoon slammed the pill bottle down in frustration, leaving Hwang Ji-hyun to take the brunt of his anger. Let's let it slide." Flustered, she still tried to smile and defend Gu Hena. Regardless, she is still the captain of the general manager's direct squad. Does coming here have a meaning? That is the meaning? Lee Jong-hoon spoke up unexpectedly, startling Hwang Ji-hyun. He spun his chair, calmed down, and continued. "This is a test from the general manager." "A test?" she asked, stunned. Lee Jong-hoon calmly explained. "That person's eyes and ears are everywhere in the world. Perhaps they already knew there was a Slim in that store." Hwang Ji-hyun was deeply unsettled. "So, what kind of test is it?" He stood up while answering, checking the reports. "It's a harsh reprimand for me for not reporting the news to higher-ups, and a promotion test for Captain Gu Hena." Lee Jong-hoon left his desk. She looked at him curiously and said, "But the failure to report is a recent matter. In such a short time, there's no way you could have received news about Slim." His face became tense and thoughtful. "That's why I say the general manager is truly terrifying. Captain Hena is competing with Maxim Visowski for the captain's position, so why cause an incident like this?" Ji-hyun was bewildered. A promotion through this method? But Lee Jong-hoon remained silent, continuing to walk away. Seeing his silence, she found her own answer. Hwang Ji-hyun sighed wearily. "Things are getting serious now. Captain Hena is going to be furious, you know. The branch manager knows it too." Just then, Lee Jong-hoon turned his head and pointed to his own face, as if to describe the husband of Captain Gu Hena. "You mean her husband was attacked by a Slim?" Hwang Ji-hyun replied awkwardly. When he spoke so bluntly, she said, "You're really straightforward." Lee Jong-hoon, annoyed by Hena's behavior, said coldly, "Even if he loses face, even if his face becomes a frying pan, there is no justification for just standing there and watching his squad members die 5 times over. If you let emotions dictate your actions, you lose the qualification to lead." Hwang Ji-hyun's expression turned confused hearing his complaints. That said, Lee Jong-hoon's words were sincere, meant to help her grow. A commander must know how to separate personal feelings from duty, because on that person's shoulders, they don't just carry the lives of 1 or 2 people. Having listened to everything he said, Hwang Ji-hyun understood his heart to some extent. "I understand. Now, regarding the punishment for Captain Gu Hena, even though he didn't want to punish her, it was an order from above. Lee Jong-hoon couldn't disobey. 1 month's salary cut for poor leadership and 1 week working from home." Hwang Ji-hyun nodded. "I will handle it." When she left, Lee Jong-hoon sat heavily on the sofa, deep in thought. He sighed in frustration. He slumped his head, seriously pondering the words of warning from Hwang Ji-hyun. "If it goes on like this, people will run away because it's too harsh, sir. This ineffective work." He was surprised when she commented, "It's highly likely it won't work." Wait, ineffective? Lee Jong-hoon was very skeptical. How could that be? That was the story Baek Kang-hyuk had recounted to Jo Seung-woo. He was shocked, blurting out, "A month's salary cut and working from home for a week? Seriously?" "You," he said, seeing Baek Kang-hyuk's gleeful attitude about Hena's situation. "You seem happy about someone else's misfortune." He felt no guilt or empathy for her, but nonchalantly acknowledged, Seoul. From the story just now, he deduced hearing him say that, "The husband of the person named Hina?" Baek Kang-hyuk asked quickly, "Ah, that frying pan face?" Seeing him say that, he sternly warned him not to call him that. Baek Kang-hyuk knew he had crossed the line and apologized. "I'll be careful. What about that person?" Seoul asked, confused about the aftermath of the Slim attack on Gu Hena's husband. "Even with the advanced medicine we have now, it can't be cured? Prosthetic limbs are common. Even tissue regeneration has developed." Now, Min spoke up. "Regarding that, one has to wonder if that person is lucky or unlucky." Seoul didn't understand his point. "Lucky?" Min explained. "Usually, Pilot Wagwa wouldn't have a chance of survival if attacked by a Slim, but that person survived. Could it be that the person awakened?" he asked, shocked. His expression turned serious when mentioning this issue. "It's possible that the person can regenerate. Even if their limbs are severed, the regenerative ability is potent." Then Min stammered, "But from the things he analyzed, Taeshik, Jo Seung-woo, he finally understood. Ah, I get it now, he mused, his tone filled with a bit of pity. A bit unlucky, huh? But he also agreed, that's right. If the safety point refers to those with regenerative abilities, can determine the starting point of regeneration once they discover their ability. Once the starting point is determined, they will continue to maintain that state. It could also be considered that they revert to a certain state at a specific time. Seo Eun-gu sighed in frustration. The safety point for that person, could it be after his face was melted? Exactly. That's why surgery or mechanical aids don't work, Min confirmed. And that is also the reason why Henna's husband cannot be cured. Seo Eun-gu pursed his lips as if contemplating something. Suddenly, he made a decision that surprised both Min and Baek Kang-hyuk. One day, I will meet that person. Min felt it was very strange and probed, could it be that you know a way to treat him? Seo Eun-gu nodded nonchalantly and replied, if one truly wants to, there is nothing that cannot be done. Baek Kang-hyuk, with his childish personality, didn't understand why he wanted to do that. How does that help? He hated Gu Henna since their first meeting, so he said unpleasantly, going to someone's house to argue? What's good about that? Min disagreed with his point and tried to stop him. Hey, why are you pretending to be smart and worried about them? If it were me, I absolutely wouldn't do it. Baek Kang-hyuk voiced his selfish thoughts while smiling evilly. Min couldn't stand his bad attitude and became instantly angry, punching Baek Kang-hyuk hard on the head. Saying selfish thoughts while smiling evilly, Min couldn't stand his bad attitude and, becoming instantly angry, punched Baek Kang-hyuk hard on the head. Grow up. Having a bump on his head from the hit, he was also irritated and yanked Min's collar, provoking him. You bastard, you want to fight? And then, what had to happen happened. The two of them got into a chaotic brawl. Watching it all, Seung-woo was speechless at their childishness. I understand. He suddenly spoke up, and immediately, the two people fighting stopped what they were doing. The two slowly let each other go. Hearing Jo Seung-woo's reason for wanting to help Gu Henna, I am the one who returned to take revenge, so I can understand the feelings of the person named Henna, so I want to help. Min brushed off the dust from fighting with Baek Kang-hyuk. Take revenge, you say? That sounds strange coming from a teacher, Jo Seung-woo replied warmly. People say revenge is meaningless, but that's not necessarily true. If you change your perspective, if Nabi were attacked by Slim, I wouldn't forgive that person. He put himself in their shoes to help them understand. Besides, they are the warriors who protected my hometown while I wasn't there, right? Of course, I have to repay them. Seung-woo's expression darkened with every word. Min and Baek Kang-hyuk, who had returned for revenge, felt uneasy. A heavy silence filled the restaurant. Min was a bit scared and defensive. But, don't you have some bad intentions? Baek Kang-hyuk, sweating, gritted his teeth. That expression, I think I've seen it often. Seung-woo laughed loudly to reassure them. How could I? I'm truly going to cure her. Both were simultaneously terrified, thinking, how scary. Baek Kang-hyuk and Min stared intently. Jo Seung-woo prepared to cook. The dish he was going to make was called New Beginning. He placed a few small, blue casco berries on the cutting board. The first ingredient was the fruit of the casco tree. Although very bitter, it's effective for staying alert, so on Terra, it's used instead of coffee. Seung-woo switched to the second ingredient, carrots. Around the carrots, there was a powerful current of electricity. Next were the Killermans, special carrots that were super sour, as if electric currents were running through them. He looked at the carrot in his hand and smiled lightly. It really does have electricity. Killermans have the property of growing when struck by lightning. So all Killermans, when fully grown, carry a charge so strong that if you don't process it and eat it straight away, even a decent monster would be knocked cold instantly. Jo Seung-woo's nimble hands sliced the carrots into thin pieces in a flash. In no time, he had thinly sliced the carrots and put them into a wooden bowl to prepare to crush them. The way to cook New Beginning is to crush these two ingredients and cook them. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Baek Kang-hyuk became gloomy. He stammered, calling out to Jo Seung-woo, chef, the dish you're making, could it be that dish? Jo Seung-woo turned his head to look at him upon hearing that. Have you eaten it before? Baek Kang-hyuk's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, living on Terra for a year, of course I've eaten it. If you eat that, then the person might need to be cured themselves. Seung-woo, at this moment, began to crush it harder, while praising its use. It's highly effective. That taste is truly medicine, an item that helps restore stamina for anyone who tries it once. However, when performing a difficult adventure naturally, the vial will break. That's unavoidable. If you're disarming a trap and get poisoned, if you're fighting the Demon King's army and get cursed, If you don't have recovery medicine in those emergency situations, you're done for. And obviously, the result will be you meeting your maker. Durable experimental flasks are expensive. New adventurers can't use the existing inventory. Mages who know how to use healing magic show off and act all high and mighty. Baek Kang-hyuk propped his chin up, looking bored as he spoke to Jo Seung-woo. Min, standing next to him, also chimed in. Having no way to recover is the worst situation. He was a bit agitated, blurting out, "Exactly. That really is the worst. A useless place like that is Terra." He asked the teacher seriously, but seeing that Baek Kang-hyuk was still alive, until now, there must be a solution, right? This question from Min made him look at the pot being cooked with a bit of fear. Yes, why not? Damn it. That thing is the answer. Baek Kang-hyuk implied that the dish Jo Seung-woo was cooking was nearing the final step. New Beginning is a secret method of nature discovered by pilgrims of Terra. With just a simple preparation method and ingredients that can be easily found in farmhouses, it has brought surprising effectiveness in erasing various wounds and recovering a bit of stamina. A bizarre dish, with a green color that makes others shudder. With that convenient and great performance, people on Terra received help. Baek Kang-hyuk got angry and shouted, criticizing it. Why is it like that? Are you afraid people won't know it's Terra food or something? It tastes terrible, and it doesn't end there. It flies away too. This statement of his left Min confused, doubting reality. Seeing that he didn't understand, Baek Kang-hyuk waved his hands to describe the terror of New Beginning. It literally flies, just like the words say. Pop, or it goes, pop. Even the person eating it goes boom. Because of the physical force in the dish, so the abnormal status of the person eating it flies high up into the blue sky. Whether it tastes good or not, I don't know, but I truly thought I had gone to hell. It really should have been the time to go to hell, shouldn't it? Baek Kang-hyuk began to exaggerate, teasing Min until he cleared his throat. Only then did he realize and stop. Sorry. Let's move on. After Baek Kang-hyuk's description, Min seemed to understand a little bit. In short, that dish has harmful effects but can also have beneficial effects. Indeed, it's fantasy. At this, Jo Seung-woo also spoke up. Regeneration ability is a passive skill, so it only stops working temporarily. Min also excitedly added, meanwhile, if you treat it with healing magic or surgery, it really is a new beginning, just like the name. While Min was still excitedly discussing it, Baek Kang-hyuk's mood was completely the opposite, as he propped up his chin. Sure enough, Captain Guhena will be very happy, but the shock after eating it. What do you plan to do about it? Jo Seung-woo asked with a bright smile. Why should I be worried about that? Min replied, looking confused. You have to accept the punishment for causing trouble for the restaurant on your own, right? If that weren't the case, I would have handed Alicia over from the very beginning. His words left the two of them, panicked, clinging to each other. Baek Kang-hyuk frowned at the restaurant owner. Sometimes, I don't know if you're petty or generous, but it didn't seem to affect Jo Seung-woo's happy mood at all. It's the same either way. Call me considerate, Min. Baek Kang-hyuk. Overwhelmed with anxiety, they offered a forced smile. Don't be impudent with the owner. Inside the maintenance room, deep in the basement of Isekai Sector a figure stood, intently observing the machinery. Suddenly, a voice called out, Team Leader Kim Guinam, are you ready? He turned around. Yes, this person was the maintenance team leader, Kim Guinam. His real name was Kim Guinam, but since it didn't sound cool, he used an alias. Kim Guinam approached the employee. Great work. There are 23 hours left until the performance. Since this is the final stage, be careful. Yes, team leader. The employee continued. By the way, it's a pity about your wife. Kim Guinam didn't seem to care much, scratching his head. It's fine. It's just a shame about the delayed promotion. Besides, that guy has been holding on to it for a long time, and I've been scarred since the slime incident. It's always been like this. This remark, along with his cheerful attitude, made the employee feel a bit awkward. Seeing that, Kim Guinam reached out and hugged the employee's neck. Don't mind it. My face being ruined isn't something that happened just yesterday or today. The guy stammered. How can I not mind it, team leader? Kim Guinam kept the same mood, encouraging him. Is that so? Well, you've still got to do your best. After that, Kim Guinam assigned the tasks. Go check the high-power generators immediately, and check the motion control system too. Though still worried, the guy had to listen. Yes, I understand. Once the employee had turned and left, Kim Guinam sighed, looking exhausted. Stay sharp, Kim Guinam Hena. Otherwise, the rest of the team will be in danger. Honestly, I want to go back to give everyone more strength. but he turned his head toward the robot. It was a robot built with advanced technology. Kim Guinam put on his headset, telling himself, "No more useless thoughts. Time to work." He started directing Team 5. "All right, everyone. The first button press is critical." All the staff listened, fully focused. "This performance is to show the residents of Sector A that Gaia is safe. Make it a success. Watch out for safety, accidents," Kim Guinam warned before operation. All the staff replied in unison, "Yes, team leader." Every screw was tightened carefully. Kim Guinam sighed, exhausted. Suddenly, footsteps approached. "Nice to meet you, please." The sudden sound left him a bit confused. The person asked, "Are you the husband of Guhena, Kim Guinam? Right?" This question made him snap. "What? It's not Kim Guinam. It's Kim Guinam." He was extremely angry that someone had called his real name. It turned out the visitor was Min. Kim Guinam pointed a wrench at him. Min instinctively raised both hands. "Yes, Mr. Kim Guinam. I came because I have something to give you." At that moment, he seemed to remember something, thinking, "Wait, this guy is one of the people in power in Sector A." Thinking that, Kim Guinam lowered the wrench. "Did you come because of my wife?" Min reached into his pocket to take out the item and replied, "Not necessarily, but it's not unrelated either." This statement made Kim Guinam blank out in confusion. "I came today because I have something to tell you." He handed Kim Guinam a strange bottle of water. At the A-Sector Gaia trial performance, a robot parade marched before the eyes of many spectators, from adults to children. Everyone was fascinated by today's show. Kim Guinam looked at the robot on display, murmuring to himself, "To prepare for this trial, we had to work so much overtime." He scratched his cheek. "Well, it's beneficial for me too." The scar that had covered half his face after a battle with Zero Slime had now completely vanished after arranging support staff and doctors. "Do I have to drink this?" Looking back in time, Min had given Kim Guinam a strange potion. He asked suspiciously, "Will this heal my face?" Min affirmed firmly, "Yes, it will." He nonchalantly added, "It doesn't hurt, does it? You have nothing left to lose anyway." Kim Guinam looked at the strange bottle in his hand, his heart feeling conflicted. It was just as he had said. "I thought there was nothing to lose, so I did as he said." But the result was, he drank that bottle right in front of all his subordinates. Kim Guinam had only just tasted it when a terrible sensation rose up, making him scream in his head, "What kind of taste is this? I've boiled mugwort and garlic for 100 years. Suddenly, there was a transformation in his body. Kim Guinam drank the water and let out a fart as powerful as a rocket blast that sent him flying into the sky. Even though I was nicknamed the Madman with that explosive fart, Kim Guinam, and from then on, a bizarre nickname was born. But so what? My face is healed. I can move my eyes again. He welled up with emotion when he saw his unblemished face in the mirror. Kim Guinam's gaze glanced outside. Guhena, watching the whole thing from outside, shed tears of happiness. "My wife, look how happy she is. So what if the nickname is bizarre?" A subordinate poked him in the waist with his elbow and called out, "Hey, Team Leader Kim Guinam." Still angry about the nickname, he sulkily replied, "Team Leader who? I only know the explosive fart Kim Guinam." Realizing his mistake, the subordinate comforted him. "Are you still mad about that nickname? We were wrong, Team Leader. Now, are you going to become a hunter?" Suddenly hearing him ask that, he asked back, "Why?" The subordinate thought Kim Guinam would be like a werewolf in a movie, so he said, "I heard you have a very strong regenerative ability. Don't you feel it's a waste to just keep doing maintenance?" But he didn't know the truth about what people like him had endured and the resentment held deep down. If you have a regenerative ability, do you know what you have to do? You become a tank taking hits, the kind of person who gets beaten up professionally. I am the third-generation heir of the Kim family. Why would I choose to be beaten up to make money? The guy continued to urge him, "But there's a lot of money in it. Aren't you raising a child?" Kim Guinam sighed firmly. "I don't lack money. What's important is the balance between life and work. My wife and I both work, so we live very comfortably." The employee felt dejected and troubled for failing to convince him, whispering, "Living comfortably is good, then." Kim Guinam leaned in close, smiling slyly, exposing the guy's intentions. "Did you think I didn't know what you were up to? If I leave this position, won't you be the captain?" He lowered his hat to hide his expression, denying it while thinking to himself, "No way that's happening." He was quite sharp. He let out a sigh and spoke up. "Well, anyway, what kind of gift should I get for my benefactor?" The employee suggested a scroll. Hearing that, he snapped angrily. "Are you planning to host a housewarming party?" he asked irritably, then tapped his phone to call Guhena. "Seriously, I made a mistake asking him. As soon as the other person picked up, his tone shifted to something sugary sweet. Honey, it's me. I don't know what to get as a gift for my benefactor. The employee standing behind him shuddered at his boss's voice. That's actually not bad. As expected of his wife. When he got his answer, he showered her with compliments, making the employee think, that's so cheesy. A few days later, at the restaurant, there was a charcoal grill. It was the first time it appeared in the restaurant. Jo Seung-woo stared at it intently and remarked, a grill? You've got good taste. So he still remembers our kitchen. In that case, I'll add pizza to the menu. Yoo Hyun suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. You run a restaurant. How come you only just got a grill now? He scratched his head, looking bashful, as if trying to hide something from her. A grill? Well, honestly, I didn't think this thing was necessary for the restaurant. He couldn't tell her the real reason. Grills are used to heat the air and cook ingredients. Because of that, energy waste is a huge issue. The electricity bills are insanely expensive. That was a well-founded statement from someone experienced, like CEO Jo Seung-woo. He reminisced about the old days on Terra. Sometimes, I still remember living in that small studio apartment. Back then, just holding the electricity bill in his hand was enough to make Jo Seung-woo tremble in fear. Could this fear be a lingering habit? Jo Seung-woo gave a dry cough and continued. That's why I didn't buy one. Hwang Ji-hyun, standing behind him, was speechless at his reason. She asked curiously, regarding the arrival of the grill gifted by Kim Guinam. What about this? Since it's a gift, you'll accept it, right? Jo Seung-woo explained. It's not that. This one uses charcoal. To grill, you just need to catch coal monsters, so you can use as much as you want. If you cook with charcoal, the food tastes much better. Nabi, who had arrived who knows when, chimed in. Oh, it seems he also gave gifts to Nabi and Youngsik. The gifts Kim Guinam gave them were self-driving lawnmowers that doubled as carts. Nabi took the wheel, and Unha sat in the back, beaming as they zoomed around on the machine. So much fun. Besides that, he also attached an apology letter written by Gu Hena. They were her sincere words. Even Youngsik got his own gift, a special outfit made from materials that absorb attacks for Youngsik. Youngsik felt incredibly comfortable in this outfit, so she decided to forgive Gu Hena. I love it. I'll forgive her. Jo Seung-woo stood watching Nabi, Unha, and Youngsik playing happily, saying, the weather is nice, so the kids are having a great time. Let's close up today. This sudden decision, combined with such a lame reason, made Hwang Ji-hyun standing nearby jump in shock. She was so angry she was trembling, silently cursing him. Is he afraid people don't know he's running this business just for fun? He opens when he wants, closes when he wants. Because his superiors ordered him to encourage hunters to eat here, he had to work from dawn till dusk. I even developed a review app to promote the restaurant. Hwang Ji-hyun enjoyed posting detailed descriptions. Every photo looked so appetizing. So, she had to work overtime and complained. This guy really knows how to get on people's nerves. Jo Seung-woo happily suggested closing. Let's make pizza tonight. She was stunned by the snap decision. Since we have a grill, making pizza is fine. Let's put lots of toppings on it. Hwang Ji-hyun strained her ears to hear every word of his. She was now wide-eyed, not believing her ears. Pizza? If you have the time, then. Before Jo Seung-woo could even invite her, she quickly flipped the sign and shouted, just flip the board and we're good, right? He answered awkwardly, that's right. A cunning glint appeared in Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes as she thought. Since the boss said we're closing, what else can I say? Hwang Ji-hyun's biggest weakness is her love for food. That proved her behavior earlier. Scene shift to the Cyber Die headquarters, the underground nuclear bunker. The screen displayed images of Kim Guinam drinking the water Jo Seung-woo had made for him, followed by the effects of that drink. Hyuk-jin sat in front of the screen, watching the whole thing and exclaiming, that guy, Kim Guinam, is quite bold. He wasn't like that before. He held his head in frustration and sighed. There's no guarantee he'll be cured. And yet, he gulped it down like that. What would he have done if it were poisonous? After checking the screen, he reported, the surgery was a success, sir. Hyuk-jin replied casually, of course it had to be a success. Will he be coming back? He hurriedly explained, no, he said that just thinking about coming back to Wagwa would make him rather die. He won't be a hunter anymore. He easily guessed the reason for Kim Guinam's choice and asked, since he already has a family, he has no other choice. How old is his son? Taiji replied respectfully, he's 2 years old, sir. Hyuk-jin interlaced his fingers, pondered for a moment, and said, good. He looked at Jo Seung-woo on the big screen and made an unexpected decision. Lower Jo Seung-woo's threat level from SSS to C. He was flustered and warned, are you serious, sir? That's a very bold decision. Hyuk-jin continued scrolling through the employee system and replied, even when humiliated by Henna, he didn't use violence. He even treated her husband as he said he would. Furthermore, Baek, Kang-hyuk, Min, Hwang Ji-hyun, and even the boy, their average combat power increased by 10%. That's an unbelievable figure. He always says that raising a high-level squad gives him a headache, but who knew he could cook such difficult food? If there were a gold merit medal, I would want to give it to him. Hearing Hyuk-jin say that, he stammered, this matter. Before Sel Taiji could explain, he cut him off. I know. If we get involved in this, it won't be good, he suggested. Then let's leave it at that. Hyuk-jin agreed and stood up from the observation screen. Before leaving, he added, I've selected the commander of the Combined Armored Division and checked the capabilities of the Sector A lead. We've completed the stepping stones to level up the hunters, with a focus on Sector A. That's enough for today, understood. Sel Taiji called out to him, flustered. But director, you don't know when you can return to Korea. The young lady misses you very much. Hyuk-jin's footsteps suddenly halted. He knew it would be like that, but he still refused. I'm sorry, but for the time being, I cannot return. It seemed like work was going to get even busier. Please convey my apologies to the child. CyberDie CEO and ISAC CEO Isak Ju-hyuk-jin. His slender hand held a knife, slicing tomatoes. Hwang Ji-hyun, standing nearby, asked, Boss, are you making pizza, Earth-style or Terra-style? Jo Seung-woo replied gently, Earth-style. She breathed a sigh of relief. Jo Seung-woo gave a wry smile, feeling embarrassed in his head. I classify them that way too. Hwang Ji-hyun furrowed her brow and turned back, angrily, saying, How can you trust the boss on this? Just thinking about the stuff I ate to repay a debt of gratitude. The thing about Pero is real. He laughed hesitantly and replied, In short, this time it will be really delicious. Her face darkened, radiating a murderous aura. This time it will be delicious. And then he brought out something worse. If this time it's really delicious, but he brought out something even worse. He kept smiling and bringing out dishes like that. So annoying, he thought to himself. It seemed he wasn't trusted anymore. On the kitchen counter, the ingredients for the pizza were all laid out. The garlic had already been minced. Onions, mushrooms, he cheered. The tomatoes are done. Now time to sauté the ingredients. Jo Seung-woo started cooking. The first step. He uncorked the olive oil and poured it slowly into the pan on the stove. After adding the mushrooms once the oil was hot, he turned the heat to medium and stirred until the aroma wafted through the air. Ji-hyun looked toward the kitchen and praised, That smells amazing. At this rate, it'll definitely be edible. He smiled brightly. Actually, it's great with rice or bread, Jo Seung-woo said, excited about this dish. He picked up a spice bottle, gently rotating it to add exactly 2 drops of 3-year-old Myobrion. Since last time, I only use a small amount. As the cap twisted off, a seductive fragrance filled the room. Ji-hyun's mouth dropped open in surprise. She exclaimed, What is that? It smells so good. He replied, It's a secret sauce Nabi's grandmother made. Usually, you aren't supposed to add it. Hwang Ji-hyun asked, surprised, Why? He exhaled and replied, Because it's too delicious. She was dissatisfied. What? If it's delicious, you should add it. Jo Seung-woo added 1 drop and explained, It's incredibly addictive, so you only need a tiny bit. The sauce mixture in the pan turned a golden hue and became fragrant. So, the homemade tomato sauce is ready. Now just stir it, right? Saying that, he handed her an apron. Ji-hyun looked confused, not understanding. Jo Seung-woo smiled slightly and said, Miss Ji-hyun, would you mind stirring the sauce for me? Stir for about 20 minutes. Is that it? She was flustered, asking, Are you ordering a customer around now? Jo Seung-woo immediately replied, Then pay for it. She frowned, annoyed. If I pay to eat, half my salary will be gone. He kept his cheerful attitude, thinking, How could it possibly cost half? Hwang Ji-hyun took the apron. She put it on, then rubbed her hands together and grabbed the ladle, ready to get to work. Hwang Ji-hyun glanced over after hearing a strange sound. She was both annoyed and embarrassed by Jo Seung-woo's attitude. Do you see now that it really doesn't fit you? He chuckled, admitting, To be honest, this is the first time I've seen someone look as mismatched with an apron as you, Miss Ji-hyun. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, She really looks more like an office worker or a consultant. Hwang Ji-hyun smugly looked at the tomato sauce simmering on the stove. Well, did I do a good job? Jo Seung-woo had to admit, Yes, you did a great job. In his head, he thought. It was just stirring, though. Suddenly, an idea flashed. So, the soul of a pizza is. She raised her hand excitedly and answered, The crust. Jo Seung-woo turned to look at her, saying, "You're pretty knowledgeable, aren't you?" Hwang Ji-hyun couldn't stop laughing. "Because even if I can't cook, I'm a professional eater." His firm, strong hands began kneading the dough. He thought about her words and remembered an old teammate. She sounded exactly like her. At this moment, the dough in the basin was measured to the exact ratio. Add a proper amount of olive oil, then knead the crust. If you add too much, it'll be too greasy, too little, and it'll be dry. So you have to be careful. When the oil was added, it turned a beautiful golden color. Jo Seung-woo looked at her and said, "Actually, Nabi is better at kneading dough than I am. She's playing right now, so there's no other way." Hwang Ji-hyun was extremely surprised. "Nabi? Cats are good with their paws, right? Cooking is all about the feel of the hands, and a cat's paw feel is better than a human's. Research tests have shown that using the toe beans on their front paws to knead dough makes it even tastier." The two chatted happily back and forth. She skeptically asked, "Is that research reliable?" Jo Seung-woo replied, "Not at all, that's just my own opinion." Hwang Ji-hyun shouted, "At this point, I can't tell what's true or false anymore." Outside the restaurant, Nabi, Eunha, and Young-sik were happily sitting on a lawnmower. On the kitchen counter sat 3 pieces of dough already kneaded into spheres. The crust preparation was done. Jo Seung-woo looked at them with pride. Normally, after kneading the dough, it has to ferment for 2 hours. She gasped in surprise. 2 hours? He reached his hands toward the dough and used magic. "It's too much of a hassle today, so I'll use magic." The dough puffed up, becoming round and soft on the tray. Truly, there is nothing he cannot do. Now, spray a little water, and wait about another hour, and it's done. Hwang Ji-hyun sighed, exhausted. This pizza stuff is really not easy to make. I think I'll have to eat this for the rest of my life. Jo Seung-woo happily agreed. The clock struck the 1-hour mark. The crust was spread with tomato sauce, looking very appetizing. "Next is the topping." She quickly replied, "Yes, chef." Jo Seung-woo reached into the void to grab the toppings and asked for her opinion. "What's your favorite topping?" Hwang Ji-hyun stood firm and replied, "Meat." In his head, he immediately pictured Kree sitting there, happily eating a giant piece of meat. She keeps looking more and more like Kree. How can they be so alike? Jo Seung-woo placed a large piece of meat on the table and said to her, "How about this big piece of meat?" Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes lit up. "That looks great," he spoke while thinking. "And what would I be?" Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo's eyes brightened when he found what he needed. "This will work." He held a pineapple in his hand. "The sweet, hot flavor of a pineapple will be even better." Hwang Ji-hyun was furious, clutching her head. "Why in the world would you put something like pineapple on a pizza?" Jo Seung-woo laughed out loud. "I knew you'd say that, Kree." She stared in confusion, not understanding. "Who is that Kree person?" He quickly covered his mouth, thinking to himself, "I was careless and spoke too soon because they are so similar." Jo Seung-woo scratched his head and replied, "Oh, among my colleagues, there's someone named Kree. I just said it out of habit." Hwang Ji-hyun looked at him, stunned. "Colleagues?" She felt happy inside, secretly cheering. "That means he feels a close bond like a colleague with me, right? Am I that trustworthy?" "Well, we've moved past a simple order-provider relationship." Hwang Ji-hyun smiled and asked him, "So, what kind of person is this Kree?" Jo Seung-woo described her cautiously. "Oh, that person." He pictured a giant green figure with bulging muscles, a majestic appearance, with 2 lower fangs growing straight up to her nose. Her specialty was fighting with the edge of her hand. A stone golem was sliced in 2 by her, even if a knife was held to his throat. He couldn't say those things. He thought for a moment and replied, "Ah, she's an incredibly cool friend." Hearing that, she was even more overjoyed. "Cool, huh?" Jo Seung-woo flinched, scratching his cheek in surprise. "Well, that was cool, I guess," he muttered, recalling how he'd single-handedly fought off the Demon King's army and the 4 heavenly kings, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared. "Even I got goosebumps," he said, quickly changing the subject to avoid the embarrassment. "Let's just fill the rest with seafood and call it a day." They slid the pizza into the coal oven, watching the flames lick the crust. Hwang Ji-hyun asked, "Is it done, once we wait?" And Jo Seung-woo simply nodded. "Yeah." Jo Seung-woo looked up at the warm sunny sky with its soft, drifting clouds. 8 plates were laid out, and he announced, "Let's eat outside." A table full of delicious, loaded pizzas looked incredibly tempting. Hwang Ji-hyun reached back to tie her hair, her eyes glowing with excitement. She grabbed her plate and knife with fierce determination, staring at the pizza as if she could devour it whole. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo appeared behind her, startling her. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Hwang Ji-hyun felt shy and annoyed. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She huffed. It's been a while since my cheat day. Jo Seung-woo laughed, amused. What's a cheat day? He asked. Hwang Ji-hyun began to explain, pointing to a calendar marked with a red circle, a special day. Sticking to a diet every day is miserable, you know. So, a day where you can pick whatever you want and eat as much as you like, that's a cheat day. Jo Seung-woo turned away, smirking as he remembered how she'd polished off 3 servings of tonkatsu the night before. When he brought up the cheat day again, asking if she was still diligently working out, Ji-hyun, who was sitting right behind him, looked gloomy, her eyes flashing with a cynical retort at her boss. Feeling helpless, she turned around, slumped over with a bored expression, and sighed. Yeah, I exercise hard every single day, but my weight won't budge an inch. Late into the afternoon, Jo Seung-woo's teasing words still hung in the air. No wonder you're not losing weight when you eat like that. Ji-hyun let out an incredibly annoyed, "Geez." He clapped his hands loudly to gather everyone. Once they were all seated, the food was served, and he said cheerfully, "Everyone, dig in." Everyone excitedly shouted back in unison, "Thanks for the meal." A triangular slice of pizza, piled high with toppings, was lifted from the plate. Una took a bite. The moment she tasted it, her eyes lit up, and she blurted out, "So good." Nabi, sitting beside her, tried a bite too and clicked her tongue in approval. "This is amazing." Youngsik was happy just to be eating something tasty. So good. Even Taiji took a bite. Just one bite was enough to fill his mouth with the flavor of shrimp and squid. Pure happiness radiated from his face. As he was eating, he suddenly glanced at something. Taiji felt like, "I'm scared of you, human," he thought, watching Hwang Ji-hyun inhale the food. She was chewing voraciously, stuffing more into her mouth, eating like a storm. That physical education student really was something. Jo Seung-woo held 2 cans of soda, asking hesitantly, "Cola for the kids, but what about the adults?" Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes sparkled. Thinking of a cold beer, she shouted excitedly, "Beer!" Taiji, sitting next to her, calmly replied, "I'll pass." The cold beer can hissed open. Jo Seung-woo sat at the table, holding a beer in one hand and a slice of pizza in the other, ready to enjoy it. "The shop is closed, so I'm sitting down to eat too," he said. The look on Jo Seung-woo's face as he ate the pizza was completely different from the others. He was deep in thought, wondering, if I had the time, I should have made more cheese, or maybe I should start raising cows at the villa next time. He watched Unha and Nabi happily eating, thinking that, while it was good enough for now, there was still. Youngsik was also lost in the joy of the meal. Of course, Taiji and Hwang Ji-hyun were also devouring their pizza, but it seemed like Taiji was a little intimidated by her eating habits. The sky above the shop turned toward evening, and in a flash, the table was clean. Only empty white plates and discarded cans remained. Unha leaned back against her chair, rubbing her full, rounded belly contentedly, then let out a little burp. "Are you full?" Nabi, sitting next to her, smiled and replied, "I'm full, Ji-hyun." Ji-hyun was stroking Youngsik's soft head. The slime was thick and gave off a scent. "This little guy is really special, just like a slime from a comic book." Jo Seung-woo chuckled. "Cute, right?" That remark made her shy, her cheeks turning bright red. He is cute. But suddenly, a second later, Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes flashed with a wicked idea. She stared intently at Youngsik. What would this little guy taste like, I wonder? Tropical fruit soda slime? The sweet scent wafting off him was truly tempting. Jo Seung-woo quickly walked over, lifted Youngsik high into the air, and said defensively, "Are you drunk already?" Ji-hyun was incredibly annoyed. "Why are you being so stingy?" Jo Seung-woo went into high alert. "Don't look at Youngsik with such a hungry expression," she hurriedly explained. "I was just smelling him. Just smelling." Suddenly, a phone started ringing loudly, signaling an incoming call. She grabbed her phone excitedly and shouted, "Oh, emergency call! Emergency! Emergency!" 2 seconds later, Ji-hyun suddenly remembered something and froze. An emergency in the evening at the high-rise building of Y-Corp's Area A branch. In the office, Lee Jong-hoon was reviewing documents. He silently placed his finger near the company stamp, then took a sip of tea. Lavender to reduce stress and calm the nerves. A moment later, his expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. "So, the pizza was so good you had to write it in the progress report?" Hwang Ji-hyun stood stiffly, replying with confident poise, "Yes, it was a priceless flavor." 10 pages of reflection reports later, Jong-hoon rested his hands on the desk and frowned. "I'm talking about you," but she still faced him calmly. "Yes, sir, please continue." The image of Ji-hyun was that of a cold woman, always wearing glasses and a suit, looking incredibly serious. Not long ago, her nickname within the company was the Cold-Blooded Empress, right? I thought it was a pretty fitting nickname, even if it was a bit cheesy. Hearing that, she blushed with shame. How embarrassing. He slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, "But look at you now, promoting a restaurant based on a superior's orders? That's your job." He pointed at Hwang Ji-hyun, snapping, "It's not about drinking together, and getting dead drunk at that." She could only look sheepish. She coughed. "Well, as you know, pizza and beer are the perfect combination." Then, Hwang Ji-hyun looked away, shyly expressing, "And honestly, it was after work hours, so what's the harm in having a little to drink?" Her words only made Jong-hoon angrier. On the contrary, the fact that she had to submit a report after work was the real issue. He was furious that she had become too close to the target. There's no professional distance left. It's like a broken heart. He was furious, scolding and reminding her, "Hwang Ji-hyun, how could you become closer to the target than to Baek Kang-hyuk, your direct superior?" Hearing him say that, Hwang Ji-hyun felt like something was wrong. "Why? How can you compare the two?" He gave her a blank look, then stated the truth. Even so, he is still her superior. With that, she took off her badge and prepared for a match. Hwang Ji-hyun immediately lifted her right leg. Her eyes locked onto the target, ready to attack. "If that's what you want, I have no choice." Actually, she really wanted to punch him in the face. But for the sake of her paycheck, Ji-hyun just punched and kicked aimlessly into the air. By the way, for a branch manager to keep assigning work after hours is just too much. No, I think this is a brutal way to work. Plus, you could at least consider giving people a break. Lee Jong-hoon looked at her, 30% helpless and 70% feeling like he was talking to a child. "Even if you criticize me more now, it won't change anything." He held his forehead in annoyance and sighed. "Anyway, the reason I called you this late is because there is something urgent I need to convey." Lee Jong-hoon looked up at him and continued. "Starting tomorrow, Team B is planning to return." Those words successfully made the frantic punching and kicking of Hwang Ji-hyun stopped abruptly. She suddenly rushed over, slammed her hand on the table, and confirmed, "Are you saying Jun Eun-hyung is coming back? Seriously?" Her sudden outburst made him visibly flinch. "Are you finally sober now?" Hwang Ji-hyun sighed helplessly. Baek Kang-hyuk will probably be thrilled. The thought of those two dinosaurs going at each other like crazy is already flashing through my mind. And they say those two will start a massive fight. Since he was injured and had to be hospitalized for a while, my mind was finally at ease. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Lee Jong-hoon tiredly hung his head over the table. He warned, "Regardless, it's already come to this. So get ready to deal with it, and have the staff familiarize themselves with the evacuation guidelines." Hwang Ji-hyun, feeling just as depressed as him, replied, "I understand." After closing the office door, she trudged along with tired steps on the tiled floor. Working overtime again today, Hwang Ji-hyun looked up at the silent night sky outside the company. She thought she'd just grab one more drink before getting back to work. Early the next morning, right in front of the company Isekai, a foot stomped hard against the ground. It was Jun Eun-hyung. He held his sword, eyes fixed forward with a serious gaze. He was ranked 65th in the first order. Eun-hyung carried his sword on his shoulder, walking calmly through the Isekai Area A branch. His footsteps were steady. From the opposite direction, there were more footsteps approaching. The two didn't notice, and accidentally bumped into each other. The person facing Eun-hyung was none other than Baek Kang-hyuk. His face darkened the moment he saw his sworn enemy. He snapped irritably, "Move it." Baek Kang-hyuk wasn't about to lose, retorting, "Move? Is that how you treat your elders, you brat?" Both men were furious at each other, and a huge argument broke out. Eun-hyung looked down on him. "Elder? Are you insane?" Baek Kang-hyuk immediately threatened. "It looks like today, I have to teach you a lesson about respecting your elders. You want to play? Let's see it." Hwang Ji-hyun, standing by the vending machine nearby, looked on with a mix of confusion and helplessness. Shouting and arguing echoed through the air. "Fine, have it your way, you brat." She held her head and pulled at her hair, groaning, "I'm still hungover from last night. My head feels like it's being hammered, and here they are acting like idiots first thing in the morning." Though they were teammates in the same branch, Baek Kang-hyuk and Jun Eun-hyung, the reason their relationship was so terrible was entirely due to the entertainment industry that the general manager had created, promoting hunters from the association on mass media like celebrities to attract the public. Because of that, besides the first order ranking, there was another ranking, and that was exactly what made the relationship between the two even worse. That was the popularity ranking. At that time, rank 10 was Baek Kang-hyuk. Jun Eun-hyung was ranked 65th in the first order, while the superstar Baek Kang-hyuk was ranked 92nd in the first order. But their domestic popularity was incredibly close. Furthermore, since Jun Eun-hyung had been on a long-term break recently, and Baek Kang-hyuk was active, the gap between the two had narrowed more than ever. The distance between them had shrunk even further. Back to the quarrel. Eun-hyung raised his sword, glowing with a fierce red flame, his voice challenging. You, old man, it's been a while. Did you forget your place? Today, I'm going to make sure you remember. Baek Kang-hyuk wouldn't back down, raising his ice sword. Fine, let's have a real fight today. Who are you calling an old man? Hwang Ji-hyun waved her hands frantically, shouting in annoyance, Please, act your age. They didn't seem to care. Eun-hyung, being the one who started it, lunged forward and shouted, Die! Baek Kang-hyuk raised his sword to deflect the powerful aura from his opponent. At that moment, he also swung his sword down, shouting, You die! Instantly, the force from the swords caused the building to shake, creating cracks. Hwang Ji-hyun hurriedly directed the staff to grab fragile items and evacuate immediately. All the Isekai staff were terrified and quickly ran to the main entrance. A massive explosion occurred at the Isekai building in Area A. After the blast, it had become quite shabby and severely damaged. On this side, Baek Kang-hyuk was disheveled but gloating, rambling on while Min didn't pay much attention. Let me tell you, I saw the moment he swung his sword horizontally, so I immediately blocked it and performed a throw at the same time. You should have seen the confused look on his face. Suddenly, a sharp, painful strike cut his story short. Min calmly replied, Why don't you finish the part where you got countered and took 3 hits to the face? Baek Kang-hyuk, having his pride stung by Min, brushed it off. Too noisy, he sighed in frustration. You're the strongest force in the First Order, yet you're fighting like this? Who do you think you are? He explained with resentment, but Min cut him off, not letting Baek Kang-hyuk speak. But what? What? But? You lack awareness for being a First Order member. Act worthy of that cloak. Being scolded like that, he sniffled. But that guy was fighting too. Why am I the only one getting yelled at? Min, while eating a snack, calmly replied, He's still a high school student. Baek Kang-hyuk was so angry he started shaking. That damn child protection law, I hate that law, he sighed, mocking him. And you, speaking of maturity, you should probably be protected by that law too. Baek Kang-hyuk, hearing that, felt as if he found hope and cheered. Right? Who says I shouldn't be? I should be protected too, right? Min, frustrated by his stupidity, scolded, You idiot. Min glanced over and thought, Besides causing such a huge scene and not getting disciplined, you're lucky. He looked at the space inside that the two had destroyed. In truth, it was thanks to the mechanized mobile team that Area A was currently quite free. Should I take this opportunity to reorder the rankings? If that's the case, no matter how stupid that kid is, he is a First Order. At least ensure he wins if they fight. Min turned to look and saw him dejectedly bowing his head. Seeing that, he immediately suggested, All right, fine. Let's go to a restaurant, get some beer, and talk more. Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes went wide with flattery. Oh, you're buying? You must want to comfort me, huh? Min took out a knife, holding it and licked the blade as a threat, making him tremble. Just kidding. Just kidding. Drinks are fine, right? In the evening at a familiar restaurant, Baek Kang-hyuk had a headache all afternoon. What should I do to beat that guy? Min proposed an idea. In a one-on-one duel, can you maintain your original style? He asked back. Go back to using guns? Exactly. Use both. Both the gun and the sword, Min confirmed. Just then, on the floor, Yangsik, in the form of a slime, arrived carrying a tray of beer on his head. Baek Kang-hyuk quickly dismissed it. That won't work. My hand-eye coordination won't handle it. If someone taught me, maybe Min looked surprised. Seeing a small, green hand lift a beer mug to the table, Baek Kang-hyuk notices Min is distracted. Hey, he says, we're in the middle of a conversation. Where are you looking at? A small slime crawls bit by bit toward Jo Seung-woo, who is cooking. Min follows the slime with his eyes, then seems to catch on, whispering to the shop owner. Is that it? Min confirms, Yeah, it's a good thing you can at least use a gun. If you could learn swordsmanship from that swordmaster, it would be worth a shot, Baek Kang-hyuk says, hand on his chin, lost in thought. If that's the case, then yes. But how are we supposed to convince the shop owner? Money, fame, or maybe threats? Min sighs, quickly dismissing the third option. If you threaten to just die right there, he might actually go for it. Min sighs gloomily. I guess so. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk's face lights up as he hits on an idea. Excitedly, he shares it with Min. How about I teach him marksmanship in exchange for him teaching me swordsmanship? Baek Kang-hyuk asks. Min rubs his chin, carefully considering, A trade-off. Huh? The idea is solid. But would the shop owner even be interested in gun skills? Baek Kang-hyuk chuckles. Don't worry about that. Last time, I saw him playing with two very nice-looking guns. At that moment, Jo Seung-woo is posing, acting all cool. Min watches from behind the glass door, completely confused and uneasy. Well, they're arguing so passionately about it, they'll definitely make it work, right? Trading skills with each other, even if there's a huge gap in their levels. But at least it's possible, right? Jo Seung-woo ponders while wiping his hands. He eventually gives in to Baek Kang-hyuk's request. Fine, but I'm only teaching the basics. Got it? Seeing him cheering so joyfully, he thinks, that damn brat is finished. Jo Seung-woo sighs. How did things end up like this? Min listens, not quite understanding what he means. About 4 hours earlier, at a nearby park, a trash can had been sent flying by some unknown force. Eun-hyung walks along, grumbling in annoyance. That lunatic, he tries to pick a fight over everything. When it comes down to it, I'm the one with more experience. Damn this age gap. He clutches his head, shouting, damn it. 1 minute he's acting like an old man from the past. The next he's picking on me like a brat. That damn kid. Sometimes he acts like a teacher. Eun-hyung changes his tone, evaluating him seriously. But that guy's strength has increased a lot. Of course, I didn't actually intend to kill him. But that was a pretty strong attack, too. When he swung his sword at Baek Kang-hyuk with significant force, the guy actually blocked it. He clearly saw the sword path, something he could never achieve back in the day, then lunged to pin him down. At the start, Eun-hyung had the advantage. In the blink of an eye, the tables turned. Honestly, I lost in close-quarters combat. If he keeps improving his swordsmanship, I'm not sure I can win anymore. He lies stretched out on the grass, thinking to himself, well, if I used my abilities, I could take him down in one hit. But I can't just use them freely for a guy like that. Suddenly, a movement catches Eun-hyung's attention. What's that sound? He sits up and watches in that direction intently. Nabi is triumphantly dodging Sel Taiji's blade. He watches, confused about what's happening, thinking, no, more than anything, neither of them is holding back. His footwork is lightning fast and incredibly skillful. Not only does he have a great build and weapons, but his skills are exceptional too. Even in heavy armor, he moves so quickly. His eyes are cold and sharp. With keen observation, he keeps up with the agile cat. This is a master of ground combat. He lunges toward the cat. He's the type of person I have the most trouble with. The ground crunches under his feet. Even more surprisingly, the cat flicks its claws and dashes past Sel Taiji, who fails to react in time. The cat lunges at him. Sel Taiji collapses to the ground. Thud. From afar, he watches and grins. That's it. Exactly that. The technique needed for close-quarters combat. If I can learn that, I could easily toy with Baek Kang-hyuk. He looks toward the other side. Hey, you. Both Sel Taiji and the cat look over to see Eun-hyung. He looks so cheerful that the cat is left completely bewildered. Beneath the clear blue sky and soft sunlight, under the porch, it is peaceful. The scene shifts to a blonde-haired boy listening, looking bewildered. Eun-hyung is next to him, mouth agape, not understanding the conversation. The two argue angrily. What are you talking about? Do you even know where you are? The other guy doesn't back down. I was going to ask you the same thing. Is this your house? What do you think you're doing sticking your nose in? Jo Seung-woo walks over. He asks the shop owner, what is this jerk doing here? He answers calmly, I'll explain it simply to you. He leads him to the target board. He says, one side is not only illogical, it's too illogical. With the marksmanship skills taught by a rank 92, to make up for the losses, his face pales as he listens. Baek Kang-hyuk has been working at the restaurant for a week. The other friend is the same. Eun-hyung looks over, listening to them talk. He will temporarily help out at the restaurant for the time being. He screams, so you're teaching swordsmanship to this kid too? He smiles. No, his master isn't me. The cat sitting on the sofa speaks up. It's me, with a face full of confidence. Baek Kang-hyuk stares at it, completely confused. Eun-hyung interrupts. What are you looking at? He glares angrily. Look at the way this jerk talks. The other guy doesn't hold back either. What did you call me, you jerk? Let's settle this with a match. The two keep arguing back and forth. Today, I really won't go easy on minors. Jo Seung-woo rolls up the newspaper in his hand and interrupts them. That's my line. Today, there's no respect your elders here. He knocks both of them out cold on the sofa. You're doing great for your first day, aren't you? He says sternly. Let me tell you something. If you keep fighting during work hours, you'll be fined. This is the first time, so I'll let it slide. Baek Kang-hyuk yells stubbornly. Fined by whose authority? He smiles gently. The fine will be 1 month's salary. So if you don't mind losing money, feel free to fight all you want. He gets annoyed. By what right does the shop owner do that? Hyung walks in, pointing at his phone. The branch manager already approved it just now. She adds sarcastically. From now on, every time you two argue in the shop, the salary will be automatically donated to those in need. He screams, "Is this bald old man crazy? Are you for real? Why is it only this kind of stuff that gets resolved so quickly? I haven't hung up the phone yet." She quickly rubs his head, calming him down. Branch manager, it's not like that, she turns and says in a low voice. Just kidding. I'm hanging up. His face darkened with pure rage. Yoon-hyung turned to the cat, asking for help with the work around here. Unlike having to work with that jerk, the cat just grinned. So, you're going to give up? Baek Kang-hyuk's face was full of deep thought. If I learn swordsmanship from a master, I'll definitely become stronger. If I'm the only one who gives up and loses to him, even just thinking about it makes me sick. He got fired up. No, I'll do it. Eun-hyung let out a mysterious smirk. Fine. Since it's come to this, I'll learn martial arts from the cat and pester him until he goes insane. He thought to himself, I'll make that brat lose his composure and force him to strike first. Forget about the salary, I'll make him spit out every cent he has. Both of them were plotting to crush the other. I have to make him broke. I have to make him a beggar. Why did he have this uneasy feeling? Outside the shop, a group of girls appeared, peeking in from the street. Each of them was thrilled to see their idol. They held up their phones to take pictures, some waving posters. It's first order Appa. Look this way, please. Appa. Both of them looked outside. Yoon-hyung said, if they're saying Appa, they're definitely calling for me, right? How did they even know to come here? Yoon-hyung was shocked, unable to believe it. He felt smug and refreshed. Taking photos might be a bit of a hassle, but since you're just a commoner, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yoon-hyung replied, What? He frowned in anger. This jerk is trying to provoke me, he thought. The group of schoolgirls looked in one direction in surprise. He stepped outside and asked, do you all need something? They replied, no, we just came to see Appa. In his head, he was talking to himself. Superstar? What kind of stupid abbreviation is that? Why are you looking at an old man? Look at me. Yoon-hyung picked up a red ribbon. Oh, it seems a bit hot today, doesn't it? He grabbed his collar and fanned himself. Would you like to order something? The whole group of girls' eyes lit up. Yay! We'll take 5 of the daily menu, please. Yoon-hyung turned green with rage. My fans? He gnashed his teeth, biting on a towel, furious. Let's see who's more popular. Eun-hyung smirked. Jo Seung-woo looked toward them, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, his muscular physique was revealed. He lifted his shirt, exposing defined, 6-pack abs. Both of them started showing off their muscles to compete. The group of girls saw this, and their eyes widened with excitement. They lifted their phones to take pictures. Superstar Appa. Black Appa. It's real. Black is here. Hack Appa. Superstar Appa. Both of them posed, trying to show off their abs. They were literally competing to see who was more charming, right in front of the shop. Eun-hyung, who was in the kitchen, sighed in relief. Well, as long as the customers are happy, I guess. The day arrived when Jo Seung-woo promised to teach Baek Kang-hyuk swordsmanship. They practiced in a clearing in the pine forest. He was a bit doubtful of his skills when he saw Seung-woo fiddling with a wooden sword. He touched and examined the wooden sword carefully, then gave it a light swing. That alone was enough to create a strong gust of wind, enough to make the leaves fall. Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes widened at the sight. He only held the sword, but he already has such overwhelming aura. Jo Seung-woo put the sword on his shoulder and spoke up. In swordsmanship, there are many methods. Each family has its own secrets or techniques. Do you understand why they are divided so complexly? He scratched his head, confused. I don't know. He began to explain. Each sword technique is created for a specific purpose. When the user thinks about satisfying a certain goal, the swordsmanship naturally changes. Kang-hyuk replied hesitantly. I still don't really understand. Jo Seung-woo happily suggested. I'll show you, then it will be easier. For example, the sword of a knight. He seriously got into a stance to raise the sword. Then Jo Seung-woo slashed down decisively. See? It's created to protect others, like when teammates fight together. That's why the steps are narrow and stable. Jo Seung-woo turned over, smiling. But Baek Kang-hyuk still seemed not to understand, just lost in thought. He sighed helplessly. Just that much is enough. But knights have added their own intent to it. As he finished speaking, Seung-woo demonstrated a sword performance for him to watch. His eyes were sharp, swinging the wooden sword with great force, the other hand gripping the hilt. He used all his strength to strike. Just that one blow was enough to radiate an extraordinary aura. Its power was also not small. Leaves and dust flew everywhere. After finishing, Jo Seung-woo happily asked him, "Did you see that?" Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes rounded in admiration as he clapped continuously. "I don't know what that was, but it looked amazing." Exactly. That is the strength and the weakness of a knight's swordsmanship. Although it's a sword meant for protection, beyond that, it also demonstrates their honor and their thirst for battle. Each elite individual is reflected in their sword intent, which becomes their technique. Therefore, the personality and background of the wielder become the foundation of their swordsmanship. So, what kind of swordsmanship do you want to pursue? Jo Seung-woo asked to guide him as accurately as possible. Baek Kang-hyuk scratched his cheek shyly and answered, "I'm not a philosopher or anything. I don't have any grand purpose. I just want to defeat Eun-hyung. That's all," he said blankly. "A sword of victory, huh? And one to use against others?" He rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. "Is that too shallow?" He calmly reassured him. "Why would it be shallow? I also specialize in swords meant to defeat others." Kang-hyuk exclaimed in surprise. "You?" Jo Seung-woo recalled his glorious past as he recounted. "Before becoming a hero, I was a gladiator slave. Gladiators are true masters of swordsmanship, and their swords are created solely to win. All right, I'll show you the magnificence of a gladiator's sword," he said calmly. "Now, try to dodge the next attack. You can rush at me to attack if you want." He was startled by Jo Seung-woo's request. He seriously took the preparation stance of a gladiator. Baek Kang-hyuk also observed closely, trying to predict. "Iaido? An attack? Surely the sword will come from the center in a flash." Seung-woo was as fast as lightning, using his sword to strike his chin, sending Baek Kang-hyuk falling backward. The blow looked light but was unexpectedly powerful. He was sent flying back a distance. The sound of impact between a human body and the ground was deafening, enough to understand how painful it was. He calmly introduced, "This is the sword of victory. Although it lacks flashiness, the sword of a gladiator is fierce like that." Baek Kang-hyuk's chin was already swollen. "Now I truly understand you. It is very effective and unpredictable. A technique created only to defeat the opponent in front of you, even when you are at a disadvantage. As long as the skill gap isn't too large," Jo Seung-woo continued gently, "then I can guarantee 100% that you will defeat your opponent." Baek Kang-hyuk shuddered as he sat up, listening to him. Meanwhile, Eun-hyung gritted his teeth, trembling with overwhelming humiliation and annoyance. A psychological battle was raging within him. What is this? I don't know a thing about this sword style. Why don't I just drop the sword and grab an axe instead? A human should have some finesse, right? But he immediately dismissed the thought, determined. No, I still have to defeat Jun Eun-hyung at all costs. Or maybe I should just learn it? Yeah, I guess so. A flash of tension crossed Baek Kang-hyuk's eyes. If I learn from him, I could probably take down even the knights of the great houses, right? His gaze made Jo Seung-woo look like a reliable person, but it was hard to tell. After a moment, Kang-hyuk finally made his decision. "All right, it's time to choose a sword style." He asked which one he wanted to learn. "Please, teach me the knight's sword style." He bowed politely at a perfect 90-degree angle, full of seriousness. Nabi sighed, just as she had predicted. "I knew it." Scene changed to a restaurant catering to hunters. A trembling foot appeared. Looking closely, it was Eun-hyung. He was biting his lip, standing in a dancer's pose, his body shaking uncontrollably. Eun-hyung screamed in frustration at Nabi. Sel, Taiji, and Nabi stood nearby, watching. "That's not swordplay. That's clearly yoga." Nabi clasped her paws behind her back, striking the pose of an expert. "You don't get it? A small guy like you should make flexibility your weapon. If you don't have natural strength, you at least have to be flexible." She stroked her whiskers and said nonchalantly. He cried out at Nabi, "I don't gain an ounce no matter how much I eat. What do you want me to do?" Nabi dismissed his current look and replied, "It's best if you don't say that in front of others." Sel stood behind them, asking skeptically, "But even if he's flexible, can a human really use a cat's martial arts?" Nabi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She reassured them, "Don't worry, that was just the warm-up. Now comes the secret technique of Europe Post." She asked, "Have you ever heard this saying? To become flexible, you must drink vinegar." He looked confused. "I've heard that before. But about drinking vinegar, legend has it that circus performers always have vinegar on hand and drink it to stay flexible. Vinegar increases body flexibility. When absorbed, vinegar breaks down lactic acid in the muscles, improves blood circulation, and stimulates the citric acid cycle in the body to increase flexibility." Eun-hyung panted, doubtfully retorting, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Nabi crossed her arms, nodding smugly. "Exactly. Vinegar doesn't help you become more flexible," he stammered, asking. Then, she reached behind her back to pull out an item and introduced it, cutting Yoonhyung off. "But in Terra, there is a type of food that makes you more flexible. Here." Nabi proudly held up a skewer of grilled eel. Yoonhyung held the skewer and probed, "What is this? Grilled eel? Why?" Cell and Taiji looked at Nabi and couldn't help but associate her with Doraemon and his magical gadgets. She proudly said, "Let me explain it to you." He hesitated, looking at the thing that would help him become more flexible, feeling conflicted. "Is this that famous strange food I heard about? It doesn't look like it's impossible to eat." Wanuha had made a fuss about some weird dishes. But that wasn't a big deal. Was it? This dish was just as strange, making Yoonhyung think of someone. He's going to nag anyway. Thinking that, he immediately put it to his mouth and took a bite. Cell, Taiji, and Nabi were all shocked by Yoonhyung's action. He had only tried one bite, and his eyes went wide. From his elbows to his waist, then to his knees, everything cracked with a crisp, audible sound. No need to ask, anyone could tell Yoonhyung was in unbearable pain as he screamed in agony that seemed to shake the heavens. The sound of his pained screaming echoed everywhere. Jun Eun-hyung landed on his rear in a very painful way. His dislocated legs slammed down as well. Yoon-hyung's limbs looked like they were being bent every which way, causing him to tear up in pain. Panicking. "It hurts. What the hell is this?" Nabi let out a long sigh, looking at Yoon-hyung, and said to the terrified Cell and Taiji, "See? That's the consequence of eating blindly. You're too impatient." Yoon-hyung replied angrily, "What the hell is this that could turn me into this state, huh?" She replied nonchalantly, "Oh my, you humans call them earthworms." Yoon-hyung turned pale upon hearing this and asked back, "Earthworms? You fed me earthworms?" Nabi rattled on incessantly. "You didn't know? Edible earthworms have been common in Australia, New Zealand, Africa, and China since ancient times. They've been used as medicine and a specific treatment for blood stasis. You need to learn more," he thought helplessly. "What nonsense. I'm being taught about Earth by a talking cat from another world." She continued, "Even on land, there are monsters similar to earthworms living in the desert. They are called soyoseo." She said that soyoseo meat is famous for being good for health, and its effects depend on the color of the meat. Not stopping there, Nabi continued to spread knowledge to Yoon-hyung. Red soyoseo strengthens blood clotting, and yellow soyoseo relieves fatigue and relaxes joints, and it makes you even more flexible. As she finished her sentence, Jun Eun-hyung fainted from the overwhelming pain. Cell and Taiji saw this and turned to tell Nabi that it seems like she turned him into a donut rather than relieving his fatigue. Having fainted from the pain, she sighed and replied, "I think it's because he didn't warm up enough." Nabi instructed Taiji, "When he wakes up, let him stretch before eating more to make him even more flexible. After that, we train." 1 week after that incident, it was another early, crisp morning. Everyone at the restaurant was still diligently doing their work. Sel Ung-woo looked at the two, Baek Kang-hyuk and Eun-hyung, and said, "Honestly, it takes at least some time to learn something. And you two think you can challenge me after only 1 week?" Nabi added, "That's ridiculous." The two of them turned around sharply, glaring at Jo Seung-woo, who was leisurely drinking water. Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "He's not wrong, but I feel like I've improved after just 1 week." On the other side, Eun-hyung was thinking seriously, "If I train properly for a year, I could be on a completely different level." He looked up and glared at Baek Kang-hyuk, thinking, "If it wasn't for that bastard." Kang-hyuk also turned back slightly to glance at Yoon-hyung. Jun Eun-hyung thought further, "In just 1 week, I've been reprimanded for fighting 8 times and had 8 months of salary deducted. If I keep staying with this guy, I'll be working for free." Kang-hyung. On the other side, Eun-hyung was seriously thinking, "If I train properly for a year, I could reach a completely different level." He looked up and glared at Baek Kang-hyuk, thinking, if it wasn't for that jerk, Baek Kang-hyuk also peeked back at Eun-hyung. Eun-hyung thought to himself, "In just 1 week, I've been reprimanded 8 times and had 8 months of salary deducted. If I keep staying with this guy, I'll be working for free." Baek Kang-hyuk. Exchanging glances as if they were sharing thoughts after today's shift, the two shared a telepathic connection. Eun-hyung looked over, thinking to himself on the field. They silently affirmed in their hearts that the battle with this guy would end soon. Time flew by until noon, and the two of them were standing, facing each other, ready to fight. Many people were gathered around, watching the match. Baek Kang-hyuk, feeling very confident, crossed his arms and said, "Well, Fighting in front of an audience like this isn't bad at all. Get ready. You guys are about to witness. Before he could finish his sentence, Eun-hyung's sword scabbard was hurled straight at his face. He even added, "Shut your mouth and draw your sword." Jo Seung-woo watched the scene and could only sigh. He still hasn't given up that annoying habit of taunting people. The crowd around them began to cheer enthusiastically. They seemed very excited by this prelude. Baek Kang-hyuk threw the scabbard away and growled, "You jerk? Playing dirty? That's it. I'm pissed." Eun-hyung said nothing more. He tightened his grip on his sword and roared. A golden aura flared up, manifesting Baek Kang-hyuk's power. Star activation. Jo Seung-woo watched from the sidelines, amazed and wondering, in a situation like this, could he actually have a chance? With a heavy stomp, Baek Kang-hyuk raised his sword high and lunged at Eun-hyung. He was a bit surprised but managed to dodge the strike. Baek Kang-hyuk tightened his grip on the hilt even more and slashed again. Eun-hyung continued to dodge. They kept fighting, but it was clear Baek Kang-hyuk was attacking more frantically, while Eun-hyung was mostly blocking those attacks. Baek Kang-hyuk's morale soared as he said, "How's that? This is the swordsmanship of a knight that I've mastered with my blood and sweat." Nearby, Jo Seung-woo felt helpless with his student, saying, "He's only been training for a week, and he's already showing off." A certain person watched the scene tensely and said, "What are you doing, Jun-hyung?" Jo Seung-woo thought, well, at least his sword stance is correct now. It's an amazing change compared to a week ago. He thought again, but I suspect that guy taught him sloppily during that time. Looking at the sword techniques of Eun-hyung, he continued to ponder. He's not even moving much. Does that kid really have a talent for swordsmanship? Maybe it's because he has a good teacher. Furthermore, he figured his own hard work played a part, thinking, I don't think I've been that lazy. Returning to the battle, the swords of Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk clashed together with the strength of their arms. Suddenly, Eun-hyung dropped his sword. Baek Kang-hyuk didn't expect it and knocked the weapon away. Caught off guard, he muttered, "Huh?" Eun-hyung quickly ran behind him and locked Baek Kang-hyuk in a chokehold. Not only that, Eun-hyung also used his legs to hook onto him, and that was one of the 48 joint locking techniques of Leanne Lincoln, number 18. It's called Sleep Well, Brave Warrior. This is a secret technique of the Aluris tribe, helping an insomniac warrior drift into a deep sleep through force. Eun-hyung, looking like he had the win in the bag, said to Baek Kang-hyuk, "Sleep well." He began to lose consciousness, but in his head, he desperately struggled. "If I go down like this, I'll lose. No, I'll die." Baek Kang-hyuk thought to himself. There was only one way left. Immediately after, he lifted his leg. Baek Kang let himself fall backward freely, which caught Eun-hyung by surprise, causing him to fall too. They both hit the ground, but the one in more pain was definitely Eun-hyung, since he was the one who hit the ground directly. Reluctantly bracing for Baek Kang-hyuk, he reached up and grabbed Eun-hyung's hair, causing him to cry out in pain. Eun-hyung got angry and said, "Hey, let me go." "You're not planning on letting go," Baek Kang-hyuk yelled back. "You let go first, you dirty cheater." They kept arguing back and forth. "Are you choking me? Are you actually trying to kill me?" This was also a technique, but it left the onlookers watching helplessly. Someone spoke up. "Wow, is this really a fight?" They kept whispering and gossiping. "I can't believe this is the front line." In the eyes of the people around them, Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk were like two children, bickering back and forth. "You die!" "No, you die first." Someone remarked. "The future of South Korea is so bleak." Min, feeling helpless, held his forehead and said, "The reputation of the front line is being tarnished." Jo Seung-woo coughed a few times, signaling the two of them. Finally, the pointless fight went on for another 30 minutes, but after that, no one bothered to watch anymore, except for a video that was posted to social media and went viral quickly. The two, Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk, covered in wounds, stood silently in front of Lee Jong-hoon. The story of their scuffle the day before made people curious about a mysterious person. Lee Jong-hoon could only feel helpless and speechless when watching that video. At the Wysek Military District, a branch of the main headquarters, Lee Jong-hoon was extremely frustrated when looking at Eun-hyung and Baek Kang-hyuk. The fight, accompanied by their insults, was captured clearly by outsiders. "Well done," he said sarcastically. The two had various minor injuries from the fight. Eun-hyung grabbed his hair, his face darkened. "The doctor said hair loss is caused by stress," Baek Kang-hyuk casually replied. "The branch chief. You asked for it anyway, so why are you so surprised?" Eun-hyung also chimed in. "Naturally. Why are you blaming us for that?" Their attitude and words made him tremble with rage. leaving him speechless. Unable to suppress his anger anymore, Jong-hoon went crazy and screamed, "It's definitely because of you two. You two jerks, you're so successful, aren't you? Have you seen today's newspaper?" Baek Kang-hyuk stuttered. Newspaper? Not yet, he hinted. He avoided the topic of the newspaper because mentioning it reminded him of Jo Seung-woo. Eun-hyung said dismissively, "Who even reads the newspaper these days? We're not old men." Jong-hoon's head was a mess, and he was exhausted, so Hwang Ji-hyun spoke up from the side and produced a newspaper. "I prepared a paper beforehand, just in case. All the credibility of the entire front line at YSEC is being questioned in this report. Of course, that includes you two. This is the latest ranking. Your popularity has plummeted." The two looked at the article, and Baek Kang-hyuk's mood sank. Based on the consequences affecting the image of YSEC, the unauthorized use of force, the waste of resources, and the potential economic damage caused by the decline in popularity, Hwang Ji-hyun's gaze became sharp, as if she were calculating something else. "We plan to deduct 10 months of salary from you both. Congratulations. You'll be on a diet for the next 10 months. Both Baek Kang-hyuk and Eun-hyung turned to stone upon hearing this shocking news. Both of them were in the same situation, and only now did they feel the fear, stammering and groaning. "Me, that means I have to rely on my coffee shop job?" Lee Jong-hoon. As he popped a few pills into his mouth, he irritably announced that there was no way they were allowed at the cafe anymore. Both of them gasped. "What?" Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyuk and Jung Eun-hyung felt both terrified and deeply depressed. Hearing him scold them, they learned their salaries had been cut for 8 months. They thought the issue only warranted a 2-month deduction. In truth, the penalty was this light, because the higher-ups decided to be lenient with the two of you. "Do you know why?" Baek Kang-hyuk innocently replied. "Is it because the higher-ups think we're cute?" Beside him, Jung Eun-hyung glared at him angrily, but couldn't do anything. "There's some truth to that. It's because of you, Baek Kang-hyuk." This remark from Lee Jong-hoon left them stunned, mouths agape. "What?" he calmly explained. "To the public, you're like a funny clown. In today's incident, you were in the position of a clown, so the public was somewhat lenient toward you." His face stiffened in embarrassment. I really?" Jung Eun-hyung laughed at him, but Lee Jong-hoon's next words hit him like a slap to the face. "Keep laughing, Jung Eun-hyung. You're also part of Baek Kang-hyuk's team. The image of the genius, cold, handsome swordsman, that's gone now. From now on, you're the second clown." He was shocked, shouting, "Me?" He pointed at them and shouted, "Raising you guys is a waste, but according to the branch policy, for the next 10 months, you two have to handle your own food and expenses." And so, the two clowns were kicked out of ISAC. Because of this, Baek Kang-hyuk and Jung Eun-hyung signed a 10-month contract at the restaurant of the warrior Jo Seung-woo. Over here, having just woken up, he yawned and rubbed his head, while Young-sik slept soundly on his lap. At least without those two, the customer count hasn't dropped anymore. Baek Kang-hyuk and Jung Eun-hyung were the final winners. Jo Seung-woo received 2 free slaves. Scene changed to the ISAC military district, the branch for underground combat equipment maintenance. They were constantly repairing giant robots. Captain Gu Haina, sweating profusely and exhausted, groaned, "I'm going to die." Now I understand why Seoul created a disaster recovery zone. Beside her was her husband, the head of equipment maintenance, named Kim Guinam. Mobile armor. She wiped the sweat from her face and assessed the situation. "The frequent formation of cracks here is truly abnormal," Kim Guinam agreed, looking at the robots next to them. "That's right. It happens too often. We've run out of ammo. Engine overheating is no joke," Henna added. Calling this place hell compared to Switzerland wouldn't be wrong. He looked at his wife with affectionate, loving eyes and handed her a water bottle. "Shouldn't you let your eyes rest?" Kim Guinam suggested some measures regarding the one with the pirate eye patch. "If not, why not replace it with an artificial eye? Wouldn't fighting like that be inconvenient?" Henna declined. "Thanks for the advice, but it doesn't make me feel inconvenienced. You don't need to worry. Besides, it would be funny if the captain didn't have a single scratch while others were falling. Just consider it a memento." Her voice trailed off, filled with bitterness. Kim Guinam spoke up. "As a husband, I feel for you. But that's just who you are. Come to think of it, the frontline members here must be strong, right?" Correction. The previous lines merged, continuing from Kim Guinam. "As a husband, I feel for you. But that's just who you are. Come to think of it, the frontline members here must be strong, right? They can hold this place with just 3 teams?" The two of them passed through the next gate. Henna calmly replied, "Actually, there's only 1 team." Kim Guinam was surprised and asked again, "Really?" Not 3 teams? She recounted that rank 10 and rank 65 were resting due to injuries, so only rank 92 was holding the line. His expression immediately turned sour. Rank 92? Isn't that the playful kid Baek Kang-hyuk? Is he that strong? Hena also had to offer praise. That team is well-structured and tactically efficient, built around the captain who has reconnaissance abilities, with other members focused on long-range attacks. For the first time, Kim Guinam heard of such a tactic and asked further, the captain is the key? What about the front line? Do they use abilities to get stronger or gain attention? He acts in the role of a tank. Hearing the whole thing, even he had to admit, that's certainly an effective tactic. Kim Guinam pondered, it is indeed an effective tactic. Ours is a bit similar to the basic strategy, she sighed in response. Because we lack mobility, concentrating power while the attack range is wide to minimize damage battle armor needs to be more agile. Should we reduce the weight? We can't, or the operator will be easily attacked. Or should we increase firepower? How? He became increasingly chaotic. Kim Guinam felt confused and guilty for not being able to help Gu Hena. You don't think? This is a problem we can solve. That's why we need scientists. Perhaps some new materials will appear? Hearing this, she chuckled and teased him. So we have to pray? He followed her joke. We have no other choice. At this rate, we won't be able to hold out much longer. So, we can only pray. It seems the branch manager already has some plans, Hina speculated. At ISAC, district branch, about restoring the economic market? The branch manager, sir, do you realize this is the 5th time you've mentioned this? Hwang Ji-hyun's expression turned worried. Lee Jong-hoon calmly said, this isn't something I'm just saying on a whim. His expression was serious as he patted a large stack of papers on the table. Don't you see? Look at the crazy proposals from the guilds we receive every day. She frowned. Displeased? Since when did ISAC pay attention to guilds? I really hate those guilds. Ji-hyun turned her face away, showing clear dislike for the guilds. They are groups of ability users who reject ISAC's control. They specialize in forming their own groups and fighting alone. In a day, endless gates appear along with monsters and potential threats. ISAC, in the name of protecting the world against those threats, receives love and support from the public. They use this title not only to control gates and monsters, but also to bring potential ability users who confront those threats under their wing. The guilds have argued about ISAC controlling ability users under the banner of autonomy. They have organized many global activities. Hwang Ji-hyun slammed the table and shouted angrily, it's all nonsense. Autonomy, my foot. They're just crazy people who don't want to understand how the world is being protected by hunters. They only crave the items inside the gates. Lee Jong-hoon sighed. You think I don't know that? I know everything you do. She was extremely indignant and argued. Then why are you talking about restoring the economy? Do you want to allow those bastards to handle the gates? In a business format? He seriously explained. Think about the problem of exhausting obtained resources. That's not a bad idea. We can ensure that the identities and information of unregistered hunters linked to the association are not exposed, and we can even ease the burden on the association's armored squad by implementing strict regulations that restrict entry into the gate without authorization. We can effectively control the risks. The front line will deploy immediately if the gate opens. Take it easy, boss, the scout said anxiously to the branch manager. If this doesn't go smoothly, Lee Jong-hoon sighed in response. I know. I'm not just risking my position, but potentially my life as well. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. On the outskirts of Seoul, inside an E-rank gate, guild leader Kang Jae-eun led her guild members into the forest. They were there to fight, but Jae-eun was trembling with fear. A member in front turned around and spoke up. Sorry, guild leader. The boss is about to appear. If you're that scared, why don't you just go back? Jae-eun, a level 6, jumped in surprise and barked, Shut up. God, seriously. Her greed was evident in her eyes. Do you have any idea how much money I had to spend to get the rights to clear this gate? I have to check for myself to see if there's anything valuable here, especially the boss. The biggest reward is right around here. Do you think I'd go back now? The member said uneasily. Guild leader, you sound a bit like a greedy villain right now. Jae-eun reassured them. I can't stop you, but protect yourselves. Even we are struggling to fight the boss. Don't worry, I have plenty of experience. I'm not a rookie. Besides, the monsters we've faced before haven't been anything special, right? What could the boss possibly be? Is it anything special? He said skeptically. That kind of attitude always leads to trouble. A hulking figure stepped out into the forest. The entire Red Tiger Guild was terrified by such a loud commotion. Its massive foot stomped heavily onto the ground. They were all stunned by its massive frame. Jae-eun trembled in fear, Stuttering, What is that thing doing here?" In front of her stood an ogre, looking incredibly ferocious. At the Red Tiger Multi-Purpose Hunter Guild headquarters, birds were chirping, their songs blending with the golden sunlight, making for a warm scene. But inside the headquarters, the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. Jeun leaned back in her chair, exhausted and gray-faced. Seoho, sitting next to her, was typing away constantly, seemingly indifferent to her. She cried out in desperation, "We're finished. This is all so absurd." Her eyes welled up with tears. She couldn't believe the reality before her. In Jaeun's mind, the image of that ugly, fat monster appearing before her that day flashed back. Furious having suppressed it for too long, she couldn't take it anymore. Jaeun grabbed her head and screamed, "Why did that thing just jump out of nowhere? We've worked so hard to build this guild up to this day. So why is heaven playing with me like this?" Her secretary, Soho, calmly reported. According to the report, the entire elite team is severely injured and needs at least 10 weeks of rest to recover. We will have to spend a lot of money, just on the medical bills alone. Besides that, we also have to pay the rescue team fee to the insurance company. The more she heard, the more desperate Jaeun became. She lowered her head even further. We should have just left them to die. At least then we could have used the insurance money to mobilize another attack team. Those stubborn idiots, Soho sighed, reminding her, "Jaeun, stop talking nonsense. If people hear you, they'll sue us. Besides, you were the one crying and begging, saying, 'All my people are about to die,' and asking for a rescue team to come, weren't you?" Jaeun finally calmed down, tearfully asking, "Okay, fine. So what do we do now? Are we completely defeated and bankrupt?" "No. Even if the sky falls, there's always a way." Seoho kept staring at the computer screen. Jaeun asked skeptically, "A way? What way? Do you even know any other hunters?" "I don't know any hunters, but I know one person who can solve this," Soho explained as he turned the computer toward Jaeun so she could see it clearly. There was a restaurant in Zone A called the Hero Restaurant, and according to a reliable source, the owner of that restaurant is a returnee. On the screen, information about the Hero Restaurant appeared with an advertisement that couldn't be more over the top. Hero Restaurant Review. The Hero Restaurant is finger-licking good. The flavor is incredibly rich. One bite and you might get hooked immediately. When it comes to serving speed, fast food has nothing on Hero Restaurant. Customer, you need food to boost poison resistance, right? In that case, I suggest you try the dish. Of course, only if you can actually eat it. Let's ask that person for help, Soho said. Jaeun deflated like a punctured balloon. She was so angry she lunged over the desk, shouting at Seoho. "So, after everything that happened, this is your solution? You talk like a returnee would actually help us." Suddenly, Jaeun noticed a strange feeling in her palm. The ebony wood desk, the most expensive item in the office, had now cracked. Under her grip, Jaeun said dejectedly, No, that won't work. Returnees are expensive, right?" "It is expensive, because they are that strong." Seoho nodded in agreement. The more Jaeun thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. Even if we somehow managed to hire a returnee for the guild, do you think Isaac wouldn't do anything about it? They clearly wouldn't leave those people alone. Seoho mused. That does make sense, but I don't know why someone so wise could mess things up to this degree. Jaeun, only a level 6, grabbed the non-awakened secretary and shook him frantically. "Shut it. Do you like adding fuel to the fire? Who could have foreseen such a thing?" Even she hadn't expected things to turn out in such an unexpected way. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a high-ranking monster appeared as the boss of an E-rank dungeon. Who could have known that? Soho, being abused, with his hair looking like a bird's nest, had to try to calm Jaeun down. "All right, calm down for a second and let me finish. In short, we don't need to keep awakened people in the guild. Even if we wanted to, we don't have the money to do so." "Then what?" Jaeun asked. "Instead, we just need to hire him to deal with that one monster." Soho offered the solution he deemed most useful at the moment. "You mean we'll let him be the closer?" Jaeun realized Soho's intention. "Exactly. As long as we deal with that boss monster, it's like we solved everything. For a returnee, that shouldn't be anything." Although Jaeun agreed, she still had questions in her mind. But how are we going to asking him to do such a trivial thing, right? Seoho immediately guessed what she was worried about. "Don't worry, I've already studied how to approach him." John's eyes sparkled like stars. "You're truly amazing, Seoho. So, what's the plan?" "Piece of cake," Seoho said, a sinister smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Just go there and have a meal, that's it." The next day, John actually went to that restaurant. Eung Hyung and Baek Kang Hyuk dressed in staff uniforms, stared fixedly at their table. Their faces were full of defensive wariness, like they were looking at enemies. From across the table, Jean was so startled she slammed the table. Are you serious? Did I hear that right? Jo Seung-woo easily agreed to her request. Why not? That sounds fun. I've always wanted to try that portal anyway, so there's no need to worry. I'll help. Jean still couldn't believe it. No way he actually agreed, right? At that moment, she even grabbed Soho by the collar and started shouting. Are you out of your mind? Jean turned away, feeling incredibly flustered. When she first heard it, she thought it was ridiculous. I'll definitely have to apologize to him later. Jo Seung-woo spoke up, cutting off Joan's train of thought. But you need to know one thing first. Yes? Yes? What is it? Joan asked. Seung-woo pointed to the table next to them. The food our restaurant serves is a bit special. Over there, a man was carefully picking at his food, sweat pouring down his forehead. The moment he ate a bite, his whole body turned ghostly green. It turned out the food at this place was so spicy, it made him tremble uncontrollably. Jean looked on, bewildered, as sweat began to break out on her own skin. Just then, a loud thumping sound echoed from the restroom door. 2 people were already clutching their stomachs, waiting in line. The customer from earlier looked like the 3rd victim. Hey, open up, Jean asked uneasily. She pointed toward the crowd. This is my first time in District A, so what exactly is this dish everyone is talking about? Seung-woo replied warmly. You must not be from this town. Here, take a look at this for a moment. He handed her a menu. The Exotic Food Challenge. Jean read the words inside. Only for today, even the 100 million won entrance fee we will waive since you're an outsider, so we'll give you a chance. Jo Seung-woo introduced her to today's challenge. On the menu, written in huge letters, Exotic Food Challenge, the culinary torture test. If you complete the challenge within the time limit, you will receive grade Y class equipment, proving you are a master craftsman. Note: only hunters are allowed to participate. Level 1. Eat everything and receive a free artifact. John was immediately hooked. Free? Seriously? I just need to eat it all, and the artifact is mine. In an instant, a fire of determination ignited in her heart. Her will was blazing. Jean was full of resolve. I'll participate. But a moment later, as the initial excitement faded, Jean looked at the plate in front of her, feeling uneasy. She had jumped in without a second thought just because of the word free. Jean stared intensely at the dish. Is this really okay? It feels like I've made a huge mistake. The dish looked like it had been spiked with poison. Its very aura exuded a killing intent that even a hunter like her had to be wary of. Jean slapped her own face to regain her focus. No, there's no time to be second-guessing. If I fail here, I'll definitely go bankrupt. Focus. Jean. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a bite, and kept reassuring herself. Continued, just eat. Eat now, think later. Whatever. What's the worst that could happen? Death? A while later, as expected, she was kicked out of the restaurant by Young Hyung. Continued, Joan lay on the ground, feeling as if half her soul had already left her body, crushed. Her first attempt was a failure. Hyung brushed his hands off as if he had just touched something disgusting. He was furious. A dirty hyena. Should we sprinkle some salt? I agree with you for once. Besides, not many ISAC members like hunters from other guilds. Baek Kang-hyuk stood with his hands on his hips, equally angry. Young-sik sat on Jo Seung-woo's head while he groomed Nabi. I don't dislike them. Baek, Kang-hyuk, and Hyung were surprised. Why not? Seung-woo replied, cheerful and spirited. Why? Well, I'm also a business owner who started my own enterprise. Why would I hate a guild that was also founded by someone on their own? Even Young-sik agreed. I know you're doing a good deed, but you can't force others to be like you. Seung-woo thought that was only natural. A person who runs their own business and pursues profit. What's wrong with that? That's what a market economy is. However, Baek Kang-hyuk and Hyung still wanted to argue but were at a loss for words. Jo Seung-woo continued, his eyes fixed on the leftovers on the table. Anyway, that person left quite an impression on me. She ate half the plate that's already pushing her limits. Her willpower is top-notch, right? Baek Kang-hyuk, feeling unconvinced, grumbled while clearing the table. If eating one plate makes the boss acknowledge her, I'd eat 10. Jo Seung-woo smiled and replied, the difficulty of the task varies for everyone. The gap in levels between you and her is huge. You really are a guy who makes a living out of giving out tasks, Baek Kang-hyuk scoffed. This remark left Jo Seung-woo speechless. Well, yeah, I am the one who gives you tasks, aren't I? So you're not wrong. He looked down at Nabi, who was resting in his lap. Shall I groom you too? Meow. Please. Nabi immediately agreed. Jo Seung-woo suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Eunha lately. Eunha usually groomed, but before he could finish his sentence, the door, which had been closed, suddenly swung open again. A familiar voice echoed throughout the shop. Wait! The exotic food challenge, I'll do it again! Jean appeared at the door, drenched in sweat. Everyone's eyes went wide with surprise. Seung-woo said hesitantly, It might affect your body, so get some rest and eat tomorrow. What are you talking about? The concept of tomorrow doesn't exist for me. Jean hung her head, but her shoulders and breathing told the whole story. She flopped down at the table. The boss already said it, didn't you? Today is free, so this is the only chance, isn't it? Jean lifted her face, revealing a complexion so pale she looked bloodless. But her words were filled with absolute determination. For a hunter, even if you know you're going to lose, sometimes you still have to fight. Everyone was impressed. Seung-woo, even while grooming, let out an O of praise, and Nabi clapped her paws when she saw Baek Kang-hyuk bring a new serving to Joan. At this moment, Baek Kang-hyuk's attitude had changed completely. She's crazy, but that's just my type. Some time had passed. Time passed, and the sunlight gradually faded. By now, the plates on the table were wiped clean. Jeun had literally made the food vanish. Even Baek Kang-hyuk looked at her in disbelief. She was passed out while still sitting in her chair. In the end, she had eaten all of that. Was this the hunger spirit? Was she part of the organization? Ah, I completely forgot about it. Jo Seung-woo looked at her happily. He had to admit it, yes. He really had to admit it. Her spirit is quite strong. He looked at Jeun, who was unconscious, with dark circles under her eyes and foam still at the corners of her mouth. He thought to himself, even if it's for money, to go this far, maybe she's so desperate that no one wants to fail. At that moment, the phone in Jeun's pocket rang. What kind of notification is that, ringing so loud? Baek Kang-hyuk noticed it, but when he picked up her phone to check the contents, Baek Kang-hyuk exclaimed in surprise. Level up? 6 levels at once? When she wakes up, she's going to be so surprised. Jo Seung-woo turned away coldly and said, Nabi, can you move this guest to a room? Understood, Nabi replied. He turned to ask Baek Kang-hyuk. Speaking of which, what about Yoon-hyung? Baek Kang-hyuk replied. He left for a meeting. It seems it relates to the person lying there. Both of their gazes fell on Jeun, who was unconscious. That person seems to have been put in charge of the gate by the guild, and it looks like they plan to deal with Eun-hyung before things get too serious. Baek Kang-hyuk said, Now that the boss is here, that won't happen. And hey, if you succeed in eating, you become a returnees delegate. From the people who returned, that will definitely shut those loudmouths up. You'll see. Jo Seung-woo replied casually, It's fine, because it chooses based on the person. Baek Kang-hyuk's face darkened. He sneered at Jo Seung-woo. Even so, you can't predict people's intentions. I don't know, but I've already seen it, Jo Seung-woo replied. His left eye immediately displayed observation notes. I have a very sharp eye for people. He looked at the girl resting behind the door. With just that one look, he had seen all the information about Jang Jeun, origin, tendencies, personality, freedom, deep emotions, stinginess, and high concentration at the Gilbert headquarters. Tigers? I can't believe it. Soho pushed up his glasses and exclaimed. He looked at Jeun in disbelief. Someone actually returned and promised to defeat the boss? Jeun proudly held up the business card she received from Jo Seung-woo. That's exactly right. I'll use it when I need to. Seoho still couldn't believe it. Oh my god. I never thought the guildmaster would have the ability to charm men. What did you say? Jeun glared at him. She smugly added, What would a kid? Like you know about my true value? Anyway, cancel the hunter recruitment. Yes, Seoho picked up the phone. Hunter Heaven, do you want to cancel the registration for Park Seoho's profile? Jeun immediately shouted, Not that hunter profile. Oh, of course, that one needs to be canceled too. You already found another job? He didn't understand. Then what should I cancel? Aren't hunters supposed to help deal with monsters? Right. You don't need to look for those people anymore. Jeun giggled. Seoho saw this and happily followed along. As expected, the returnee promised to handle all the gates, right? But Jeun proudly said, No, just me alone is enough. I leveled up after all. He frowned, making a strange expression. What are you talking about? The whole world knows the guildmaster has a low level. Jeun angrily said, Is that so? You should wipe that look off your face. In fact, before eating the strange dish, Jang Jeun's level as a low-level, unlucky hunter was 6. But after finishing Jo Seung-woo's strange dish, she reached level 12, and changed completely compared to before. Seo-ho was also extremely surprised. Oh my god, is there food that just by eating it, you level up? Truly the returnee. Jun was triumphant. That's why only Jo Seung-woo can defeat the boss. She picked up the shield. On the way, I'll take care of a few respawned monsters. Isn't that worth a try? There were many respectful titles to use instead of that guy, and Soho replied. At this point, Jun had completely become Jo Seung-woo's fan. Later, when you call him, don't call him the returnee. Call him Mr. Jo Seung-woo. And pray at the restaurant every morning and night too. Seo-ho broke into a cold sweat. It looks like she ate something weird. The person has changed completely. The shield was placed in an iron chest. Jun said the decision would be carried out tomorrow morning. Go inside, clean up quickly, then come out. You find the connections to buy magic stones or accessories at a good price, okay? Seo-ho was half doubtful. You're too excited, so I'm getting worried here. Jun slammed the door shut. Because he hadn't been to that restaurant, he didn't know Baek Kang-hyuk, Eun-hyung, and the superstar Baek Kang-hyuk was working as a waiter there. He was shocked. So First Order actually used those two as waiters? That's right. When Mr. Jo Seung-woo speaks, they bow their heads immediately. In Jun's mind, she recalled the scene in the restaurant where Baek Kang-hyuk and Eun-hyung were bowing and greeting Jo Seung-woo respectfully. Welcome customer. Exactly. She used Mr. more and more. Who exactly is that guy? Seo-ho didn't understand. Jun insisted. Anyway, since someone like that is going along, how could we not clear a gate? So, since we can use the returnee for free, let's use him more valuably, shall we? Soho made a suggestion. Jun was curious. What is it? Seo-ho's face turned sinister. Let's borrow more money to buy access to a higher level gate, if we pretend that the mission is there, and then bring the returnee in. Jun was immediately terrified. She grabbed Soho by the collar. How dare you think of such strange things? Trying to repay kindness with evil? You really need to be taught a lesson. Seo-ho still hadn't given up. Regardless, at least the reward would be 5 times higher. Screams of pain in the red. Tiger's area echoed all night long. At the E-rank gate on the outskirts of Area a portal appeared. Honestly, running a guild doesn't make as much money as people think. It's surprising, right? Perhaps because everyone around me belongs to the Isekai. All I hear is that they are just a bunch of… Hina only knows how to make money, right? Ji-hyun said while walking with Jo Seung-woo. I understand. It's true that magic stones and artifacts sometimes drop and are worth a lot. Jo Seung-woo asked back. Then why can't you make money? Ji-hyun sighed. There is a problem with the laws. Isekai has set up strict regulations, from various taxes and hunter laws to all kinds of safety laws. It makes my head want to explode, she lamented. Furthermore, even for low-rank hunters, employment insurance is mandatory, and after deducting expenses like equipment and supplies, 50% of the profit is wiped out. Hearing this, she slumped again. It seems similar to being a freelancer, huh? Jo Seung-woo thought to himself. Ji-hyun continued. Expenses just keep rising. If you fail, you'll take a loss, and the guild could close down immediately. There are laws for hunters, but no laws for guilds. He agreed. Sounds like a casino. However, many guilds still exist, don't they? Ji-hyun replied. If you don't follow the rules, there are ways to avoid getting involved in those gambling games. If someone dies and there are problems, the guild will just close down, run away, and even dodge taxes legally. And that's how they keep the money, Ji-hyun said honestly. Seung-woo was surprised. You seem to know a lot about this, huh? She felt a bit embarrassed. Sometimes I'm forced to do that. Only sometimes. After all, I have to make a living. But I have never messed with someone else's life. Seung-woo thought. Indeed. When balancing between legal and illegal, this time, it seems like they've run into a serious problem. He remembered something. The other world's guild I was in was like that too. Dirty things still happened, and it wasn't always doing the right thing. Suddenly, a club came flying out of nowhere. Ji-hyun hurriedly grabbed her shield to block it. She shouted, It's nice to be lost in memories, but help me out now. It turned out to be a regular E-rank monster. Kobold, are you just going to watch? Seriously? Ji-hyun shouted in fear while defending, but Seung-woo smiled brightly and replied, The contract conditions say otherwise. I only have to handle the boss, right? After that, he pulled a fishing chair out of his spatial storage. Come on, try to win. That enemy isn't unbeatable. Jo Seung-woo sat comfortably watching the action movie unfolding in front of him, despite Ji-hyun struggling to fend off the E-rank monsters. She cried, What kind of favor is this? If I had known, I would have listened to Soho. Sorry for hitting you. Inside the E-rank gate was a vast forest. Jo Seung-woo walked around comfortably and marveled. This gate is a dungeon in the forest, so it's quite nice. The air is very fresh. I should have brought Nabi and Yongsik with me. He touched the base of a tree in the forest and felt, sure enough, trees. This big are quite rare in Area A. If I bring this back, I could probably make a decent amount of money. Seung-woo pondered about life. Even if people call the water leakage a disaster or whatever, human prosperity is thanks to it. Suddenly, he saw someone running breathlessly towards him. Oh, you're here? It was none other than Ji-hyun. She looked ragged after fighting the monsters. She replied, Yes, I'm here. Ji-hyun cried out. Isn't that too much? I asked you for help, remember? Jo Seung-woo calmly comforted her. Come on, you're overreacting. After all, you beat all of them and made it here in one piece. She had to admit his words were true, since she had dealt with the kobolds. But before Ji-hyun could finish her sentence, Jo Seung-woo let out a long yawn. Forget about that. If you're done resting, let's keep going quickly. I'm starting to feel sleepy. Seeing him like that, she was speechless, mouth agape. Ji-hyun had been made so angry by him that she was trembling, but she tried to suppress it by activating her special ability, high concentration. Stay patient, Ji-hyun. After all, Jo Seung-woo was her benefactor. A while later, when it was past noon, the bodies of the common kobold monsters lay scattered. Jo Seung-woo was still fast asleep. Furthermore, he even used a cookbook to shade himself from the sun. Ji-hyun was extremely annoyed by his laid-back demeanor. Ugh, how annoying. But right after that, Jo Seung-woo woke up, still dazed, and asked, Is it done already? Waiting for a while was boring, but you really should have helped me a bit. She immediately unleashed her hidden anger and muttered, I can't believe there's someone even more annoying than Seung-woo. Seung-woo stretched after his long nap and casually shared, People often say I'm very annoying, but on the contrary, I'm very grateful for that. Ji-hyun stomped her feet in frustration. Don't you see my condition? There were a few times I thought I was really going to die. Even my shield is completely broken. He sighed and calmly said, I told you many times that I never once felt that you were actually in danger. It seems like you don't understand your own capabilities or limits. Your ability is much better than you think, so have more confidence in yourself. Ji-hyun was very surprised by his sincere words. She blushed, embarrassed and confused, as she replied, How can you say that? I only have the high concentration ability. Seung-woo exclaimed in praise. That's a very good ability, I heard. That's just a learning support ability. There is no better learning support ability than that. Having good learning ability means you can quickly become stronger. Moreover, it's also a useful ability for eating. So let's eat. He diverted the conversation, making Ji-hyun dissatisfied. What kind of conclusion is that? Since when did you have it ready? She hurriedly cautioned. This is not the time to eat. The boss is about to appear, so you need to get ready to fight immediately. Seung-woo calmly replied, I already handled it. Ji-hyun looked blank, with a question mark over her head. Yes. He happily patted the large piece of meat on the table. The ogre boss is right here. It was a cleaned ogre. She exclaimed in shock. That is ogre meat? When did you manage to grab it? Seung-woo asked calmly. Naturally, while you were still fighting, he replied. Jean thought to herself, Seriously, I've never heard of a piece of meat this huge, she mused. Jo Seung-woo certainly had no reason to lie, so it seemed like the ogre had truly been defeated. The fresh, bright pink meat looked quite eye-catching. Jean asked about the situation. What about Dujun's core? It's still intact, so don't worry, he assured her. You'll still have time to claim your spoils. The core she mentioned was a giant purple magic stone emitting a strange aura. She pondered it with a hint of regret. I can't believe the ogre that gave our guild such a hard time was dealt with so easily. The ending feels a bit anticlimactic, honestly. Seung-woo smirked to himself. Then, this battle is my victory. As the survivor, Jang Seung-woo won without even lifting a finger. She suddenly spoke up cautiously. But why on earth are you happily wearing an apron? Jo Seung-woo replied. It's time to eat. She flatly refused. I'm not eating that. The boss is already defeated. His face remained cheerful, but his tone was insistent. You have to eat it. Jean recoiled in fear, but that's monster meat. Jo Seung-woo replied, puzzled. Exactly because it's monster meat, you have to eat it. Her mood sank into despair and helplessness as she realized he didn't understand her point at all. I really can't figure this guy out, she thought. Despite her hesitation, Jeanne couldn't shake the feeling that slab of meat looked surprisingly good. The cut was thick, with beautiful marbling. Perhaps, she thought, it wasn't as bad as she'd imagined. The thin slices of meat Jo Seung-woo carved up left her feeling strangely swayed and instantly tempted. Jun was shocked, startled by her own fleeting thoughts. She slapped both cheeks hard to snap out of it. Pull yourself together, Jung Jun. Have you lost your mind? Are you so hungry you've gone soft in the head, thinking monster meat looks delicious? Eating monster meat brings bad luck to all three of your lives. It was an baseless rumor, yet Jun panicked and started running, her heart filled with dread. If I stay any longer, I'll definitely be bewitched by it. I need to get out of here now. As she ran, she shouted, I'm going to go get the magic stone. Don't bother waiting for me. Jo Seung-woo watched the direction she ran, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. He stated firmly, whether you like it or not, you'll have to eat it sooner or later. In that case, I might as well cook it well. As Jo Seung-woo began his task, he found himself reminiscing about his time living in Terra. Most monster meat was usually used as an ingredient for stews at the inns or restaurants frequented by Terra's adventurers. There would always be a giant pot in the middle of the hall, simmering constantly. Adventurers would add whatever they hunted into the mix to supplement the stew. A stew cooked like that could be called the infinite stew, as it never stopped simmering and contained an endless variety of ingredients. Returning to reality, Jo Seung-woo finished his prep work. Even though he couldn't guarantee the quality since so many people cooked it, it was ironically hard to make that kind of stew taste bad. But he wore a sly smile. Since I'm the only one cooking this stew, today's batch might actually turn out really terrible. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. A while later, once the stew was finished, Jo Seung-woo scooped a ladleful of broth into a bowl. The liquid in the pot made one feel uneasy just looking at it. He let out a sigh as he realized something. Jo Seung-woo suddenly turned toward the spot where Jun was hiding nearby and said, "The stew is ready. Want some?" She was startled by him and blurted out, "I'm not eating that. This is a special dish I prepared, so it'll definitely be helpful, especially for your special abilities. If you eat it, you'll become very strong." Jo Seung-woo tried his best to persuade her. Jun stepped forward cautiously. I'd love that, but that's a bit too much to ask. Last time, I only ate some green onion pancakes and I felt like I was going to die. He stroked his chin, pondering. Jo Seung-woo used his observation skill on her once again. Jung Jun, basically kind, free-spirited, emotionally deep, cautious, high level of focus. He smiled faintly. It seems stingy, has turned into cautious. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you? It's strange to turn down an opportunity to get stronger without paying a dime. Jo Seung-woo tried to persuade her again. But are you sure it's okay? Even if you don't like it, you should still try it. Jun asked, confused. Why? Why do we have to? We already finished exploring the dungeon, didn't we? He replied vaguely. Yeah, I thought so too. But, unfortunately, she felt restless hearing his response. What is it? Why did you stop midway like that? You're making me so nervous. A connection portal is about to appear in this dungeon, he replied nonchalantly, leaving Jun in deep shock. Jo Seung-woo explained. The boss of this low-level dungeon was stronger than usual because it was connected to a higher-level dungeon. Soon, boss-level monsters would invade through these connection portals. Even though she hadn't seen it with her own eyes yet, she understood the danger and started trembling. Oh, we're done for. Why didn't you warn me sooner? He coughed a few times. That doesn't matter anymore. There is a way for you to become strong immediately and survive through the connection portals. Jun stared at him, dazed. Jo Seung-woo smiled wickedly and held out the bowl of stew, the very thing he claimed would help her get stronger. So, let's just eat it, shall we? At the Isekai branch in Seoul, military forces equipped with heavy gear rushed in an orderly fashion. The commander at the helm shouted, "Hurry, it's an emergency!" At the same time, in another part of the building, there were hurried footsteps. It was Hwang Ji-hyun. She threw the door open, reporting urgently, "Branch Chief, there are signs of a connection fracture at the dungeony portal." Lee Jong-hoon asked calmly, "What's the level?" She replied, flustered, "At least a B rank." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing we had Jun Eun-hyung stand by for orders." "Send Jun Eun-hyung there immediately to handle the connection portal," Lee Jong-hoon said in confusion. "But Branch Chief, Jo Seung-woo, the returnee, is also there." Lee Jong-hoon scolded, annoyed. "I admit he's a good person, but he's not one of ours. Has our system become so weak that we have to rely on an outsider?" She bowed her head, sincerely apologizing. "I spoke without thinking. I'm truly sorry. Don't forget, we are holding the lives of many people in our hands. We cannot rely on the kindness of a single individual like that," he reminded her. Hwang Ji-hyun worried, but Jo Seung-woo might feel disappointed. and think he's not trusted. Lee Jong-hoon stated firmly, "That won't happen. I'm sure of it." On the contrary, he would be even more disappointed if he didn't receive any support. She felt puzzled and asked, "How can you be so confident?" "As a friend, I know him much better than many others. That guy will probably just stand by with his arms crossed and won't participate in the fight. Teachers are usually like that." Lee Jong-hoon calmly analyzed, "Oh Taeshik, for example, they enjoy imparting knowledge but don't like solving problems themselves." Scene changed to inside the dungeon portal. Jo Seung-woo's ears suddenly twitched. He brushed back his hair and looked into the distance, guessing, "Someone must be talking about me." Jo Seung-woo's action left Jun sitting on the chair, confused. He stood there with his arms crossed, watching her fall into despair. Jun was tense, biting her lips, worried as she looked at the contents of the bowl. It was a mixture of bright red liquid with a bit of dried fruit, the very first stew Jo Seung-woo had made. She looked at it in fear, truly not wanting to eat it. Then, Jun calmed herself down, trying to be brave, and scooped up a spoonful. I'll just try a little bit first." The moment the broth touched her tongue, her whole body felt like it was going to burst into flames. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop crying out, "It hurts so much!" The broth from her mouth fell onto the ground, and the dirt turned gray and started emitting red smoke, which shocked her immensely. The dirt melted. Who on earth would dare to eat this? Jo Seung-woo still kept a smiling face, staring at her, but the intent to force her was very clear. "We really should eat it, right?" Jun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "That's right, I'm the one who has to eat this." She really didn't want to. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Will eating this really help at all? I'll be the one eating this." She truly didn't want to eat it at all. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Will eating this really help with anything? If I croak after eating this, then there's no point at all." Jean looked at the stew, her anxiety deepening. No, this was something Jo Seung-woo had made, and her face darkened. Trying to calm herself, she dropped her spoon, which clattered to the ground. Jean steeled her resolve. This time, it would surely be okay. She immediately lifted the bowl of stew to drink. "Right, just eat it. If I die after eating, so be it." Jean gritted her teeth and endured it, all to become stronger. "At the very least, after eating, I'll be a little bit stronger." Her decisive actions caught Jo Seung-woo off guard, and he let out a surprised sound. That evening, a stream of energy radiated from the black link portal. Isaac had definitely discovered that the link portal was opening right at that moment. Therefore, they just needed to hold on until the military arrived to stop it. If they could just hold on. After drinking the bowl of stew, Jean's whole body trembled. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, and she gasped for air uncontrollably. I can't take this anymore." Sweat was pouring out of her. It felt like every pore on her body had dilated. Her body felt incredibly hot. Her eyes began to open wide, and her vision, what is this feeling? It's as if time is slowing down. Is this what it's like right before you die? I can't believe I'm going to die from eating this. She stared at the scene before her, letting her mind wander. A snap of fingers accompanied by a call pulled Jean out of her delirium. "Hey, wake up. This isn't a hallucination. And you aren't dead yet." Jo Seung-woo understood how she was feeling and explained that all of her senses had simply become extremely heightened. This dish has the effect of sharpening focus. Hearing this, Jean was stunned. The black asparagus Zodia grows is very bitter, but it has the effect of clearing the mind. It's an ingredient that high-ranking priests in Terra often like to eat. Inferno only grows in hell. It has the effect of burning away impurities in the body and flushing them out through your sweat glands. It's also something that looks like regular dried fruit at first glance, and the oxer meat provides the essential nutrients missing from this dish. So these were the 3 ingredients used to create Jo Seung-woo's stew. The state of mirroring water, selfless mind. When people reach the highest level of concentration, they feel as if everything around them is slowing down. That is your current state. If you develop this high-level concentration ability, well, you'll be able to control this sensation at will. He explained carefully to Jean so she wouldn't be afraid anymore. This meal had temporarily stimulated that sense. She was moved from one surprise to another, looking at the empty bowl in her hand with a flurry of thoughts. Of course, to reach this state on your own requires a lot of training. The wind blew through the trees, creating a rustling sound. By now, Jean could see everything clearly. It was no longer the blindingly bright space from before. Her senses were sharper. Jo Seung-woo said happily, "Once you've experienced it, perhaps it will be easier to reach it again compared to when you knew nothing. So, remember this feeling well." She stared, wide-eyed, hanging on his every word, engraving it deep in her mind. She gently pulled her baseball cap lower to hide her blushing, embarrassed face. He really praised her ability as a genuine strength, not just empty flattery. She now truly understood why the members of First Order respected him so much. She was sincerely grateful for his help. Thank you so much. In the forest inside Zone E, the sun had gradually set. Suddenly, a streak of blue lightning moved through the forest at dizzying speeds. That lightning was the speed of First Order's black hack, Jun Eun-hyung. As he ran, he said to himself tensely, "That's right, it looks like it's time." Elsewhere, a man wearing black glasses was observing something. That man was the second in command, the engineer and military commander, Nyung-ha. He used his glasses to observe what the drone had recorded and spoke up. If she maintains her current speed, in about 4 seconds, there will be 2 Oxers. There were many drones here. Through them, his voice reached the scene. There were many Oxer monsters. They seemed to be the basic monsters of this portal. Don't let them land a single hit. Eun-hyung retorted from the other side. Do you think I'd be beaten by a bunch of brutes like that? Nyung-ha immediately mocked him. Who was it that bragged and then ended up with 5 broken ribs? Damn it, that was years ago, he shouted. While drawing his sword, Eun-hyung ran fast. From behind the Oxers, one Oxer felt the movement and turned around. Before they could react, he nimbly jumped up and sliced the 2 large Oxers in 2. After finishing, Eun-hyung sheathed his sword. The 2 monsters were just like that, destroyed by him, and collapsed to the ground. Eun-hyung asked over the radio, "All right, Daniel, what type is this?" The other end reported, "The data from this genius, Otashik, shows that this type of link portal is like a siege. It has an extremely high difficulty level, with monsters constantly pouring out and surrounding the area." The radar scanned and detected quite a few red warning dots. Nyung-ha continued, "That's the leader of Red Tigers, Jang Zoon. Even with a fake guide as a companion, it's impossible to guarantee her survival." His agile feet kicked hard against a tree trunk. Eun-hyung dashed forward at top speed and replied, "Unfortunately, I hope that the fake guide protects her well." Nyung-ha was very surprised to hear his answer. "Didn't you say you didn't care about the lives of people in the guild? But they are citizens, so it's still better not to let them die," he replied nonchalantly. The voice on the other end sighed. "You've become kinder, haven't you?" Jun Eun-hyung stopped running, his footsteps coming to a sudden halt. Eun-hyung looked at the scene in front of him, stunned. He knelt on one leg on a tree branch, shocked by the horde of Oxers roaring. He blurted out, "Is this for real?" Jo Seung-woo stood not far away, observing and directing. "Observe each of your opponent's movements carefully, and always calculate your next move, just like playing chess. Even though you have a talent for fighting, don't limit yourself to just that." Jean, who was fighting an Oxer, replied, "Yes, master." In front of her, an Oxer prepared to throw a direct punch. Right behind Jean, another Oxer took the opportunity to attack simultaneously. Her gaze sharpened. With a leap, Jean used all her strength to do a backflip and dodge their attack. Eun-hyung, watching from afar, couldn't believe his eyes. "No, this is impossible. That rookie hunter is taking on 2 Oxers." At the same time, she then kicked one of them in the head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Eun-hyung asked the drone overhead, his voice urgent. "He said her ability is hyper-concentration, right? Is that ability actually capable of doing that?" The person on the other end quickly replied, "Because it's a type of mental enhancement ability. Depending on how it's applied, that should be doable. It's a lot like the guild leader's quick thinking, even if the efficiency is a bit lower." "She fought better than I expected," he muttered with a sigh, noting, "Her movements were actually pretty decent." Seung. Meanwhile, he sat in a chair, wearing glasses and eating popcorn, as if he were watching a movie, laughing with amusement as he jumped, stomped on shoulders, and vaulted over them. "Shift the mace to the left, that's it." Just then, Eun-hyung, perched on a branch, realized his influence and thought to himself, "So, it was all thanks to that regressor's guidance?" He was currently hiding under the drone's shield. Seeing Jo Seung-woo's mocking smile only made Eun-hyung angrier. It's so annoying how relaxed he looks. Just as he thought about launching a surprise attack, he flinched. He saw him lower his glasses and glance toward where Eun-hyung was standing, even flashing an enigmatic smile. Eun-hyung panicked and urgently called the drone operator. "Hey, Nyung-ha, are you really using the drone shield?" he replied firmly. "I'm using 4 of them right now, actually." Eun-hyung felt an uneasy chill as he looked at his back. "What? 4? That's basically a high-level stealth skill. But one hit would reveal it immediately. Is that guy a monster?" Nyung-ha assessed the situation. Looking at things, it seems the monster is currently teaching that C-rank hunter a lesson. At that moment, as Jeon struggled to fight them off, he added, "No need to intervene. It's better for her to fight it out herself." Eun-hung stood up, agreeing. Fine. Let's do that. All right then. His eyes darted downward. Below them, a fair number of aggressive oxer monsters were gathering. Eun-hyung wondered, should I show off my skills a little? The team of Jaeun, Eun-hyung, and Nung-ha, the people who kicked off the gate-clearing operation, managed to take down a monster with just a few light slashes. They defeated all the oxers in just 2 hours. The smell of fresh blood hung thick in the air. Scene change. Soft footsteps echoed as they walked through the portal. The two of them had easily destroyed the core, and along with the civilian hunter Jang Jun and the regressor Jo Seung-woo, they returned safely. He was currently carrying the exhausted, unconscious Jeon on his back. They returned to the welcoming party of the military. At the hospital, the IV drip made a steady click-clack sound. Jeon, wearing a hospital gown, finally woke up after the battle inside the gate. Dazed, she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling and sat up, only for pain to shoot through her entire body. Did I actually pass out in the end? I only remember fighting those oxers in a trance. I don't even know when I got so focused that I can't remember anything. Jeon couldn't pinpoint when she'd lost consciousness. Suddenly, she felt proud of herself and blushed. Still, I fought pretty well, didn't I? Oh, Guild Leader Gil. The shout for Jaeun startled her. The curtain around the bed was quickly pulled back. The person calling her was Se-ho, the leader of Guild Jaeun. Deeply moved, she said, Se-ho, honestly, you're the only one I have by my side. He panicked, handed her the phone, and shook her shoulders vigorously. Guild Leader Gil. Is this for real? Jaeun cried out in pain. Ow. What is it? Isaac had sent a huge sum of money to Gil's account. When she heard Se-ho's announcement, her eyes lit up. What did you say? A message from Isaac had arrived to acknowledge the contribution to the operation. With the gate cleared and the contract mission completed, the following amount will be transferred. 10 million won. She read it and wept with joy. 100 million? How many zeros are even in this? We're finally free from our money worries, he asked curiously. Guild Leader Gil, what on earth did you do in there? I caught a lot of oxers. Maybe about 5 of them, Jaeon boasted. Se-ho exclaimed in shock. Really? 5 of them? Yeah, because what she said wasn't entirely true. She felt guilty and didn't dare look him in the eye. That's right. I, Jang Ja-eun, deliver when I say I will. But she couldn't fool Se-ho. He teased her. I bet you got help from that regressor again, didn't you? You can tell just by looking. Jeon shook with anger when she was caught in her lie. This guy is too sharp. She finally confessed with a pout. Fine, you got me. He did assist me, and I leveled up quite a bit. Happy now? Se-ho listened and muttered to himself. Looks like she's been upgraded since the teacher arrived. He told Jaeon about her condition. Actually, the doctors are quite skilled. They won. Said your body suffered damage to the muscles and vessels, but after treatment, you'll be even stronger than you were before, she replied excitedly. That's all thanks to my master's guidance. I can't hold back anymore. Once these wounds heal, I'm taking on more jobs immediately. She was dying to fight more, her whole body burning with battle spirit. Se-ho quickly stopped her. All right. Calm down for a second. Why are you suddenly so worked up? If I go into a dungeon now, I'll definitely get stronger right away. I want to level up. I want to go to the dungeon now. She kept shouting in her excitement. He whispered a reminder. Jaeun, keep it down. The curtain of her room was pulled back. A nurse suppressed her anger and gently warned her. Patient. This is a 6-person ward. Please keep the noise down. She stammered in reply. Yes, the nurse suggested. Would you like to rent a private room instead? Jaeon gently declined. That's a bit too expensive. The nurse emphasized, then please, keep it quiet. Therefore, she politely replied, yes. Jang Jaeun. Ability to hyper-focus, cautious tendencies, and a miserly nature. At Jo Seung-woo's restaurant, which specializes in serving hunters, he was relaxing while reading the morning paper. Jo Seung-woo drank his coffee while reading. The biggest news today was the successful clearing of the outer perimeter link gate in Zone A. The muscles of the oxer monsters that appeared in the gate were supplied in large quantities to Isaac, boosting the development of artificial muscles for combat gear and contributing to the creation of more advanced robots. The massive credit went to Eun-hyung of First Order. He was awarded a commendation medal. At the same time, the leader of the Red Tigers Guild, Jang Jun, also made significant contributions. Seong read it and remembered how she had knelt to beg him to take the statue for himself. I told her I didn't need anything, but she insisted so much on getting that statue made. In the time ahead, she'll probably only focus on leveling up, so she won't have time for that stuff anyway. With that, Jo Seung-woo put the newspaper on the table and left. Just then, Nabi walked over to ask, Is everything ready? The morning customers will be here soon. He straightened the chair and praised her. You did a good job, Nabi. As for the cleaning, Youngsik, in the form of smile, sat on a chair and happily raised his hand to volunteer. Youngsik's special ability. The sticky cleaning method. He used his entire body like an adhesive to vacuum the dust. Se-ung happily said, Thanks, Youngsik. Great job. Let's do our best today, too. And so, a new day. With high spirits, their day began. The hero's restaurant was bustling with activity right from the entrance. A group of 3 gathered to hear the instructions. Kim Chung-shik, the leader of the Isekai hangar unit, spoke solemnly. Comrades, today is the day we conquer that terrifying seafood dish and complete this bizarre food challenge. He turned to all the hangar units stationed at the actor's restaurant. Focus everything you've learned to end this persistent battle. Chung-shik reached into his jacket pocket and, in front of everyone, pulled out a packet of super spicy seasoning, a 6-star heat level. Along with it, he donned a special thermal jacket designed by Isekai for the polar regions, boasting a 4-star insulation rating. Kim Chang-shik tore open the Galaxy Reaper chili powder packet. Instantly, his lackeys scrambled to pour the whole thing into their mouths, burning with determination to finish the mission. The whole gang was fired up, cheering as they marched. Let's go, show them the power of Isekai, take down the seafood pancake, Isekai is the champion. But they hadn't gone far before Chang-shik stopped in his tracks at the sight of a sign. The sign read, The Bizarre Food Challenge. Season 1 has concluded successfully. Thanks to your support, the Bizarre Food Challenge Season 2 officially begins today. We hope you will continue to support us in Season 2. What? What? The group, once full of adrenaline, suddenly deflated like punctured balloons. Inside the restaurant, Jo Seung-woo stirred his pot with a spoon and spoke. It's probably because it's been on the menu for so long. Besides, eating the same thing over and over isn't great. Your body builds up a tolerance, so the effectiveness has decreased. Not to mention, it leads to nutritional imbalance. Looking at the massive, giant pot of chili, Kang Hyuk propped his chin on his hand, looking amused. No wonder. I've been eating nothing but lamb steak at Terra for a month, and I've been running to the bathroom the whole time. Jo Seung-woo was speechless. Didn't your mother teach you not to be a picky eater when you were a kid? Oh, come on, teacher. Do I look like the type who listens to his mother? Kang Hyuk boasted, pointing to himself. You sure don't. Jo Seung-woo sighed, helpless. Just then, Kang Hyuk noticed Jo Seung-woo's massive pot of chili. That looks super spicy, doesn't it? It's extremely spicy, actually. Jo Seung-woo confirmed. The Netherworld Purgatory Stew, that's the name given by the Bijangzun Resta. It's a 3-star dish, so the effects shouldn't be too bad. What exactly are the benefits? Kang Hyuk asked curiously. Jo Seung-woo explained slowly. Detoxification is essential for modern people, isn't it? It has the ability to burn off various toxins accumulated in the body, like grime, nicotine, heavy metals, and many others. On top of that, the oxer meat is top-tier nutritional food, so it's excellent for improving blood circulation and restoring energy. You're like a walking encyclopedia, Baek Kang Hyuk said, leaving Jo Seung-woo speechless. Why are you suddenly advertising this? Looking behind him, he asked, confused, but why are they in that state? Behind him, a group of people were tied up in sacks, foaming at the mouth, looking incredibly grim. Jo Seung-woo looked at them with concern. Koreans love spicy food, don't they? So I thought this dish would suit their taste buds and sell well. Kim Chang-shik and his lackeys now had swollen lips, struggling to finish even a single plate. How ironic that the dish was this spicy. After eating a mountain of chili powder, having to eat such a spicy dish again, was Jo Seung-woo stirred the chili pot while saying, regardless of the reason, giving up after just one bite is such a shame. I'm sure a lot of food will go to waste. Baek Kang Hyuk raised his hand to offer a suggestion. Teacher, given the current situation, doing exactly that is for the best, he said, his face becoming quite serious. Everyone, I have an extremely important announcement to make. The group jumped. What is it? The owner said that, this dish has incredible effects on boosting health, Baek Kang Hyuk said slowly. And? The 4 men suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The nutrients in this soup will penetrate your internal organs, helping to improve nutritional deficiencies and weakness in your body. In other words, Baek Kang Hyuk continued to analyze. Besides being good for your internal organs, this dish is also very beneficial for men. He leaned into their ears and whispered, his face flushing. The group of men was instantly hooked. Wait, it's also good for men? They were so excited that even the ropes couldn't hold them back. Are you saying that it's generally good for that stuff? The men suddenly became full of energy, which terrified Nabi, who was sweeping the floor. They had instantly returned to the state they were in before entering the restaurant. Let's keep fighting. Everyone plopped down into their chairs. Give us one bowl of netherworld purgatory stew each. At this, Jo Seung-woo didn't know what to say. He served them each a bowl of the netherworld purgatory stew. Kang Hyuk triumphantly whispered into Jo Seung-woo's ear. How foolish. I told you. They're easily persuaded. Remember the golden frog dish? Just saying it was delicious made them finish it all in a flash. After all, I am the one who witnessed that firsthand. I don't know what they're planning to do, wanting to enhance that, and it doesn't even work. He covered his mouth and giggled, but Jo Seung-woo scratched his ear, confused. Well, actually, it will be enhanced. Kang Hyuk couldn't believe his ears. He started explaining simply. You know about yin and yang, right? Spicy corresponds to yang. Yang represents heat and masculinity, and this dish combines the abundant masculinity of the oxer meat with the spice to deliver a powerful yang energy. Kang Hyuk looked at the four men, terrified. In that case, the effect is, even though everyone's face was as red as a gamecock, they couldn't stop eating. It's so spicy. Even though it's spicy, I feel full of vitality. Does it really work? Kang Hyuk asked, trembling. Yeah, that seems plausible. Jo Seung-woo replied with a smile. Teacher, give me a bowl of netherworld purgatory stew too, almost immediately. Bake Kang Hyuk tossed his server apron away without a second thought. I'm stopping work for today. From now on, treat me like a customer. Quickly, bring me a bowl, hurry. Watching Bake Kang Hyuk turn from a worker into a customer in the blink of an eye, Jo Seung-woo was speechless. Just then, Min walked into the restaurant and witnessed a scene that could only be described as disastrous. Both Bake Kang Hyuk and the four men were burying their faces in their bowls. The heat and the pungent, spicy smell filled the air, making the atmosphere in the shop hazy and indescribable. Bake Kang Hyuk was panting while eating. It's so spicy, but I'm still eating. I will become stronger. It's all for my masculinity. Min walked into the kitchen, looking suspicious. Does this dish really have such an effect? If it's true, it'll definitely sell like hotcakes. He leaned into Min's ear so only he could hear. Actually, I'm lying. Sweat and toxins being removed will help improve skin condition a little bit. But other than that, it only helps boost concentration and restore energy, that's all. I will become stronger. It's all for the sake of my masculinity. Min walked into the kitchen and asked skeptically, is this dish really that effective? If it's true, it would definitely sell like hotcakes. He leaned into Min's ear so only he could hear. Actually, that's a lie. Removing sweat and toxins will help improve your skin a little, but aside from that, it only helps boost concentration and restore energy. According to the 5 elements of yin and yang, this dish helps replenish deficient yang energy, so it's actually more beneficial for women. Jo Seung-woo explained. But why did he have to lie? He asked. Jo Seung-woo made an expression like he had no other choice, he just didn't want to see it. Bake Kang Hyuk looks down on others, so that's why I'm like this. I can completely understand. Min nodded in agreement. Min was also very curious about Jo Seung-woo's new dish. Regardless, I can't overlook your new dish, sir. May I have a bowl? Of course, he readily agreed. In an instant, the sun had set behind the mountains, leaving only the twilight. Hyuk Jin, the person who was so arrogant earlier, was now downing a whole bottle of milk. Why? If I, who have conquered 4-star dishes, cannot eat this 3-star dish, why? You aren't willing to accept it, he muttered, his face flushed and his pupils spinning. There was more than half of the underworld hell dish left on the table. Jo Seung-woo sighed while looking at Bake Kang Hyuk. I know the reason, but I'm not telling you. He chuckled to himself, softly humming a few tunes, feeling smug. By this time, all the customers in the restaurant had given up on the Underworld Hell Inferno dish for Season 2 of the Bizarre Food Challenge. As of now, the number of people who have completed the dish is 0. Outside of Hero Restaurant, it was pouring rain. Thunder rumbled, and the gloomy atmosphere outside made the mood inside the restaurant no better. Jo Seung-woo was hugging Young-sik while drinking coffee when he saw Nabi sitting sadly on the chair. She said gloomily, "It's raining, isn't it?" He also sighed and replied, "That's right, just like the weather forecast said." Nabi looked at Unha's raincoat and boots and felt sad. Both Young-sik and Nabi were tearing up, causing the atmosphere in the restaurant to sink along with them. Jo Seung-woo was also very worried. He knew the reason they were like this, thinking to himself that the child who always ran over at lunchtime hadn't been seen for days, and she must be very worried. Suddenly, the restaurant door opened. All 3 of them were startled and looked toward the door to see a man in a raincoat with the hood pulled tight, panting as he stepped inside. Jo Seung-woo immediately asked, "What is happening?" He took off his hood and said, Unha has awakened as an esper. That person was Seo Taiji. He came to deliver urgent news to them. Below the Cyberdai headquarters was the office of ISAC General Manager Hyuk Jin. He was sitting in front of a screen with Lee Jong-hoon. Hyuk Jin suddenly spoke up. Branch manager, do you know the difference between an awakened person and an ordinary person? This sudden question left him unable to react. So sudden? The difference lies in whether the body can create a core that concentrates mana, Jong-hoon calmly replied. That's right. And what about leveling up? He asked further. Leveling up is determined by the process of long-term training, or destroying monsters to separate the core. Hyuk Jin also acknowledged his answers. That's right. Cores rarely develop instantly. Lee Jong-hoon analyzed Oh Tae-shik even more closely. Since when did he have the ability to expand to that extent? I mean, unless he has innate talent, for example, like Baek Kang-hyuk, someone whose talent is in the top 100 worldwide, then maybe. Even though his skills are terrible, he trained a third-rate hunter into a first-rate hunter. And in just one night, too. If it weren't for your report, I would have sent the person who reported it to patrol the North Pole. Jong-hoon awkwardly replied. The North Pole patrol team is a bit too much, though. Hyuk Jin looked at the file analyzing Oh Tae-shik regarding Zoon and continued. It's not that I don't know Jang Zoon, but this data is truly hard to believe, he asked in surprise. Do you have a personal relationship with her? He immediately denied it. It's not just that. It's that her ability is interesting. So I remember her. High concentration is just a small part of my ability. Although it seems the efficiency isn't good, she moves like me. It's truly an interesting discovery. Ensure that the White Tiger Guild receives more work. I want to monitor their growth. Hyuk Jin had reviewed the scene of Zoon fighting, recorded by a drone. Jong-hoon thought to himself. It sounds like the general manager is satisfied. They are almost exhausted too. At this, he also made it clear, in that case, I will follow your orders. Hyuk Jin suddenly raised a finger and said, there is one personal matter I want to ask. Yes, anything. According to the investigation results you sent, as of now, Jo Seung-woo, who returned, seems to be a quite trustworthy person. Does the branch manager think so too? Why did he mention the man who seems to be behind everything, including the major recent events? Lee Jong-hoon sighed, thinking to himself, as expected, it's not Jang Zoon, but this is the real issue. His eyes became serious. Lee Jong-hoon loudly replied, as an individual, Lee Jong-hoon, I think he is a trustworthy person. His charisma is also very great, and no one can predict where his ability limits are. Because of that, I am gradually relying on him, without even realizing it. Hyuk Jin posed the next question. As an individual, that is true. But what about as a branch manager? Allowing a hunter who cannot be touched by any organization or country to go without supervision means that ISAC is losing its ability to control things. I think we need to prepare to deal with everything in. Jong-hoon said, You are not wrong. Everything is perfectly reasonable. Hyuk Jin also agreed with this opinion and sighed. As expected. So we are standing at a crossroads of choices. He didn't understand, and stammered, asking back, When you say choice, what do you mean? He explained, I mean the mindset of the ISAC general manager, a person who always doubts and wants to control everything, and the one who trained a third-rate hunter into a first-rate hunter in just one night, which is you, sir. And the mood of a father who wants to entrust his child to you is tearing apart the heart of the ISAC general manager too, Hyuk Jin shared honestly. A child? Does the general manager have a child? Lee Jong-hoon looked at his young face and was startled. He hadn't thought of that. He hurriedly asked, So, which side do you think will win? I have always been clear about separating work and personal feelings, so I have never understood the phrase parents cannot defeat their children. Hyuk Jin's complexion became thoughtful. His eyes flickered slightly, and he said, Now, I am beginning to understand. Scene change to Hero Restaurant. Jo Seung-woo was seriously looking at the documents in his hand, images of past accidents. Then he asked suspiciously, Unfortunate accidents happening when a child awakens? Seo Taiji also bowed his head to receive the file folder he handed back, then replied, I also roughly understood what you wanted to show me, sir. But, Jo Seung-woo's face became awkward. Who exactly are you? The beautiful woman exuding a wealthy aura shyly replied, I am Baek So-hyang. I am Anha's mother. He was surprised and skeptical. If it is Baek So-hyang, she confidently said, surely there is no need to ask how you know about me. Is it true? The Daeumium Group, South Korea's largest conglomerate, has been rocked by a shocking controversy involving Kim Hae-chan, the first-generation founder. Appointing his granddaughter, Baek So-hyang, as his successor was a public bombshell. But the news of her marriage is even more shocking. Her fiancé is a former professional esports player, current CEO of Cyberdy, and general manager of Isekai, Jin Joo-hyuk. Wait, if it's Unha, is her surname Do? She must have worked so hard to keep this a secret from the world. She nodded in agreement. Of course, because his father is who he is. He chuckled to himself, glancing over at the clueless, bewildered Choi Tae-ji. I had already guessed it ever since you used a first-order powerhouse to guard the child. So, Unha's parents were much bigger figures than I thought. He pondered this, then asked So Hyang directly about her true motive. Why risk coming here in person? She didn't hold back. The child has received so much help, and I wanted to meet you personally. I have a request, and I thought it would be better to discuss it face to face. Jo Seung-woo's expression turned serious. Is this because of Unha's awakening? So Hyang begged. Yes. I want to prevent things from unfolding like a chain of accidents. Please, take responsibility for Unha's education. He sighed wearily. On what grounds do you trust me with her? She broke it down. Oh, Taeshik, based on what I've investigated, your track record of training Baek Hyang-hyuk and Jang Zaeun is excellent. Your experience as a mentor, your miraculous healing spell that cured Minhee's chronic illness, and on top of that, the strength that the TG claims is unrivaled. There is nothing lacking for me to entrust my daughter to you. I find you almost perfect. Seung-woo gave a wry smile, thinking, hearing that directly is actually quite embarrassing. He sighed. Fine then. There's no need to say much more. So Hyung asked happily, does that mean you accept? Seung-woo placed a menu board in front of her. You've probably investigated me and already know this, but if you want to ask me for something, you have to order first. He gave a cunning smile, radiating a dark aura that made others shudder. I don't know if you're ready for this. So Hyung's expression became conflicted. Baek So Hyung, the third generation of a Chaebol family, was used to dining on incredibly luxurious meals. The first-generation founder, Kim Hae-chan, came from a poor farming family and tried to overcome his past through his current wealth. Thus, in their house, his large portrait always hung prominently. During that process, the thing he was particularly obsessed with was cooking. Her grandfather considered eating well the most important thing, and his granddaughter, Baek So Hyung, grew up pampered, tasting all sorts of delicacies. At this moment, the famous chefs were anxiously watching her eat. Even before becoming an adult, she had tasted almost all the delicacies in the world. So Hyung swallowed a piece of meat without a word. She set down her fork and sighed, looking dissatisfied. Not a single dish can give me a deep sense of excitement. The foreign chef was even terrified, stuttering. Oh, scene change to the hero restaurant. On the table sits a large, steaming, piping hot bowl of meat stew. So Hyung went pale, looking fearful and skeptical. Things like this are called cooking? Jo Seung-woo crossed his arms, watching her. She kept trembling, her whole body stiffening. Her lips twitched. This cooking is quite aggressive, isn't it? He just laughed gleefully. Really? This is the first time I've heard such an evaluation. So Hyung pressed her lips together, her mind in total chaos. No matter how talented a chef is, a dish only truly becomes a dish when someone enjoys it. But this dish, she imagined the thug offering it to her. What are you looking at? If you can't eat it, get out of the way. So Hyung felt like he was saying exactly that. The personality is strong, too strong. Honestly, it was like chili spray hitting her eyes. The scent was so pungent that So Hyung covered her nose, not wanting to smell it. It would be a loss of dignity for the CEO of Dumium Group. She feared she would become a laughingstock, crying miserably. Just thinking about it made So Hyung tremble. She slammed her hand on the table, determined. That is absolutely not happening. The Notebook for Overcoming Crises, handed down from Dumium founder Kim Hae-chan. The first rule, if you can't avoid it, try to negotiate. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me a chance. But no matter what, I don't think this dish is suitable. Is it possible to settle this with money? So Hyung asked, smiling and negotiating. She had done it all before. For some people, money is a great negotiating tool. If the problem isn't solved, think about whether the amount offered isn't enough. Jo Seung-woo pondered, asking himself, money? She was surprised. Can this really be solved with money? He laughed loudly, then waved his hand, dismissing it. That's not interesting at all, and it's not surprising either. A bit disappointing, right? I refuse. So Hyung was stunned. Interesting? Surprising? Jo Seung-woo explained. If everything could be solved with money, wouldn't that take away all the fun? She thought angrily. I find it interesting enough. The second rule in the notebook. It is better to confront the enemy than to utilize relationships. So Hyung, agitated, slammed the table. Then what about this? What about the Black Knight? There's an alleyway behind this restaurant. How about that? Taeji was startled and terrified when So-hyung pointed at him. He stuttered, Me? The final thing in the notebook. Particularly, using capable employees in appropriate positions is the most important virtue of a manager. Jo Seung-woo bluntly refused. No, she cried out. Why? He sighed and calmly replied, If I allow someone to swap people once, others will demand the same. That wouldn't make any sense, would it? So-hyung was sad, but inwardly she cursed. You pumpkin-headed idiot! Seung-woo smiled, nonchalantly continuing. No need to overthink it. Eat if you can. If not, then consider it bad luck. Just looking at the stew bowl made her feel dizzy. She thought, what will happen to me if I eat this? Then, her eyes lit up. She used her short-term prediction ability. She could see a bit of the near future. Although she doesn't appear in public, Baek So-hyung is a high-level awakened individual who has undergone combat training. Ultimately, the most reliable thing is myself. Always train and improve yourself. She herself diligently practices martial arts every day. In particular, her short-term prediction ability is almost 100% accurate when it relates to herself. And the near future that she saw was herself crying and screaming, It's too spicy. So spicy. Just by seeing it. So-hyung cried inwardly, feeling humiliated. High-level individuals who have undergone combat training know that the most reliable thing is yourself. Always train and polish your skills. She herself practiced martial arts diligently every day. In particular, her short-term forecasting ability was almost perfectly accurate when it concerned herself and the near future. What she saw was a scene of herself crying and wailing, her mouth burning. It was just too spicy. Even just seeing that made So-hyung weep silently, feeling humiliated. This is truly unbearable. Jo Seung-woo watched the person trembling before him, thinking that, looking closely, they had finally finished everything. He is not someone who uses abilities, but he could predict whether they would finish it or not. Of all the people who challenged this dish, Baek Kang-hyuk, who had experience enjoying 4-star dishes, failed to finish it because the spiciness was so overwhelming. Conversely, Jong-un, who had faced life-or-death situations, succeeded in finishing it during a crisis. In other words, the ability to distinguish the level of desperation when it reaches its peak provides a chance for success. Seo-hyung hung her head and let out a sigh. She raised her hands to tie up her hair and said that even though she knew there would be failures, there were times when she had to fight. Seo-hyung forced herself into a ponytail. Her gaze was also filled with determination. Seo Taiji was anxious and wanted to stop her. President, are you okay? That's too much. Her face had turned pale, and she sighed in frustration. If she thought this was normal, perhaps Seo Taiji should also wear protective gear like the others, he hurriedly advised. Then, perhaps you should stop. I am Bak Seo-hyung. Have you ever seen me give up? Seo-hyung also picked up the spoon. She spoke with great determination. This is a rare opportunity to provide the best education for Unha. I cannot let it pass. What kind of child is our Unha? Just thinking about doing it for her future makes me unable to stop. Seo-hyung resolutely took a spoonful and ate it. No matter how much it cost, she immediately became the person she had predicted in the future, crying, So spicy. It's way too spicy. The 2 bodyguards behind her were also extremely worried. President, even so. You must eat. With tearful, sad eyes, So-hyung picked up the bowl of spicy, hot broth. Her face turned red. Sweat streamed down her face from the heat of it. Jo Seung-woo looked at her trying to finish the dish and also sighed in relief. He thought with satisfaction, if it's like this, the battle is over. A moment later, Nabi and Young-sik stood on the side, looking at So-hyung with their mouths wide open in surprise. So Taiji, on the other hand, was equally stunned by her. The hot, steaming bowl was now empty, yet her face was still flushed. She looked dazed by her own current state. You finished it? I didn't expect you to eat more than I imagined. Looking at Seo-hyung, he concluded. The second factor leading to success is stress. Spiciness is a form of pain. When the brain perceives pain, it reacts by producing endorphins. Endorphins temporarily reduce pain and simultaneously reduce stress. In other words, for those who are frequently stressed, this extremely spicy soup can become a therapy to reduce stress because the brain is strongly stimulated. Jo Seung-woo also helplessly smiled bitterly when remembering those who had failed, as they all shared the common trait of being extremely flippant and childish. Those who didn't have a death wish couldn't finish it because the level of spiciness was enough to kill someone, whereas compared to that, this person his eyes lit up when he used his ability on her. Baek So-hyung, short-term forecasting ability, conceited personality, high self-esteem. Her stress level is in a deactivated state. Jo Seung-woo looked at her, who had regained her composure after eating, and acknowledged, that is truly stress relief. The president's appetite is no joke. I have prepared bingsu for dessert, he said, then brought a bowl of steaming shaved ice to her. Jo Seung-woo asked, Ma'am, would you like to try the alcoholic bingsu? Seo-hyung happily replied, I can't drink, so I can't eat that. Thus, Monster Hunter Restaurant Season 1 has concluded. Thanks to everyone's affection. From tomorrow, Monster Hunter Restaurant Season 2 will begin. At this time, in a room, Nabi and Unha happily held hands, singing and dancing. The little girl said happily, From now on, we can play together every day. It was just as happy as Unha. So happy. On the second floor, Jo Seung-woo stood in front of a room silently listening to their laughter. He opened the door and looked at the room in front of him, feeling a bit stunned. Unha can use this room as her own private room, but this is a bit. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo felt something strange under his feet. He looked down and saw Young-sik leaning against his leg and asking, You think so too, right, Young-sik? All right, let's decide on that. After saying that, Jo Seung-woo picked it up. He placed Young-sik on his shoulder and happily pointed. We have to buy furniture, so let's choose together. Seo Taiji respectfully bowed and handed over a black card with both hands. Jo Seung-woo held the card in his hand and awkwardly asked, This is the legend? You mean the black card, right? He asked. The card in Jo Seung-woo's hand was the black card exclusively for VIPs of Demyung. He cautiously probed, Don't tell me you're giving me this to buy furniture? Seo Taiji also kindly replied, Of course not. You can get any furniture you want from the Demyung shopping mall. Please consider this card as a small token of the president's gratitude to you. Jo Seung-woo sighed when remembering the smile of the female owner of Demyung. His mood was uneasy. It's too heavy. Naturally, this card has become too heavy. Regardless, I don't really like receiving things like this. But refusing isn't polite either. So I will accept it. Saying that, he tucked it into his pocket. So Taiji gratefully replied, Thank you. If you had refused, the president would have been even more worried. So Seung-woo thought back to when he was at Terra and said, Anyway, it's fun to receive something like this. Those kings back at Terra always made me work all day without giving me anything. He exclaimed in surprise. Could it be, you aren't happy? When you mentioned them, they even asked you to teach swordsmanship to the prince without pay, saying that as a hero, one must have a sense of responsibility. Seo Taiji stood up for Seo-hyung. The president, at least, is someone who follows labor laws. Jo Seung-woo smiled brightly. Yeah. Tell them I said thank you. All right, do you need me to take you to the shopping mall? He offered. Then Jo Seung-woo looked at his current outfit and replied, At least I should dress properly. Going to such a luxurious place like this while dressed like this? Seo Taiji didn't understand his intention and reassured him. In the VIP area, you don't need to worry about the dress code. His face gradually flushed with embarrassment. But I care. I don't have the hobby of going out looking unkempt just to attract attention. So Taiji seemed to have figured something out, so he clapped his hands and exclaimed, Ah, you mean low-key but powerful, right? Jo Seung-woo was puzzled. Low-key but powerful? People intentionally dress this sloppily to create a surprise. Recently, everyone likes the type of story development like that. He meant people who pretend to be poor to test the staff, which made him very confused. I'm not interested in that. Being treated as a VIP is awkward enough. Seo Taiji turned his face away and muttered, The world's strongest hero is truly subtle in strange ways. Jo Seung-woo felt both embarrassed and flustered while standing in the furniture section of the Seoul department store, located in the main branch in Seoul. Unha was overjoyed to be strolling through the mall with Jo Seung-woo. It's the first time I've decorated a room myself, she cheered, and her excitement was contagious. Is that so? You must be really thrilled, Jo Seung-woo said, his eyes filled with anticipation, as she proudly showed him her drawing. She explained, I drew the room I want, and Nabi praised her for how cute it looked. Jo Seung-woo was also shocked by how beautiful the drawing was. Nabi stroked his chin in thought as he looked at the sketch, but then he asked, But there's no cat bed in this room? Unha replied excitedly, A bed? Nabi, you like beds? If you're talking about a cat bed, I have this one. He was startled and exclaimed, Is this my room? It's cute, but it doesn't really suit me. I'm a warrior, Nabi said, looking bored and gloomy. Unha reached out to pat Nabi, asking why he was in such a bad mood. Wait, isn't today supposed to be about decorating your room? The little girl looked surprised. She smiled brightly and obediently replied, My room only needs a desk and a bed, Unha. It was pitiful to have a mother who wanted everything but ended up with nothing, and she grew up under a father who prioritized efficiency and pragmatism above all else. Hearing this, he suggested, "How about this? Why don't you two share a room? Then we can decorate it together according to both your preferences." Both Unha and Nabi were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling. "We can share a room? Really? Are you sure?" Seeing them like that, Jo Seung-woo gave in, saying, "If you two are okay with it, then let's do that." Satoji, watching everything from afar, felt a sense of warmth. With that, Unha grabbed Nabi's hand and ran off. "All right, let's go check it out." After walking over to him to discuss furniture, he noted, "It's probably going to take quite a while. Should we have a meal with the kids as well?" Jo Seung-woo replied softly, "Since we're at the mall, feel free to look around comfortably. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Youngsik and I will take care of everything." After saying that, he patted its head. "All right," Jo Seung-woo continued. "Okay, let's split up and meet back at the shop later." She happily agreed. "Yes, let's do that." But it seems as if he knew what Sel Taiji was about to say. He waved his hand to say goodbye. "All right, thank you." His voice wavered as he added, "It seems someone wants to see you." The person behind the door made a sound upon hearing this. Seung-woo had noticed it a long time ago and sighed. "Well, thanks for spending time with me." He turned his head to speak to the person following him. "Hey, my back is about to start hurting. Stop lurking and come out." Upon hearing that, she was startled. Alistair stepped out, trembling with every step. Alistair's eyes welled up with tears as she scolded him. "You jerk!" Jo Seung-woo didn't understand what was going on, and asked fearfully, "Hey, why are you like this as soon as we meet?" He hurried to defend himself. "Didn't we part on good terms last time? Did I do anything to deserve this criticism?" She seemed to be poked in a sore spot by Seung-woo and started crying and screaming. "Deserve criticism? That's right. You took all of my children away, and now you're empty-handed? And you've got a slime on your shoulder? Are you kidding me?" Alistair's outburst attracted quite a bit of attention from the people around them, who began to whisper, "What? They left the whole elf tribe and got a divorce? How could you win custody, and then abandon the kids to raise a slime? That's impressive, isn't it? And he looks so dapper, too." Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, Seung-woo whispered to her, "Anyone who hears that is going to misunderstand. Besides, I can't be fully armed inside the shopping mall, can I?" Alistair didn't care and angrily shouted, making him feel even more helpless. "Lying to a ghost is better than lying to an elf. You don't have the scent of my children on you at all. You definitely shoved them into that hero's inventory and left them there, covered in dust, right?" Seung-woo coughed a few times and replied, "I did leave them there for a while, but I already introduced them to 2 other hunters." She replied irritably, "I know that. When that big human walked by earlier, he already took Belt and Nudo. And Sapsuter is carrying a dagger," he continued cautiously. "See? You know that much, right? So haven't I already shown my sincerity?" Alistair shouted angrily. "Even so, at least those 2 were polite enough to come and meet me properly," Seung-woo thought to himself. The nerve. Anyway, artifacts aren't exactly cheap, so they came to meet up just in case they needed maintenance, giving themselves an out. "How clever," he sighed wearily. "That's true. But getting introduced, getting married, and all that your terminology is so hard to get used to. Please don't use such misleading words out in public." Alistair had been scolding him mercilessly for the sake of her children. "You philanderer, you jerk, you shameless scoundrel." Seung-woo yelled back in frustration. "I told you not to talk like that. People are going to hear and think I did something terrible." She flew into a rage again. She accused him, "You did something, didn't you? You weren't even ashamed to try and adopt over 500 elf children." Seung-woo, both embarrassed and angry, couldn't hold back anymore and gave an order to Youngsik. "I can't let this continue. Youngsik, block the teleport gate." It shouted once and lunged toward her. Alistair's mouth was immediately covered by Youngsik. Seung-woo covered his face in shame as the people around them started gossiping. "Oh my god. 500 elves? What a lecher." He sighed to himself. "Alistair, I shouldn't have pretended I knew what was going on." Jo Seung-woo's voice rang out. "So, why is a craftsman from the Crystal Valley here at the mall?" Alistair replied, "I wanted to ask you that first. Mr. Restaurant Owner, why are you here?" He sighed and answered her, "I came here to buy wood and tools. Instead of buying pre-made furniture, I find that making it myself suits my personality better." "And what about you?" She smiled and said, "The reason I came here." Seung-woo saw her being secretive and urged, "Don't just smile like you're trying to dodge the question." He continued, "Elves are always like that. When they don't know what to say, they usually smile to hide something." Alistair clenched her fists in anger and said, You know elves really well. That's surprising. She regained her composure, scratched her head, looked away, and confessed, "The thing is, I'm a bit acquainted with the owner of this shopping mall." Alistair continued, "Only those who know that old man can enter the secret auction, right? But this time, the list of items includes a divine tree," Jo Seung-woo asked curiously. "A divine tree? You mean the world tree, right?" Alistair raised her voice. "You're such an amateur. Do you think the divine tree is only the world tree? The world tree is extremely rare. You'd be lucky to even see one. Even a tiny piece is something I've been wishing for." He scratched his cheek, thinking about the 3 world tree branches in his possession, and mused that he actually had several pieces tucked away in his inventory. She mentioned it casually, "So I came here to buy the divine wood. You're here to buy wood too, right? Make sure you keep your wits about you." Seung-woo wondered suspiciously why she had handed him her Daemyeon Gold membership card. He replied, "Club member? You don't have one, do you? You need a referral, and if you applied now, it would take a year to get approved." He rolled his eyes and replied, "Is that so?" Jo Seung-woo thought for a moment. It seemed like he had a card in his pocket too, but his was black. Alistair had provided valuable information to Jo Seung-woo. He thought to himself that with this, it seemed he could access all the services here. The scene shifted to the secret underground auction house of the Daemyeon shopping center. Jo Seung-woo and Alistair were still sitting at the same table. He was staring blankly at the large aquarium in front of him, and she was looking too, but didn't seem very interested. Seung-woo looked around in surprise, saying, "It looks more like a cafe in a survival zone than a secret auction house, doesn't it?" Alistair replied coldly, "Did you expect some weird auctioneer or a beautiful host to lead the show?" He replied, "Well, anyway, when people think of secret auctions, they usually imagine something like that. Most of the auctions I've seen in Terra were like that. But why the look on your face?" Jo Seung-woo asked, very confused. Alistair replied irritably, "I'm just wondering who you really are." He didn't think she would be grumpy just because of that. So he asked again, "My identity, huh?" She explained. "When I came in, the guide checked my card before letting me through. What about you? Not only did you not need a card check, but that strange slime also let you pass without a word." Seung-woo nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's true, isn't it? But why do you look so annoyed?" Alistair stood up angrily. "Because I missed the chance to see you get rejected and suffer. I was looking forward to that so much." He felt helpless at her reason. "Oh, is that so?" Jo Seung-woo reached into his pocket to pull something out and said, "Could it be because of this?" He brought out his black card, making her widen her eyes in shock. Alistair pointed at the card and said, That card is the famous Daemyeon Unlimited. How did you get that?" Jo Seung-woo looked down at the card and replied calmly, "Is that what it's called?" Seeing her reaction, it seemed it really was. Because of that, Alistair looked serious and said, "So that's it. So that's how it is. I've figured out your identity." She stood up from her seat, pointed at him, and blurted out, "You don't need a card check, and you own a black card, but you're a person no one knows outside. There's only one answer." Seung-woo looked at the agitated girl and said, "I don't know what it is for sure, but that answer is probably wrong. Can you calm down?" Finally, Alistair concluded like Sherlock Holmes regarding his identity. "You are the secret son of Chairman Baek So-hyang." Seung-woo was stunned, with question marks all over his head. Everyone around must have heard her voice, so they started whispering, "A secret son?" Alistair, as if she didn't hear the gossip, went into intellectual mode, pushed up her glasses, and offered evidence. "There have long been rumors that Chairman Baek and CEO Isaac have a child together, and they've been married for 9 years, so this is obviously what else could it be? So, is my deduction on point?" His expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Stop it. What a terrible deduction." Seung-woo spoke up to stop her nonsensical rambling. Alistair heard him and stopped. He pointed at himself and said, "If I were the child of Chairman Baek So-hyang, even at the most, I would only be 9 years old. Do you think I look 9? Alistair seemed to wake up, falling silent for a moment. She considered everything she could imagine, thinking of the most plausible things. Alistair scratched her cheek, lowered her tone to normal, and asked, "Then what is it? Do humans grow up at a different age than elves? Or is this a secret to anti-aging? Long-lived elves are often hard to age." Jo Seung-woo sighed wearily. "Alistair, I think you should talk less. Keeping your mouth shut would make you seem smarter." She felt embarrassed and looked away, but still defended herself. "I was just joking, just a joke." He felt helpless and didn't know what else to say. Time passed until the auction began. The host was introducing a painting on stage. He spoke for a while, and when he gave the starting price, someone holding paddle number 11 raised it to bid. The person holding paddle number 2 also raised it, followed by the person holding paddle number 15. A moment later, the host announced, "It has been sold." Time continued to pass until the break. Alistair was leisurely drinking water, while Jo Seung-woo was wiping tears with a handkerchief. He said things like famous paintings or artifacts are one thing, but auctioning off the operating rights of an orphanage is truly moving. Seung-woo opened the auction catalog, saying, "Even the divine wood we've been longing for is like that." He continued, "This is a tree species that can purify the surrounding air. Even though this item is something the wife who auctioned it had to search very hard to give to her seriously ill husband, after divorcing him, she put it up for auction, for those who need it more than she does. Doesn't that story make you choke up?" Seung-woo said emotionally. "Hosting an auction like this, the host must be a very good person." Alistair replied indifferently, "That old man? I've met him a few times, but I don't know if he's a good person." She turned her head to look elsewhere, saying, "Even so, it's true that the people gathered here are quite good." Alistair remarked, "They aren't bound by money, and are people with tolerance toward society. Admittedly, it feels more like a church ceremony than an auction. Everyone is ready to give up things they don't need to those who really need them." She excitedly set down the orange juice she was holding and said, "That's right, that is exactly what I want." Alistair turned decisively to Jo Seung-woo and said that if I win the divine wood, I will only participate in this auction. "You came here to find wood for furniture, right? Then give it up to me." He replied, a bit annoyed, "That won't work. I have a fragile body, and a piece of furniture that helps improve the air for my sacred tree is really making me greedy." Alistair, however, was defiant. "The sacred tree isn't something an amateur can touch." Seung-woo sighed and replied calmly, "Then how about this? I propose that I take the sacred tree, and you craft the furniture." She naturally couldn't believe her ears. "What? What did you say?" Seung-woo pulled out his black card and said, "Anyway, if I want to win this auction, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Do you understand what I mean, Alistair?" She trembled with rage, clenching her teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. He continued, "But you are entering the auction for the sacred tree to craft items and hone your skills, right?" Seung-woo provided a very logical reason. "Then I'll cover the costs, and you handle the crafting. It's a win-win, isn't it?" Alistair frowned and thought to herself, "It feels like I'm being used. Am I being exploited for my labor?" But suddenly, something flashed in her mind. Alistair seemed to have an epiphany and reached out to accept the deal with Jo Seung-woo. "Fine," she said confidently. "I'll do it. That's a good deal, right?" He curled his lips into a smile, thinking to himself, "Good." Seung-woo reached out to shake Alistair's hand and said, "But the deadline, the work time, is only 3 days." This demand stunned her, and she asked, "What?" He had her cornered, so he continued, "Do you think I don't know your tricks, planning to use an elf's work time and drag it out? Were you planning to stretch it to 5 years?" Jo Seung-woo happily apologized, "But that won't work on me." Alistair trembled with fury, grinding her teeth in anger as she spoke. Oh. She was so mad she could cry, so she shrieked, "You know far too much about elves." She screamed so loudly it could be heard outside the building. How hateful. At Gunhae's old place, in the backyard of Jo Seung-woo's property, there was now a vast, expansive yard. This place was covered in trees, and there was even a massive tree stump wiggling in the portal. Currently, landscaping work was underway. That stump finally managed to crawl out. Seung-woo caught it and asked happily, "Is this the last tree?" He stood with his arms akimbo, looking at the giant, tree-sized trunk. A forest cared for according to his own vision. Never would he have imagined that gardening on such a scale could be a different kind of joy. Young-sik was also busy, pulling the water hose from the portal to spray the lake. Thanks to the portal, water from the kitchen was also being diverted here. Soon, a beautiful artificial lake would appear. However, the water bill would probably cost quite a fortune. On the shore, Nabi and Unha were also diligently planting flowers. Seung-woo thought to himself, "However, what I like the most is..." A beautiful, blooming cherry blossom tree appeared in his line of sight. Seung-woo stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the tree that only reached his waist. That was this sacred tree. Just by being nearby, it made the air fresh and his spirits refreshed. Truly, it deserved to be called a sacred tree. He began to imagine the scene. If this tree grew up, sitting under the shade of this beautiful sacred tree and reading a book, surely nothing could be more wonderful. But it also had to be used to make furniture. Neither task could be compromised. He clenched his fist. "All right, I've decided. Let's clone the sacred tree. That way, all problems would be solved. Jo Seung-woo presented an initiative that he found extremely logical. Since ancient times, raising children has always been considered one of the most difficult tasks. How do you keep the child from crying? How do you keep them from getting hurt? How do you raise them to be healthy? Many parents have had headaches over these issues, and a person on Terra provided the answer to these problems. Crying, getting hurt, getting sick, it all stemmed from the child being too weak. So, if you made the child stronger, wouldn't all the problems be solved? He was extremely excited. That's exactly the Terra way of thinking. Nabi's expression didn't seem surprised at all. Jo Seung-woo said, "That's right, it's a very Terra way of thinking. But the problem is, that wasn't the end of the story." He continued. The person who reached such a bold conclusion was actually the king of a kingdom. That was Zero. Ranpro I, born in 1008, died in 1029. Unha asked, "So the king issued a decree, sir?" Jo Seung-woo laughed playfully. "Unha, you know about those things too, huh?" "That's right. The king issued a decree." He continued the story. The king summoned many chefs and mages to research ways to make the prince born to be strong. Then how did it all happen? Curious, the girl asked. Jo Seung-woo explained that they had finally created a potion that makes a child incredibly powerful. Once they drink it, their body becomes robust, making it difficult for them to get injured or fall ill. Nabi and Unha were both surprised. "That's truly amazing. This is the first time I've ever heard this story," the girl exclaimed. She continued, "The king must have been very pleased, right?" Jo Seung-woo chuckled. On the contrary, he was absolutely furious. Both of them were stunned and blurted out, "Wait, why?" He explained, "First, the ingredients were so rare that it cost a ridiculous amount of money." Nabi grumbled, "So, even a king can be that stingy, huh?" The second reason is that the research took so long that the prince had already grown into an adult by then. Even Unha was speechless hearing that. So, that secret method remained only in a book, slowly forgotten in some dark corner of the royal library, until I accidentally stumbled upon it. Jo Seung-woo thought to himself. So, he knew about this book all along. He finished the story and got down to business. "All right, let's get started. By the way, this dish will take a little while. So why don't you guys go upstairs and wait?" Nabi happily replied, "Got it." Unha, equally cheerful, added, "Yes, Mr. Jo Seung-woo." Jo Seung-woo reached his hand into the portal. Although he didn't necessarily need to tell the kids, the truth was the most interesting thing about the dish he was making lay elsewhere. He said with a profound look, Jo Seung-woo's new dish, the Zero Ranpro. If used for children, it becomes a fantastic nutritional supplement. If used for plants, it's a top-tier fertilizer, helping them grow to an incredible size and speed. Something was placed heavily on the table. Now, the first ingredient is, Jo Seung-woo was a bit surprised. In front of him sat a red dragon scale half a meter tall. A dragon scale? The ingredient for baby food is a part of a dragon? No wonder the king was furious. You might not know, but dragon scales are so thick and hard, they can deflect both legendary swords and magic. Jo Seung-woo rinsed the kitchen knife in cold water. Then, he focused his energy into the blade, causing it to emit aura like a whirlwind. Eun-hyung, who was working, stared in awe. Amazing. To be able to wrap sword aura into a whirlwind like that, usually, one only concentrates a little to increase sharpness. But he couldn't believe someone would use such powerful energy just to chop up baby food. Once the scales were processed into a fine powder, Seung-woo moved to the next step. Cutting is done. Next up is the Leviathan horn. He held something in his hand that looked like a blue baseball bat, but it was actually a Leviathan horn. A sea dragon from the Sea King species. Needless to say, its durability is equal to or even greater than dragon scales. This needs to be ground into a fine powder too. Jo Seung-woo. He washed the horn and made an immediate decision. Suddenly, someone spoke up. It turned out to be Eun-hyung. He shyly pointed at the horn and spoke. "How do you do that? Show me." "What? Cooking?" Jo Seung-woo was a bit surprised, and he felt skeptical. Looking at the horn about to be pulverized, he thought, just crushing everything like a blender that's called cooking? Not that part. The other thing. Seung-woo smiled slyly. He then held up his sharp knife, wrapped in energy like a whirlwind. "Do you want to learn this?" The blade, sharp as a sword, flashed a few times, making Eun-hyung's eyes widen as he couldn't keep up. Seeing the blade, Eun-hyung hurriedly refused. "No, I don't want to." "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" Seung-woo chuckled. "I don't have anything to teach kids who are rude to their elders." He trembled, thinking, how cowardly, so small, yet trying to act pathetic. Finally, 3 types of fine powder appeared on the dining table. Dragon scales, Leviathan horn, and Scotton's bone. The prep work for the powder is done, Yoon-hyung said regretfully. Those precious materials all ground up for cooking? How much is all that worth? He shivered. Now, just put it all in, and stir it slowly, and it's done. Seeing that again, Jo Seung-woo calmly poured all 3 types of fine powder into a pan. But from now on, the hard part began. His eyes were filled with focus as he stared at the ingredients. The pan was lifted, stirred gracefully and skillfully. The flame roared along with the movement of the pan, and even the flow of magical energy, the thing enveloping his body, all had to be adjusted with precision. Unnecessary elements were burned away and evaporated. Truly, that was it. In the pan, only the essence of the 3 materials remained, with everything else filtered out. Refining magical energy into the remaining ingredients, the more you filter, the higher the difficulty, but the effectiveness also increases. It still wasn't finished. For Nabi or Young-sik, it's fine, but if Unha eats it, it needs to simmer a bit more, Jo Seung-woo thought. He remembered the unstable magical energy surrounding Unha. In this way, the unstable energy caused by her awakening would stabilize a little bit more. After a long while, Yoon-hyung had even finished all his chores and fallen asleep in a chair. The pan Jo Seung-woo used to prepare the dish now only held a small portion. Jo Seung-woo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, Zero's secret pepper was finished. Twilight gradually fell, covering the sky in a warm orange hue. Yoon-hyung, having changed after work, sat propping his chin on his hand and lazily asked, "Ravioli? What's that?" As Seung-woo scooped the food onto a plate, he replied, "It's an Italian-style dumpling." He continued, "It's a type with a dough wrapper, stuffed with cheese and beef inside." Finding it complicated, he wondered. "A dumpling is a dumpling. What's this Italian thing?" Seung-woo helplessly explained. "Actually, if you look closely, there isn't a huge difference. There's even a theory that these dumplings originated in the East and were brought back to Europe by Marco Polo." He recounted the story of Marco Polo, the 13th century Italian explorer and author of the book about the wonders of the East. Seung-woo thought, "But because I put all my effort into the special spice powder, I'm too lazy to make other elaborate dishes." After plating it perfectly, he brought the dish of dumplings to the table. After handing a plate to everyone, Jo Seung-woo leaned on the table and said, "All right, you've waited long enough. Let's eat." He pulled out a spice jar and suggested, "From now on, every 2 days, Unha, Nabi, and Young-sik have to sprinkle this pepper on your food." The little girl quickly asked, "Is that the secret ingredient you mentioned?" Seung-woo smiled and replied, "That's right. This is a magical pepper that helps protect health during the growth phase." Upon hearing that, Unha thought about how she had witnessed many times before. She remembered the times she had seen people uncomfortably clutching their throats after eating. Thinking about the miserable guests who had eaten dishes made by Uncle Seung-woo, Unha nervously watched the pepper being sprinkled into her plate, thinking, "But if it's just a little bit of pepper, it should be fine, right? Maybe the taste is just normal." Nabi, sitting next to her, excitedly shouted, "Bon appétit!" The little girl nervously clenched her hands and said, "Bon appétit." The fork pierced the first dumpling. Nabi put it in her mouth. Unha also lifted the whole piece to her mouth. Young-sik also quickly popped it into his mouth. Immediately after, the little girl dropped her fork. Her hair stood on end, and she cried, "It tastes horrible." Young-sik also turned red all over, tears streaming down his face as he let out a squeal. However, Nabi had a different feeling. It slowly savored it and described, "This flavor is so sophisticated, so wonderful." Nabi continued, "It's not just bitter, salty, or bland. It's nostalgic. It's an original flavor full of magic, as if I'm chewing on magic itself. I want to let Grandma back home taste this. It's truly impeccable." Seung-woo smiled and praised, "You really know how to enjoy good food." Una worriedly turned and asked, "Are you okay? Is your tongue all right? Or did you just have an argument with your grandmother?" It immediately explained, No, that's not it. By Terra's standards, this is a top-tier dish." Hearing that, the little girl sadly said, "How pitiful. Poor Terra people." After hearing Nabi say that, Unha obediently ate, even though she felt it tasted terrible. Eun-hyung glanced at the little girl, secretly curling the corner of his mouth as he said, "Is it that bad? Kids are kids. You have to learn to enjoy strange flavors to grow up." Jo Seung-woo opened one eye to observe the situation of the 3 who were given the pepper. He thought, "Let's see." Seung-woo looked at the cat eating happily, thinking, Nabi was already strong, so nothing changed. He then looked at the little slime trying to force itself to scoop up the food, thinking, Young-sik seems a little bigger. After that, he looked at the most important human, Unha. What about her? The little girl was looking at the dumpling stuck on her fork, eyes welling up with tears, saying, "This tastes so bad." Seung-woo reassured himself. Good. The chaotic magical energy has stabilized. He continued thinking, though I still need to wait and see what special ability will manifest. At least Seung-woo remembered her mother and pondered. He thought, let's see. Jo Seung-woo looked at the cat eating happily, thinking, Nabi was already strong before, so nothing has changed. He then looked over at the small slime struggling to scoop its food and thought, Youngsik seems a bit bigger. Then he looked at the center, thinking to himself, what about the most important one? Unha. The girl was looking at the steamed bun on her plate with tears in her eyes, saying, this food is so delicious. Jo Seung-woo thought, relieved. Good. The chaotic magic has stabilized, he continued to think. Although I still need to see what special ability will manifest, at least Jo Seung-woo remembered her mother and reflected there won't be any self-harming awakening like Chairman Baek feared, because she once asked me, please take good care of our Unha. Suddenly, he remembered something else. There's one more place that needs pepper, Jo Seung-woo said to the cat. Nabi, I'll be gone for a moment. You keep eating. The scene shifted to a desert. This was the former Gunya. He was watering a small sacred tree he had just planted. After a while, Jo Seung-woo stopped and said, that's enough water. He took out the pepper jar and said, now, let's see how much you'll grow. Then Jo Seung-woo sprinkled the pepper onto the branch. Suddenly, it shot out so fast that it became a massive tree, as if it had been planted for years. He was stunned. Looking up at the tree, he let out a surprised, oh! The tree didn't stop growing until it reached the size of a 15-year-old tree. The canopy could now cover a whole field. Jo Seung-woo exclaimed, the effect is truly amazing. It grew so fast. He said, now, I just need to call Alistair in a few days. Jo Seung-woo leaned against the tree trunk and added, the furniture for the kids is also ready. Unha's magic has stabilized too. He rested his head on his hand, closed his eyes, and stretched out his legs to relax. Today was a meaningful day too. The scene shifted to the Disaster Recovery Area B, former Incheon International Airport. The flight board showed flights appearing today, including Venice and Hong Kong. Outside the entrance, many reporters were gathered in one spot with their bulky cameras and recording equipment. A mysterious foot stepped out. Someone shouted loudly, look! He's here! A tall, burly man with a shaved head stepped out before the flashing lights. This person was ranked 91 in the First Order ranking, the immortal Awat. At the Venice workplace, a reporter hurried over and asked, Awat, what is the reason for this sudden visit to Korea? Suddenly, her microphone vanished in the blink of an eye. Awat angrily held the mic up, looked straight into the camera, and said, I came here to deal with a debt breaker. It started from the First Order ranking match, an official simulation battle to determine the rankings among First Order members, and Awat had to fight Baek Kang-hyuk. However, the person at a higher rank loses their rank if they lose, while the challenger from a lower rank doesn't face significant risks. So, it wasn't fair at all. That's why those at lower ranks often prepared rewards to participate in ranking matches. Kang-hyuk was Awat's opponent at the time. He told him, the reward this time is an artifact I possess, the sword carrying Winter's Grudge. Is a reward like this tempting enough? If you don't have the guts, then withdraw. He stared silently at Kang-hyuk. He raised his gun again, blew on it, and threatened. If you're scared, get lost. No matter how big your muscles are, in front of the barrel of a gun, everyone is equal. Get it, my friend? The reason he had that attitude was because Baek Kang-hyuk had just returned from Terra, full of confidence after continuously climbing from rank 100 to 92. The person who ended Kang-hyuk's winning streak was Awat. Back then, they fought fiercely. The man was powerful, delivering every attack and defense. He had won, there was no denying it. But Baek Kang-hyuk kept going on about the sword reward, so he fled. The next day, Awat went to the YSAT Area A headquarters and received shocking news. He shouted loudly, what? Leave of absence? Awat yelled at Hwang Ji-hyun, who was working at her computer. Sometimes sick, sometimes busy, sometimes on an emergency mission. If not that, then you're in mortal danger. Every time, you make excuses to avoid handing over the sword, dragging it on forever. And now you're saying it's a leave of absence? Does that sound reasonable, Ji? Hyun took the full brunt of Kia's anger, but could only sigh, gently saying, that's right, I get it. You really are a hopeless, useless guy. If he weren't a superior, I would have tossed him in the trash a long time ago. I think I've been way too lenient. I should have checked how reliable he was from the start. Helplessly exclaiming, did you say my colleague kicked me into the trash? He asked angrily. So where is that jerk now? Hwang Ji-hyun turned his head and replied, I apologize for the inconvenience. He understood the situation and changed his question. So, where is that trash can? The scene shifts to Jo Seung-woo's Hero restaurant. Inside the restroom, Hyo is looking in the mirror, admiring himself. I look so handsome today, as expected of me. But he had no idea he was about to be in deep trouble, because this was 10 minutes before Awat arrived. Early that morning at the Hero restaurant, Baek Kang-hyuk yawned wide and complained. I've had so much leave lately that it feels weird. Back when I wanted 2 days off, I had to grind for overtime like crazy. You probably don't know anything about that, do you? You started provoking Eon-hyung, teasing him until he got angry. I got in here before you idiot. Kang-hyuk covered his mouth, holding back a laugh. Is that so? But you've been assigned fewer missions than me, so you probably wouldn't know. Eon-hyung suppressed his anger until he was trembling. It's just if I activate my ability I always end up hospitalized, so I had no other choice. You laughed loudly, even teasing him. What was that? You mean you're just a weakling? Who has to be in the hospital all day? He was furious, ready to snap the mop in half. Min, however, sat calmly, enjoying his tea, ignoring the two of them starting to bicker. He told Jo Seung-woo refreshingly, I used to have to deal with those crazy orders, but lately, Baek Kang-hyuk has been doing them, so it's such a relief. He also said happily, You don't seem to have much work lately, huh? Yeah. I really am free. But it seems the Full Metal Hero S team is being drained of their energy. Min nodded in agreement. Thanks to the new materials developed after destroying the Oxer, they could operate 24/7, without needing a break. That's why we've had some extra time to relax like this. Hearing his explanation, Jo Seung-woo understood a little. Oh, so that's it? Isn't that a good thing? Of course it's a good thing, but Min's gaze flickered elsewhere. In his heart, he had a bad feeling. I keep feeling inexplicably anxious, like the calm before the storm. Just then, Nabi, Unha, and Yangsik were sunbathing outside the restaurant. Suddenly, a familiar bald head appeared, accompanied by heavy footsteps. He approached, making Nabi, who was resting, jump in shock. The restaurant door was kicked open. The person was none other than Awat. As soon as he opened the door, he started shouting, Baek Kang-hyuk, you piece of trash, so this is where you've been hiding. Awat's sudden appearance made Kang-hyuk panic. He trembled in fear and stammered, Awat? Awat? Why are you here? He roared, like a madman, ordering, Give me my weapon, you scammer. Awat's official codename is Unbreakable Diamond. However, no one calls him that. Those who know his fighting style gave him another nickname, the Immortal or Zombie. With his special forced combat ability, he can withstand every attack persistently, ready to take damage to retaliate with critical blows to his opponent's bones. With that fighting style, he is literally a real-life zombie. However, that fighting style also has a problem, a lack of damage output. It takes him a very long time to take down an opponent, so Awat is extremely serious about collecting items to compensate for his weakness. Eon-hyung frowned and asked seriously, So now you want the winter sword or whatever, right? According to the agreement, do I have to hand over the weapon to you now? Sweat poured from him like rain as he replied, That's right. He sighed, exhausted. At this moment, both Awat and Kang-hyuk were bonked on the head by Jo Seung-woo and forced to kneel on the floor for a lecture. Regardless, causing a scene in someone else's shop like this is not okay. It's almost time for customers to arrive. He obediently admitted his fault. I apologize. You, standing nearby, turned red with embarrassment and shouted, Hey, boss, being an adult and having to kneel like this with your hands up is just too humiliating, he replied listlessly. You know it's humiliating, yet you still dared to break a promise? And since when did you even know what humiliation was? Seung-woo's face was stern as he warned, Hey, I see your hand is secretly lowering, isn't it? Immediately, the rolled-up newspaper pointed at Baek Kang-hyuk's face, making him terrified. He sighed and entrusted it to Eon-hyung. Just sit still and reflect on yourself. Eon-hyung, keep an eye on these guys for me, will you? He was smug and immediately obeyed. Understood, Awat asked Kang-hyuk abruptly. Hey, who exactly is that restaurant owner? He recounted earlier. As soon as he saw me, he lunged at me like he'd gone mad. Awat lunged to try and punch him. Seung-woo, who was nearby, immediately used his ability. In the blink of an eye, he reacted, took action, and took down both first orders at the same time. It was hard to believe. On top of that, his weapon was just a newspaper. Just a thing that seemed to have no lethality, hitting them and making their heads spin. Kang-hyuk sighed sarcastically. Even our own boss doesn't know anything. What a backward, misinformed Venice civilian. Information is always slow. Awat shouted angrily. What? What did you say? You happily said. Don't you know the fake ranker Jo Seung-woo? He shouted in shock. A fake ranker? No wonder he's that strong. A mobile phone was held up, snapping photos of the two of them talking excitedly. But why do you keep acting so full of yourself? Eon Hyung replied calmly. Well, I'm an employee here. Awat was curious. A first order working a part-time job? A camera flash went off, and both of them turned around in surprise to look at the photographer. Of course, it was Eon Hyung. He laughed smugly. Seeing you being this humble is really rare. Kang Hyuk threatened angrily. Hey, you! Once this punishment is over, we'll see about you. But wait, this kid is Black Hack, rank 65, right? Is he an employee here too? He thought in surprise. A fake ranker strong enough to be in the top 10 actually owns a restaurant? And 2 first orders are serving tables? Awat looked at Jo Seung-woo's back as he cooked, awestruck. What on earth has happened in South Korea? He was terrified of his power. Until sunset fell, Awat and Kang Hyuk didn't have to kneel anymore, but everyone looked at Jo Seung-woo in fear. He scratched his cheek awkwardly and spoke up. Well, I think this. Shouldn't Baek Kang Hyuk just keep your promise and hand over the sword, and that's it? He nodded in agreement. Baek Kang Hyuk slammed the table in frustration. Boss, there's no way I'm giving that up. Do you even know how valuable that sword is? He shouted, trying to argue his case. Min, standing on the sidelines, wondered, what kind of sword is it? Baek Kang Hyuk, shouting, revealed, it's a sword gifted by the Divine Eater. Songgu felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, the god you mentioned before? Sounds like some nonsense from a fringe cult. Min, sitting nearby, also felt annoyed and scolded. Then why on earth would you use something that important as a reward? Baek Kang Hyuk looked pathetic and said, but if I don't, no one will rank battle with me. He angrily reprimanded him. But nothing. Kang Hyuk threw himself onto the floor, throwing a tantrum. I don't care. Get it yourself. I'm not giving it to you. Awad secretly wondered if there was any way to snatch the sword from this trashy guy. A voice called out to him. Are you Mr. Awad? Awad was startled, turned his head, and replied, yeah, that's me. Why are you using honorifics all of a sudden? Well, at our restaurant, if you complete our eating challenge, customers receive an artifact-grade item. He was shocked and blurted out, artifact grade? Seong-gu greeted him warmly. Usually, we charge an entry fee. But since Mr. Awad has special circumstances, it's free this time. Keep trying until you're satisfied and take the artifact home. Seong-gu handed him the menu board. Eun-hyung was watching from outside, curious. Awad read it nervously and thought, a Divine Eater challenge? Honestly, it's not a bad deal. It just looks like I have to eat some hard-to-swallow food. At the very least, compared to hoping that guy changes his mind, this seems way more feasible. Just then, Kang Hyuk in the back was still throwing a fit and not listening. Awad decided, all right, I'll go for it. Even though Eun-hyung looked smug, Songgu emanated a gloomy aura and praised him. You've made a very wise decision, sir. Baek Kang Hyuk's voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. 5,252. I trust you, boss. I knew you'd handle it properly. This is what we call loyalty. He gave a thumbs up happily. Suddenly, a pair of rubber gloves was thrown straight at his face. Songgu glared and barked. What kind of Korean loyalty are you talking about? Do you think I'm doing this for free? Do you realize this whole mess happened because of you? He made a firm decision. From today, after work, you're going to clean up the fishing spot environment for 6 hours a day. Any objections? Kang Hyuk sat there, dazed, looking at the gloves. He eventually picked them up. Baek Kang Hyuk slumped his shoulders, sighing. What a drag. One morning at the Hero restaurant, Nabi and Unha were eating food cooked by Songgu. Nabi happily said, thanks for the meal. He replied, yeah, no problem. Suddenly, something caught Unha's eye. From under the grass, she picked up a shimmering whisker. Unha curiously asked, what's this, Mr. Songgu? The girl's voice made him turn around. Unha ran over holding the whisker. Do you know what this is? I found it over there. Songgu recognized it and said, oh, you found that? He leaned down, took it, and explained, this is a lucky cat's whisker. The girl was confused. A lucky cat's whisker? Seong-gu began to explain. Compared to normal cats, an erupt barely sheds. It's extremely rare to even see one of its whiskers. So, if you find one, it will bring you good luck. Put it in here and keep it safe, okay? You never know what kind of good things might happen. He then put the cat whisker into a small bottle for Unha. The girl politely took it. Thank you. Songgu was also happy and reminded her, All right, time to go back and get some rest. Unha excitedly ran inside. Yoon Hyung, standing next to them, asked with an incredulous look, "A cat whisker brings luck? Seriously? Like Santa Claus?" "Of course it's real," he affirmed. But the guy still thought Seong-gu was joking and said, "All right, I can hear the lie. I'm not a kid. Don't try to fool me." Seong-gu rolled his eyes and sighed, thinking, I guess that's what happens to a kid raised on lies. Scene changed to the second-floor room. Unha was lying on her bed, searching on her phone. But what is luck, really? The meaning of luck, according to the dictionary. Luck, a noun, a favorable fortune or happy fate. Example, goddess of fortune, destiny, human fate, determined beforehand, cannot be changed by human power. She turned over, seriously studying it. So, fate means it's the will of heaven and cannot be changed? With a child's intelligence like Onha's, she still couldn't grasp all the meanings, so her head was filled with endless question marks. On the other side, in the Hero restaurant kitchen, Baek Kang-hyuk was mopping the floor, sleep-deprived. He was yawning repeatedly when a small hand poked him. He looked up with dark, tired circles under his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Una excitedly asked. "Mr. Kang-hyuk, what is luck?" Luck? Kang-hyuk was being punished and was cleaning the fishing spot on Seong-gu's orders from last night until early morning. In his head, he could only think about sleep. He replied, "Luck is something you want but don't have. Go to sleep." The girl was saddened that she didn't get the answer she was hoping for. Unha carefully stepped away from the person radiating such a gloomy vibe and thought, according to Mr. Sel Taiji or Mr. Min, it seems like I shouldn't bother this guy. A loud table slam followed by a scream made her head snap around. Holy shtea! It came from Awad, who was crying, his face flushed red, Malpatine, non-stop cursing because of the super spicy stew. It's so ficking spicy. Unha watched him from afar and associated him with an octopus. Pouting, she worriedly ran over to check on him. "Sir, where does it hurt?" Awad was startled when he heard Unha's voice. Are you sad?" "No, the stew is just too spicy. That's why I'm like this. It's not tears, it's sweat." He covered his face with his hands and explained. Suddenly, a strange status window appeared on the side that only Unha could see. Quest 20. The girl asked the same question she had just asked Baek Kang-hyuk. "Sir, what is luck?" Awad bluntly replied, "Most of it is a scam." Unha repeated in a small voice. "A scam?" He looked toward Kang-hyuk, filled with resentment. Scammers usually say nice things like that. Don't believe people who talk about luck, especially people like that guy. Awad was implying the sleepy guy nearby. Unha looked at him, so angry she was trembling, and also felt sorry. "I guess the wounds, mister. Kang-hyuk caused this guy still haven't healed." Suddenly, a small hand placed a glass of milk in front of Awad. She politely bowed her head and said, "I hope you recover soon." He responded gratefully, "I don't know what you're referring to, but thanks." Suddenly, a hand wet with water wiped aggressively over Awad's bald head. "Are we good now, Mr. Awad?" Baek Kang-hyuk, fuming, pretended to help but was actually venting his anger. "Since you chased me all the way to Korea, you had to endure all this. I felt so guilty that I had to wipe your sweat to apologize." He was even more annoyed by this act. "Awad," Furious yelled at his face. "My name is Awad, you little brat. There's a saying in this country, the thief acting like the victim, that's you. Because of you, things ended up like this. Do you think I'll just let it slide?" Even with the tension in the air, Baek Kang-hyuk still mocked him. "Are you really using formal language now?" Awad, feeling insulted, retorted, "Look here, I graduated from a prestigious university, you know." Unha, witnessing this, backed away in fear. "As I thought, it's not these two." The little girl looked toward Jo Seung-woo, who was talking through the glass, as if she had found a savior. "That's right. If I ask Uncle Jo Seung-woo outside," he was talking to the plumber, who said in confusion, "It's definitely because the water came out first. The gate caused both the plants and the water system to fail. It shouldn't matter how much I use, but still, this has been used so many times already. Where on earth did all that water go?" He shouted in anger, but tried to remain calm. Seung-woo hesitated and stammered. The laundry I might have washed a bit too much." He had to make up an excuse to hide the fact that he'd used the water to fill a pond. The staff member shouted, and director Jo Seung-woo looked flustered. Well, it was for doing laundry inside. Meanwhile, Baek Kang-hyuk and Awat kept arguing outside. Jo Seung-woo was busy explaining to the plumber, which made Unha sad. She thought, it looks like Uncle Jo Seung-woo is busy, so that guy Baek Kang-hyuk voices and laughter rang out, catching the little girl's attention. The ones enjoying their coffee were Min and Hwang Ji-hyun, happily discussing Kang Hyuk's punishment. The penalty was cleaning the fishing area every night. They really understand each other. Unha mused. Uncle Min and Sister Hwang Ji-hyun, they're talking about something so happily, aren't they? Those two are always getting angry, but this is the first time I've seen them like this. It should be fine if I go over there, right? Even though Baek Kang Hyuk is a troublemaker, they're the ones who have to clean up, so it's natural for them to be angry. Hwang Ji-hyun heard the clear voice and turned around. Good morning, Princess. What's the matter? She was happy to see Unha and asked, I was curious about something, so I wanted to ask you too. Curious about what? What is good luck? The little girl repeated the question. She had already asked many people in the restaurant. Hwang Ji-hyun thought of money, and her eyes lit up. That, of course, means winning 20 billion. Min, annoyed, reached out to cover her mouth to stop her from talking nonsense. Luck means receiving benefits without suffering the consequences. Unha. She heard unfamiliar words she couldn't understand. Consequences? Benefits? He calmly explained. Simply put, it means everything you do goes smoothly. Everything you wish for comes true. Things I wish for? The little girl looked thoughtfully at the small jar containing the cat whiskers. Unha closed her eyes and thought about those around her. I have many good people. I have Nabi, Youngsik, and Uncle Jo Seung-woo. Mommy loves me, and I have a solid pillar of support in Brother Taiji. Baek Kang Hyuk isn't very reliable. Brother Min is a bit scary. And there's Sister Hwang Ji-hyun. Everyone is so kind. But what I want most is, of course, my daddy. I miss you, Daddy. Unha innocently blurted out. The scene shifted to the magnificent cat god shrine. The cat god, an elderly-looking cat, slowly praised her. Your wish is truly cute. It's been a tough time lately. Some came to steal the whiskers, and others wished for extremely greedy things. The whisker thieves wished for greedy things like lots of money. Finally, a righteous wish has arrived. The cat god plopped down. Well then, I'll have to use some energy. He clasped his hands together and began to chant his magic. The magic circle started to spin. A beam of light shot into the sky. A man appeared, making both Hwang Ji-hyun and Min gasp in shock. Unha's eyes lit up when she looked at the man. The commander-in-chief. They all thought in unison, as the man who appeared was Hyuk Jin. Cough, cough. He was choking on smoke, not understanding what was happening. His memories drifted back. After the first rift appeared on Earth, it looked like a giant blue hole standing out in the sky. Countless monsters poured out from the rifts. They destroyed everything across the world. The United Nations, the organization that used to protect the Earth, had disintegrated after suffering countless casualties and sacrifices. And then, powerful footsteps arrived to replace them. The World Hunter Association, ISAC, stood up to become the protectors of Earth. ISAC was founded by a group of people with a courageous will in the world. Under the leadership of ISAC, the Earth gradually saw light, and the gloomy atmosphere slowly began to dissipate. Monsters had been eliminated, and the world was being rebuilt. But from the royal family to the government, and even terrorist groups, their enemies still existed. Old forces hungered to regain their past status. There were instigators who exploited people for personal gain, and terrorists who carried their own extremist ideologies. And there were even those who discriminated, believing that awakened were not human. In a situation like this, a position as important as the commander-in-chief of ISAC, in an underground nuclear shelter at the Cyber Day headquarters, also the office of the ISAC commander-in-chief, it was no exaggeration to say his life was always in danger. Start processing the terrorist organizations in Sector B5. He ordered via the giant screen with modern technology. The other side quickly replied, yes, Commander-in-Chief. ISAC Commander-in-Chief Hyuk Jin calmly looked at the screen and said, the cohesion of the leadership probably isn't firm enough. Filter the list of management personnel first, then send it to me. After you check it yourselves, let me know who I need to approach first. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle appeared under his feet. Hyuk. Jin was startled, not understanding what was happening. The person on the other end noticed something wrong and quickly called out, Commander-in-Chief. Light erupted from the formation, shining brighter and brighter, making him panic. What is this? The voice continued to call. Commander-in-Chief. In the blink of an eye, the light vanished. At that same moment, the chair was empty. The employee on the other end became even more worried. Commander-in-Chief? Sir? Commander-in-Chief? The voice became increasingly worried and frantic. At Jo Seung-woo's Hero restaurant, Hwang Ji-hyun and Min were both gaping in shock, looking at the person who suddenly appeared. Hyuk Jin's expression became extremely tense, thinking, did I just get summoned somewhere? Calm down. On his hand was a countdown timer. Hyuk-jin guessed what this number was. The time limit is 10 minutes. And the important thing was that these two, Min and Ji Hyun, were from Sector A. So this was the restaurant of the awakened Jo Seung-woo. Min and Hwang Ji-hyun were scared out of their wits, sweating like rain. Eunha called out, "Daddy." He turned around and saw the little girl already teary-eyed, holding back her sobs. "Daddy." Hyuk-jin was also surprised. "Eunha?" Eunha threw herself into his arms and burst into loud tears. Hwang Ji-hyun and Min were frozen like statues upon hearing the shocking news. What? Eunha's dad is the commander-in-chief? He immediately used his vest to cover the little girl. She snuck a glance at them, causing both of them to jump. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing, "All right, even though I'm not sure what's going on. But the commander's condition is top secret. It must not be leaked, especially not to him." The person they needed to hide from was someone everyone knew. It was none other than Baek Kang-hyuk. The kids were in the middle of a squabble. All around, there were shouts of, "You bald cheater," and "You con artist." Min quickly took off his trench coat. This strange action caught the attention of the guy who was arguing earlier, causing Baek Kang-hyuk to confusedly ask them about it as the coat was spread out to cover Eunha and her father. "What are you people doing?" Min and Hwang Ji-hyun, playing along, awkwardly made up an excuse. "My coat is just too dusty." "That's right, it needs to be dusted off." She turned around and secretly signaled for Hyuk-jin to head toward the area where there was a staircase leading to the basement. He was very grateful for this helpful gesture. "Thank you, I'll pay you back later." Hwang Ji-hyun stood up again and pretended to say, "This place isn't very convenient. Let's go down to the basement to brush off the dust and come back, shall we?" He acted along too, replying, That sounds good, actually." Then, both of them sneakily backed away, leaving Awad and Baek Kang-hyuk even more confused. As the loud noise died down, he spoke up. "What are these people doing?" He was just as confused as Baek Kang-hyuk, and replied, "I'm not sure either." A sudden thought flashed through Baek Kang-hyuk's mind. Could it be? He, acting like a gossiping mother-in-law, awkwardly said to Awad, "Could it be that the two of them are dating? A man and a woman heading into the basement together." He stroked his chin and replied seriously, "Are they a couple? I'm so jealous, just purely jealous." Baek Kang-hyuk grumbled, scolding Hwang Ji-hyun. "Hwang Ji-hyun, you passed up a superstar like me to date Min? What is wrong with your eyes?" He sighed painfully. If there really was something wrong with her eyes, she would have dated me, not Min. "Hey, buddy, that's really hurtful." Down in the restaurant's basement, Min and Hwang Ji-hyun were on high alert to protect Hyuk-jin and Eunha, warning each other, "Even if it costs us our lives, we must protect this basement. Don't worry, I'm always prepared for situations like this. Thankfully, I have a handgun for self-defense." She glanced in another direction and said, "Does this mean we just discovered Isaac's ultimate secret?" Hwang Ji-hyun looked into the space portal leading to Gunhia. At that moment, she still couldn't believe this truth. She didn't expect Eunha to be the daughter of the commander. Min's face darkened, and he agreed in confusion. "It seems that's the case, but I really didn't want to know these kinds of secrets." Conversely, inside Gunhia, the father and daughter, who hadn't met in a long time, were talking happily. "Hey Min," he turned his head when he heard the call. Yeo-jin, extremely happy, said, "We look pretty cool right now, don't we? We're protecting the commander's secret." Min coughed softly, embarrassed, and replied, "I guess so." He immediately regained his composure and said, "No, stay calm. In times like these, we must resolve the situation wisely." Finally, she agreed and shouted, "Yes!" That evening, the call for dinner rang out. "Everyone, enjoy your meal." Jo Seung-woo finished cooking and looked at his 3 kids eating happily. He suddenly asked, "It's been a long time since we've met. Are you happy, father and daughter?" Eunha felt very happy and replied, "I'm very happy." She recounted the things she did while with her father. She told him everything that had happened, the happy moments, the sad ones, and even the new things she had learned. Even though it was fleeting, Hyuk-jin raised his hand to check the time. The countdown timer showed only 30 seconds left. Eunha hugged his arm tightly, as if she wanted to hold on to Hyuk-jin. He looked at his little daughter with affectionate eyes. She was very understanding and said, "Even so, it's okay. We will see each other again." Jo Seung-woo also felt warmed by their story, thinking to himself that it must be full of regrets, but also truly something to be proud of. The glow of power radiating from Eunha was blue, not red like before. Thanks to that, her magical power had stabilized significantly. Indeed, nothing beats the love of parents, more than any 100 types of supplements. That Drifter guy actually did a good deed too. Then the kids' lives will be more stable now. Jo Seung-woo silently assessed. It's time to do that thing. He smiled a mysterious, meaningful smile. Sunlight streamed into the wooden house's window. In a small room in the hallway, a gloomy figure was slowly walking up the stairs. His voice broke through the children's fun, making them look at him in confusion. "Hey everyone," he said, smiling at the kids. "Today, let's go eat fried fish and meat cutlets." The three of them went out to the street. Jo Seung-woo said that, but what Nabi and Young-sik saw in front of them was a pet clinic. Before two pairs of fearful eyes that were trembling all over, the gloomy, scary figure said, "Come on, Nabi, Young-sik." He urged the kids to go in quickly. Just that alone made the two of them shake like leaves. They shouted in anger, their screams echoing across the sky. The scene shifted to a blond boy in a white coat, whistling leisurely as he walked on the grass. Arriving at the restaurant, he smiled proudly. Baek Kang-hyuk thought back to how he had worked hard on his missions during that time, paying off all his debts to the branch chairman. He continued to think, and I've stopped doing side jobs, so I don't need to bump into them anymore. Finally, he thought of Angwan, and even Mr. Hoi, who had finally returned to the poor village. He was so happy, he drooled, wiped it away with his hand, and thought with satisfaction, "Finally, I can comfortably enjoy a meal at the restaurant." The door opened. Baek Kang-hyuk, full of excitement, waved his hand and said, "Boss, let me see the menu." Contrary to his optimistic spirit, inside the restaurant was the indescribable sorrow of the two pets. They were helpless and lethargic, saying, "And I trusted him." Baek Kang-hyuk curiously asked Jo Seung-woo, "What's going on?" He could only awkwardly scratch his head and admit, "Yeah, that's how it is," he recounted. "At noon, I lied to the kids that we were going out to eat, but I actually took them to the hospital for vaccinations. Now they hate me even more." Nabi lay on the examination table, too scared to scratch, wildly crying out, while Young-sik was jumping all over the place. Seeing them like that, he felt guilty and continued, "So, to coax them, I brought them to the restaurant." He recounted dejectedly. But, unexpectedly, the food was extremely terrible. He skewered a piece of meat and saw it was even worse. The fried coating on the fish was thick, and the inside wasn't fully cooked. Instead of soothing them, I only made them angrier, and they ran away. Hearing the story, Baek Kang-hyuk looked with judgmental eyes and said, "Hearing that, you're a terrible boss. You actually lied to the kids." The little girl also chimed in, "That's right, lying is not good." Jo Seung-woo heard the questioning and thought, "That's true. Those words make sense, but why does it feel so irritating in my heart?" Looking at Nabi still feeling sad, he could only sigh and say, "What you said is right, but the situation back then didn't allow me to stay calm and do it any other way." Baek Kang-hyuk wondered, "Even if it's a slime, aren't they supposed to listen to the boss?" Jo Seung-woo replied calmly, "You've been to a clinic when you were in Terra, right?" Hearing that made him jump in surprise with a terrible expression, and he explained, "Furthermore, there is no development in medicine in Terra. If you've trained your body by eating strange things, since monsters exist, illness is rare here. It's common knowledge that most doctors are just quacks who end up causing more sickness than they cure. Such things happen all the time." He quickly changed the subject. "Time for the boss to show off his skills and lighten the mood, don't you think? What's on the menu today?" he asked, face sullen. He was quick on his feet. Who knows what he saw, but he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, no way!" It was a delicious slab of meat, looking so good that eating it felt like a sin against the gods. It was pork, Terra Mountain pork, Iolabist meat. He glanced back, thinking to himself, "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before their anger fades away." He recounted the story of a man named Iolabist. As usual, he ate the terrible food of Terra and suddenly thought, "Why can't I eat something delicious?" The sight of what was called food made him sick. Fine dining is a human instinct. The people of Terra haven't lost their sense of taste. So why insist it's wrong and stop everyone from enjoying it? Thus, Iolabist ate the delicious food as he pleased. He ate, and then he turned into a pig. Baek Kang-hyuk's imagination was so wild that he asked Jo Seung-woo, "Boss, was this pig a person? How are you supposed to eat this?" He sighed, frustrated. "Just listen to the story. It's just a legend. Though, of course, there's some truth to it." He asked again, "So you mean he wasn't a real person?" He continued explaining, "Yeah, but it's true that eating meat in Terra is considered an act of blasphemy against the gods, because the gods decided to keep it all to themselves." Jo Seung-woo placed his hand on the meat, patted it, and continued, "Regardless, humans aren't allowed to eat it as they please. Humans are banned from eating what they want. It's so stingy for the gods to hog all the delicious food." Baek Kang-hyuk asked. So, where do these pigs come from? He gave a clumsy explanation. I got it as a reward for defeating the Demon King. Thanks to the power of the gods, the smell was removed, and it's a specialty raised in the best environment. Hearing that, he got even more excited, imagining wonderful dishes. So, what are you going to cook? Is that meat dongpo pork? Braised pork? Seung-woo just smiled at that. What to cook? Truly good meat isn't meant for complex cooking. It's meant to be enjoyed in its purest form. He thought to himself about grilling it. On a table full of side dishes, fresh vegetables, kimchi, stir-fried greens, pickled veggies, and rich soybean paste stew, it was so tempting that Baek Kang-hyuk exclaimed, I finally feel like a true Korean. May I have a piece of kimchi with my rice, please? But he stayed serious. No, wait. He gritted his teeth, waiting uncomfortably. Oh, this is pure torture. He smirked with self-assurance. Of course, because this is kimchi I made and fermented myself. Looking at the dishes, he thought, plus, the garlic, lettuce, perilla leaves purslane, seasoned salted shrimp, all of them are premium supporting actors harvested from the demon realm. Those supporting roles were just the backdrop to highlight the beauty of the main star, the grilled pork belly. Nabi and Youngsik were still pouting. So annoying, I hate this. Unha looked worried. Are they still that angry? Will this really be enough to make them stop being mad? Of course. Just watch closely. He seemed very confident. He sliced the meat, moving like a magician. The truth revealed itself quickly. Placed on the red-hot charcoal, it instantly released the fragrant aroma of pure happiness. Even the two angry kids were startled, their eyes sparkling. Nabi praised the scent, saying it was wonderful. He acted as if it were obvious. Right? Let's see, this should be about right. He lifted the dark brown meat off the charcoal. The faint marbling made everyone drool. It seemed the game was over. He sliced it and laid it on the plate. They had waited so long it felt like 1,000 years to finally taste that happiness. A resounding, excited voice rang out. Let's eat. It's going to be amazing. As soon as they took the first bite, their senses exploded. They were so happy they felt like they were in heaven with flying pigs. Baek Kang-hyuk's hands were shaking as if he'd returned from paradise. Una couldn't stop praising it either. It's so good. It's so delicious. I almost lost my mind. Is this the pork the gods wanted to keep for themselves? Jo Seung-woo smiled. It's good, right? Eat up, everyone. Then he turned to the two kids, Nabi and Youngsik. Are you two really not going to eat? The two looked at each other, embarrassed and blushing. Nabi spoke up. I guess I'll try one bite. They both took the first bite at the same time. A second later, happiness lit up their faces. So good. They stopped being angry immediately, tearing up while devouring the food. He watched them and told himself, glad everything worked out. From now on, I have to be careful so the kids don't get upset. While eating, Kang-hyuk thought, today, without Min or Hwang Ji-hyun, did the fact that Nabi and Youngsik were angry actually create this opportunity? That really was a lethal blow. It was so dazzling that Unha, sitting next to him, felt the pressure. A second later, Nabi's plate was snatched, causing her to jump. She immediately got furious. Don't just steal it like that, Kang-hyuk. He replied while chewing, did you write your name on the meat? Whoever eats it all is the winner. Unha was also angry and told him to stop. Brother, I hate you. I haven't even had any yet. You should have saved some for me. With his goofy face focused only on eating, he didn't care about anything else anymore. Like, hate. Whatever, do what you want. Kids, hate is temporary, but meat is eternal. Looking at him, he couldn't help but sigh. You really are just like that. It's hard when you're this hopeless. Nabi's anger, which had just been soothed, flared up again. It really is like that. I hate this. But in that moment, the atmosphere suddenly turned strange. It turned out Youngsik was also furious. It was making nonsense noises. Everyone gasped in surprise, wondering, did Youngsik just speak? A slime has the appearance of a glob. And though it's one of the most common monsters, there are so many different types, so there hasn't been much actual research. However, they all share common traits: absorption, transformation, and proliferation. They absorb surrounding objects, change their body composition, and grow. A slime can even absorb insects, for example, pudding. Slimes raised in Terra grow by absorbing leftovers and transforming their body components into delicious pudding. They have a purplish-blue appearance, while the swamp slime absorbs and decomposes dirty water and sludge in the marsh, turning its body components into toxins. And their blood is also completely different from the pudding slime. In short, slimes mimic the things around them. Following Jo Seung-woo's account, Unha curiously mimics Youngsik, who is being annoyed by Nabi. She brushes his head, and he screams uncomfortably. He explains, "That's right. Perhaps during the time Young-sik has been with us, he has mimicked human vocal organs. Now, it's a little girl's voice. It must be mimicking Unha. But after Baek Kang-hyuk gains experience, he can create voices at will." Jo Seung-woo looks at Young-sik with an affectionate gaze and thinks, regardless, the environment is very important for children, and it's the same for slimes. The scene in the restaurant is extremely cozy right now. Faced with Nabi teasing Young-sik, he clears his throat softly, secretly admonishing himself that he must act more carefully from now on. "Well, everyone knows Young-sik can talk now, right?" Unha says happily. "Yes, uncle." Nabi also continues, "I understand. Only Young-sik says nothing because he doesn't yet know how to say anything other than hate." He also gives a forced smile at this behavior of his. "First, besides the word, hate, I must quickly teach him other words." The little girl timidly calls out, "Uncle?" Then, did Baek Kang-hyuk end up like that because of the influence of the people around him? They are all uneasy and awkward looking at that trembling person. Baek Kang-hyuk, who was once great, has now become a pig, which makes the boy himself confused and fearful. Jo Seung-woo just calmly replies, "No, that's just his own fault." Surprised? "You must leave some meat for me to eat." "Are you going to eat it all by yourself?" His heavy footsteps, expressing anger, startle the boy. Jo Seung-woo's expression is gloomy as he chides, "I warned you already." The mythical story about the Olivia pig is only partially true. That appearance is the result of his passion for eating pork, which was forbidden. He brought it upon himself. Baek Kang-hyuk hopes the boy is also depressed hearing him say that. He sighs and reassures, "Anyway, don't worry too much. You won't be a pig forever." A pig's squeal rings out as if it heard the answer it wanted. If you know how to reflect on yourself, perhaps the curse will be lifted after 1 or 2 days. Baek Kang-hyuk, in the form of a pig, is stunned, thinking, "Reflect for 1 or 2 days? You're forcing me to endure this for 2 days?" Behind him, Unha covers her mouth, trying so hard to hold back her laughter that her face turns pink. She says, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you." But Nabi is different. It laughs loudly. "Haha, serves you right." The little girl can't help it anymore and laughs loudly. "Actually, I am laughing at you. Sorry for lying to you." Baek Kang-hyuk hangs his head in frustration, crying silently and resentfully. "What's that sound? Why am I a pig? How can I be a pig? I can't believe it. I'm a pig." His inner voice rings out as if wanting to reach everyone. Everyone knows at the Isekai branch District A. Min drinks soda and watches the dejected pig Baek Kang-hyuk sitting there. He suddenly speaks up, inviting him. "Do you want to go to China with me? There is a famous pig racing festival in Guizhou province." China. If you are a first order, perhaps you could win the championship. Min implies it's a battle between pigs. An indignant squeal erupts. "Are you kidding me? You think I'm a real pig?" He sees the pig agitated and clicks his tongue in regret. "Too bad. Everyone is laughing at me." Baek Kang-hyuk is feeling frustrated, now angry enough to blow a fuse. Baek Kang-hyuk secretly holds a grudge, as everyone makes him the laughingstock for discussion. People at the branch not only mock him but also spread rumors everywhere. Pork companies are contacting him to film commercials. "Is this situation funny? Are you making fun of me?" Min suddenly speaks, pulling him out of those thoughts. "Anyway, even in that form you still have work to do. Rest time is over, so you cannot skip your mission." Baek Kang-hyuk is startled by this decision of his. This is a crazy thing to do. Fighting in this body? His eyes become sharp, glancing in another direction behind the wall. Nearby are the people in the branch secretly observing. A pair of hands lifts Baek Kang-hyuk's entire pig body up, leaving him stunned. Min triumphantly watches from behind and says, even though he is struggling, to beg for help. After seeing his state, the branch director intended to put him in the reserve force. But how can you hide it from me? As an expert in the field of exploration, I see that his physical ability is still the same. Well, first of all, just bring him along. Who knows, he might be useful. He opens his glasses and looks at the information from them. Baek Kang-hyuk. When necessary, just headbutt. You can attract attention to create a diversion. Baek Kang-hyuk is trying to struggle harder, and in his head, he is also shouting incessantly, "Let go! Let go of me, you crazy people!" Pig first order? Baek Kang-hyuk decides to carry out the mission. 2 days later, the door to the Hero restaurant opens. Jo Seung-woo and 2 guests in the restaurant look over in surprise. Min is the one who opens the door for Baek Kang-hyuk, who is wearing posh black sunglasses, walking in like an idol. The female guest's eyes light up, exclaiming, "It's the pig, Baek Kang-hyuk. The guy next to her also takes the opportunity to take out his phone to take a picture. Praises of adoration fill the restaurant. So cute. Look this way. Min awkwardly walks toward Jo Seung-woo. You've heard the news, right? Lately, he has been acting quite, he says, his face looking just like his. Jo Seung-woo replies, Yeah, I've heard. He dismisses him with disdain, but he doesn't have any outstanding talent. Strangely enough, all the monsters only pay attention to him, to the point that even Baek Kang-hyuk thinks that's cool. He considers himself a superstar. The basic strategy of Baek Kang-hyuk's team and Min is a combination of Baek Kang-hyuk as the vanguard, with Min and the team members following behind to support. But the real weakness is that Baek Kang-hyuk doesn't have any skills related to ranking up. However, Baek Kang-hyuk, when he became a pig, had his physical stats reduced, but he remained very agile, and the only thing he could do was run away. Surprisingly, he has become a hot topic with an unprecedented performance as the best dodger. He seems to have broken through his speedrunning skills when encountering danger. Moreover, monsters keep rushing toward Baek Kang-hyuk as if hypnotized. Even though he doesn't have any standout points, that's probably why. Jo Seung-woo smiles lightly, speculating. Because the Olivia pig has a characteristic of naturally emitting a delicious scent. Who would have expected that people would look at a pig and think it looks delicious? Even if it's cute. But for other monsters, the most delicious food is being laid out right in front of them, emitting a delicious aroma, so naturally, they will be attracted. And it's natural that all monsters are attracted to Baek Kang-hyuk. Min clears his throat and stammers. But I heard his time as a pig is only 1 or 2 days. Are you sure about that? He asked cautiously, wondering if there was any way to extend the deadline. This absurd question left Jo Seung-woo bewildered. What did you say? He stammered. Min explained. The researchers want to study his scent more deeply. If we succeed in creating a scent that attracts monsters, we could change our combat strategy. He silently evaluated this, a potential utility that even the Terra people couldn't have imagined. If we weren't bound by legends or customs, what would come of this idea? Jo Seung-woo let out a heavy sigh. He had no choice but to agree and help them. There was simply no other way. That's not how I wanted to recommend it, but since you've asked, I'll give you the details. Min was overjoyed and grateful. Thank you, Master. Listen carefully. The way to maintain the state of that pig, he whispered the secret method into his ear. Min was deeply shocked, his mouth agape, filled with disbelief. Is that method even possible? The scene shifted to the Isaac lab, where 2 researchers were observing the monitor. The person standing and staring intently exclaimed in astonishment. The one sitting down nodded in agreement. I knew it. I thought the same thing. I never thought the smell of a pig could attract monsters. On the screen, the scene was replaying of countless monsters chasing Baek Kang-hyuk. Should we call it the Baek Kang-hyuk pig scent? The old man wondered. But isn't it weird that it affects monsters that don't even have noses? This question made the other professor tense up and speculate in a different direction. Is it visual, then? Perhaps some super scientist created this pig. There are still so many unknowns. I'm embarrassed to call myself an expert, he said remorsefully. The other man, in a similar mood, agreed. Me too. We should do something worthy of the investment. He spoke sadly, feeling guilty. The chairman himself demanded that we succeed. Hyojin invested a huge sum into the research team. Not just a small amount, either. The old man replied, Yes, if we succeed, it will solve the problem of tanker shortages. They invested a huge amount of money in it, he interrupted. But until now, there have been no results. Does that mean magic? Damn it, magic again. The enemy's scientists are from another world. The professor cursed to himself. He comforted, It's unavoidable. Although I don't like it, we need the mages to help. The professor in the chair retorted, But it will be time-consuming. How are we going to deal with the other issues? He turned and asked, Are you talking about the time limit for Min to stay in pig form? Don't worry about that. It's already been solved. Having said that, the professor laughed heartily. Elsewhere, at the Isaac branch in Sector A, Min stood alone on the building's rooftop. He was melancholy, pulling at his hair and sighing. I can't do this anymore. Suddenly, footsteps approached Min from behind. The person arriving was the branch manager, Jong-hoon. His complexion didn't look much better than Min's. They wanted something before the evening sun set. The space was quiet, mixed with the sound of cigarette smoke. Min's face had been suffering from insomnia for days due to suppressing his discomfort. What did the researchers say? How much longer do I have to do this trick? His expression, now gaunt from lack of sleep, replied, Until the mages across the ocean participate in the research. Hearing that answer, he sighed tiredly. My hair is going to fall out completely. The man beside him felt even sadder. Mine is already falling out. Can't you see it fluttering away? Jong-hoon asked skeptically. Anyway, are you sure this is the only way? The master said so. This is the only way, Min stated firmly. He felt frustrated, turning sharply backward, muttering to himself. Damn it, Jong-hoon remembered the office, which was filled with noisy laughter and chatter. We have to endure all of this, because of that damn pig, Lee Jong-hoon sighed to himself. But the staff, including Pero and Hwang Ji-hyun, were all busy praising that arrogant pig, Baek Kang-hyuk. Baek Kang-hyuk is the best. The cosmic star, Baek Kang-hyuk. Regarding the curse of the Iolavis pig, because Baek Kang-hyuk had broken a taboo and eaten too much, he had been cursed. So, how to break the curse? It was incredibly simple. Just repent and fast for 2 days. The basis of the curse was to warn arrogant people who dared to challenge the gods. If you realize your mistake, the gods' anger will pass quickly. So, how does the curse continue to persist? It's also simple. Just continue to be arrogant and unrepentant. Others just need to flatter them endlessly and hold them even higher. The cursed person will continue to brag. And everyone cheers. Returning to reality, Min was trembling with anger and questioned, I can't do that anymore. The branch manager flattered him as if hundreds of cockroaches were crawling on him. He reassured him, do you think I don't? Everyone. Doesn't feel that way? Hwang Ji-hyun was trying, even having to give him massages. Lee Jong-hoon recounted. He was also shocked by this. You ordered that? Terrified, he explained awkwardly. She volunteered, so how could I refuse? But the effect seems excellent. Min was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Jong-hoon looked at him, full of hope, and patted his shoulder. Anyway, your role is very important, do you understand? Min rolled his eyes and replied, I really don't want to. But he firmly interrupted. It's not you. You know that, right? He likes your praise the most. For some reason. You are the most effective. He also continued. And the second one is the branch manager. Since you are here, can I leave? Because Min and Kang-hyuk had always fought and competed, when he was subservient to him, it liked it very much. Lee Jong-hoon darkened his face, threatening, do I need to give you an order? He could only bite his lip, not daring to argue back. Min held his head and sighed wearily. What a nightmare. Lee Jong-hoon agreed. Indeed, it is a nightmare. A few days later, at the Isaac headquarters in Sector A, a strange first order was calmly drinking tea. Lee Jong-hoon, looking haggard, asked, a person like you coming here? I can clearly see the chairman's interest in this project. The 13th First Order, Real Han, laughed loudly and replied, it's an honor, he said calmly. Then I'll get straight to the point. It is using divine power in the curse, even in normal form. Jong-hoon, who didn't understand these things, asked back, divine power? The real god began to explain more clearly. That's right. You cannot defeat a god in a battle of strength, so you need to skillfully soothe it. You are not a mage like him, so it's hard for you to understand those terms. Soften the curse? What are you talking about? The gourmet also realized that the explanation might be hard to grasp if you aren't a mage. Regardless, he said, you can just extract the effect from that scent. Summarizing his point, the gourmet chuckled. Of course, how to do it is a different matter. With the gourmet's entry, the research finally got on track. The researchers quickly created and extracted the Baek Kang-hyuk scent. They were serious about successfully creating it. Moreover, they even managed to replicate the charming image of Baek Kang-hyuk. They focused on developing a lure balloon modeled after him. Thanks to advanced modern technology, they gathered a lot of useful data. And finally, the research team nervously pulled out the finished product. It was a massive success, and they were moved to tears. The Baek Kang-hyuk project was officially concluded. The official name, the Baek Kang-hyuk Lure Balloon. It was a bag shaped like Baek Kang-hyuk's face. The success of the research and the branch was officially recognized, and they received a huge reward from the chairman, except for one person. None other than the one transformed into the pig, who stuttered and shouted, demanding justice for himself. What about me? They studied me, so I should get the biggest reward, right? Min, who had followed, mocked. What are you looking at, you talking pig? Baek Kang-hyuk was still seething. What? Min scoffed. Are you kidding me? You're so fat I thought you were a pig. Why don't you go lose some weight? His figure was indeed very bloated, the result of doing nothing but eating, lounging around, and listening to flattery, leading to a 19-kilogram weight gain. A few days later, at Hero Restaurant, Jo Seung-woo examined the Baek Kang-hyuk lure balloon, wondering, so, this is the prototype? Min bowed respectfully and replied, yes, I think it'll be used for self-defense. If you press the button near the tail, it inflates. Then, when you throw it to the desired spot, all the monsters will be lured toward it, he explained enthusiastically. In the future, we plan to produce one for every citizen in case of emergency. It seemed it would become an essential tool for the people later on. He was very intrigued by this idea, exclaiming, "Impressive! No one on Terra is as creative as this." Min was surprised. "No one?" Jo Seung-woo helplessly explained. "Yeah, they teach us to train instead of doing stuff like that. They think the only reason our brains developed is because our bodies are too weak." He shuddered at that reasoning. "That sounds creepy." He was incredibly appreciative and said, "Anyway, thank you. I'll make use of it." Min replied politely, "No problem. I truly hope you'll never have to use it." At that moment, Jo Seung-woo suddenly remembered something. "Right, I actually had something to ask. Is Hwang Ji-hyun still doing well?" Min looked shaken upon hearing that question. The atmosphere grew gloomy. Seung-woo sat up straight, waved his hand, and asked, "Is everything with Hwang Ji-hyun all right?" Min looked confused, his face darkening as cold sweat broke out. Seeing that expression, the other man laughed and explained, "It's like this. Yesterday I went to the movies and saw you two at a cafe. Time seemed to rewind to yesterday afternoon. The building still stood tall under the blue sky. Seung-woo was walking down the street, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks for a moment. Right across from him, Min and Hwang Ji-hyun were walking into that cafe together. His appearance at the time was a bit unusual, and her face was shyly blushing. Witnessing that scene, Jo Seung-woo stroked his chin, finding it quite interesting. The scene shifted inside the shop, where beautiful vases were carefully arranged. Min lifted his coffee cup, took a gentle sip, and then let out a sigh. "Just as I guessed, the coffee here is nowhere near as good as the coffee you make, teacher." At this moment, Min was still wearing his disguise glasses. He turned toward Hwang Ji-hyun and asked, "So, what did you need to ask my opinion about?" Hearing no reply, he proactively continued, "Or do you want to quit management and transfer to the combat department?" She pursed her lips, becoming flustered, with cold sweat running down the side of her face. Seeing that, Min gave a soft cough. "Well, thanks to the food, teacher. Cooks regularly. Your combat stats have increased significantly. Even in the Y division, the salary for combat staff is quite good, so it's understandable if you want to transfer." Right then, Hwang Ji-hyun interrupted. "It's about dating." This took him by surprise, and he froze. Min frowned, pointing at his own face. "Do I look like someone with a lot of experience in this?" She became even more confused. "It's not exactly that, but," he asked, perplexed, then, "why?" He rubbed his chin, pondering carefully before saying, "For these kinds of problems, someone more suitable would be Baek Kang-hyuk. He would be able to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hwang Ji-hyun stood up abruptly, slamming both fists onto the table and shouting, "No, no way!" Min was terrified to the point of shaking, thinking, why the reaction? He quickly stood up as well. "Don't tell me the dating issue is." He couldn't believe it and asked slowly, "Related to Baek Kang-hyuk?" This time, she only blushed and looked away. Seeing that, Min realized the problem. He recoiled. "What the heck?" Hwang Ji-hyun blushed even more. I know, it sounds crazy." He immediately retorted, "You know it's crazy and you're still sitting here?" Suddenly, she frowned and said, "But, if I think about it objectively," Hwang Ji-hyun couldn't help but think of Baek Kang-hyuk's handsome face. The first person is Baek Kang-hyuk. Kang-hyuk's looks are top tier. He gets many advertising offers, so he takes care of his appearance quite often. She knew very well that he was diligent about his fitness. It's hard to find anyone in First Order who doesn't have a good physique, even though he's currently gained 19 kilograms. Furthermore, Hwang Ji-hyun had also looked into the matter of assets. Surprisingly, he had an interest and a very good eye for real estate, so he owned quite a lot of property, even though he recently donated all his money to save face. So he doesn't have much money left. If one only focuses on these points, even if you called him a top candidate for the position of many girls' dream groom, it wouldn't be hard to understand. But that is only if you don't mention two things. At this point, both understood those things were his personality and his behavior. The atmosphere grew heavy again. Only a few seconds later, she spoke up to break the silence. I know he's very annoying," Hwang Ji-hyun said with a hint of confidence. "But if it were me, that annoying person would actually listen to what I say, wouldn't he?" Hearing this, Min nodded. "Well, the branch manager has given up on him, so it's true that he listens to you well." She became excited. "You think so too, right? He has a cute side, doesn't he?" He, meanwhile, darkened his face, thinking, what is this woman saying? Ignoring his expression, Hwang Ji-hyun excitedly continued. "Besides, to be fair, he actually looks really cool too. Not long ago, when the S-rank explosion happened, He went into the gate all by himself. Speaking of that, Min silently reflected that he had personally reviewed the footage from his body cam, and objectively speaking, his actions were truly commendable. Back to the present, his face was still twisted in a grimace, but the atmosphere around her had turned pink. She confidently assumed, "So, as his assistant, if I keep a close eye on him, he'll become an even more amazing man. That's why I think now, Min." He could finally confirm that she had completely lost her mind. Unable to take it anymore, he reached out and shouted, "Stop it." Min couldn't stop pulling at her hair. "I understand why you chose to talk to me about this instead of Baek Kang-hyuk. I don't want to get involved in other people's relationships. But just this once, okay?" Hwang Ji-hyun replied without formality. After thanking him, he let out a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry, but if I have to be blunt," in the end, Min asserted one thing. "This is just Stockholm Syndrome." Her face twisted as she blurted out, "What?" A scene of a rescue team saving a hostage seemed to appear before Min's eyes. He knew this was Stockholm Syndrome. Inside, it was Baek Kang-hyuk untying Hwang Ji-hyun. He knew that. This syndrome originated from a hostage situation in Stockholm, occurring in extreme circumstances. For example, if a robber and a hostage are isolated together, the victim might develop empathy or a mental connection with the perpetrator. Often, it's because of some humane actions by the perpetrator. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth, as if struggling with something inside. Next, he swung a knife, slicing through the ropes binding her. Then, Baek Kang-hyuk put on his hat and walked away. It seemed like everything was over. "I'm sorry you got dragged into this. I didn't want it to end up like this." Hearing that, Hwang Ji-hyun's cheeks flushed. Poor him. At this point, she shyly retorted, Wait, it's not like that. I just think he's a little pitiful, that's all." Back to reality, Min sighed heavily. Everything started with thoughts like that. He carefully chose his words before saying firmly, "From what I see, you've already started showing symptoms. Take your time and think about it." Hearing that, Hwang Ji-hyun's body trembled uncontrollably. Slowly, she began to recall that annoying face. If she thought about it slowly, there were many times he made her angry, but then Hwang Ji-hyun would think about how cute he was. Sometimes she would feel sympathy for him, then she would get angry, and then she would feel sympathy again. Suddenly, she stopped and asked herself, "Wait, why do I have to sympathize with him?" Then, she imagined herself hitting Baek Kang-hyuk in the head. Hwang Ji-hyun doubted herself. "I just want to beat him up, that's all." She was confused and pulled at her hair. Since when did I become like this? Min had also realized that she had fallen apart, but it seemed she had finally come to her senses. Min also silently observed her emotional breakdown. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke up. "Besides, I also have a question unrelated to your relationship with Baek Kang-hyuk." Only then did Hwang Ji-hyun look up. "What? What is it?" Min, looking extremely serious, gave his opinion. "If you want to like someone, then instead of Baek Kang-hyuk, shouldn't you be liking Jo Seung-woo?" She was surprised and exclaimed, "What? What are you saying?" In her head, the image of that almost perfect man appeared. Min couldn't help but say, "He has the looks, the skills, and the money. No matter which aspect you look at, Baek Kang-hyuk can't compare to him, especially in terms of personality and behavior. Comparing those two is an insult. I admit that. But here," Hwang Ji-hyun frankly expressed, "then why is it Baek and not him?" She shyly rubbed her forehead. "It's because I don't see him as a man." This time, it was his turn to be shocked until his jaw dropped. "Huh?" Hwang Ji-hyun raised her voice again to emphasize. "To be more specific, I don't see him as a dating prospect." While he was waiting, she continued, "How should I explain this? Maybe I should call him an object of worship instead. He is too great, so I can't reach him. Maybe that's it. Or perhaps I should treat him like a god instead. Oh, I don't understand my own feeling of respect for him, but it seems this is exactly what it feels like to worship someone, isn't it? It's as if you want to kneel down and pray." At this point, Min sighed wearily. "Yeah, I get it. But hey," he frowned, his voice hitting Hwang Ji-hyun like an arrow. "In this world, with so many people, you just had to choose Baek Kang-hyuk to like? I wonder if there is something wrong with your eyes." Back to the present, Min quickly clarified. "We only talk to each other. Our relationship isn't like that." Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo also shyly scratched his cheek. "So, that's how it is? Was my guess wrong?" Suddenly, Min felt a bit amused. "But hey, I didn't expect even you to make such a mistake." He didn't stop there, adding one more jab. "It seems you don't have much experience in dating either." After a while, he was on the phone and nodded. I understand. Min exclaimed in a panic. What's wrong, teacher? On Seung-woo's face, a bit of cold sweat appeared. So that's why I've been single all this time? Even Baek Kang-hyuk has someone who likes him, but I don't? He couldn't believe it and shouted, Teacher. He seemed to collapse, covering his face with his hands. They say that if you stay single for over 45 years, you will become the chairman of the Single People's Association. Min was so worried he jumped up. Teacher! A pure golden light erupted. Jo Seung-woo, the god of victory and strange dishes, but the title, leader of the Single People, suited him best. The scene changed. A beautiful scenery appeared. This place was being planted with trees. This is Gonia. Stopping for a few seconds, Jo Seung-woo spoke up. Truly amazing. Anha obediently replied, Yes. Next, he pointed at the monster and introduced, Your first opponent is this fellow. This is a B-rank Gogon, and it was currently being blindfolded. Jo Seung-woo didn't forget to add, This monster's name is Gogon. It is a type of powerful monster classified as rank B on Earth. The Gogon had not yet had its blindfold removed. He was still explaining. Its power is commensurate with its fierce appearance. Besides, its true weapon is its eyes, also known as the petrifying evil eye. The petrifying beam fired from its eyes can turn anyone into stone. That is why I blindfolded it. Of course, Jo Seung-woo kindly pointed out, but it also has a weakness. The Gogon's evil eye is so strong that it has almost turned the area near its eyes, and even the monster's own head, into stone. And because its head is very heavy, it cannot quickly change the direction of its head, and has low accuracy. Unha was very serious, holding a pen to take notes. At this moment, he was extremely confident, saying that if she knew these characteristics, she could easily come up with a plan to defeat it. The delicious dishes were laid out in front of them. Seung-woo instructed, Now, here is your mission for today. You must dodge the Gogon's attacks while collecting 10 pieces of its stone-hard meat for me. If you boil them, this stone meat tastes surprisingly delicious. It's very similar to soup made with bone broth. He made a promise. If you complete this mission, I will cook some delicious stone meat soup for you. She happily shouted. Inside the quiet forest, she clearly heard Jo Seung-woo's instructions. All right, Nabi. Remember to take good care of the children. Nabi happily replied, I know, Nia. Shortly after, when the Gogon chased after Unha and Yongsik, it always followed closely behind. As for Jo Seung-woo, he leisurely sat down, holding a fishing rod. Should I catch some fish now? His eyes swept quickly around the place, assessing. Having money is really, money can buy everything. This artificial lake is very ideal. I should have accepted Demyoung's offer to help sooner. But Jo Seung-woo still rubbed his chin, rambling. Of course, I still like the most natural things, but the Demyoung Construction and Carpentry Company for VIP customers, construction service for lighting systems, exclusively for VIPs, water quality management service, pest control service, and other services. There was no other way. This is for the little ones, so being clean and safe is still the top priority, isn't it? If a mother says she wants to do these things for her daughter, I can't refuse. At this point, he couldn't help but turn his head to look over there, and thanks to that, he got a very nice wooden house. This is the house built from the wood of the sacred tree. Alistair skipping that. Jo Seung-woo looked at the lake in front of him, commenting, Clear water and fresh air. He crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and exclaimed, This is truly paradise. At this moment, someone carrying a huge amount of energy was standing high up, observing Seung-woo. That man seemed unwilling, hissing out each word. Everything has been going smoothly until now. He looked at his subordinates. The land of the dead should have been mine. At this point, the man went mad and shouted, Who on earth is that bastard? This is Cassius Spectre Lord, going back in time to the Gonia era before its destruction. A group of people sat watching massive bolts of lightning erupting on the screen. Cassius suddenly shouted excitedly, More! Give me more! As he issued his command. Stimulate it further and make it stronger. Specimen 0 will be my masterpiece. This was Cassius back when he was still human. His subordinate didn't hesitate to reply, Yes, Chief Researcher. Let me explain a bit. Specimen 0 is the old name for Isekai, the little green slime. At the time, Cassius believed that if everything went according to plan, he could have used Specimen 0 to rule the world. Cassius was incredibly confident in his creation, believing, since I created it, of course it must obey me. After all, children are just tools for their parents. Although a small error occurred during the process, and a leaking fluid began clinging to everything, he didn't feel a hint of fear. He even harmed himself and just laughed. The laughter ended, By then, he had taken on a strange form, but unexpectedly, it was a blessing in disguise. Specimen Zero engulfed everything and turned Gonia into a land of the dead, where I was reborn as the Ghost King, the ruler of wandering souls, waiting for the day. A crack in the water revealed a flicker of light, fueling his hope. Finally, when that crack appeared, I thought I would have a chance to enter another dimension and return to reality. Cassius looked at Jo Seung-woo and thought, but ever since that guy appeared, everything fell apart. Furthermore, he coveted the beautiful things before him. After he arrived, forests thrived in this land, and life began to flourish. Yet, death, the very source of my power, was being wiped away bit by bit. Cassius was so frustrated he clenched his fists tight. Not to mention, that guy was incredibly strong even compared to me. He had surpassed the limits of humanity. Is he twice as strong as Specimen Zero? Or 3 times? I couldn't even imagine. Suddenly, his red eyes flashed with a sinister light, but he realized the man had a weakness. Cassius looked over at the children diligently training. He has too much, useless sentiment. Who would have thought he would forgive Specimen Zero and take it in as a pet? With that soft-hearted nature, no matter how strong he is, his power will be useless. Over there, Unha powerfully stepped on a flexible branch. At that moment, she affirmed that above all else, a young girl and a cat, he has too many weaknesses to protect. Below, Young Sik was being chased by Gogol until he nearly cried. The girl suddenly leaped forward. Unha gently peeled a piece of shell off its body. She happily held it up high, while Cassius began to calculate. I will use them, and the wandering souls under my command to fight him, once I day, control him and seize his mind. But as he snapped out of his thoughts, he gasped in shock. Huh? On that side, only the fishing float remained. Bobbing in the water, Cassius jumped and shouted, "Wait!" The large area was completely empty. He roared in a rage. Where did he go? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from above. I can't listen to this anymore. Cassius jumped in fright. He couldn't believe it. He slowly turned around, wondering when he had arrived. Jo Seung-woo stood high above, looking down with his fishing rod. I've always believed that even villains have their own stories, so I took a look at your memories. Suddenly, the man's eyes sharpened. His voice turned cold and somber, and everything I saw was disgusting. It's you, the one I saw in Ian-sik's memories. Cassius panicked and scrambled to think. First, I must change my appearance to something he can't bring himself to strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Jo Seung-woo dove down from above like a whirlwind and dealt him a blow. The man calmly pulled out a sword and didn't forget to warn him. It's useless. Seeing the situation turning sour, Cassius started to threaten him. There are many souls bound to me. If you kill me, they will also. Before he could finish, Jo Seung-woo cut him off. I know you have a lot you want to tell me, but he stated firmly, but I have no reason to listen to you at all. He struck with a wave of sword energy that left Cassius terrified. No, not only that, but the flames spread to where his subordinates were gathering. His body was already fading, but he lingered for a moment. I misjudged you. Your true nature is, Cassius concluded, a demon even colder than anyone else. Jo Seung-woo's face remained unchanged as he watched quietly. In the clear blue sky, the dark aura gradually dissipated, leaving only beautiful, tiny stars. The vast space around them became quiet again, leaving only him and the long sword in his hand. In his final words, Jo Seung-woo didn't forget to guide them. The souls that were bound will be led by the holy sword and reborn in another world. On the ground, his shadow was just a vague, dark silhouette. Seung-woo didn't care. He smiled slightly. To deal with a demon, one must also become a demon. That is what a true warrior must do. As the evening sun fell over the wooden house, Unha's cheerful voice rang out. Thanks for the meal. On the crackling fire, a pot of soup was bubbling away. He introduced it. Today's dish, Gogon stone meat bone soup. After tasting it, she couldn't help but praise it. This stone meat soup is so delicious. Even Nabi chimed in. The broth is very rich. Young-sik shouted excitedly. Stone meat is delicious. Stone meat is the best. Watching this scene, Jo Seung-woo felt happy too. It's bone broth. I'm glad everyone likes it. Suddenly, he grumbled and threw the spoon. But the spoon is so lazy. Seeing this, he coughed slightly. You have to eat politely, but Young-sik shook his head repeatedly. I don't want to. At this, Seung-woo could only let out a sigh, thinking, right, I still have so many things to teach this kid. At this moment, he began to think, from table manners to living a normal life, as well as how to make friends, get along with everyone, distinguish between good and evil, and choose what is right for them. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo slumped, thinking, even though I'm confident in teaching, can I really be a good parent? I'm someone who has never had any dating experience, let alone marriage. I'm the leader of the single club. I don't know what to do. Suddenly, Eunha's voice rang out loudly. You shouldn't do that. Jo Seung-woo looked up in surprise. Huh? She held up a finger, looking extremely serious. If you're going to scold someone, you have to do it properly. Before he could stop her, Eunha turned to remind Young-sik. You shouldn't use your hand to absorb food while you're eating like that. It made him jump in shock. At this, the man was completely helpless. Since when did he get here? As Young-sik picked up his spoon, Seung-woo pursed his lips and looked down, while Eunha shouted, Hey, you only just picked up that spoon. Instantly, he hugged Young-sik and took a bite out of his cheek. Finally, Jo Seung-woo didn't forget to warn him. From now on, every time you do something bad, I'm going to bite your cheek. He could only cry, thinking, so unfair. Right at that moment, Nabi spoke up from the side. This young warrior, Niang, he was dumbfounded and blurted out, Huh? She leisurely enjoyed a cup of tea. If you use punishment as a method of education, it won't be good for a young child's emotional state. Jo Seung-woo gritted his teeth, thinking, yeah, that's true. Then, he propped his head on his hand, still lost in thought. Seung-woo realized he had a lot to learn. Then he asked, well, shall we head home? She smiled and replied, yes. His hand kept stroking Young-sik's head. He wanted to bite him again. His hand felt so delicious. Early the next morning, the ISAC Asian branch held a meeting. The seats were arranged neatly by rank. A man with glasses spoke up. Next is Miss Cha Go-eun. Please, proceed with your report. The girl who was called slowly began, I am Cha Go-eun, the strategic advisor. This person was none other than Cha Go-eun, the strategic advisor of ISAC, and a member of the Demyoung group. In the quiet room, Go-eun's voice echoed in every corner. As you all know, we at Demyoung have followed the instructions of the chairman, putting the interests of the people first, and have donated to ISAC for world peace. However, she looked down at the documents in her hand and announced, the growth rate of hunters in Area A has decreased significantly. Suddenly, Go-eun looked up, staring directly at someone, and we believe this situation should not be happening. Because in Area A, there is the Hero's Restaurant. She coldly called him out. Why is this happening? The bald man awkwardly scratched his face. Well, this is an unavoidable situation. This man was the manager of the Area A branch, Lee Jong-hoon. In reality, he could only sigh helplessly. This is understandable, since there haven't been many opportunities to organize strange food challenges lately. Lee Jong-hoon thought of Seung-woo and couldn't help but complain. He doesn't even open the restaurant anymore. So, what can I even do? It's impossible to contact the owner. Lately, I feel like his workload has decreased even further. But Go-eun didn't listen. She just coldly reminded him. Regardless of the reason, the fact is the growth rate has dropped. Please, try harder. He weakly replied, I understand. Right then, a loud, smug laugh echoed through the quiet meeting room. The man in the red shirt mocked. An ISAC branch manager getting scolded by an outsider? I can only force a smile. I don't know what else to say. This person was none other than the Hong Kong branch manager Trong Lien Hong. Not stopping there, Lien Hong raised an eyebrow, mocking, it seems the Hero's Restaurant isn't that great, huh? Then he burst into laughter again. If that's not it, then are the Korean hunters just getting weaker? This remark made Lee Jong-hoon tremble with rage. But deep down, he understood. That's right, those kids at my branch have no discipline. Just then, he realized something and gnashed his teeth. Did this guy just mock me? That bastard who used to be a member of the Three Emperors Guild? Information about this person was public. He was a member of the Three Emperors Guild, accepted by the association only because of his managerial skills. Furthermore, there was another point that caught everyone's attention. Lee Jong-hoon loathed him. He hated that the association had to rely on criminals like Trang. And the truth was, he was very capable and doing very well within the association. Not only that, but Jong-hoon was also infuriated, not to mention the fact that Trang was older but looked younger than him. Am I really this angry? He couldn't help but have veins pop on his forehead. In his heart, he had decided that as soon as he returned to the Kleinda branch, he would call an emergency meeting. At the same time, at the beautiful wooden house, the sunlight gently pierced through, warm and bright. Outside was a notice board. Strange Food Challenge. Season 1 has concluded after receiving everyone's love. Starting today, Strange Food Challenge Season 2 will begin. The Underworld's Fire Dungeon Stew. I hope everyone will support Season 2. After hearing all this, Seung-woo gave a strained smile. I thought things had been quiet lately. He looked at a group of people trying the food in agony and wondered, why are they suddenly rushing to participate in the strange food challenge? Just then, a guy had to wipe his face with a handkerchief and shouted, "Ouch, it's so spicy. It's like this. Our supervisor gave us a recommendation." This made Seung-woo pause. A recommendation? He seriously recounted the problem. Ever since the branch manager returned from the branch meeting, he has been constantly furious, with no progress, causing Bae Kang-hyuk to be affected too. Our branch is a total mess. 2 people, pained by his scolding, condemned. Starting today, all 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, for us will change to the strange food challenge. The others also bowed their heads low. The guy sweating, cold sweat continued. That's how it is. Only then did he understand. Aha, so it's pressure from the big boss. Seung-woo gave a small cough, thinking, come to think of it, I've been so busy with the kids that I haven't taken care of the hunters. I'm the one who's constantly absent. Suddenly, he became happy, thinking, they are the guardians of world peace, so at least I should care for them a little bit. Meanwhile, the people sitting at the table were wailing, please, just kill me. Instinctively, Seung-woo glanced toward the notice board outside. Now I've made a decision. It seems I shouldn't make the Underworld's Fire Dungeon stew anymore. The Strange Food Challenge, Season 1 has concluded after receiving everyone's love. Starting today, Strange Food Challenge Season 2 will begin. Season 2. The Underworld's Fire Dungeon Stew. Seung-woo thought carefully. The dishes in the Strange Food Challenge aren't just to give participants a hard time. All the ingredients in those dishes are very essential. The water level is rising, so hunters will need more poison resistance. For example, the purification and strengthening effects of the Underworld's Fire Dungeon Stew are the best for achieving a body that contains toxins. And because the restaurant has sold so much, even if participants don't complete the challenge, they can still ensure the strengthening effect. Just then, someone behind him shouted, "Done." It made him jump. The others tried to finish the whole bowl, not forgetting to flip it upside down to prove it. So refreshing. I feel like I've just been reborn. These hunters are working in the office, and the person next to them is rushing to follow. I've finished eating, and seeing that, the people across from me are slack-jawed in shock. No, this can't be. Are we really losing to them? They're just office workers. Seeing this scene, Jo Seung-woo, the combat hunter, can't help but ponder. That is surprising. Is office work really that stressful? Even those employees can't believe it. But how were we able to eat it all? The person next to him shakes his head. I have no idea. Standing there, he can't help but think of Lee Jong-hoon, then draws a conclusion. Well, regardless, the ability to handle pressure varies from person to person. Depending on the individual, even safe office jobs can feel stressful. Suddenly, the blonde guy notices something and shouts, "Hey, why is the sweat on you two turning red?" They both look confused and blurt out, "Huh?" The brown-haired man looks at his hands in horror. What is this? He looks at his palms, suspicious. Trash. Why is this starting to drip down? The place descends into panic. The brown-haired man is certain. When I was eating, this definitely wasn't leaking out. Could it be that we had to meet certain conditions to finish this dish? So, could it be? He clasps his hands and says happily, "All right, since 2 people have finished, this season ends here." To the surprise of everyone around, "What? What did you say?" He shyly explains, "I'll return with a new menu, so everyone please wait for it. To those who won the challenge, don't forget your rewards." Just when we were about to figure out how to complete the challenge, he ends it. To everyone's disappointment, "That's so cruel." After going back inside, he shyly speculates, "Just as I thought, once 2 people managed it, the others started to catch on. But doing that would just make the challenge meaningless." But then he looks apprehensive. Regardless, in front of the chaotic, empty tables, there are no ingredients left to use. What should I do for the next challenge? After a moment of hesitation, he gets excited. "That's right. Let's decide on that. Since it's been a while, it's best if I head into the dungeon myself to find ingredients." Meanwhile, at the Terra Sanctuary, the kingdom where the Gaia religion is based, in the magnificent, grand Temple of Light, at the office of the sanctuary, sitting in the center position is one of the 4 legendary warriors. Renato, the head of the temple, suddenly hears a voice calling from outside. "My lord?" Renato looks up and asks indifferently, "What?" "Come in." Leah walks in, rushing to report, "My lord Renato, I have an urgent report regarding a faction that has appeared." "A faction that has appeared?" Renato asks calmly. "Are they remnants of the Demon King's soldiers?" Leah insists, "No, my lord. To be more precise, it's a group that is becoming very popular among the hunters. Renato, hearing this, immediately looks bored. What? Do I really need to be reported to just because some people gathered? I'm already busy enough. Please listen to me. This is a serious matter. Leah insists they belong to an anti-establishment faction, leaving Renato completely startled. What did you just say? They reject the traditional, strange food of Terra and declare that their own culinary culture is superior. Images of them eating and praising the food flash through his mind. So rich in flavor, I'll keep tasting it, frying it until it's perfectly crispy. These are dangerous terrorists, and they call themselves Shinto-funi. Shinto-funi is the belief that the human body and the land have a close connection to each other. In other words, you are what you eat. Renato asks, confused, Shinto-funi? That sounds familiar. Leah sweats, explaining briefly. Basically, it means people should eat food from their own homeland. It also includes the desire to eat delicious food at any cost. Stopping for a moment, he continues. Furthermore, just as they claimed, they are spreading unusual types of food from their own world. He can't help but be amazed. Even if they spread it, there should be a limit, right? The crops in this place are different from the food in their world. Leah clenches his fists and counters. No, my lord. They say they have already planted and harvested potatoes. Renato's eyes widen, and he trembles, shouting, potatoes? Potatoes are a dangerous item from Earth, hidden under the guise of an alternative food source. Alternative food is the type of food that you can eat in place of rice or wheat when there isn't enough food. And that thing only needs to be roasted to be delicious. And it's even tastier when it's processed into a dish. He concludes to himself, but even so, it still doesn't bring any benefits. Renato says seriously, it seems there is a chef from another world who is very good at farming, someone who has both ability and a great deal of determination. He replies awkwardly, it seems that is indeed the case, my lord. Adventurers and warriors from other worlds are passing around potatoes and other forbidden ingredients. Images of nobles sneaking around in the dark of night flash through Leah's mind. Furthermore, there are even signs that they have made their way into the hands of the nobility. There are rumors that some descendants of nobles have been attending these secret meetings. Even the nobles. He falls silent and sighs heavily. Renato pushes his hands against his chair and stands up. I can understand why they would do that. He puts his hands behind his back and looks out the window. The food of our sanctuary is currently terrible. He suddenly shouts in a panic. Wait, Lord Renato. Renato says sorrowfully, I know that those from other worlds are suffering because of the food. Memories of a young man holding his head, trembling and muttering, flood his mind. Kimchi, I want to eat kimchi. Renato smiles and lets out a breath. Back when I was still a warrior, there was a time I had to go find food ingredients from another world for a friend of mine. Leah says awkwardly. My lord, you shouldn't admit things like that. He suddenly slams his hand on the table. But only those from other worlds have the right to do that. Renato clenches his fist and heroically declares, the nobles of Terra are a different story. For the nobles, training through strange food has already become a requirement. And yet, they let the taste of the food cloud their eyes and neglect their duties. He shouts sternly, I will arrest the mastermind. Where are they? He bows his head respectfully and replies, because that place is their stronghold. Getting there isn't easy. Renato asks coldly, where is it? Leah sweats, furrows his brow, and stammers, it is in a place, elsewhere. Jo Seung-woo stretches and looks ahead with a happy mood. Standing in front of the secret realm, he mutters, that is the stronghold inside the Grand Labyrinth. Being inside the Grand Labyrinth is a rare phenomenon when portals connect to each other and have merged with the Terra Sanctuary and solidified. But to put it simply, it is a massive dungeon. The reason why it is so famous, because this is an endless dungeon. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become. The highest level humanity has ever reached is floor 1229, a record held by Jo Seung-woo's team, but even they couldn't reach the end of the labyrinth. Jo Seung-woo scratched his head in annoyance. How did this place end up like this? On the other side, a lady called out with a smile, come buy some butter-grilled potatoes. Another shop owner shouted, grilled goblin meat. We've got fresh, pan-seared goblin meat right here. The bubble tea shop across from them wasn't falling behind, trying to pull customers in. Hey, maybe you want some bubble tea? He broke into a sweat, looking at the noisy, bustling scene before him. What is going on here? This place is so different from what I remember. Jo Seung-woo wondered to himself. Should I try some? He walked up to a bubble tea stall and ordered, give me one bubble tea, please. The shop owner nodded enthusiastically. Coming right up. He handed Jo Seung-woo a large cup. "Here you go, sir." He immediately took a sip. Jo Seung-woo praised it in surprise. "Wow, this is actually pretty good." The owner grinned from ear to ear. "Right?" He looked at the drink and thought to himself, "On Earth, boba pearls are made from tapioca starch, but it's hard to find water chestnuts here." Jo Seung-woo was amazed to see the bright red pearls, so they used slime instead. He stirred the tea, asking out of curiosity, "Interesting, how did you come up with this?" The owner scratched his head and laughed. "Actually, it was quite difficult. The ingredients from monsters are all highly toxic." The owner snapped his fingers and continued, "But then, Chef Albert gave me some advice, so I tried using slime." Jo Seung-woo took another sip, wondering to himself, "Who is this Albert?" After that, he visited several other stalls nearby. He muttered under his breath, "I've been to the other food stalls, but here at the first floor food court." He crossed his arms, falling into deep thought, while looking at the food on the table. "This is mainly a merchant's approach." Jo Seung-woo smiled, picking up his bubble tea. "Even this bubble tea," he voiced his analysis. "Oh, Tae-shik, if he were a chef, he would use different methods, not slime. From what I know, you can make pearls from the plants of Terra, and the result would be even better than this." Jo Seung-woo smiled and let out a sigh. "But actually, using slime has its benefits. This way, you can mass-produce pearls, and anyone can do it. Feeding slimes and raising them is much easier than the technology needed to remove toxins from plants on Terra." He concluded succinctly. "In other words, it's good for business." Looking at the two appetizing plates on the table, he thought, "Oh, Tae-shik, the pan-seared goblin meat and the butter-grilled potatoes are the same. They boost the flavor by adding a sauce made from sugarcane." At the next table, people were chatting and happily sipping their food. That is exactly what the food on Terra is still missing. They only focus on one single flavor profile, and this business strategy seems to have succeeded. But growing and harvesting potatoes and sugarcane on Terra is a serious crime. The image of someone furiously sprinkling sugar, shouting, "Eat the sugar already," made him force a smile. These dishes are like a terrorist attack against the religions of Terra. Jo Seung-woo smiled faintly and glanced elsewhere. "I'm starting to get curious now," he thought with interest, opposing the culinary traditions of Terra and trying to create delicious food. Who is this Albert anyway? Inside the third floor of the Great Labyrinth, a panicked voice rang out. "Master Albert!" he shouted in a panic. "Master Albert!" Hearing the panicked call, Albert hurriedly put the stirring spoon into the pot. He wiped his hands while turning around to ask, "Why are you in such a rush?" He reported urgently, "There's a very suspicious person." Albert broke into a sweat, bowing his head low. "Is it finally time?" he asked. "Do they look like someone from the temple?" He wiped his sweat and replied, "No, not at all. He's been wandering around the stalls on floors 1, 2, and 3, trying the food." Albert breathed a sigh of relief. "Then it's probably not someone from the temple," Albert thought to himself. If they were from the temple, they would be clasping their hands in prayer if they saw these stalls. He asked, "So, what's so suspicious about this guy?" He quickly replied, "Well, it's like this," he stammered for a moment before finally saying, "He's insanely handsome." He started to explain. "Chef Albert, you said it yourself, didn't you?" He continued. "A handsome warrior is usually someone of high status, and we should be on high alert. A handsome warrior walking around this area and eating so much, isn't that suspicious, sir?" Albert muttered. "Well, I guess I did say that." He was secretly annoyed. "I can't believe I'm working with these idiots." Albert put his hand on his hood. "Forget it. I'll go meet him myself." From under the hood, his face was revealed. "Where is he?" "Albert is the leader of the Land of the Dead. Albert Bernstein." The screen showed a YouTube video. Albert Simo, a globally famous YouTuber with 50 million subscribers. He became famous thanks to the suddenly popular virtual game called Soul Reverse, cat raising. He creates interesting videos about trying street food and participating in projects to help struggling businesses, and so on. Pets, food, and games. He became very famous thanks to content that includes 3 major elements to attract viewers. And above all, the most special thing that draws in such a huge audience is Albert Simo's good looks. But his true identity is inside a dark room lit by a single torch. Looking at the person in front of him, Jo Seung-woo slowly said, "Real name, Yang Soon-ji. Nationality, South Korean. The face in the virtual game is one you built using someone else's portrait." He smiled with interest. "If this information gets out, it's going to cause a huge stir." On the second floor of the Great Labyrinth, Sun-ji trembled as he begged, "Please, just call me Albert Bernstein here." He hung his head low, smiling awkwardly. Taking a German fake name is pretty standard in this industry. Sounds professional, doesn't it? The messenger he saw earlier was Reinhardt. Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is that so? But personally, I like the name Sun-ji better. Sun-ji turned pale and broke into a sweat. Can you keep that a secret? He cursed to himself. Damn it, what is happening here? Sun-ji suddenly recalled. I only intended to take a look at that suspicious person's face, he asked. Is that the guy? He immediately answered. Yes, chef, that's him. Do you also think he's suspicious? Albert nodded in agreement. He is suspiciously handsome. He must definitely be a high-level warrior. As he was eating the grilled meat, his eyes happened to look toward a certain spot. Jo Seung-woo turned his head to look at the place where the two were hiding. The person over there is you, Albert sighed to himself, wondering how he'd been discovered so quickly. He smiled brightly and praised. I really love watching your YouTube channel, Albert. Just hearing your voice was enough to recognize you, he added. Susie frowned and cursed inwardly. What kind of obsessive fan can recognize me just by my voice from that far away? Seung-woo looked around excitedly. I was just strolling around the stalls, and I thought, this place might have been created by a businessman. He reminisced about the bustling scene as he spoke. But I never expected this to actually be your work, Shino. The vibe you brought when you created this street market is still here. He suddenly stopped and said, Hey, hold on. Susie pleaded dejectedly. I'm begging you. Can you please keep it a secret that I'm Shino? He explained desperately. There are too many people from Earth in this Terra. If someone discovers my real identity, goes back to Earth, and exposes me, my career is finished, Susie begged frantically. Seung-woo smiled and sighed, then looked away, feigning weakness. I ate too many sweets, so I'm feeling a bit unwell. He immediately pulled out a can of Coca-Cola. Here, have this. Seung-woo couldn't hide his astonishment. Looking at the can of Coca-Cola in his hand, he thought, oh my god, soda? This is definitely the rarest thing to find here in Terra. Susie bowed respectfully and begged. Once you drink it, please help me. He covered his mouth and sighed with ennui. I drink this so much that I'm tired of it. As soon as he finished, Seung-woo popped the tab of the Coke. He laughed loudly and waved his hand. I'm just kidding. I'll keep your secret, so calm down, he complained to himself. He said he was tired of soda, but he's still drinking it. Seung-woo raised a finger and said, I have an idea. It's pretty good. In front of the large wooden door, a cat suddenly appeared and bowed respectfully. Dear guests, meow, would you like to order now? It was a mobile waiter, Kitty the cat. He couldn't help but be surprised. It's quite rare to see so many Ailurus in other places, Susie calmly continued. Many of us used to be warriors, he continued. They are both hardworking and physically fit. They are the best workers. If it weren't for them, the business at the Great Labyrinth would have collapsed before it even started. Seung-woo nodded. I see. He smiled and asked, do you have any recommendations? Kitty the cat bowed and recommended. Recently, mushrooms have been in season. Seung-woo happily remembered. Oh, so it's mushroom season, huh? He laughed loudly and recounted. Back when I was a lower level, I almost got killed by a mushroom monster. It's so nostalgic, Susie retorted. Who reminisces about times like that? Seung-woo explained calmly. If it's already in the past, everything becomes a memory. Once you return, you'll understand. And back, he thought to himself. If you still keep my secret when I return, then maybe. He smiled happily and ordered. Then give me the grilled mushrooms. It replied immediately. Yes, sir. Susie asked curiously. So, what were you going to say earlier? He furrowed his brows gloomily. Are you planning to use my weakness to threaten me? Seung-woo's face suddenly turned sinister. That's exactly what I intended to do. Susie hurriedly bowed and offered a bag full of money. This is all the wealth I have. Please spare me. He sighed wearily and explained. I was just joking. Keep your money. Seung-woo sighed to himself. I can't even tell a joke without it going wrong. He clasped his hands together and said seriously, well then, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Seung-woo made an offer. I want to trade cooking ingredients with you. He asked back, bewildered. Cooking ingredients? He rested his chin on his hand and replied, that's right. I want to obtain cooking ingredients that originate from this place. Seung-woo thought to himself, actually, with my strength, it's a hassle to go hunting. In the labyrinth, for others, it's like I'm destroying the whole ecosystem. My hunting trips could cut off other people's livelihoods. So if possible, I should limit it. Of course, I can't expect to get the luxury ingredients found in the floors deeper than 800. But usually, those ingredients aren't even for sale. Just the common ingredients from floors 500 to 600 are enough. Seung-woo continued. If you provide the ingredients, I can help you get more benefits. Susie asked curiously. For example? He smiled and replied, preventing attacks from the temple. He calculated inwardly. It's true that we've made many enemies with the temple. Susie silently listed what they had done. Illegal harvesting of potatoes and sugarcane, producing and selling secret recipes, bribing nobles to manage basic capital. He pondered carefully. Even if the knights stormed in here, it wouldn't be surprising. If our veterans work together, we could win. But if we can avoid using force, this would be the best option. Susie asked himself a question. A cooperation offer like this in this situation? He frowned and asked, "Is this a trap?" Seung-woo exclaimed, "Huh?" Susie hesitated and explained, "I mean, it's so good that it can't possibly be true, right? Anyone with half a brain would never believe it, right?" He crossed his arms and looked away. "That's true." Seung-woo gave a cunning smile as he looked at him. "But you can't refuse this offer, can you?" Hearing that, Susie gritted his teeth in anger. He yelled angrily, "This is a threat." He laughed heartily and explained, "No, this is a partnership offer." A long time later, at the Temple of Light, Seung-woo scratched his head and laughed, recounting the story. "So, that's what happened." Renato was gloomy and annoyed. "It's been a long time since you came here, so I thought you had something to say," he shouted angrily and scolded. "But you just… what kind of blasphemy were you muttering?" Renato sat at his desk, shouting angrily. "Signing a peace treaty with them?" Jo Seung-woo scratched his head, helpless. Afterward, he waved his hand to reassure Renato. "Calm down. Once you hear my explanation, you'll understand." But Renato was still very angry and urged Jo Seung-woo. "Speak quickly," Seung-woo explained. "My point is, if in the current situation you use force, it will definitely lead to war. And whether it's the injured holy knights or the warriors and hunters of the labyrinth kingdom of Locker, Seok also has to take a hit of 7 damage. Isn't that what you're worried about?" Hearing this, Renato agrees and says that's true, but he still keeps a stern face, looking straight at Jo Seung-woo. He continues, "But that doesn't mean I can just let them do whatever they want." Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo steps in front of Renato and asks, "And the reason you can't do that is because of the nobles, right?" He slams his hand on the table and asserts, "Warriors come from another world, so you can just ignore them." He then confidently stares at Renato. He continues, "But the nobles are a different story." At this point, Renato still tries to argue back. "You know how it is. I heard they call themselves the indigenouses, but we're the same. They have their own philosophy, and we have our faith." Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo sighs in agreement. "You're not wrong, and that's why I'm proposing that we sign an agreement as representatives of both sides." Renato immediately frowns and replies, "I'd love to do that, but their leader refuses to step out of the Great Labyrinth." Jo Seung-woo laughs loudly and says, "You don't need to worry about that. Just say one word and that person will show up immediately." Hearing this, Renato lets out a helpless, "Huh." Right after that, Jo Seung-woo holds up one finger and mentions a name, Albert Simon. He continues, "Instead of Albert, you just need to call him Albert Simon, that's all." In a dense forest, negotiations between the indigenous side and the temple take place in a neutral zone. The indigenous side will stop selling the food they make to the nobles of Terra. The people in dark cloaks are signing the agreement. Renato sits opposite them, thinking seriously, hoping the temple will allow them to continue opening stalls and selling cooking ingredients, as long as everything only happens inside the labyrinth. Then, images of a long list appear, and although there are additional, trivial clauses like having a holy knight supervise every floor, or that hunters from Earth must learn about Terra's culinary culture, the final result is a mutually beneficial agreement. In a wooden house, there is a pot on a blazing fire. Jo Seung-woo puts the lid on and says to himself, "I'm so glad everything is settled." He continues sinisterly, "Thanks to that, I finally have some soybean paste." Having said that, he opens the lid. The pot releases steam, spreading the fragrant aroma of a pot of rice that has just been cooked, looking delicious. Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo clicks his tongue in approval. "Great, this is perfectly cooked. This is rice cooked with wild matsutake mushrooms provided by Albert." Suddenly, the door creaks open. Hwang Ji-hyun and Min both walk in. They smell the fragrance and ask in unison, "Is that scent from the matsutake mushrooms?" Jo Seung-woo greets them naturally. Hwang Ji-hyun and Min grab spoons and sit at the table, excited. Min praises, "It smells so good, Teacher Jun," while Hwang Ji-hyun's eyes light up as he says, "Rice cooked with perfectly ripe matsutake mushrooms, how wonderful." Seeing this, Jo Seung-woo says, "This isn't for you two, this is for the kids." Hearing this, the two of them freeze on the spot. Both ask in unison, "What did you say?" Jo Seung-woo carries 2 pots of rice out, helplessly explaining, "Sorry, But the belly part of the mushroom doesn't have any special effects. I'll cook another part for you too. This is specifically for the hunters. Hearing this, both Ji-hyun and Min's faces darken with fear. In their minds, they imagine the mushroom being divided into 3 parts: head, chest, and belly. Then Ji-hyun asks again with a trembling voice, "What do you mean by belly? It's not what I'm thinking, right?" Jo Seung-woo explains with a radiant smile, "Shouldn't you two be used to this by now? This dish is made from a type of mushroom-type monster, so it's still rice cooked with mushrooms, right?" Looking at the pot of rice, it seems to radiate a gloomy, terrifying aura. Min helplessly says, "I can tell just by looking that it won't taste like what we expected," even though Min really loves matsutake mushrooms. At this moment, an image of that monster appears. The small matsutake mushroom monster is only about 1 meter tall, but the big ones can reach 10 meters. Their body structure includes 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head similar to humans. Their way of fighting is also human-like. They even know how to box. They protect the cap-shaped part on their head, which is also their weak point. They move quickly with their short legs and put all their weight into their punches. Their strength is enough to blow away a troll, but their only source of energy is photosynthesis, so they cannot fight for long. Their limit is 10 minutes. After finishing a boxing match, the monster loses all its energy, sits down flat, exhausted, and drained. Therefore, even though mushroom pickers in Terra have to wait until they are exhausted, the taste of the matsutake mushroom monster is well worth the effort. At this time, the monsters will be stuffed together into a big bag. Of course, this is only true for the standards of the people in Terra. The head of the matsutake mushroom monster is extremely bitter. Their fists are very spicy and have a burning sensation in the mouth, while the legs are sour and pungent like vinegar. Hearing this, a voice suddenly interrupts. Wait a minute." Hwang Ji-hyun straightens up, his face distorted with excitement, hurriedly saying, "Let me tell you the truth. Do the kids even know what the taste of a matsutake mushroom is? Wouldn't the mushroom be grateful if it were eaten by someone who truly knows how to enjoy its flavor?" Jo Seung-woo hears this and raises a hand to his chin to think. That's true. Because of its taste, mushrooms are an ingredient that children might not like. Hearing this, Hwang Ji-hyun nods as if he's grasped the key point. But Jo Seung-woo smiles brightly like a flower, turns to the kitchen, and says, "All right, I have to go stir-fry beef and mushrooms together for the kids now. At least for the kids, they'll eat half of the dish because of the meat. There you go, enjoy your meal, you two." Hearing this, Hwang Ji-hyun and Min are startled to the point where their internal thoughts stutter. Wait, another stir-fried beef and mushroom dish? Looking at the gloomy pot of rice right in front of them, both are so afraid they can't speak. The two of them sink into helplessness. Inside, they think, "I'm so jealous of those kids." The next day, at that very same wooden house, a group of people in uniforms stands in front of the door and reads the sign. The sign details: Level 1 challenge, shiitake mushroom. Level 2, mushroom rice. Level 3, steamed mushrooms. If you complete all 3 stages, the reward will be yours. You can choose to enjoy one part of the mushroom for each level. Eating the head will make you smarter, eating the fist will make you stronger, eating the leg will make you healthier. After reading the content, someone exclaims, "Mushrooms, huh? This season seems much better than the last one, isn't it?" Another person immediately replies, "The last season was the worst, especially the day after when I had to use the bathroom. Thinking back, it's been a while since I've eaten mushrooms. There are still so many portals in the suburbs, so it's not safe to go mushroom picking yet." The map, with the red-marked zones, appeared in their minds. One person heard this and felt lucky. "That's great. I'll take this chance to eat my fill of mushrooms." Looking back at the 3 pieces of information at the bottom of the board, someone asked, "But it says here that eating different parts yields different effects. I wonder if that's true." The other replied, "I'm not sure either. Should I just eat the head part?" They were still debating whether to choose both the cooking method and the specific part to find the best way to pass the challenge. Without them realizing, Min was approaching from behind. Hwang Ji-hyun said to Min, "This challenge is much more complicated than the mushroom rice dish from before. Is the effect written on the board really reliable?" Min immediately replied, "Teacher Jun has no reason to lie." Hearing this, Hwang Ji-hyun pushed up his glasses and asked further, "Does it have addictive effects like a drug? There are temporary stat-boosting drugs that exist, right?" Min was instantly confident and answered seriously, "This is a dish cooked by Teacher Jun. It will definitely grant us permanent stat increases, and there are no addictive side effects." Seeing this, Hwang Ji-hyun let out a long sigh. All right. It seems we have to eat it ourselves to see the results and write a report." Just as everyone entered the restaurant, someone walked up. He smirked, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Did you hear that?" Nunga laughed loudly and said, "How intelligent! It's the perfect menu. Hyung. Walking behind, sighed in annoyance. "What do you mean, perfect?" Nonga turned around with a sinister look and said, "Don't you really know that intelligence?" Hearing this, Hyung was quite puzzled and didn't understand. The door opened, and Nunga walked in, calling out loudly, "Boss, I want a full serving of grilled mushroom heads." Hearing that, Jo Seung-woo turned and asked, "A full serving?" Nunga gestured with his hand and replied, "Ah, it's not for me to eat. I'm the top student at school. I'm going to give it to an idiot to eat." He was a member of the First Order who wanted to get such a high score on the midterm exam that he even neglected his duties. Just as he finished his sentence, Nyunga was hit squarely on the head by a sword hilt. Hyung, teeth gritted in anger, grabbed Nyunga by the collar and shouted, "Shut up, you Guan." A lump formed on Nyunga's head, steam rising from it. He held up both hands in surrender, saying, "But you will become smarter. This dish is perfect for you." Hearing this, Hyung became even angrier. He yelled, "Didn't I tell you to shut up?" Because in his bag was a test paper showing Jun's average midterm score. Hyung. It was the familiar restaurant, yet it always brought new and strange experiences. Then, the plate of food was gently placed on the table. Jo Seung-woo introduced it thoroughly. "This is the grilled mushroom fist dish you ordered." And so, a new challenge began. Level 1, Strange Dish Challenge. Grilled mushroom selected part, fist. Upon seeing it, one person spoke up, "But it just looks like regular grilled mushrooms to me." Another sniffed it and said, "It smells great, though." The young man picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of mushroom to see what it tasted like. He put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, felt it for a moment, and said, "It's spicy, but it's not bad. Plus, I feel like I'm overflowing with energy now." Hwang Ji-hyun found it strange and said, "Huh? Is this dish really that simple?" Min stroked his chin and replied, "The boss would never be that generous." Others said optimistically, "Yeah, maybe only this dish is normal, right?" Hwang Ji-hyun turned to Min and asked, "What do you think? Does it really have a stat-boosting effect?" He pondered for a long time before replying, "It does." Min observed the person eating and continued, "Mana is slowly flowing into every one of his muscles. The effect is definitely permanent. A normal dish that can increase stats? Teacher Jun is truly generous." Hwang Ji-hyun exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, these results are worth reporting to my superiors." Min looked contemplative again. Something felt slightly off. He remembered clearly that Teacher Jun usually let customers watch the cooking process, but today, he had brought the cooked dish out directly, as if he were deliberately hiding how it was made. Why? The documents clearly pointed to homeopathic therapy, eating animal eyes to heal eye pain and liver to heal liver issues. It's a pseudoscience healing system based on the principle of eating the part you want to heal. It doesn't only exist here. Terra also has a similar concept. Although they are similar, the homeopathic therapy on Terra is much more direct. For the people of Terra, eating the fist of a Matsutake mushroom monster also means they will gain the ability to throw powerful punches just like it. That is why hunters on both Earth and Terra have continued to study Matsutake mushroom monsters for generations. And finally, they succeeded in creating the grilled mushroom fist dish, and you just have to eat it to become stronger. Looking at the eye-catching plate of mushrooms in front of them, the only problem was the process. Cooking this dish was truly bizarre. In Jo Seung-woo's busy kitchen last night, he cut the mushrooms while saying, "Matsutake mushroom monsters are already very aggressive." Jo Seung-woo, despite working continuously, didn't forget to explain to the three of them so they would understand why they were aggressive. Eunhyung, Young-sik, and Nabi. They listened intently as he continued. "Even if we cut it into many pieces like this," the three of them looked at what he had just cut and it was squirming. So they shrieked. Jo Seung-woo explained, "The surprising thing is that they still twitch as if they're alive. It's a bit like sashimi." After that, Jo Seung-woo torched the surface of the mushrooms, and if you bring the mushroom fists near a heat source like this, the charred parts immediately start to react. Young-sik exclaimed in amazement, "They're fighting!" "Oh no." Jo Seung-woo quickly spoke up to reassure them. "It's fine. This is just how they cook." He looked at them and explained further. "The mushroom slices feel the heat and fight each other, and that's how they cook evenly." Nabi stroked his chin, commenting, "These mushrooms are really active." Hyung frowned, hesitant. "This is a bit." Jo Seung-woo gave a friendly smile. "Not really. It's just a cultural difference. It's like how foreigners are scared of live octopus dishes." He concluded, "So, It's best not to let others see the cooking process for this dish. At this very moment, facing Min's scrutinizing gaze, Jo Seung-woo felt nervous. He watched everyone eating happily, and thought to himself, finally, I've reduced their prejudice against monster-based ingredients. If I showed them the scene of the mushroom slices fighting, they would probably drop their chopsticks immediately. Thinking that, Jo Seung-woo felt even more smug inside. They had to eat different parts to overcome the challenge of eating exotic food, so he couldn't scare them too early. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. The three kids, Youngsik, Eunha, and Nabi, were playing happily together. After a while, inside the dining room, someone slammed their hand on the table with a loud thud. They covered their mouths and said miserably, "Enough! I can't eat any more." That person's face was pale too. "My mouth is full of the smell of mushrooms." Looking back at the bowl of food, they complained. "Rice cooked with mushroom caps is terrible." Someone else chimed in, "I think that dish is okay, but the mushroom stalks." Others looked over at the pitch-black mushroom dish and said, "I can't even bring myself to touch the steamed mushroom heads." A girl said in surprise, "Why are everyone's opinions so different about the mushroom parts?" The rest were also confused. In that case, a horrifying thought dawned on them. Do we have to eat all the parts? Several pairs of eyes turned towards Seo Eung-woo in resentment. I thought he was generous, but this is a trap. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Master." Min raised her hand to announce, "I've finished all 3 dishes." Seo Eung-woo smiled and gave a compliment. "Impressive." He thought to himself, I expected it, but she even exceeded all my expectations. This pine mushroom menu is a kind of code. Depending on the person eating and their condition that day, there would be an exact combination. The dishes themselves were quite normal, but as soon as you chose the wrong answer, it would become a dish with a truly horrific taste. Because they knew their body's mana and conditions very well, those with exploration abilities would have the advantage. They could guess which part of the mushroom would cause a rejection reaction. However, something surprised Seo Eung-woo. I didn't expect anyone to succeed this quickly. He looked at everyone's attitude, breathed a sigh of relief, and decided, all right then, maybe I'll continue cooking these mushroom dishes for a while, because even if they couldn't finish all the food this time, they would still gain benefits. Their stats had indeed increased, even if just a little. Isak wanted the hunters to get stronger, so they would surely feel satisfied. Thinking this, he started planning his next moves. The restaurant business was handled. So next, Seo Eung-woo ran outside, excitedly calling out, "Hey kids!" He smiled and asked the 3 of them, "Do you want to watch a movie together today?" They cheered happily. "Yay!" Seo Eung-woo thought happily. It's time to spend some time on my hobbies again. Time flew by, and a few days later, on the rooftop of a certain building, someone was trying their best to look down. I'm going crazy. Tiger admitted sadly that he really liked it when he was assigned the mission to protect Eunha and her president, he bitterly told himself. But now I'm back to working for the general manager. There are no easy missions. Everything was miserable. Especially this time, he didn't know when it would be over. Looking down at the line of cars below, his frustration grew. That damn truck driver. If I catch you, you're done for. Tiger kicked the wall a few times to vent. He suddenly thought to himself, I feel so stressed. Maybe I should go get a meal. Saying is doing. Tiger went straight to a place to fill his stomach. He wobbled into a seat and waited. Tiger said with sleepy eyes, "Long time no see." When he looked closely, he stiffened and shook. Tiger looked around, thinking he had stumbled into some kind of cult. Hooray for mushrooms. Mushrooms are the best. Hooray for mushroom caps. Long live mushrooms. Hearing those chants, Tiger felt extremely confused. What is this? A bunch of mushroom fanatics? A person excitedly shouted, "Mushroom caps are the best." He smiled with sparkling eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Have you tried the mushroom heads yet? Try it. Just try a little bit." Another person brought a piece of mushroom to their nose to sniff, sighing in delight. What about the fragrant smell of the mushroom stalks? Tiger frowned, silently judging. The atmosphere in the restaurant has been strange since the last time I came here. Suddenly something approached him. Youngsik handed a piece of paper to Tiger and politely said, "Here is the menu. Pu." He asked in surprise, "It can talk now?" Unexpectedly, it replied immediately, "Training. Pu." He stared in surprise. "Are you practicing talking?" Youngsik pointed at the candy wrapper, chirping excitedly, demanding a reward. Eunha smiled and explained, "If he does a good job, give him a piece of candy." TG finally understood, so that was the little guy's goal. After being rewarded with candy, Youngsik happily sat down to eat. Watching it, TG couldn't help but smile too. Delicious, right? After finishing, the little guy looked at him and said, Challenge, TG asked, confused. A challenge? Youngsik pointed to the challenge board. Grilled Mushroom Challenge. The board listed the title and detailed rules for the challenge, a notoriously difficult task. If you complete all 3 stages, the reward is yours. A maximum of 3 attempts. Mushroom Challenge for Level 1 Hunters. Grilled Mushroom. Level 2. Mushroom Rice. Level 3. Steamed Mushroom. You can choose to enjoy one part of the mushroom for each level. Eating the cap helps you become smarter. Eating the fist-shaped part makes you stronger. Eating the stem makes you healthier. Hero's Restaurant, TG. Hearing that, he felt a bit itchy. It had even learned some strange words. He decided to consider it for a moment, saying, "Let's see a mushroom challenge, huh? Sounds fun." I'm not surprised, though. He's the guy who completed the first season of the Strange Food Challenge. Seltaji calmly told Youngsik, "All right, I'll give it a try. I want to eat the fist-shaped mushroom for every level." It chirped eagerly. Got it. Seltaji sat still, waiting for his food to be served, looking at the person in the kitchen. He immediately recognized the fake master, Jo Seung-woo. Seltaji thought to himself, if I ask him for help, I could definitely complete this mission easily. But I can't. Seltaji quickly rejected that thought. Absolutely not. Asking him for help? That goes against the director's orders. Aladdin's magic lamp. The director had made such a comparison. It grants you 3 wishes, no matter what they are, but just like that, after fulfilling those 3 wishes, the genie disappears forever. The fake master Jo Seung-woo might grow tired of helping others, and we never know when. He might just vanish. Before long, a plate of food was placed in front of TG. Jo Seung-woo cheerfully introduced, "Here is the grilled fist mushroom you've been waiting for." TG tried to shake off his thoughts. I shouldn't ask him for help with such a trivial matter. He picked up his chopsticks, thinking, first, I should focus on the mushroom challenge right in front of me. TG took the challenge seriously. A moment later, he winced, foaming at the mouth in agony, accepting the result. TG, Mushroom Challenge Level 3, Steamed Mushroom. Failed. Jo Seung-woo walked over, concerned, and asked, "How is it?" He shook his head. "I don't get it." Seltaji's face darkened, admitting, the first 2 dishes weren't that hard to eat. But, looking at the horrifying dish in front of him, he said miserably, "Why is this steamed mushroom so impossible to swallow, even though there are only a few pieces?" Seltaji recalled his experience. The moment he tried the first bite, he immediately knew why no one had completed this challenge. But the thing is, when I ate the second bite, I was genuinely afraid I was going to die right here. Seung-woo looked quite calm and said, "Fear isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, if you can feel it, it means you're a true hunter." TG. He smiled and replied, "During training, I heard that a lot." Back then, he had heard the saying, "Only when you accept your fear and face it head-on will the path to victory open up." TG thought to himself, I know that, but it's not easy at all. Seung-woo smiled to reassure him. That's enough. He encouraged the person in front of him. You will complete what you need to do smoothly. Seltaji stared at him in silence, as if realizing something. He truly, Seltaji, was genuinely surprised by this. He knew about his mission. What should I do? Should I just risk it and ask him for help, just this once? No. What am I thinking? I have to solve this problem myself. After a long internal struggle, TG thought, that's enough. I should leave before I do something stupid. He stood up, bowed, and said, "Thank you for the meal." Jo Seung-woo breathed a sigh of relief as if he understood everything. He quickly called TG back. "Wait, here's a gift for you." He turned back, surprised. "Huh?" Jo Seung-woo smiled and handed over a pair of gloves. "This gift is from Unha. The weather has been a bit cold lately, don't you think?" Seltaji was so moved he almost burst into tears. "Una." Jo Seung-woo looked at him and added, "Oh, right. Also, he reached out a small bag. This is from me." Jo Seung-woo grinned. "If you carry it with you, it will be helpful for you." Seltaji hurriedly replied politely, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely remember to carry it." With that done, he stood up and left the restaurant. TG cheered himself on. Hopefully, the mission will make some progress today. As he said that, the ground where he was standing suddenly vanished, leaving only a streak of light. TG quickly flew up, determinedly vowing, "Then, no one else will become a victim of the truck." Peace didn't last long. One day, a horror story began to spread throughout the city. It mostly happened in the central area, and the victims were always healthy men. It would charge out suddenly, attack its prey, and leave without a trace. And little by little, people started calling this mysterious phenomenon Truck-kun. It was also at this moment, in an area called Zone A, near the center, that Andrew sat in his truck, trying to calm himself. Just 2 more times, he muttered to himself, exhausted. Just need to send those 2 to Terra, and my job is done. Truck-kun driver. Andrew blinked, then pondered. 15 years is too long. Once I finish what I'm required to do and go back home, even a low-level priest like me could be recognized for my contributions to the kingdom and promoted to the highest-ranking priest. The warriors I send over there are all very talented. Maybe I can become one of the 3 ruling priests. Then why does everyone wonder why I don't just start working and keep hanging around here? Andrew felt incredibly frustrated. That's because today, I can't concentrate at all. I want to go home. Andrew wept bitterly, thinking, why am I suddenly so homesick? Mom, I miss home so much. I haven't been like this for a long time. From the driver's seat, he suddenly felt as if he could smell the scent of his hometown, the scent of home. Just as he thought of that, the truck Andrew was driving was suddenly lifted into the air. Behind it, TG angrily grabbed a part of the vehicle. It was TG's ability. With immense strength, he gritted his teeth and growled. Finally caught you, you jerk. He was absolutely determined. I can't let him get away. He used all his might to grab the vehicle, hoisted it up high, and slammed it down into the river, watching the water splash wildly. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away his sweat. Rapid footsteps approached, accompanied by a bewildered voice. Oh my God, Andrew said in a tone of regret. Even if it was an old model. Then, unable to hide his frustration, he added, it was still running perfectly. How awful. Tay frowned and challenged him. Do you really have the energy to worry about your truck right now? Andrew shrugged and replied calmly. I can ditch it and run whenever I want, you know. Taiji gritted his teeth in annoyance and muttered, nonsense. He reached back, flicked a switch on his belt, and Taiji transformed, entering combat-ready mode. You won't get away this time, you hit-and-run freak. Andrew smirked and scoffed. You're being way too harsh. I'm just doing the job I was assigned. He looked at the person in front of him and thought, I've had this feeling someone was following me for days now, so it was him? That familiar scent of home actually makes me homesick. It's also because of what you're carrying, Andrew said bluntly to Tay. Not to mention that high-quality armor, you really came prepared, didn't you? If you're truly determined to get in my way, I have no other choice. He stripped off his shirt and tied it around his waist to keep it out of the way. Tay frowned in surprise. No way could it be? Andrew stood bare-chested, revealing a twisted tattoo with a long cross in the center of his chest. Tay blurted out, Museum? Andrew replied instantly without hesitation. That's right, you seem pretty confident in close-quarters combat. But he said with a challenging tone, I'll make you regret standing against me. This formidable opponent was a museum, a monk, a class specializing in melee combat using power borrowed from the gods. How could people who have spent their entire lives training so hard, with divine power carved deep into their bodies, be so weak? They must have prepared thoroughly. This individual possessed a wide array of abilities, including sacred healing spells and martial arts buffs forged through hundreds of battles. This was the most anticipated moment, a melee battle between 2 weapons. That was exactly what the museum was most confident in. Without a word, they both lunged in, trading blows furiously. Tay unleashed a heavy strike toward his opponent, but Andrew dodged with ease and countered almost everything. His hand moved like lightning, lunging straight toward Taeshik. Taeshik could see the terrifying speed of that punch, but in the end, he had no choice but to take the hit head-on, unable to dodge it. Andrew narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent's condition. Taeshik had been knocked back several meters and let out a grunt. He panted heavily, trying to catch his breath. Andrew was surprised, and a mix of irritation crept in. Damn it, you're persistent, aren't you? After that battle, Taeshik realized how incredibly strong Andrew was. If it weren't for this armor, he would have been taken out long ago. I'm only holding on because of the gear, how embarrassing. Taeshik tried not to give up. After all, if he could just stall for a little more time. Andrew glanced at Taeshik and thought to himself, is he waiting for reinforcements? He began to feel annoyed. What a hassle. I thought he was just some musclehead, but turns out, he's actually capable. He's got superhuman strength. Andrew clearly remembered how Taeshik had lifted that truck with his bare hands. Andrew's expression shifted as he thought about those previous blows. He clenched his fist, frustratedly concluding, everything is thanks to that ability of his. Returning to the present, Andrew made up his mind. Fine, whatever. I don't have time to waste. I'm going to finish him off with one blow. Taeshik watched his opponent in surprise as Andrew started muttering to himself, Great Goddess Gaia. Andrew's body began to glow as he continued, Please forgive this sinner who is about to break a taboo. Taeshik frowned in fear. What is that? He's about to unleash a massive technique. I need to hide, now, but his body wouldn't move. Seeing Andrew look so terrifying, Taeshik inexplicably remembered the sensation of eating that steamed mushroom dish. The memory of those mushrooms flashed through his mind again. In such a critical situation, Andrew went berserk, lunging toward Taeshik and shouting, "This is the end," he unleashed. A flurry of attacks. Forbidden skill. Goddess's Wrath activated. A notification appeared. Target has been inflicted with fear status. Target's defense broken. Target's recovery effect reduced. Taeshik stared daggers at him, his heart refusing to submit even after such a long fight. The scene returned to its former peace. Taeshik lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted and in a sorry state. Andrew straightened his clothes, frustratedly muttering, "I wasted way too much holy power." Taeshik, lying there, thought, "I need to get out of here quickly." Just then, someone cautiously approached Taeshik. He hesitated before calling out to the figure lying on the ground. "Hey, down there?" Jun Eun-hyung scratched his head sheepishly. "I've been watching for about 10 seconds, but I didn't know who you were, so I didn't interfere. I think I saw your face at a restaurant, though." With that, he introduced himself. "I'm Jun Eun-hyung from Isak's Special Task Force 1. Wait, you're?" It was late, and the area was becoming deserted. Eun-hyung and Myung-ah stared intently at the young man, lying motionless. Eun-hyung pulled an ID card from Taeshik's pocket and said in surprise, "A bodyguard from Demium?" He read the card and said, "His name is Sel Taeshik?" Myung-ah had arrived late, but she quickly grasped the situation. At least his identity was confirmed. Recalling what had just happened, Eun-hyung continued, "In that case, we need to find out why he was fighting that guy." Looking at the unconscious man, he sighed. "Looks like we have to wait." Time passed, and Eun-hyung started feeling restless. "Should I have stepped in sooner?" Myung-ah spoke up, reminding him, "If you want to chase after him, it won't be easy. He's extremely fast." Taeshik, lying there, suddenly stirred at those words. The two watched him in surprise, waiting to see what would happen. Taeshik pulled something out of his inner jacket pocket. Eun-hyung's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Could it be?" Seeing what Taeshik pulled out, he cheered excitedly. "You tagged him with a tracker? That's smart." He remembered back to the battle. When Taeshik faced Andrew's forbidden skill, he had frozen up due to the sheer power of the divine technique. Forbidden skill, Goddess's Wrath. Target feels fear. Target's defense has been pierced. Target's recovery skill has been reduced. But in that very moment, the shock of thinking about those steamed mushrooms had caused the fear of the divine power weighing down on Taeshik to vanish completely. After the initial moment of panic, once he calmed down, Taeshik analyzed the situation coolly. Taeshik calculated everything carefully. He judged that evasion was impossible, let alone winning. So, he made his choice. During the intense fight with Andrew, instead of defending uselessly, Taeshik had made a smarter move. He chose to plant something on him as a last resort. At that same moment, on a deserted road, Andrew was running for his life, hoping to get away clean, unaware that on his person, he had been silently tagged with a tracking device, a tiny GPS tracker. A red dot appeared clearly on the phone screen, marking the path he was on. "Got a signal." Myung-ah handed the device to Eun-hyung, saying, "Now we just use this to find him." Eun-hyung replied with a confident tone, "Awesome. With this, we'll catch him in no time." Once that was settled, Eun-hyung turned to Taeshik and praised him. "You did great, man. Leave the rest to us." Hearing this, Taeshik could finally close his eyes and rest, or so he thought. But the next sentence made him snap awake. "Right. You said you threw the first punch, didn't you? Depending on the situation, I think you should hire a lawyer after we catch him." Before leaving, Myung-ah tossed Eun-hyung something. "Take this too." She turned back and smiled appreciatively. "Thanks." After fully gearing up, Eun-hyung turned back and declared firmly, "All right, let's get going, shall we?" Eun-hyung was none other than the fastest swordsman in the Ah-hyung region. Jun Eun-hyung was now in pursuit. At the highest floor of a movie theater, someone was standing leisurely, observing it all. He smiled and popped some popcorn into his mouth. "Andrew, you won't be able to run anymore. There must be a reason why forbidden skills are forbidden. It definitely consumes a lot of holy power. Considering the citizens' faith in the gods and Terra, that move can probably only be used once a day." Recalling the image of Andrew, Sogu analyzed the situation. Not to mention, he was exhausted after fighting Taeshik. In this state, he can't beat Jun Eun-hyung. Sooner or later, he'll be caught. Seogu whispered to himself, "Since I came back, I've considered this 100 times. The smile on his lips deepened. About killing someone with my own hands. Andrew, a grudge that Jo Seung-woo can never forget. I still vividly remember the day you pushed me to Terra 45 years ago. It's etched into my memory forever. With that malicious grin, you watched me from behind the steering wheel for all those 4 years on Terra. I lost count of how many times I thought about killing that bastard in my head. When I finally found him after returning, I was so proud of myself for not killing him on the spot. In these decisive moments, Jo Seung-woo is calmer than ever. He holds enough information in his hands that he has committed countless traffic-related crimes and is a criminal who forced hundreds of people from Earth to Terra. But the reason why I didn't finish you off myself is because, as he thought this, he began to feel immense rage. The ones who ordered you are the gods of Terra. The important thing for Jo Seung-woo is that the people of this world will punish him while he must deal with those behind this conspiracy. A giant vortex appeared in front of him. Radiating light, Jo Seung-woo calmly stepped inside and said, "Prepare yourselves, you damn gods." As soon as he stepped inside, the dazzling light of the Divine Palace struck his eyes. This is known as the Divine Palace of the gods on Terra, except for Poseidon, the ruler of the seas. Another equally majestic god, Hades, who rules the underworld, was there. Jo Seung-woo exclaimed in awe, "All the gods reside here." He stood high up, looking down on everything. "In the end, I've come back here again." Actually, when he first walked through the gate, Jo Seung-woo didn't think so. "I thought I was overreacting, but now that I'm here, the memories of the time they tortured me when I was still a warrior come flooding back. The insults, the belittling, the betrayals, the deceit, and the collusion." He clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. The more he thought, the more furious he became. I can't let this slide. Today, I'll show them." Inside the Divine Palace, Zeus sat on his throne, resting his chin on his hand, while Athena stood obediently below. Seeing who had just appeared, the two of them widened their eyes in shock. "You are, could it be warrior? You Jo Seung-woo. How did you Jo Seung-woo?" Walked in with a commanding style. "If you're asking, are you guys still doing well? I have something to discuss with you all." One person flew into a rage and stood up immediately. He rushed straight at Jo Seung-woo, shouting, "You bastard! You, how dare you break in here, huh?" This man was the former war god, Ares. As if that wasn't enough, he unleashed a tirade. "A pathetic warrior like you dares to use those dirty feet of yours to step into the residence of the gods?" Hearing his words, Jo Seung-woo just smiled dismissively. He replied boldly, "That's right. I knew at least one of you would welcome me like this." Ares was puzzled. "What?" Jo Seung-woo tightened his grip on the scroll in his hand and continued, "Thanks. Now I don't have to beat around the bush anymore." His face darkened, and he smiled kindly at them. "First of all, I'm going to beat the hell out of you guys." Updating the current situation. A few days after Jo Seung-woo's visit to Olympus, those in the Divine Palace were reluctantly forced to gather for an emergency meeting to plan their response. Everyone looked exhausted. This woman also let out a heavy sigh. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, spoke up. "Everyone already knows what Jo Seung-woo's ultimatum is, right? The content of the ultimatum is that all 31 warrior transport trucks currently operating on Earth must be recalled by the end of today." As soon as she finished, Ares slammed the table. "That's absolute nonsense," he shouted angrily. "Just because of a threat from a lowly warrior, are we supposed to concede?" Former war god Ares, Athena glanced away contemptuously and said, "The words of a fool who has lost his divine power aren't worth listening to." Ares growled back, "What did you just say?" Words were followed by action. He received a full punch from Athena. "I said you should go treat that bruised eye you got from being beaten by that warrior." A man held his head helplessly and said, "That's enough. Ares, do you really want to cause trouble even at a time like this?" This was the supreme god, the sky god, Zeus. He turned to Athena. "Athena, calculate how much divine power we will lose this time." She nodded in agreement. "Yes." Athena began her analysis. "O Tashik, a warrior from Earth, is brave and stronger than other warriors. So, to compensate for this loss, we must bring in 3 times the amount of warriors we lost from elsewhere." Zeus was surprised and exclaimed, "3 times?" Athena spoke softly. "Yes, fortunately, it's still doable. I have found a place that can provide warriors for us. But what about you Jo Seung-woo's second condition? If they want to return, let the warriors currently operating here go back to Earth. We haven't prepared for that yet. I knew this would happen and advised not to use those trucks anymore, but someone refused, and that person is cowering right here, the one who refused." Athena analyzed the situation for Zeus to understand. "All the warriors from Earth will want to return. Who would want to stay here? We will have to open a portal to send them back." But The amount of divine power required to open the portal will be immense. She slammed the table and stood up decisively. Therefore, we need to take this opportunity to reform the religion on Terra and stabilize the source of divine power. Athena cast her gaze towards someone who had been trembling for a while now and spoke. Also, isn't it time? We implemented the generational changes for Gaia that we have been putting off for so long. The girl Athena was referring to was the mother goddess Gaia, real name, the flower goddess Flora. To explain simply, divine power is like the currency of the gods. The method of providing divine power is very simple. Human faith becomes divine power. And the god, whom most people on Terra believe in a person no one else can replace, is the mother goddess Gaia. It was no big deal, but the problem was that Gaia had died a long time ago. So, to collect the divine power that was going to waste, they had Flora impersonate the mother goddess. Zeus heard this and spoke up. There's no way we can decide that easily. If we want to change the religion, it will take many years to complete. Talk about something we can do right now. Athena reluctantly bowed her head and replied, yes. She couldn't help but press further. So, what are you going to do about the thing he took? Zeus was backed into a corner and said miserably, oh my god, why did he have to take that? Athena shouted angrily. What were you thinking when you promised to give that to him? Zeus replied wearily. I'm about to go insane here. Just stop it. At the place where Jo Seung-woo was temporarily staying, he held the bottle in his hands, eyes wide with admiration. I never expected to bring back something this precious. They call this the nectar of the gods. This nectar is a wine brewed from honey harvested from the world tree. It's a 6-star beverage. Just by drinking it, you gain power. When paired with godly food, also known as the food of the gods, they tried to keep it all for themselves. Jo Seung-woo, amused by his achievement, happily said to himself, I'm so lucky. I only meant to scare them a little, but I never thought someone would actually try to run off with it in that situation. Actually, it's thanks to him that I even noticed it. That guy was none other than Hermes, the messenger of the gods. He whispered to himself, well, anyway, Rot promised to give me some nectar as a reward once, but back then, he tricked me, saying, I wanted to give it to you, but we definitely ran out. That old man, he said, frustrated. He shook his head, unable to say anything more. Just then, Jo Seung-woo stared at the nectar swirling in his glass and thought, should I try a sip? Unable to wait any longer, he downed it in one go. As soon as it hit his tongue, Jo Seung-woo's eyes widened in surprise. The sweetness quickly melted in his mouth, making him exclaim, it tasted just like honey. As far as he knew, honey wine came in 3 levels, not sweet, slightly sweet, and sweet. But for this specific wine, he thought there needed to be a 4th level. Jo Seung-woo was briefly stunned as a strange sensation surged through him. Not to mention that, Jo Seung-woo looked at his palms and marveled. I can feel my vitality increasing throughout my entire body, he thought carefully. If it has this effect even on someone who has reached the level of a god, then Jo Seung-woo silently whispered to himself, I can't let anyone else drink this. If an ordinary person drank this mana-infused liquid, their body wouldn't be able to handle it and would explode. It's the kind of food that can turn a person into a god, but to consume it, you need to possess a god's body. What a paradox. He raised the glass and sipped it again. It's a shame, but only I can drink this. His face slowly flushed red from the intoxicating drink. It's so good, I'll just have one more glass. Meanwhile, Min was walking along leisurely. He muttered to himself, got off work early today. Now I can enjoy a dinner cooked by Li Wu. Suddenly, Min stopped when he saw the door closed tight in front of him. Looking at the sign hanging outside, he grew annoyed. The restaurant is closed, but the lights inside are still on. Min boldly pushed the door open to see what was going on. He called out, sorry to bother you, Li Wu. The moment he saw Min, Jo Seung-woo cheered up. He held his wine glass, his voice sounding sweet as he called out, oh, Min, the most handsome hunter in the whole area. Min's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, Li Wu, are you drunk? Jo Seung-woo, his face as red as a tomato, confidently replied, I'm not drunk at all. I'm perfectly sober. See? Min was left speechless. He really was drunk. Outside the restaurant, the sky had turned to night. Young-sik, stomach full, finally said, I can't eat anymore. PPU and Unha were also beginning to worry. What's wrong? Uncle Jo Seung-woo isn't acting like himself at all. Just then, a low voice spoke up. Don't take it the wrong way, Unha. Hyukjin was kidnapped a second time. He spoke with the utmost calm. Simply put, this is just how he acts when he's nuisant. Tipsy. Hyukjin sighed deeply, looking truly pathetic. He lamented his current situation. This is terrible. Chairman Isaac was kidnapped in the blink of an eye. The headquarters must be in chaos right now. Just then, Hyuk-jin was tapped on the back. Jo Seung-woo spoke up. A father should be by his child's side. He fell silent, appearing deep in thought for a long time. Even Unha glanced curiously at Hyuk-jin. After pondering for a while, he sighed. Forget it. I'll just treat this like a vacation. With that, the Appa turned and called, Unha, come sit by your uncle. Let's talk. The little girl quickly replied, yes. At the same time, beneath the cool water, bubbles were rising. Nabi was busy working, thinking, this pond is so strange, the water keeps sparkling, and the fish all look so confused. She sighed heavily, complaining. One person causes trouble, and others have to clean it up. Several hours had passed, but the conversation inside the restaurant was still ongoing. The kitchen table was cluttered with knives, cutting boards, and uncleaned food. Jo Seung-woo spoke philosophically. Good wine isn't that important. By now, the table was spread with an array of tempting dishes. Jo Seung-woo continued. But the side dishes have to be good too, he curiously asked Min. Even if this is food from Terra, don't you think that makes sense? Min hesitated and replied, you're right, but Min pointed at the long table full of food and asked nervously, isn't eating all of this with alcohol a bit too much? Hearing this, he urged him, it's fine. Just eat plenty. Why are you so skinny when I've cooked so much good food for you? Min retorted immediately. Lee Woo, I've already gained a lot of weight. Jo Seung-woo smiled, shaking his finger constantly. Not enough. Martial arts requires you to follow weight classes. You need to at least reach the weight class of a T. G. Min broke into a sweat. Compared to a T. G. Anyone is a shrimp. Jo Seung-woo pushed a plate of food in front of him. Forget it. Stop talking and start eating. Min had no choice but to accept. Yes, sir. Inside, Min was terrified. Lee Woo. No one can stop him right now. He braced himself and picked up a piece of meat to taste. First things first, he had to go along with it. As soon as he put it in his mouth, Min was stunned by how good it was. The sweet and sour sauce surprisingly went well with the fried pork cutlet. He glanced at the pizza nearby, thinking, now that I look, the other dishes are all strange combinations too. Chocolate pizza? Next to that was a sparkling plate of corn and cheese jelly candy. Another dish looked just as tempting. Min had faith. Anyway, Lee Woo cooked it, so it must be good. Beef wrapped in fried onions. Korean beef intestine hot pot, he muttered to himself, his face turning pale. The calorie count must be absolutely astronomical. Min thought of a face and shuddered. Eating food just to gain weight? Someone would go crazy if they saw this. After sitting and eating for a while, Jo Seung-woo spoke up. I'm so thirsty. He casually grabbed a jar nearby. Min's eyes widened in horror. Lee Woo. What is that? Jo Seung-woo finished drinking and exhaled a literal blast of fire, replying calmly, This is fire wine, the kind dwarves drink. The alcohol content is quite high. Min asked in surprise, Isn't that just wine? Why is fire coming out of your mouth? He started talking nonsense. If you aren't drunk, it's just tap water. No matter how much you drink of this, you won't get drunk. Min screamed in his heart. You are so drunk. He gritted his teeth and told himself, No, I have to hold it in. Min knew the person in front of him too well. Telling a drunk person they are drunk will have the opposite effect. They might argue they aren't drunk. And the one who is drunk is Lee Woo. No one knows what might happen. After drinking to his heart's content, Jo Seung-woo tossed the bottle behind him and asked, By the way, have you been having any trouble with your hunter work lately? Min rubbed his chin, thinking seriously. Trouble, you say? He replied honestly. Most of the missions are being handled by the metal heroes anyway, so our workload has decreased significantly. We're using the extra time to train. Jo Seung-woo praised him, amazed. Training on your own? That's great, Min enthusiastically continued. Because of that, I've been sparring a lot lately. Fighting people is definitely different from fighting monsters. Monsters don't defend themselves because they rely on their innate physical attributes, so it's easy to exploit their weaknesses. But everyone has a different style of defense, so it's not easy to find their weak points. And since my moves rely mostly on throwing knives and shooting, I've had trouble because they keep blocking all my attacks. Jo Seung-woo coughed a few times, then put on a serious face. Using guns and knives isn't easy. He advised him sincerely. Then you should just throw and shoot in a way they can't block. Min asked him curiously. What? How? Jo Seung-woo. Not keeping him in suspense, he reached across. Before long, Jo Seung-woo brought back a new item and introduced it. This is a harpe. If you throw this, the opponent won't be able to block it. Legend has it that if you're hit by this, your neck will be severed. Min looked at the shining object in front of him, terrified. Is this? He recognized it immediately. Isn't this the sword Perseus used to behead Medusa in mythology? Jo Seung-woo nodded. That's right, it's that very sword. Min finally understood. This was a divine artifact. He also realized that, even after us, Isak only possessed 2 divine artifacts, yet a weapon of such value was right in front of him. Jo Seung-woo bluntly shoved it into Min's hand. Just take it. He held it in his hand. So shocked, he turned pale. Min reflexively refused immediately. I can't accept this. Jo Seung-woo asked in surprise. Huh? Is the Harpe too weak? Alright, what about the Dragon Soul Sword Ram? I also have Durandal. Before he could finish, Min stopped him. No. I'm fine. He struggled intensely within himself. Honestly, this was a weapon he really wanted. It would be a lie to say he didn't want it. But Min still leaned towards his reason. If I take this, I won't be able to face Mr. Jo Seung-woo when he's sober. Jo Seung-woo pushed for a bit, then reluctantly said, Oh, I see, so I've already given it to you. Then, he replied dejectedly. Yes. Inside, Min secretly rejoiced. Past that hurdle, he thought. Jo Seung-woo forced a laugh and said, I'm fine. All right, I like honest people like you. But are you sure? Min tried to keep his voice calm. I'm sure. In his heart, he thought, Mr. Jo Seung-woo's drunken habits are truly like a nightmare. A stormy night finally passed. The next morning, the sunlight hit Jo Seung-woo, making him squint. He sat up with difficulty. Oh, my head, huh? Realizing he was lying on the roof, he was even more confused. Why am I sleeping here? Jo Seung-woo chuckled to himself, thinking, is this what they call temporary memory loss? Regaining his senses, Jo Seung-woo remembered. Right. It was the nectar. It made me drink until I blacked out. If anyone else drank this, they could go crazy or die on the spot. Jo Seung-woo was glad he was still sitting here, alive and well. Furthermore, a sense of happiness flickered within him. His stomach was aching dully and empty. It's been a long time since I felt pain like a human. Jo Seung-woo sighed, thinking, this feeling is such a luxury. He lay back down, comfortably saying, all right, why not bask in the sun and enjoy this feeling? In contrast to the airy, sunny roof above, in the restaurant kitchen, it was now a battlefield. Outside the dining table, the 8 leftover plates from yesterday were laid out. Poor Min had fainted here after being forced to stay by Jo Seung-woo. Nabi walked into the restaurant and froze at the sight before her. She was furious, yelling, this is an emergency situation. 10 minutes until the restaurant opens. Actually, it was fine. Nabi smiled wickedly. Right after that, she pulled out her tools, a mop and a vacuum cleaner. Nabi's eyes glowed. She was full of energy. The spirit of Arures is burning. Here I come. Immediately after, Nabi started working. First, she carried the stack of 8 plates on the table to wash them. Then, Nabi grabbed a duster and dusted every corner of the room. Then she ran on all 4s and grabbed the mop to clean the floor. Nabi was full of vitality, striving to clear the battlefield in the room. Very quickly, a moment later, the whole room had become shiny and clean as new. Nabi collapsed on the table, tiredly complaining, I'm finally done cleaning. Now I have to prepare breakfast too. She sighed. Then Nabi muttered again, I have a feeling today might be a lazy day for the boss. Truly so. Jo Seung-woo was currently lying comfortably on the roof. Nabi looked out the store window and whispered, but there will be customers, so I have to do it. Should I show off my skills? Today's chef, Nabi. The sky above was still as clear as ever. The weather at the store today was very pleasant. Inside the bar, 4 people were sitting there chatting happily. Today, the store was hosting 2 special guests. Chairman Demium, Chairman Isabex, So-hyung, and Hyuk-jin. They were a married couple, and with them was Eun-ha. Sleepy after staying up late talking all night, Min had woken up, but his face was still very pale. He thought to himself, why am I here? Right after that, as he looked up, Min made eye contact with Hyuk-jin, making him jump slightly. Both hurriedly looked away, thinking, how awkward. At this moment, Min was silently recalling a meal with the chairman and his family. I had indigestion. Hyuk-jin was just as awkward, thinking, being invited to eat with a hunter, Min looks just as awkward as I do. Then suddenly, Hyuk-jin looked up at the kitchen and saw Nabi full of vitality, cooking. She seemed to be very enjoying the dish she was making on the stove. Hyuk-jin looked at Nabi and said, there's even a cat that can cook here. I feel like I'm at home. So-hyung heard this and also smiled, answering, it's nice for the whole family to go out to eat together, right? Hyuk-jin replied happily, yes, it's been a long time since we went out to eat. So-hyung said with a bit of regret, if only Grandpa were here too, that would be good. Only Min was sitting at the end, head down, thinking painfully, if only I weren't here, that would be good. Why am I here? Nabi looked at her two guests and asked with a smile, "You two use honorifics with each other, even though you're married?" Hearing that, Hyuk-jin replied, "It's become a habit. We've used honorifics since we started dating," Nabi exclaimed. "So that's how it is. Being able to use honorifics so naturally, it's all thanks to you two." At that moment, So-hyung leaned in with a smile, saying to Nabi, "Thanks to you, we were able to enjoy this time together like a real family. Thank you." Hearing that, he just chuckled. "I never expected to be thanked by someone after being this drunk." So-hyung laughed happily as well. "You should invite us again sometime, okay?" Nabi scratched his head bashfully and replied, "Sure, haha." But he worriedly thought, "That's going to be tough, given how chaotic I've been." Just then, Hyuk-jin and Min locked eyes once more. Both were instinctively startled. Finally, Hyuk-jin was the first to break the silence. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I think you've endured a lot because of me." Hearing this, Min scratched his head and replied, "I can't say I haven't." Right after, Hyuk-jin reached into a spatial pocket and told Min, "I intend to make it up to you. This is called harpe. It's the sword Perseus used to behead Medusa. It should suit your fighting style." The very next second, he pulled out a sickle-shaped sword right in front of Min, leaving him completely stunned. Min hurriedly shouted, "Sir, wait!" Hyuk-jin looked up, surprised. Min's face turned pale as he asked, "Sir, are you still drunk?" Hyuk-jin quickly replied, "I'm not, I swear. I just thought this would fit your fighting style." Hearing that, Min trembled even more, terrified. He thought, "Sir, if you bring that thing out here." Hyuk-jin's expression darkened, as if he were silently pressuring him. "Take it. Just take it. Take it already." Min broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "I knew it would end up like this. If I take that thing, I'm definitely going to be worked like a dog." I heard the top-ranked guild hasn't had a vacation in 4 years, but seeing Hyuk-jin's intense, forced expression, "Take it. Grab it before I change my mind. Just take it," Min cried internally. "There's no way out." Eventually, he reached out and took the hilt. Holding the sword, Min painfully said, "Thank you, sir. I will use it with great care." Hyuk-jin replied happily, "Of course you will." With Min having accepted the divine weapon, harpe, Hyuk-jin sat back in his seat, let out a sigh, and thought. The number of people wearing the first guild's cloak just increased. Just then, Jo Seung-woo noticed Nabi walking out from inside. "It's done. Deep-fried carp, steamed carp, and carp sashimi all from Nita Lake," he said, placing the tray down. There were 3 beautifully plated dishes, but upon hearing that, Jo Seung-woo asked in surprise, "Nita Lake?" The scene shifted to a shimmering golden lake called Gunya. Beneath the golden water, a shape suddenly appeared, swimming around. Right after, a fish leaped out of the water and soared into the air. Jo Seung-woo watched the fish flopping around in front of him and muttered, "Aren't those tilapia? Do they think they're flying fish? What the hell?" He dipped his hand into the water and then tasted it. Jo Seung-woo looked at the water and whispered, "No divine effects at all. This really is Nita Lake. Maybe the effect is just better skin, better health, and much tastier fish." That sashimi was insanely good. Even though the effect only lasts a little while, I'm still feeling the buzz. I've already thought of a few people who would love this. The 3 who were sulking after being told they couldn't get drunk anymore, I'll just send them this as a gift later. First, I need to make sure the kids don't drink this. You guys are lucky. You can drink as much as you want. As for me, I'll definitely be sober in the near future. Just then, a very faint sound brushed past Jo Seung-woo's ear, but he still noticed it. Jo Seung-woo picked at his ear, annoyed, and muttered, "This bastard is really the scene." Shifted to inside a house, where a person's voice repeated over and over, I pray to the god of swordsmanship, victory, and bizarre cuisine. I pray for Min to fail the first guild exam, lose to the rank 100 player, and be utterly humiliated." At this moment, Baek Kang-hyuk was kneeling before a golden statue, praying. The more he prayed, the louder he got. And if that's not possible, I pray that he never, ever surpasses my rank. Last night at the shop, Min had to go along with a drunken Hyuk-jin, who was blabbering about making more side dishes. Standing before a golden statue, Baek Kang-hyuk's prayer echoed softly. I beseech the great god of swordsmanship, victory, and bizarre cuisine. Please let Min fail the first-class exam if that's not possible. At least don't let him surpass me. Just then, Min appeared right behind him with a dark expression. Right at that moment, Baek Kang-hyuk sighed and muttered, That's 9 prayers down, now for the 10th. Min stepped up from behind, smacked Baek Kang-hyuk on the head, and roared, That's enough, you maniac. Didn't you hear your phone? You didn't answer the door. And you didn't hear me approaching either? Baek Kang-hyuk saw Min standing right in front of him, still not fully composed. Damn it. I was so busy praying I got caught red-handed. Min shouted. Damn it. What are you doing? And why on earth do you have a golden statue in your house? What cult did you join, huh? Baek Kang-hyuk hurriedly retorted. What are you talking about? This is the god of swordsmanship, victory, and bizarre cuisine. Min said nothing, only thinking. If the media found out that South Korea's no one is a member of a cult, that would be hilarious. Whatever, just sign this. He held out a piece of paper to Baek Kang-hyuk. Min continued. You're my superior, so I need your approval. Baek Kang-hyuk replied. I don't want to. Min just smirked. If you object, even better. A guy who loves attention like you would probably love being a first-classer. As for me, I wouldn't do it if it weren't for his orders. Min remembered back to when Hyuk-jin put an arm around his shoulder and asked in a low voice, Don't you want to change your cloak? Right after that, Baek Kang-hyuk grabbed a pen and signed the paper, but muttered, You should feel grateful that the chairman called you personally. As he asked this, he handed the paper back to Min. Min frowned tiredly and replied, It takes about 2 days for the system to record the stats for Harpy, so once that's done, I'll probably take the exam. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk smiled deviously, making Min jump. If you win and your photo book is released, I'll distribute 1,000 copies throughout Area A. I'll also advise you on the photo concept. No one has as much photography experience as I do. I think sensual would suit you better than cute. Could you do a nude shoot? Min trembled with rage, thinking, Looks like I'll get to test out Harpe today. The scene shifted to the ISAC Area A branch. Inside, a person's shocked voice echoed. Baek Kang-hyuk's team will collapse if Min becomes a first-classer. Hwang Ji-hyun stood reporting to Lee Jong-hoon. No matter how many times we run the simulation, the results are always the same. They rely on him too much. It would be best for the team to withdraw entirely. But Lee Jong-hoon disagreed. What is that nonsense? This is Baek Kang-hyuk's team. Are you telling me it would be better if Baek Kang-hyuk himself withdrew? Hwang Ji-hyun studied the screen and explained. Finding someone who excels in both leadership and combat, and has specialized skills in scouting, is extremely rare. No AI could ever replace him. But Lee Jong-hoon seemed prepared and replied, I've already made arrangements for 4 first-tier people, just in case something like this happened. However, Hwang Ji-hyun poured cold water on his plans. What can I do if they don't want to join? After one try at the first-tier level, they quit. If only we had more of a budget. We could keep them by doubling their pay. There's no other way. Lee Jong-hoon asked. So, what are the odds of Min losing to the person ranked 100th? Hwang Ji-hyun calmly replied. Less than 1%. Shocked, Lee Jong-hoon yelled, What? Is Min really that strong? Jun added quietly, It's impossible to block Min's divine weapon. Hube, it's a conceptual weapon, Jun explained. Lee Jong-hoon asked, A conceptual weapon? Jun replied, That's right. Hube carries the intent to slice right into the opponent's neck. He asked again, So, if it's thrown at the neck, it always hits? Hwang Ji-hyun answered frankly, Exactly. If you want to stay alive, you'd better not let it get anywhere near your neck. Lee Jong-hoon had another headache. But Min is a master marksman. He never misses. Doesn't that make him invincible? Hwang Ji-hyun replied, Almost, but not entirely invincible. When asked how, she continued, We need stats high enough to resist Hube's intent. Lee Jong-hoon was surprised. Stats? Do you mean levels? Joan clarified. Levels, rankings, superhuman strength, defense skill levels. If you go down that rabbit hole, it's endless. Lee Jong-hoon sighed. So, all those things combined are called stats. I think I get the gist of it. Is there really no other way? Jun agreed. That's right. There's no other way. At this point, Lee Jong-hoon had to compromise and asked, If Min becomes the top player, it's best to assign the current team members to him, right? Hwang Ji-hyun replied. That's right. But what about Baek Kang-hyuk? Lee Jong-hoon smiled deviously and said, It doesn't matter. I want to test a different lineup. Hwang Ji-hyun was startled and asked, Branch manager, you intend to Lee Jong-hoon, said calmly. Fire him from the team. Scene shifts. The very next day, outside Lee Jong-hoon's office. A second later, the door was shoved open. Baek Kang-hyuk marched in, shouting, What the hell is this? Lee Jong-hoon looked at him with a weary expression and said, How rude. Watch your language. Hearing that, Baek Kang-hyuk got even more fired up. If you were in my shoes, would you act any differently? You're kicking Baek Kang-hyuk off the team? Lee Jong-hoon let out a long sigh. Watching him, Baek Kang-hyuk said, Why are you sighing? I'm the one who should be sighing. Lee Jong-hoon replied indifferently. I'm the one wondering why there isn't a single redeemable quality in my subordinate. Baek Kang-hyuk retorted. I'm famous out there, you know. Lee Jong-hoon sneered, thinking to himself that the guy had 5 times more anti-fans than actual fans. He then spoke seriously. Forget it. Let's get straight to the point. Min has become the #1 ranked player. You know that, right? Baek Kang-hyuk replied. It only took him 3 seconds. Lee Jong-hoon added. Exactly. That match would have lasted longer if the opponent had known about Hube. Anyway, we can't keep Min in a support role anymore. Honestly, you're not the only one who can coordinate with a long-range dealer, Baek Kang-hyuk. Surprised, he asked. What? You told me back then that only I could handle that formation. Lee Jong-hoon nonchalantly replied. I just said that to persuade you. That was a team built around Min, someone who is far more expensive than you. Furious, Baek Kang-hyuk cursed him as a jerk. Lee Jong-hoon walked over, patted his shoulder, and said softly, That's why, this time, I've actually considered building a team just for you. Baek Kang-hyuk was stunned. A team that only I can coordinate with? Yes, a team whose sole purpose is to support you. As he said this, Lee Jong-hoon smiled deviously. Baek Kang-hyuk was frozen with delight. He muttered, A Beastman team? Scene shifts to Jo Seung-woo's shop. On the table sat a glass of water and a steaming cup of coffee. Jo Seung-woo's voice rang out. So, the branch manager's proposal is to use a translator spell and form a Beastman team, but you have to find the members yourself? Baek Kang-hyuk nodded hesitantly. Seeing that, Jo Seung-woo poured cold water on him. Are you stupid? Do you actually believe that? Baek Kang-hyuk shouted angrily. Why are you only mean to me? You even gave a divine weapon to Min. Jo Seung-woo said helplessly. How can you compare yourself to Min? Surprisingly, Baek Kang-hyuk answered without a hint of shame. But I really am superior to him. Jo Seung-woo held his forehead in frustration. So what do you want me to do? Baek Kang-hyuk said bluntly. Take me to Terra again. He was slightly surprised by the request. Terra? If you want to find monsters, there are plenty of portals everywhere. Baek Kang-hyuk replied sadly. Just because I can talk to them doesn't mean I can tame them. I'm not a beast tamer. Jo Seung-woo had to concede. Well, it's true that the monsters won't listen to you. Baek Kang-hyuk continued. That's why I plan to recruit members from Terra. Lots of beastmen live there. Jo Seung-woo was still skeptical. You going to Terra alone is one thing, but bringing beastmen back is a different story. Baek Kang-hyuk said confidently. I plan to overcome that through religion. Jo Seung-woo thought helplessly. The religion is just you. Baek Kang-hyuk kept rambling. I am a pious believer, so if I pray, everything will come true. Seung-woo thought to himself, a pious believer, huh? Objectively speaking, that's true. He prays day and night, eats those weird meals every day, and even donates all his prize money to charity. But he really has changed a lot from when he was lazy. Fine, I'll let you go. Jo Seung-woo finally agreed. Baek Kang-hyuk jumped up in joy and shouted, Let's go, but remember to bring back gifts for the kids. Baek Kang-hyuk immediately said, What kind of person do you think I am? Of course I'll buy gifts for the kids. Then he boasted to Jo Seung-woo. The Monster King Baek Kang-hyuk is a household name all over Terra. This time, I'm going to clean out the king's treasury too. Leave it to me, Jo Seung-woo thought. He really hasn't changed a bit. Jo Seung-woo reminded him, Don't go stealing again. But Baek Kang-hyuk countered, Huh? Why not? He was surprised and asked, Why are you surprised by that? Baek Kang-hyuk tried to explain, But Terra is an enemy territory. Isn't it to our advantage to rob them? Jo Seung-woo looked helpless. Why do you insist on seeing them as enemies? Just then, a portal to Terra appeared in the room. Seung-gu Jo Seung-woo sat back, crossed his arms, and said to Baek Kang-hyuk, Have a safe trip. He looked back at him with great confidence and replied, Obviously. Then, Baek Kang-hyuk stepped toward the portal and said loudly, Terra, I have arrived. In the kingdom of loggers, inside the temple of the god of light, many people were coming and going for worship. A hand gently tapped on the hall door a few times. The person inside heard the knocking, looked up, and said, Come in. It was the high priest Renato. Aaron walked inside. Aaron bowed, respectfully, hand over his chest. Renato, good morning, high priest. I came here because there are a few things I'd like to discuss with you regarding this recent oracle. Renato saw the man before him and smiled. Your Majesty, is this about the heroes returning home? How is the situation? Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, it's not too bad. Less than 10% of the heroes said they want to return to Earth. Most chose to stay here. Renato smiled, exclaiming, The situation is much better than we thought. It's all thanks to your virtuous rule, your majesty. Aaron hurriedly refused, replying, not exactly. Once they've started families here, leaving becomes much harder. Especially naturally, Aaron hesitated as he spoke. A moment later, he continued. Many heroes said they don't feel confident they can live well without Aloris, so they decided not to go back. Renato was startled and asked, what? Wait a minute. Didn't Master Jo Seung-woo explicitly request that the Aloris be allowed to return with them? Don't tell me you hid that agreement? That's deceiving everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron knelt before Renato, shocking him. He kept his head bowed and whispered to Renato, I've prepared myself. I will take full responsibility for this. If necessary, I am ready to offer my head. Renato shouted angrily. This isn't something you can just take responsibility for. Did you do this just to keep them from returning to their own world? Aaron sighed, looking exhausted, and replied, I know this is incredibly cowardly, but when I think about the massive gap in our national defense system after they leave, I had no other choice. Renato looked dejected, held his head, and thought, this is such a headache. To put it bluntly, the life of an old king is nothing compared to the void the heroes would leave behind. Furthermore, the king already has an heir, so he dared to act so recklessly. Finally, Renato said to Aaron, fine, I will discuss this matter with Master Jo Seung-woo thoroughly. The floor is very cold, Your Majesty. Please stand up. Aaron finally stood up and replied, thank you, High Priest. By the way, have you heard the rumors in the city lately? Renato looked confused and asked, rumors? Seeing this, Aaron recounted, people say a prophet has just appeared on the streets, and that guy is a total fraud. Renato wasn't particularly surprised by this, and replied nonchalantly, low-level prophets are everywhere. What's so special about this one that people are making such a fuss? Aaron laughed. Well, you know, his prophecies are strange. He says that soon, the Sword of Victory and the bizarre dish will descend upon Terra. While we already have Master Jo Seung-woo, the god of the sword and victory, isn't it ridiculous? Renato's face turned pale as he asked, what? The scene shifts to Terra, Lofagels. Below the bustling streets, a loud voice rang out. Oh, the great god of the sword of victory and the bizarre dish. We pray to you. Baek Kang-hyuk stood on the rim of a fountain and shouted. Below him, his teammate, Kusa, also said, we pray to you. Baek Kang-hyuk looked down at Kusa, frowned, and ordered, hey, put some effort into it. Make it sound real. He replied softly, I'm only doing it according to the pay. Baek Kang-hyuk, 5 strips of dried meat is too little. Baek Kang-hyuk said impatiently. All right. I'll give you 3 more strips. Is that enough? Hearing that, Kusa agreed. Phew, fine. After that, Baek Kang-hyuk stood on the fountain rim again and shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by. You were once mortals, but you ascended, and now you walk among the stars, and you have decreed that. Suddenly, Baek Kang-hyuk's voice grew louder. He looked down at the citizens gathering below and declared, to those who are drowning in sorrow, I shall descend from the heavens and show you the power of the sword and victory. Now, as a god, I shall rebuild the land that I once loved, because this is the love I have for you. These are the words you decreed. Kusei added, these are indeed the words he decreed. A moment later, the speech ended. Inside an alleyway on a street in Terra, Kusei looked into the basket, which was now full of gold coins from Baek Kang-hyuk's act, and was thrilled. He quickly turned to him and asked, Baek Kang-hyuk, that was a great speech. Did you come up with those lines yourself? He replied nonchalantly, no, I'm just repeating someone else's words. Those are lines from a villain in a game I used to play. After saying that, Baek Kang-hyuk thought to himself, but I have to admit, right now, that ridiculous act is actually quite useful. In a world without TVs, smartphones, or the internet, if you want to attract the attention of the people, you have to go to these lengths. The more famous I am, the stronger my power becomes. Besides, once people come up to, talk to me, it's as easy as shaking hands to recruit them as teammates. And lastly, this is also the best plan for my godhood. Then, Baek Kang-hyuk suddenly turned to Kusa and asked, hey Kusa, do you believe in gods? He didn't hesitate and replied, of course, you have to believe to get blessings. If you sincerely believe in Gaia, you'll never get minor illnesses. You should also believe in Gaia. Why believe in that weird god of yours? Baek Kang-hyuk was so angry he started trembling. A weird god, you say? Then he shouted, I have absolutely no interest in a third-rate god who hands out cheap favors to just anybody. Kusei hurriedly interrupted, don't say things that will bring disaster upon yourself. That's blasphemy. Baek Kang-hyuk got even angrier and replied, blasphemy? You're the one committing a grave sin by calling my god weird. Kusei stared at him with a look of disdain. But Baek Kang-hyuk, you've set up this ridiculous imaginary god of yours. Even Zeus, the supreme god, only possesses 2 divine titles. Baek Kang-hyuk refused to accept it and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Possessing 3 divine titles is an undeniable fact. The main temple told me so myself." Kusei didn't bother arguing with him anymore. In the end, you couldn't even get a certificate, could you? Right, Baek Kang-hyuk? He gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking, how annoying. Those bastards at the temple, I went back and forth, just to get a certificate, and they kept playing dumb like they didn't understand anything. And now, they've completely flipped, claiming that no such god exists. It's so absurd, he thought. No matter how you look at it, my god shouldn't be treated like some nobody. It's just that because of someone's fabrications and slander, his greatness hasn't been widely revealed yet. Thinking this, he immediately dashed off, leaving Kuz bewildered. Baek Kang-hyuk ran outside and shouted, "The Demon King was defeated, wasn't he? It was our god who did it with his own hands." He secretly thought, I will be the one who makes the god's reputation resound everywhere by taking all the credit. Oh, Taeshik, hearing this, thought it sounded reasonable. He grabbed passers-by and said, "Business is booming lately, right? That's all thanks to the divine power of our god. The god's order regarding bringing the reincarnators back, that's also thanks to the majesty of our god." Baek Kang-hyuk seemed very proud, thinking, I'll turn the holy sword of victory and that weird food into the greatest supreme god. By doing that, I'll expand the cult, attract loyal followers to follow me, and then I can freely choose the best ones for my team. Once he finished thinking, Baek Kang-hyuk immediately turned back to Kusei. All right, let's give another speech. She heard him and helplessly thought, he really is exploiting my labor for just a few strips of dried meat. The scene shifts to a sunset evening at the Olympus temple. Ares stood with his arms crossed in front of an orb, frowning as he said, "How should we resolve this situation?" At this moment, Athena approached and spoke up. "What must happen will happen. I already made it clear, didn't I? If you refuse to acknowledge what should have been acknowledged, you will eventually pay a heavy price. Just look at the current situation." She pointed to the orb displaying Baek Kang-hyuk giving a speech. Meanwhile, the one who knew the truth behind everything from how the Demon King was defeated, standing out to reconcile the Neo-Earth Church and the Church to restore the economy, to helping the heroes return to Earth. All of that was thanks to the Holy Sword of Victory and that strange food. Ares heard this and vaguely realized, meaning, Athena bluntly replied, "That's right. That person is truly an avatar sent personally by Jo Seung-woo." The gods standing around the orb looked down at Baek Kang-hyuk giving his speech and were speechless. Ares muttered, "That idiot is an avatar sent by Jo Seung-woo?" Athena bluntly answered, "Yes. Now, father, do you understand the severity of the problem?" She then turned to look in one direction. That was Zeus, the king of the gods. He was sitting on his throne with a pale face, softly, muttering, "You mean he's furious? But why? Didn't he resolve everything smoothly the last time he came here? He even took the jar of nectar with him too, didn't he?" Athena sighed and replied, "It seems he doesn't like how we handled the issue regarding the hero's return." Zeus asked, "The issue of their return?" Athena secretly answered, "The kings in the mortal realm are trying to keep the heroes. They use every trick to keep them from returning, from twisting the content of the oracle and threatening those close to them, to offering all kinds of benefits to lure them." Zeus muttered, "A bunch of useless, incompetent fools doing petty things." Zeus then helplessly muttered, "If we just ignore that guy causing trouble and shaking the faith of the believers, it could seriously affect our supply of divine power." Athena hurriedly explained, "But conversely, if we dare to touch his avatar, Jo Seung-woo definitely won't let it slide." Just then, an excited voice rang out, "Why does everyone have to overcomplicate things? Let's take this opportunity to jump in and have a real fight with him. No matter how formidable he is, once we initiate an all-out war, he won't dare to make a peep. Not to mention, among the 4 great heroes, Renato clearly belongs to our side, right? Just pull him into the mix, and our chances of winning will increase." But Athena immediately doused him with cold water, saying, "Stop being stupid." Ares was very angry and roared, "What did you say?" Athena glanced back at Ares, frowning. "Are you still unable to realize that Renato is the biggest problem here?" But even Zeus was confused and asked, "Why is he the problem? He is a legitimate resident of Terama," he thought. "Isn't he a loyal believer of Gaia to the point that he still volunteers as high priest, even after having achieved a divine title?" Hearing this, Athena could only sigh and shake her head. I truly didn't expect that even Father's mind would be as simple as this guy Ares. Father, think carefully. The goddess he serves and respects so wholeheartedly. What will happen if he discovers that the goddess is actually just a fake one, set up because we didn't want to waste divine power? At that point, do you still firmly believe he will stand up to help us? Zeus's face darkened as he heard this, muttering. Once he finds out the truth, Athena didn't hesitate to continue. That's right. In the worst-case scenario, he would become an even more terrifying enemy than Jo Seung-woo, never again willing to be our ally. The scene shifts to a night in the forest. The gentle moonlight shines down. Slipping through the trees is a very agile figure. That is Renato's avatar, named Daria. Elsewhere, a foot is stomping hard on the ground. This person seems to be running in a great hurry. In the quiet space, you can even hear his heavy panting. It is Kang Hyuk, who is being chased relentlessly by Daria. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he looked down. Daria's massive blade had just swung toward him. If he hadn't dodged, something surely would have happened. But Daria's blade flew through the air, which really surprised her. Daria looked in every direction, and with nothing around, she was very bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, I heard Baek Kang-hyuk's smug laughter from behind and whipped around. Daria looked back and saw him standing by a hole, taunting, "Over here!" "That was just an afterimage, you idiot," he said with a mocking grimace. Before she could react, Baek Kang-hyuk ducked down, revealing a wide hole. Daria was taken aback, thinking, "A tunnel? Really?" I glanced behind me and saw him climbing out of another hole. "Since when did he start pulling these tricks?" Baek Kang-hyuk arrogantly called out, "Hey, lady! What makes you think I'd fall for the same trap twice? I'm fully prepared." Kur, down below, looked annoyed. "I'm the one doing all the digging. Why are you the one acting all high and mighty?" Baek Kang-hyuk snapped back. "Shut your mouth." Large tunnels were dug deep underground, accompanied by his sarcastic voice. "If you think you can catch me, go ahead and try." This remark showed just how confident he was in his preparations. Daria, provoked to the point of trembling, dug her bare feet into the dirt in frustration. Daria lunged forward, turning pale as she thought, "I'll have no face left to show Lord Renato if I fail." But as her blade slashed through the spot where Baek Kang-hyuk had just popped up, he ducked down immediately, making her miss. All she slashed were more of his afterimages. These illusions even mocked her. Too slow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at another hole, taunting, "Over here!" Daria's blades swung wildly, but she couldn't catch him. Instead, she heard him jeer, "At this snail's pace, you expect to catch me? Looks like you'll have to hand over those wings of yours." A moment later, Daria couldn't take it anymore. She panted heavily, exhausted. She stared at the holes in front of her, feeling helpless, thinking, "I can't keep up with him. It's clear I overpowered him easily last time, so when did he get this strong?" Furthermore, his growing reputation in the city made tracking him incredibly difficult due to his enhanced abilities, and he keeps hiding like a rat whenever he's outside the walls. I'm at my wit's end. If I were allowed, I'd level this ground and blow him away in one hit. But unfortunately, Lord Renato ordered me to capture him alive, so I can't go too hard. Just then, Daria heard Baek Kang-hyuk's mocking voice, "Hey, over here." She glanced over and saw him bent over, mooning her while laughing his head off. "Taste this." Daria grew even more irritated. This guy is such an eyesore. Lord Renato, do we really have to keep this scum alive? Suddenly, a beam of light shone down from the sky, making them both turn to look. Daria was shocked, unable to believe what she was seeing. Even Baek Kang-hyuk and Kure were drawn to the light. The more Baek Kang-hyuk stared at it, the more blank his expression became. When that brilliant beam faded, something fell from the sky. Baek Kang-hyuk was instantly flattened by the object without any time to prepare. Renato appeared from above, landing on his back, and declared, "I can no longer stand by and watch." Night fell over the temple of the light god. Renato sat on his throne, looking down at Baek Kang-hyuk, who was tied up and kneeling on the ground. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Baek Kang-hyuk." He wasn't pleased and retorted bluntly, "I'm pleased to meet you too, but could you please untie me?" Renato didn't answer, just stared at him, thinking, "I can't believe this guy is actually the avatar of Seung-woo. This whole situation has become utterly ridiculous." Since he had already intervened in what should have been a conflict between avatars, Renato hesitated, and asked, "Baek Kang-hyuk, do you have any intention of stopping this circus at some point?" But he casually asked in return, "What the hell are you talking about? I haven't even started yet." Renato was stunned. "What?" And then, Baek Kang-hyuk began to explain. I've already planned a 10-stage large-scale missionary campaign. We were going to hand out flyers in every city, organize public blessing ceremonies, and even host street food events. To get dragged in here only at stage 2 is a total tragedy. Renato, listening to this long-winded explanation, could only remain speechless, wondering, what on earth is he babbling about? Renato then asked, what the hell is a blessing performance? Hearing this, he excitedly explained, it's about showcasing the god's amazing grace, obviously. Once I reach Terra, the effects will be even more insane. Since you are the god of swords, skill proficiency will double. At the same time, damage and accuracy for sword techniques will increase drastically since you are the god of victory. Experience points will double, and since you are the god of weird food, even the buffs from eating will be greatly enhanced. Renato was increasingly shocked. Isn't that a bit too much? Not at all. Even Lord Jo Seung-woo doesn't grant blessings that easily. Those benefits are surely restricted to his personal avatars only, and there is no way this guy in front of me has the authority to grant blessings to others. Even so, he couldn't just let him be, because the guy clearly reeked of a total scam. Whether he really has the power to bless or not, he will definitely go around spouting nonsense and turning this place upside down. After thinking for a moment, Renato stepped down in front of Baek Kang-hyuk and said softly, flyers, performances. Do you have any idea what the dignity and prestige of a god are? Do you see him as some street peddler in the market? Baek Kang-hyuk didn't listen to a word, muttering, what do you know? I'm already furious that people keep treating my god like some unknown nobody. Renato was startled and asked, unknown nobody? Then he said something even more shocking. Aren't you all playing a game of kicking away the ladder? Renato paused. Kicking away the ladder? Baek Kang-hyuk explained. It means stepping on those who come after you. That's exactly what those street peddlers I mentioned are always doing. Renato was even more appalled. You dare call me a street peddler? Baek Kang-hyuk shouted. What else would you be? Then he suddenly yelled, oh, this is so disgusting. You filthy, corrupt rulers. Look at you people. Just because I'm from out of town, you think you can look down on me? Kidnapping. Unlawful detention. Interrogation. Is this really how you treat a peaceful, innocent, religious believer? Get me a lawyer, right now. As he was shouting, a foot suddenly stomped right onto Baek Kang-hyuk's chest, sending him sprawling backward. Daria pressed her foot down hard and shouted angrily, shut your blasphemous mouth at once. But Kang-hyuk, having no shame, teased her back. Hey, don't step on me so violently like that. You might end up awakening a new hobby in me, you know? At this, Renato's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, I only want to ask one question. Did Jo Seung-woo tell you to do this? This time, Kang-hyuk answered him seriously. Boss did tell me to come, since I begged him quite persistently. Renato heard this and became even more confused. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. So, Jo Seung-woo really did send him here? If this is all on his orders, then I have nothing more to say. He has every right to be furious. So, what on earth am I supposed to do? Should I step up and act as a mediator between the Olympus gods and Jo Seung-woo to help them reconcile? No, that won't work. If he has made up his mind to cut ties with Olympus, then even if I try to intervene, it won't change anything, because his personality is one that absolutely never tolerates injustice or wrongdoing. So, what should I do? The more Renato thought, the more stuck he felt. Just as he was deep in thought, he was startled by Baek Kang-hyuk's voice. Hey, don't tell me you brought me all this way just to ask that one question? Renato felt a bit guilty as he replied. For now, that is indeed the case. Baek Kang-hyuk scoffed dismissively. You must be really bored, huh? Kidnapping someone just to ask one question? Daria, watching from above, stomped her foot and gritted her teeth. It's not like that. Shut your mouth. You're standing in front of the high priest. But Kang-hyuk kept mouthing off, shouting loudly. I couldn't care less. In this world, there is only one person I actually fear. I dare curse Poseidon or Gaia right to their faces, so why would I be afraid of a high priest? Daria was so shocked she nearly turned to stone. How can you be this arrogant? The entire sanctuary echoed with Baek Kang-hyuk's pathetic wailing. This is so unfair. So incredibly unfair. I'm going to die from this injustice. Stop this religious oppression right now. Down with this corrupt government. Cleanse the rotten Gaia. Daria also yelled back. Shut your mouth. Baek Kang-hyuk continued. Everyone, look at this. I can't live with this injustice. I demand immediate compensation for both my mental and physical damages. Renato, standing beside them with a blank face, thought, does this guy not have a brain? Finally, he sighed in defeat. Renato stepped forward to stop Daria and whispered, "All right, that's enough, Daria. Untie him." This was Renato's compromise. From that point on, Bak Kang-hyuk's reputation in Terra grew even more legendary, even though Daria, the apostle of Gaia and an avatar of Renato, had chased him relentlessly. Bak Kang-hyuk had easily slipped away using bizarre skills, and eventually, he negotiated directly with the high priest, Renato, and secured the right to freedom of religious belief for himself. In other words, the victory sword and his weird food were finally officially recognized. This rumor spread at lightning speed all across Terra in just 3 hours. On a beautiful day, among the houses crowded together like a fairy tale in Terra, Kuze sat beside Baek Kang-hyuk and asked tentatively, "Hey Baek, don't you think you're exaggerating this story a bit too much?" But he replied bluntly, "That's the only way to cook up some legendary tales, isn't it?" Actually, it wasn't exactly officially recognized, but since they let him go anyway, the outcome was pretty much the same, right? Kuze was exasperated. "You even planned for something like that?" Baek Kang-hyuk confidently declared, "Well, there's no proof to the contrary, is there? I'm just sticking to, just insist that's exactly how it happened. Got it? Stamping out a rumor takes 10 times more effort than starting one, Kuze." "I'm speechless. You really are the peak." Baek, in both the literal and figurative sense. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Kang-hyuk turn and walk away, saying, "Regardless, we're heading out. Kosei, when the tide rises, the boat must rise with it. You have to seize the opportunity and steer hard." Kang-hyuk's reputation had grown to the point where, even without him appearing, crowds of people were already gathered around the fountain. The scene shifted to Gonia, on the shore of Lake Nida. Inside Jo Seung-woo's restaurant, his voice rang out. "Ever since the day this lake turned into the Netta Nectar Lake, everything has been looking good. There's only one problem. Fishing isn't fun anymore. The drunk fish bite the hook the second they see the line. As a result, the feeling of excitement and anticipation when reeling in a catch is gone. But on the bright side, they definitely taste delicious. Enjoy your meal." The person sitting in front of him, Jo Seung-woo, looked down at the dish of fish he had just brought out and said, "It really does look appetizing. Well then, I'll dig in." Renato picked up his chopsticks and eagerly grabbed a piece. The plate of sashimi in front of him was expertly prepared. Renato picked up a piece, dipped it into the soy sauce on the side, and then, very leisurely, popped it into his mouth. From the very first bite, he was impressed. Renato picked up the cup of tea next to him and took a sip. He set the cup down with a look of satisfaction and said, "That's good. It feels like my body, exhausted from working hard, is finally melting away." Seung-woo saw this and smiled. "Right? I knew you'd like it." Renato looked at the surrounding scenery and sighed. "Plus, the fresh air, this cozy wooden house, and this beautiful lake, you really are living the life you've always dreamed of." Jo Seung-woo replied without ceremony, "That's right." Renato then asked, "But why are you doing something like this?" Suddenly, Renato's face became serious. He asked Jo Seung-woo, "You could lose this peaceful life, you know?" Jo Seung-woo stood with his arms crossed in front of Renato, silent, saying not a word. His face darkened slightly. Silence engulfed them both. Then, Jo Seung-woo sat down in front of Renato and spoke softly. "First of all, there's a misunderstanding." But Renato didn't let him finish, shouting, "A misunderstanding? You call this a misunderstanding? This whole mess?" As he spoke, Renato thought to himself, "Right now, the Olympian gods and the kings of Terra are in a state of extreme instability because of Baek Kang-hyuk. The religious activities of the foundation of their faith is being shaken, and hidden behind them are those who sympathize with Theo's followers. And the minorities he saved, Theo, the god of revolution and one of the 4 legendary heroes, learned the truth that the gods and kings had hidden. They are secretly spreading information throughout Terra society and helping Hong Hyo, the one denouncing the truth." Renato's voice resonated steadily. As the people's faith faltered, the supply of divine power gradually diminished, and public safety also took a turn for the worse. The gods and kings are secretly at odds, blaming each other. Meanwhile, his avatar, the very cause of this situation, is still stirring up trouble. "And you're saying all of this is just a misunderstanding?" Renato asked. Yet, after hearing that, Jo Seung-woo calmly replied, "Yeah, that's right. I never told him to do anything like that." Renato shouted helplessly. "But Baek Kang-hyuk clearly said that Lord Jo Seung-woo sent him." Jo Seung-woo corrected him. "I sent him. I opened the portal for him." Renato asked in confusion. "That's all?" Jo Seung-woo answered straightforwardly. "Yeah, that's all I did. He didn't even know I was a god from the start. He probably thought I was something like a representative of the sword god." or victory, or some strange entity. Upon hearing that, Renato didn't know what to say. What? How could he misunderstand it like that? Then why would he do that? Renato was truly puzzled by this. Jo Seung-woo laughed and replied, "It's both a pledge of allegiance and a way for him to prove his faith." Renato shouted angrily, "That's how he proves it? You should have stopped him." But responding to him was Jo Seung-woo's smirk. "Why? Should I have?" Renato, upon hearing that, froze and couldn't utter a word. What? At this moment, Jo Seung-woo asked another question. Did he say something wrong? Renato's hand, resting on the table, gripped it tightly. He stuttered. But deep down, Renato knew very well. He thought to himself, Jo Seung-woo is right. Even if what he says sounds unreasonable, it is all the truth. It's even less than what has been hidden. Because the vain Otashik of our Heroes Association goes far beyond that. Suddenly, Jo Seung-woo laughed and told Renato, "Actually, he's out there running wild on my behalf. So, looking at him, I find him both admirable and cute." Renato felt completely confused. Cute? Jo Seung-woo recalled the time he read the book recording the Avatar's actions day by day. The gods could watch live every time he ran back and forth. The kings and gods of Terra were all worked up. It looked pretty funny. Renato sadly sat down on the chair, thinking, I'm the one who thought about it wrong. The one who has suffered until now is Jo Seung-woo. Terra owes him, but in return, it gives him nothing. Instead, the gods and kings, each only cares about their own interests, exploiting and deceiving our Heroes Association, returning evil for good. Even if they deserve punishment or revenge, Jo Seung-woo, our leader, simply endures and lets everything slide until now. I was born a person of Terra, and just because of that, I placed the interests of Terra above a friend, someone who once shared life and death with me. It's so shameful. The more he thought about it, the redder Renato's eyes became. He was crying. Suddenly, Renato looked up and saw a bottle of wine on the table. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bottle. Seung-woo, seeing Renato downing large gulps of wine, felt very worried. Take some food, or your stomach will be ruined. Renato finished drinking, wiped his mouth, and choked out, I'm sorry, I was too selfish. Seung-woo crossed his arms and replied with empathy, You have nothing to apologize for. I'm the same way. He thought to himself, if you told me to choose between saving Terra or Earth, I would choose Earth without a moment's hesitation, because I am from Earth. It's only natural for a person from Terra to care for Terra, and for a person from Earth to care for Earth. Jo Seung-woo slowly said to Renato, also, if they are gods, then the moment they have a personality, they are just powerful humans, nothing more. Humans can make mistakes and can make choices. It's not that you're particularly wrong. Renato still couldn't shake his guilt. But still, I should have thought from your perspective at least once. Seung-woo smiled bitterly and replied, You know, that's a good person syndrome, kid. You don't need to be nice all the time. Just as he finished speaking, Renato suddenly shouted, startling him. Selfish. Acting like that towards you without thinking, I truly am short-sighted. I'm so ashamed. I can't stand it. Seung-woo also realized that Renato's state was not okay right now. He's gone too far. He hurriedly shouted at Renato. Wait, when did you drink that much? Renato groaned. My throat is burning with longing and regret. Seung-woo hurriedly tried to stop him. Stop drinking, you idiot. That's enough, causing such a scene. Now Renato turned to praying. Oh Gaia, please forgive the sins of this sinner. Jo Seung-woo felt very helpless. This is bad. He's not listening to anything. But suddenly, he was startled, as if he remembered something. No way I didn't act like that when I was drunk, did I? This question, Jo Seung-woo was asking himself. Scene shifts to Terra. In a certain city, at the lodging of Baek, Kang-hyuk, and Kuze, Kuze's voice rang out from inside. Baek, come out here. Look at this, he replied. What? What is it? Kuze excitedly pointed to the dining table and said, Someone secretly left food for us and left. But contrary to his excitement, Baek Kang-hyuk bowed his head and muttered softly, Scary, that's too scary. Kuze, seeing him like that, also felt scared and asked, Baek, what's so scary about it? To his surprise, Baek Kang-hyuk bluntly replied, The power of our almighty God. Even taking care of his followers, Kuze, keeping a clear head, recalled the situation of the past few days. That's not it, Baek. Someone has been stalking us for days. Hearing this, Baek Kang-hyuk's face suddenly darkened. Then it could be Kuze also asked happily, You finally have an idea, right? Baek Kang-hyuk again fantasized. A shy potential follower if possible, a beauty. Kuze shouted angrily, Stop the nonsense, Baek. If we still can't sense their presence, there's no way they're just a normal follower. But Baek Kang-hyuk still stubbornly replied, maybe they are a potential follower, a former assassin forced into brutal work, walking the path of blood, then moved by the story of a great god. The two of them had no idea that there was someone on their roof eavesdropping. It was Theo's follower, a former assassin who used invisibility powers. He sat on the roof, amazed, thinking to himself, you discovered my identity? You really are smart. Born as part of a minority with the ability, by looking back at the past, where he was used as an assassin by those in power, he truly deserves to be called an apostle of God. But the observer looked a bit tense. He was racking his brain, wondering, if he is the god of swords, since when did he possess a divine rank? Strange food. That's a bit much. The scene shifts a week later to a lush green forest. Jo Seung-woo appears in the woods. Along with a portal, he smiles and talks to the person in front of him, saying he'll be back soon. Just then, a foot steps forward, looking very relaxed and carefree. Baek Kang-hyuk. He walks over to Jo Seung-woo and replies with a smile. A notification pops up on the screen. Baek Kang-hyuk has returned to Earth. Meanwhile, at Jo Seung-woo's house, Renato is still passed out face down on the table, dead drunk. The scene changes to a different location called the Branch Office Auditorium, ISC Asia. In the auditorium, a young man stands on the podium and loudly exclaims a single English word, innovation. The young man lifts his hand to touch his chin and poses a question. What is innovation? The person is none other than Baek Kang-hyuk. He's wearing a pair of glasses, trying to look like a wise Steve Jobs, explaining, it means something completely new, something entirely different from what existed before. His face is full of smugness and confident bragging. That's right. This new Baek Kang-hyuk team is the embodiment of innovation that no one can imitate. In the middle of Baek Kang-hyuk's excitement, someone calls out to interrupt him. The person speaking up is Trang Lian-hong, the director of the ISC Hong Kong branch. And the person next to him is Seo Gyeong-soo, the ISC special advisor. Lian-hong looks annoyed and urges him to cut the long introduction short. We're all busy, so let's get straight to the point. Hearing that, Baek Kang-hyuk can only offer a forced smile. He sighs and glances toward another direction, calling out, everyone, come out right now. From a spatial rift, the leg of a long-legged animal pokes out. As the creature steps out, I don't know what Lian-hong and Gyeong-soo saw, but their expressions show surprise. What they see is a horse, a dog, and an owl. Accompanied by Baek Kang-hyuk's introduction, it makes the two of them even more stunned. Let me introduce them. These are my new teammates. After his introduction, Lian-hong looks a bit helpless, evaluating. Just looking at them, I don't know what kind of squad this is. As if given a chance. Baek Kang-hyuk quickly follows up. I'll explain each one of them slowly. As he speaks, he points at Kuze, revealing him first because he is a bloodhound with an extraordinary sense of smell. And he's also skilled at disarming traps and digging tunnels, so you could say he's the perfect scout. Even though he can't fully replace Min, at least he can fill half that role. After finishing Kuze's reveal, Baek Kang-hyuk quickly moves to the next character, who is spreading his majestic wings. Next is the monster owl. Howl is an owl. He naturally has excellent vision and extremely good night hearing. His sense of hearing is also incredibly sharp. Even though their roles are different, their functions are similar. Howl in the sky, Kuze on the ground with these two handling scouting, there won't be any blind spots. Just then, an arm is raised to stop the passionate presentation. Wait a minute. Lian-hong furrows his brow, voicing his concern. That's all scouting. Are you sure that's okay? Once again, Baek Kang-hyuk sighs and replies, information is the most important factor in combat for hunters. Combat begins and ends with scouting, and the top priority is how much information you can gather about the enemy. Isn't that common knowledge? Hearing his lecture, Lian-hong agrees a little, but is still hesitant. Yes, I acknowledge that. But, he repeats the question, but this time more clearly. What I'm asking is, how do you plan to compensate for the lack of firepower? Hearing this phrase, Baek Kang-hyuk lifts his hand to gently push up his glasses. He smirks, his smile growing excited. Firepower? He says, while snapping his fingers smoothly. Firepower is this guy right here. Following Baek Kang-hyuk's command, the remaining horse that hadn't been introduced steps forward immediately. That horse is a beast of shadow, a crossbreed between a nightmare and a Terra horse, named Asre. He pats it, proudly showing it off. Just looking at it, you can see it's very sturdy, just by looking at it. Lian-hong becomes thoughtful and confused, assessing. So this horse appears from its master's shadow? It looks fierce, too. That's a useful ability. But what do you mean? Baek Kang-hyuk doesn't rush to answer him, instead running his hand gently through Asre's mane. Listen to me first. No need for long explanations. He gets straight to the point about Asre's utility. This guy can hide in my shadow while carrying 400 kilograms. Hearing that, Lian Hong looks on, stunned, at Baek Kang-hyuk's smug expression. He takes a strong breath and exclaims, "So that means Baek Kang-hyuk immediately nods, taking over, imagining a truly glorious scene. That's right, you can stuff it with all sorts of weapons and summon it whenever you want, and ride it everywhere while fighting. There's no way I'll be lacking firepower." But just as he's getting excited, Gyeongsu, who had been quiet until now, speaks up. "I understand very well." He twitches his lips, a vague smile appearing as he offers praise. "That is certainly a unique combination, including scouting, mobility, and firepower." Hearing this praise from him, Baek Kang-hyuk is still full of excitement, shouting, "So, can you admit it?" But the very next second, Gyeongsu quickly extinguishes that excitement in an instant, with the information on the next page. However, the question of where he got those monsters from still hadn't been answered. By now, sweat was pouring down Baek Kang-hyuk's head. He tries to hide his nervousness, thinking to himself, "I can't say I secretly brought them from Terra." Gyeongsu seems to see that Baek Kang-hyuk is hesitant and wavering, so he has no choice but to let it slide. Alright. From within the portal, connecting the inside and outside of the auditorium, a soft voice announces, "You have passed." At the same time, the scene shifts to a wooden house under a clear blue sky, extremely peaceful. Inside that wooden house, a back with broad, familiar shoulders suddenly shudders violently. Jo Seung-woo's expression is terrible right now. He seems to sense something, helplessly muttering, "Looks like it's finally over." As he speaks, he recalls the moment Baek Kang-hyuk bowed his head to his god. Relying on the level of persistence in his prayers, Jo Seung-woo is 3 parts helpless and 7 parts tired. He takes a towel to wipe his sweat, silently complaining to himself, "Do other gods usually have to deal with prayers this persistent? Having believers isn't easy either." Shortly after, he went back to his cooking. But even as he was lost in his own thoughts, an incredibly cheerful sound caught his attention. He looked at the customers in the restaurant, and Jo Seung-woo muttered to himself, "Well, business is booming. Where do those jerks go every time? The hunters are getting stronger bit by bit too." Those regular customers were enthusiastically cheering for the food in their hands. "It's here! It's finally here! It's here! It's here!" Seeing them love the food so much was a good thing. Everything was fine, but why was Seung-woo feeling so troubled by this gloomy sensation? He let out a soft sigh and continued slicing. But when he thought of the phrase, "strange dish," Jo Seung-woo's expression sank again, his brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead as he thought, "Haven't I made enough strange dishes lately?" If it were up to Jo Seung-woo, he would change the menu to challenge them with a strange dish, but the menu board outside the restaurant read, "Grand Mushroom Festival Challenge. Stage 1, grilled mushrooms. Stage 2, mushroom rice. Stage 3, steamed mushrooms." With portions this big, not many people could finish them yet, so it was still too early. He couldn't feed the kids anything too strange. It was too intense. Outside the Nabi restaurant, he was trying to stop the flying antics of Unha and Young-sik. "It's dangerous. Nia, come down here." Naya, and back to Jo Seung-woo. He was trying to suppress his anger so much that his hands were trembling and his eyebrows were practically fused together. He lamented, "At times like this, if only Baek Kang-hyuk were here, he'd make something for the kids." Under the clear blue sky, Jo Seung-woo could only complain to the heavens. Why is Baek Kang-hyuk absent on a day like this? Just like the saying goes, even dog poop is hard to find when you need it for medicine. Time flew by, and soon the sky grew dark. Unha and Young-sik had already tucked themselves into their warm beds, hugging each other as they drifted off to sleep. Somewhere else, a blue light radiated in the darkness, accompanied by moving images and vivid sounds from an electronic device. Seung-woo was eating popcorn while watching TV, desperately muttering. In the end, Min Hwang Ji-hyun and Un-hyung didn't even stop by today. Just then, he felt something. His eyes widened in surprise. Seung-woo quickly regained his composure, sat up straight, and whispered, "Telepathy? Who is it?" As everyone might know, telepathy is a basic skill of the gods, allowing them to communicate with others using divine power. Not letting him wait long, the voice on the other end answered immediately. "It's Athena." She went straight to the point, not wasting words. "I am reporting the reason I contacted you, to provide an interim report on the issue of the hero's return." Athena, huh? She was someone worth talking to. At least she was a bit dignified and rational. Seung-woo grabbed a handful of popcorn and elegantly, "How hard-working of you. All right, tell me." A moment later, after cutting out the long-winded report, Athena summarized the results. "So, the conclusion is, I hope you can wait a little longer." Jo Seung-woo didn't look worried at all and replied casually, "Is that so?" But no one knew his inner thoughts. They were much the same as what he already knew. The gods were trying to send the Earth's heroes back, but it was being delayed because the kings wouldn't let them go. From now on, they'll realize how precious Earth's people are, so you could say the goal had been achieved. On Athena's side, contrary to him, she asked with some concern, "Does this offend you?" Jo Seung-woo saw through her worry and quickly replied, "No, not really." Right after, he continued to entrust a task to Athena. "Then, please send them back gradually, as many as you can, okay?" Receiving his understanding, she expressed her gratitude. "I am sorry." But the next second, Jo Seung-woo interrupted her thanks. "But, I have one condition." Hearing this, Athena let out a soft sigh, lamenting to herself. Yeah, of course, there was no way this cold-blooded man would let it go easily. She tried to hide her thoughts, and asked him, "I understand. What is the condition?" On the other side, the corners of Jo Seung-woo's lips curled up into a charming, slightly cunning smile as he said, "It's simple, very simple." He seized the opportunity, wearing a look that couldn't be more scheming, and requested, "Come here and have a meal. I will treat you to that dish as a sign of reconciliation." Hearing this request, Athena screamed in surprise. "Huh?" It's just that Athena didn't know what Jo Seung-woo was plotting, and to be perfectly honest, she was a bit hesitant, probing his intentions. "Perhaps this has offended you?" He replied with extreme calm. "No, I am not offended at all." In reality, Jo Seung-woo didn't want them all to return at once. He quickly offered his own opinion, helping Athena out, then just send them back gradually, when the sovereign allows. Hearing this, she was extremely grateful and replied, "Thank you. I am truly ashamed. Those who return are often much stronger than the average person on Earth. If people like that suddenly return en masse, the current balance of power on Earth, which was so hard won, would be thrown into chaos. Moreover, there are those who have no intention of returning to Earth." Mentioning this, Jo Seung-woo suddenly remembered an old scene. That moment Song-ha looked toward the door, remembering his wife and his Europe post. His face, when thinking about that, held a bit of nostalgia and regret, mixed with a lingering sense of waiting. Of course, that didn't mean his mouth. Seung-woo's lips slightly twitched, forming a cunning smile as he spoke. "But I have one condition." Understood. Hearing this, Athena didn't hesitate to ask back, "What kind of condition?" There was no reason to refuse a favor falling into one's lap. With his skill in seizing the right moment, Jo Seung-woo quickly made a request that made Athena jump. "Come here and have a meal." If he had just stopped at the first part, she would have refused. But because he added the latter part, Athena became hesitant. "I will treat you to a meal as a gesture of reconciliation." Although that was the case, she was still secretly resisting in her heart. Hero, no matter how you look at it, that is not peace. Looking at the vast universe with those twinkling stars, she sank into negative thoughts. Doesn't it feel like a public execution? To people, ranking everything is like a victory podium with 3 positions, high and low, 1, 2, 3. Perhaps to people, being top in the world is about the most romantic beauty. The top of the world could be statues, trophies, the most prestigious titles in the world, or perhaps what it is intended to imply is when referring to that phrase, like sports, music, etc. Of course, there is no true objectivity for these rankings. It was just the usual chatter for curious idle minds. But tonight, at Jo Seung-woo's restaurant, a voice wise and incredibly proud rang out. However, the big 3 global cuisines were a different story. Inside the kitchen, Jo Seung-woo kept rambling on, endlessly lecturing about culinary arts. When it comes to food, everyone puts China on that list first. The sharp kitchen knives, tucked away neatly and cleanly in the knife block, showed no signs of being used yet. Upon hearing a specific place name, his listener immediately cut in and asked, "China? You mean the East? That land where war never seems to end?" Hearing that, Seung-woo was a bit surprised and taken aback. "You know about China?" Through the silhouette of the person sitting across from him, it was clear. It was Athena. She quickly answered his question. "I've been there before." She took the chance to boast a little about the wealth she had experienced. "Back when I was on Earth, riding in a brilliant, shining carriage." Athena didn't need to describe it too much. Jo Seung-woo had already guessed what it looked like. Ah, a chariot. Author's note. Described in many artifacts as a symbol of Athena's glory and victory. Anyway, China has such a vast land that its ingredients are equally diverse and endless. They eat everything, except things with wheels. At this point, in her head, Athena suddenly imagined some wild animals and felt a bit uneasy. Is it just my imagination? Or is that saying like, we'll eat anything and everything we see? Seeing her like that, Jo Seung-woo chuckled with amusement. Actually, I'm quite confident in my Chinese cooking. My food, too. Hearing him say that, Athena's face turned pale as she hesitantly asked, So, you're planning to make Chinese food now? Jo Seung-woo scratched his head, looking unimpressed as he refused. No, not today. Lately, it hasn't been fun cooking the same old dishes over and over. Hearing that, Athena's entire body trembled as she tried to suppress the anger building inside. Why does he care about having fun while cooking for someone else? But as she thought about it, she stopped, trying to calm herself down. Wait, no. From the beginning, it was only a delicious meal, in name. In reality, it's an execution. For a brief moment, Athena suddenly remembered the image of herself swaying while tied up, wondering, is this how a prisoner feels? A death row inmate waiting for execution? But that was just a fleeting thought. Right now, Jo Seung-woo was incredibly cheerful, explaining, anyway, to be honest, I'm a bit tired of making strange dishes, based on Korean and Chinese cuisine. Hearing this, she carefully judged his words, meaning, you're going to base it on the remaining 2 of the top 3 global cuisines? Without hesitation, Jo Seung-woo nodded, praising her. Exactly. You're as quick as always. And then, he continued to introduce his specialty. Another one of the remaining 2 is French cuisine. Athena's stats were currently spiraling out of control. She clutched her head, muttering miserably, France, the land of revolution. Watching her reaction, Jo Seung-woo was slightly surprised. Have you been to France too? Athena felt a bit awkward, hesitantly mentioning a familiar silhouette. I've never been, but isn't that the place my close friend wouldn't stop talking about? It seemed he understood who she was implying, so he cleared his throat and said, Sorry for bringing that up. Anyway, French cuisine is magnificent. It's a country that has elevated cooking to the level of art. Putting the issue with that person aside, Athena took the initiative to ask, then what about the last one? This time, it was Jo Seung-woo's turn to hesitate. He rubbed his chin and said, That's a bit hard to argue. Everyone thinks their own country deserves the spot. Turkey, Japan, Russia, and so on. Listening to him list them off for a while, Athena helplessly cut him off. That's a lot. After a long-winded lecture, she finally grasped the problem and asked the main question. So, according to that, what are we eating today? Seung-woo's lips curled up, forming a perfect smile as he replied, Right. With a fearsome and eloquent expression, he declared, a revolution in French culinary art. He didn't seem to notice Athena's current state, and even comforted her. It's not a full-course menu, so don't be too disappointed. She was currently trying to suppress her tears of joy, her body, trembling as she whispered to herself, It's a little bit of luck. At least as the conversation ended, the scene slowly shifted from the shelf of glasses to the flickering violet flame just ignited to heat the stove. Seung-woo carefully popped the cork off a glass bottle, and from inside, a shimmering, golden liquid gently poured onto the surface of the pan. Outside at the table, Athena saw what was being poured and was a bit startled, whispering to herself, Oil. That glass bottle contained Prosia flower oil, favored by greedy kings for cooking. She watched Jo Seung-woo's smile as he poured the oil into the pan, inwardly reassuring herself. That oil will surely make it taste wonderful, right? Athena's eyes never left his movements for a single second. Even her own next thought made her blush. Could it be? Is he really making something delicious? And now, Jo Seung-woo was picking up a piece of meat, carefully dropping it into the hot pan. A sizzling sound rang out as the meat hit the delicate surface of the pan, followed by a faint, fragrant aroma spreading through the air, reaching Athena. Suddenly, she slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, drawing Seung-woo's attention. This scent! No way! He seemed to see what she was about to say, so he raised the tongs in his hand and proudly declared, That's right, it's Iolavis pork. Hearing this, the astonishment on Athena's face intensified as she exclaimed, You're using something that rare? Seung-woo chuckled and explained, This is a meal shared with a god, so I must treat you to something delicious if I can. Hearing him say that, she calmed down and sat back, exhaling a breath as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. He's actually treating me. Her mind was now completely at ease. She was even drooling, muttering, No way. He's not using me as a test subject. I was worried about nothing. Now I'm relieved. My mouth is watering. At this moment, Athena's stats also showed an unusual phrase. Drooling. Seeing her lost in her own joy, Jo Seung-woo spoke. his voice tinged with emotion. It's been a long time since I've had Iolaus pork. No way he used me as a test subject? I was so worried, but now I'm relieved. My mouth is watering. At that moment, Athena's stats also displayed an unusual phrase, lol. She seemed lost in her own joy. Jo Seung-woo found it hard to put into words. It's been so long since I've had Iolaus pork. She had no idea he was flashing a sinister smile, hiding some kind of scheme. Sorry, but Iolaus pork isn't the only ingredient added to this dish, he thought, glancing toward the roaring stove. Otherwise, it would just end up being a simple, tasty meal, wouldn't it? That was why Jo Seung-woo had prepared a special ingredient separately, hidden deep inside the burning embers. Now, with every sizzling sound of the frying meat, the aroma of the cooking Iolaus pork also served to mask the scent of the real ingredient. It was a pity, really, since Athena was looking forward to it so much. But then, the system displayed a notification. Extreme triple challenge. All stages of the seafood, pasta complete. Increases mental clarity, boosts strength, improves physical health. Hero's Restaurant. Returning to Jo Seung-woo, he lowered his gaze to the dish he was preparing and gave a calculating smile. If she was too cautious, she wouldn't be able to enjoy this rare and strange delicacy. A moment later, under the bright hanging lights of the restaurant, on the dining table, a stunningly beautiful dish was served. It looked like a sandwich, crafted with various ingredients. Today's special, Sel Taijin, rainbow subtitle, 20 stars. Not clearly stated. After setting the plate down, Jo Seung-woo began explaining the dish he had made for Athena. It was a home-cooked French-style dish called Sel Taijin. In terms of Chinese characters, the term was similar to pioniu. Just by looking at it, she could easily figure out how it was made. You mean pressing and sealing the meat? Hearing her say that, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He thought to himself, if she already knows, no need to explain further. Athena's face was flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she assessed the dish at a quick glance. She softly described what she saw to Jo Seung-woo. It looks delicious. It actually looks like geological strata. Hearing Athena remark on his dish like that, he was left a bit speechless. Really, that's an odd comparison. When she observed the decorations on the plate closely, she seemed surprised and curious. Did you draw this shield crest for me? Jo Seung-woo nodded slightly, replying, that's right. That shining shield is your symbol, isn't it? From a chef's perspective, he shared his philosophy. It has to be visually appealing to the customer as well, to be true French cuisine. He then quickly urged Athena to eat. Well then, please enjoy your meal. She stared intently at the food in front of her, excitedly telling herself, that's right. Don't overthink it. There's no way a dish made of Iolaus pork could taste bad. She began to pick up her knife and fork, carefully cutting a piece off. And on top of that, he even put in the effort to add this special touch. Athena was extremely confident as she brought the first bite to her mouth. It's definitely going to be delicious, and without a moment's hesitation, she ate the whole piece she had just cut, unaware of what was about to happen to her taste buds. As soon as she took that first bite, Athena jolted. Her eyes widened to their limit, and she froze, still holding the fork in her mouth, as sweat began to bead on her forehead. A moment later, she exclaimed with a look of ecstatic joy, so good! What is this strange flavor? The first taste Athena took the moment it touched her tongue, a cool and refreshing sensation spread, making her mouth feel clean and fresh. Then, the Iolaus pork touched her tongue, now honed to perfection. It melted like snow in her mouth, and the juices burst out like a flood. Next was the pork surrounded by herbs, and this deep, rich essence, so much mana. Could it be that Jo Seung-woo used dragon heart as an ingredient? After sensing the various layers of flavor, Athena nodded, staring down at the plate, still chewing, whispering, this is a masterpiece, created by the bizarre god of cuisine. This truly is a divine dish, leaving her speechless. But just as she was enjoying it, something seemed to shatter within that mix of flavors, making her startle. Athena's eyes widened in shock, her face covered in sweat, staring blankly at what was in front of her. What? Her cheeks puffed out, her lips trembling, caught in a dilemma. I bit into something. Something's wrong. It has a texture as sharp as chewing glass. When she couldn't take it anymore, tears began to well up in her eyes. Her face turned pale, and she grabbed her throat, struggling. It hurts. My tongue is numb, and it tastes horrible. I can barely breathe. It was completely opposite to the refined and beautiful flavor from before. It was rough, pungent, and the moment you chewed it, it became torture. It was a ruthless flavor attack. Witnessing Athena's expression, Jo Seung-woo looked satisfied and began to explain. The theme of this dish is heaven and hell. Athena's body was completely numb, and because she hadn't noticed, behind her was a poster for the Monster Cuisine Challenge. Eat all the steps to participate. Step 1. Roasted mushrooms. Step 2. Unknown. Step 3. Her eyes were spinning. She tried to cover her mouth to keep from throwing up, trembling as she asked, "What? What ingredient did you use?" Contrary to her miserable state, Jo Seung-woo sounded cheerful, not hiding a thing. "Goblin King meat." Hearing that, Athena's eyes filled with tears, and she asked desperately, You fed a god monster meat?" And then, she completely collapsed, losing all her composure, groaning, "How disrespectful." Watching her collapse, level by level, Jo Seung-woo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. By her reaction, only now did he realize what he had done. "It seems I made a mistake." Initially, Jo Seung-woo had wanted Athena to taste hell first, then heaven, to create a surprise like a stock chart, starting in the uncomfortable valley before reaching the joyous peak. But he had mixed up the order of the cell Taijin layers and reversed it. The Mariana Trench of discomfort. Jo Seung-woo had been too excited and made a mistake. How embarrassing. Facing this situation, he could only clasp his hands and apologize to Athena, who sat there devoid of any expression. In the sky, following the sound of guilt Jo Seung-woo emitted, a shooting star full of hope fell. Sorry. Back inside his restaurant, an extremely awkward silence hung between the two. Only the words on the poster seemed to draw attention. Monster Cuisine Challenge 3-1. Athena sat there, her hair disheveled. She didn't make a sound, which was actually a bit frightening. To break the tense atmosphere, Jo Seung-woo could only offer an awkward smile, trying to use sweet words. "Haha, I'm very glad. You've regained consciousness so quickly? You truly are divine. Your recovery is nothing short of miraculous," Athena suddenly remarked, cutting him off. Her words made him freeze. "Let's make a deal," she said, her eyes now filled with an intense, demanding glare. "Please, just make that exact dish that made me pass out 6 times. Jo Seung-woo hesitated, wanting to refuse, reminding her it was a failure of a dish, but Athena didn't care. Her brow furrowed even deeper, showing her determination. She repeated it exactly, and immediately after, a chilling question escaped her small lips. Why am I the only one who has to suffer like this?" Caught off guard, Jo Seung-woo was at a loss. But before he could even answer, Athena let out another string of complaints. "Because I have more patience than those fools." And now, the poster was clearly visible. Bizarre Food Challenge, Level 3. The Ultimate Cooking Challenge. All steps. If you finish it all, you get a prize. 184, 4,744 steps. Step 2. Mushrooms. Step 3. Mushrooms. If you eat it, then... But not wanting to distract everyone too long, Athena continued her reprimand. "Because I've managed to gain less hostility from you. Ease up on that hostile attitude of yours." She seemed to have been holding in her frustration with vain Otashik for so long that now, nothing could stop her from lashing out. Why only the hardworking and talented have to suffer? Jo Seung-woo was a bit panicked, trying to calm Athena down. "Who knows? Why don't you just calm down for a second?" And his reply was her petulant, argumentative tone. "I am calm. I am perfectly calm and rational about this situation." Jo Seung-woo had no choice but to go along with her. Yes, as if empowered, Athena continued, taking an oath. "I swear on the river Styx, I will make the other gods taste this pain as well. I swear on my honor, the honor of the oath of the Styx. The river Styx, the boundary of the underworld in Greek mythology. No god in Greek mythology, the boundary of the underworld. The oath on the river Styx." Hearing this, Seung-woo felt a bit helpless and anxious. Even an oath on the river Styx? Facing her determination, he let out a helpless sigh. "Well, if you say so, then..." Following that, Jo Seung-woo's words carried a hint of suggestion. "Making it again isn't hard. I still have plenty of ingredients." This time, Athena's voice sounded more sincere, almost pleading. "Please." The corner of his mouth quirked into a probing smile as he pressed her. "So, what are you going to do? What are you going to give me?" Hearing her ask for a benefit, Athena paused, deep in thought. "For you? I'm guessing no treasure will have much meaning." Jo Seung-woo was a hero who had defeated countless demon kings and even super demon kings. His inventory must be overflowing with all kinds of divine artifacts from those battles. So, after a moment of thought, she reached a decision. "I will grant you knowledge of cooking." "Oh boy, here we go again." Jo Seung-woo sighed. "You know, the only god who knows more about cooking than I do is probably Hestia." And of course, Athena didn't give him a chance to refuse, quickly cutting in. "I have an ancient book left behind by Hestia herself." Hearing that, his eyes immediately lit up. What? A brief overview of Hestia, goddess of the hearth, family, and culinary arts. However, her true divine name recorded in the temple was a name very simple and familiar to commoners, the god of cooking. Jo Seung-woo rested his chin on his hand, carefully recalling. Hestia had vanished long ago for an unknown reason. No one knew the details. But there was a book she left behind. Seeing his expression, Athena seemed more certain, assuring him, "Surely this interests you?" It did indeed interest him, but he was still hesitant. "Of course, but just for making 6 portions of a failed dish, I feel like I'm receiving too much." But catching his refusal, Athena became hurried. "Even if you say it's fine, it's and." Truthfully, Jo Seung-woo had refused her point blank. "I don't mind giving more, but I don't like receiving more. Is there anything else I can do for you?" At this point, she couldn't think of anything else, and could only sit and ponder. Someone like him, but in her contemplation, there was also an image of the annoying to hold a grudge against him over such a small amount of divine power. "He's my father, but I really hate him." But Athena didn't want to dwell on it too much. She immediately adjusted her state, looking at Jo Seung-woo with determination. "Anyway, that doesn't matter. This is a rare opportunity. What should I ask this person to do?" And then, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she whispered, "Ah!" And immediately, Athena hurried to speak. "Well, I do have a favor to ask." And Jo Seung-woo didn't hesitate, quickly responding, "All right, what is it?" I don't know what the two of them exchanged, but time flew by. A few days later, still at Jo Seung-woo's restaurant, rays of sunlight glimmered through the glass window, shining inside where cute, lively sounds were emerging. Cats of all different colors were competing to sharpen their claws on something. And what they were playing with, or rather, attacking, was Nabi. Elsewhere, Nabi was carrying several other kittens, and looked exhausted. Not just him, but Jo Seung-woo was there too. He was also having to hold on to a few kittens, his body worn out, trying to force a laugh. "Haha, it's so tough." Right now, he had a lifeless look in his eyes, starting to reminisce. Athena, that little brat. She was really making the most of that book, starting to take care of 11 Iluris, the great restoration of Earthlings. The best way to prevent that is to improve how they are treated. So, how do you improve how they are treated? You could lower their taxes to help them financially, or support them with gear and hunting grounds, among other methods. But the best way is to let them raise an Iluris. In fact, according to a survey, for heroes living with an Iluris, their return rate is 0%. No one wants to return. A few evenings prior, inside the restaurant, Jo Seung-woo's conversation could be heard steadily. Actually, 0% is statistically a bit off. Those heroes who already have an Iluris are veterans who have spent a lot of time on Terra. And that voice was Athena's. She was discussing a problem with Jo Seung-woo. So, they have almost no chance of returning to Earth. He nodded softly in response. That's the truth. Though he said that, after living with an Iluris, Jo Seung-woo himself understood. If Jo Seung-woo had a child like Nabi back then, he definitely would have stayed on Terra forever. And in the bedroom right now, Nabi was fast asleep, snoring audibly. Back to Athena, she provided some more information she knew to him. Anyway, after seeing those statistics, the king submitted a proposal to Olympus, requesting that the Iluris be distributed to the heroes. Hearing this, Jo Seung-woo was a bit surprised. He curiously asked, "Are there really that many Iluris?" Athena let out a regretful sigh, and replied, "No, there are very few. The quen trees were already rare, and recently, they haven't been growing at all." But as he listened to her, the information became increasingly confusing. "Huh?" Seeing his unsightly expression, Athena tilted her head and casually asked, "Iluris grow on quen trees. You didn't know?" As if she had hit the nail on the head, Jo Seung-woo flinched, quickly responding, "Of course I didn't know." Hearing that, she didn't find it strange, and kindly offered to explain, saying, "Well, this is a good chance to learn. Iluris grow on quen trees like fruits. The infants curl up into little balls, and when the time comes, they stretch out and wake up." Based on her description, the corners of Seung-woo's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, that's literally a fantasy creature. But he quickly shook off the thought and continued. Athena asked, "Anyway, I understand there aren't many Iluris. So, she bowed her head, sighed, and replied, that was a request that we could have ignored. But among the kings who submitted the petition was a descendant of my father. When she mentioned a familiar figure, Jo Seung-woo interrupted wearily, Ares again? For a moment, Athena remembered the little Iluris, saying, that's right. After handing over the Iluris as requested, there were no more adult Iluris left to raise the little ones. Hearing this, He seemed to have vaguely guessed what she wanted. So, what you are asking me is, not needing him to say too much, Athena immediately made her request. Yes, we want you to take care of the baby Aloris for a while. Seeing her solemn demeanor, Jo Seung-woo wanted to be certain, so he asked carefully, "You're not asking me to raise them until they become adults, are you?" He was a bit troubled and explained his situation to her. "I already have some little ones I'm taking care of. I can't look after them for many years," Athena quickly responded, asking for his opinion. "You only need to take care of them for about 10 days. And what happens after 10 days? She remembered the image of the cat god holding a strike sign, defending their right to survival, and said, "The cat god, who is in charge, will raise them. They said if they don't get at least 10 days of rest, they will go on strike." Hearing her say that, he felt some sympathy, exclaiming, "The cat god has really been through a lot." Saying that, Jo Seung-woo paused for a second, wondering, "So, you only agreed to the cat god's request? Were you planning to ask someone else instead of me?" Athena didn't hide the truth and confessed. Lady Hera was supposed to do that. When he heard the name spoken from her lips, he was slightly startled and exclaimed, "Hera? Hera? The goddess of marriage and family?" Because family is a part of her divine title, she seems like she would be great at raising children. But when it comes to her own son, the former god of war, Ares, Hera's biological son, he is the most troublesome child on Olympus. He is famous for all the wrong reasons. After a moment of thought, Jo Seung-woo finally compromised and decided to help. Ugh. Leaving them to Hera doesn't sound like a good idea. Hearing him say that, Athena was a bit expectant. "So, you understand? All right then." Jo Seung-woo didn't hesitate and replied immediately, "I'll help." Hearing his confirmation, Athena finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Having said that, Jo Seung-woo reached up and scratched his sideburns, not helping but thinking about when he was on Earth. I used to be a teacher who took care of kids. This should be easy to manage, right?" Returning to the present, his restaurant was filled with the noisy sounds of the baby Aloris, growing louder and louder. He looked at the little ones playing extremely dramatically in the yard, and couldn't help but exclaim, "They say kids have endless energy." And Nabi agreed with him. Yeah, just then, Jo Seung-woo sat slumped on the ground with messy hair, complaining, "These guys really can't stay still for even a moment." Even Nabi wasn't doing much better than him. It tiredly complained, "I'm exhausted, Nia." While the two of them were talking, a soft little foot appeared, juggling something. "From today on, I will respect preschool teachers." And those Aloris had organized a meeting to juggle Youngsik. Every time it was tossed high, it cried loudly for help. "Wah, put me down quickly." Phew, just when it thought its life would keep repeating like that, a steady hand appeared and caught Youngsik. Jo Seung-woo caught it, protecting it while scolding the Aloris. "You mischievous little ones. Youngsik is not a ball." His words seemed to hit the nail on the head. It strongly agreed and shouted, "That's right." However, those Aloris had extremely strong personalities, directly retorting to the two of them, demanding, "They took my ball, give me back the ball." Seeing that they weren't afraid at all, left Seung-woo bewildered. What? In the chaotic situation, claws were scrambling all over him. He frantically held Youngsik up high, complaining, "These little ones, they're not like this. They never get tired." After playing like that, Nabi, sitting far away and observing, also found it unbelievable and added, "It's strange. Really, these little ones are unusually healthy this season." Hearing that, Seung-woo tried to sound optimistic, exclaiming, "Isn't being healthy a good thing?" Faced with his optimism, Nabi tried to force a smile. "That's right, Nia. Healthy is best, but they aren't usually this hyperactive, Naya." Based on what it said, along with its somewhat unusual gaze, it implied, especially, and what Nabi was implying was a leopard-spotted Aloris and a yellow one currently surrounding Jo Seung-woo. "Those two are especially exhausting, Naya." It intently observed the two little ones and said softly, "I was like that too. When I was small, I was the same, Nia." When mentioning this, Nabi reminisced about the past. "The grandmother who raised me had a very hard time." It also reminded the cat of her love and care. Upon hearing this story from Nabi, Jo Seung-woo paused, disbelievingly exclaiming, "Wait a minute. Didn't you say you grew on a tree when you were born? So how could you have a grandmother?" Faced with this question, it immediately gave a look like it was seeing something strange, and said, "What are you talking about? If you were born from the same tree, you're obviously family. She is an elder in the family." Hearing its explanation, he realized his mistake. Oh, it's that kind of setup? But to avoid the conversation going further off track, he told himself, "Just don't ask anymore." Returning to the main task, Seung-woo sighed wearily. "Anyway, it's time to prepare food." hearing an extremely stimulating phrase coming from him. The cats, the restless ones, suddenly stopped, their eyes wide with hunger for food. Immediately, they lunged toward him like a storm, chirping, "Food! It's so good!" Out of everything, Dad's food is the tastiest. They swarmed around him, creating such a fuss, pestering him. "Mine is better. No, mine. I love Dad first." Overwhelmed by this assault, Jo Seung-woo angrily shouted a warning. "You naughty kids, don't climb on people's heads." But that was just a loving shout. Deep down, he was crying for help. Ugh, I don't have the heart to scold them. The scene quickly shifted from the restaurant exterior to inside the car. Jo Seung-woo, with a stern face, crossed his arms and ordered a roll call. At his signal, the kittens immediately lined up in a neat row, taking turns calling out their numbers. 1, Nia. 2, Nia. 3, Nia. When they reached this point, they suddenly stopped. The scruffy kitten just made cute Nia sounds, while the gray kitten next to it tried to wiggle its little paw. Seeing those two like that, Nabi looked a bit helpless and said, "It seems they still don't know." 4, Nia. Jo Seung-woo, standing nearby, agreed and suggested, "Maybe I should teach them more numbers." But after all, he was still somewhat satisfied and praised them. "Well, anyway, at least they are well behaved during meals," Nabi agreed, fully supporting him. "I'm glad they sat so still." Not wanting to keep them waiting too long, Jo Seung-woo gave the signal to start. "All right, let's eat." Beside him, Nabi also urged the Allurus. "Hurry up. Let's eat, kittens." Today's dish is odiok, food for kids made from minced Terra giant duck. It's called odiok, specifically for growing kids. It was said to be larger than a grown man. Jo Seung-woo looked at the little ones eating happily in front of him, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. The ingredients came from Terra, and the cooking method was Terra style as well. But because Jo Seung-woo made this dish to suit small children, it ended up being tastier than expected. However, if he hadn't made it delicious, he wouldn't have had a chance to catch his breath, so perhaps it was a good thing. While he was lost in his own thoughts, Nabi spoke up, cutting through the silence. "Nia, what should we do now?" Her mood was currently a state of utter confusion, mixed with fear and trembling. The children had finished eating and had a good sleep. Meow. Now I'm worried they'll cause even more trouble. Meow. Upon hearing about these potential dangers, Jo Seung-woo immediately fell into despair and replied, "Ugh," but he couldn't do anything else, except take a sip of coffee and lament his fate. "I guess it's only been half a day, and I'm already exhausted." But it wasn't just Nabi and Jo Seung-woo. Young-sik was also weakly trembling in the bedroom, just a baby himself. Just as he was in despair and thinking negatively, a figure slowly approached outside the restaurant. If no reinforcements arrived at that speed, and then the restaurant door was forcefully pushed open, swinging wide. At the sound of the door opening, Jo Seung-woo and Nabi looked out, incredibly happy, and exclaimed, "Huh?" That person's silhouette gently cast over the Allurus, grabbing their attention. And when she saw them, the mysterious person was equally surprised. What? Who these little ones? And that person was none other than Unha, who had just returned from visiting her family. The little girl was extremely excited, her eyes sparkling as she shouted, "Imoni! Nia! They're so cute." And at that moment, the cause of this, the cat god, was thoroughly enjoying his vacation. As night fell over Jo Seung-woo's house, inside a bedroom cluttered with children's toys, a familiar silhouette walked softly, step by step. Following that person were the kittens, the Allurus, with their chubby little bellies, sneaking around in the night. It was our adorable Unha. She poked her head out, eyes wide, intently watching something. The thing she was watching was the door to a certain room. Among the Allurus following Unha, the kitten with the flowery pattern spoke up and asked, "Dad isn't asleep yet, right, Nia?" Unha hurriedly raised a finger to her lips, making a shushing sign to signal silence. The reason she signaled for silence was because Jo Seung-woo was hugging Young-sik, sleeping on the single bed in the middle of the room. Unha whispered to the kittens, "Lucky, I think he's sleeping." Hearing that, the kittens immediately suggested, "Then let's go, Nia." Those little imps headed for the door. Unha led the way, whispering, "Okay, I'll open the door. Let's go outside, quietly." Even though she had instructed them, the moment the door opened, the Allurus bolted out like a gust of wind. Although they didn't listen, Unha herself caused a commotion as she ran toward the trampoline they had played on during the day, often called Bao Shi. She said loudly, "I told you we had to be quiet." They just kept playing in the yard like that. So excited they were laughing everywhere. Haha, at this moment, inside the house, Young-sik didn't seem sleepy at all and said, "They've left, Peep-Yu." Jo Seung-woo sat up, looked outside, and said, "Yeah, you did a good job pretending to sleep. He watched the energetic little ones outside and couldn't help but remark, "When you're young, everything is fun." Those little ones jumped on the trampoline together, prompting his reflection. Furthermore, even when you play together saying this, he suddenly looked at the one in his arms and suggested, "Youngsik, do you want to go play?" But without even thinking, it immediately shook its head, wiggling to refuse. "Peep you." Seeing it like that, Jo Seung-woo guessed, "You don't want to go play, huh? That wouldn't do." He changed his plan, put his hand into his spatial pocket to find something. "All right then, we will," and the thing he took out was a bag of original flavor potato chips. Jo Seung-woo's gram made Youngsik's eyes light up immediately. Right after that, Jo Seung-woo turned on the TV to enjoy some relaxation with Youngsik, eating snacks and watching a movie. But the thing he was paying attention to wasn't the movie, it was the little rascals outside. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise Nabi for taking good care of the children. It seemed like Jo Seung-woo was praising what happened this morning, but no, on the roof of the restaurant, a cat's silhouette, with sharp eyes glowing in the dark, Nabi was on the roof, yawning repeatedly, muttering with a bit of admiration. "Playing until dark, Nia. These little ones never want to sleep, Nia." However, on her face, instead of the listless look from the morning, there was a faint smile still, because she was looking at the happy smile of Unha and the Allurus there. Nabi was also happy by association. Sometimes, this is fun too, Nia. After a long night, the rays of the sun gradually shone on the roof of the restaurant. Behind her, Unha was snoring, having played all night. There was the poster for the new challenge program, still kept on the door because no one had passed it yet. Ultimate Food Challenge. Eat everything and get a prize. Only hanger can participate. Step 1. Grilled mushrooms. Step 2. Mushroom rice. Step 3. Mushrooms. Eating bread is healthy. Not just the little girl, but the whole pack of Allurus had no energy left to eat because of sleep deprivation. They were even nodding off, bumping into each other. Seeing this scene, Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but chuckle. Even though he knew everything, he still pretended not to know anything and curiously asked, "What happened last night, huh?" Unha wanted to hide the truth and hurriedly denied it. No, nothing at all. Even the most active yellow kitten had lost all its energy. Iolavis let out a huge yawn, complaining, "I'm sleepy." Jo Seung-woo saw this, and wanting to tease them, seized the chance to ask, "Are you sleepy?" Of course, Unha was startled and quickly denied it. "No, I'm not sleepy." Seeing the girl like that, Jo Seung-woo chuckled inwardly. "Unha, you've worked so hard cleaning up." Setting that aside, he took a sip of coffee and thought about another issue. "Anyway, what should we do about the restaurant? Luckily, since they are Allurus, they don't shed. But once they eat and recover their energy, who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause running around?" Just thinking about it, Jo Seung-woo fell into despair, wondering, should I just close the restaurant? But as the thought flickered, he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. "No, I can't. I made a promise to Isaac. I agreed not to close for a while." Because of that promise, Jo Seung-woo had no choice. He would have to ask for his customers' understanding by posting a notice about cat allergies or feline phobias. "To our valued customers, we apologize, but today, 9 out of the 11 kittens under our care might cause some inconvenience to your meal. We ask for your understanding." And this notice outside his restaurant attracted a customer. That person was none other than Hwang Ji-hyun. She couldn't hide her excitement, and called out loudly, "Cats!" Without hesitation, the restaurant door swung open. Upon seeing the scene inside, Hwang Ji-hyun's level of excitement soared to its peak. Oh my god. She couldn't contain her delight, looking toward Seung-woo and asking, "Did you turn the restaurant into a cat cafe?" Seeing her expression, he felt a bit helpless, and made an excuse. It really was a brilliant idea. Then, with the politeness of a shop owner, he asked, "So, what would you like to eat today?" Without a second of hesitation, Hwang Ji-hyun replied, "Carbonara." Hearing the dish name, Jo Seung-woo was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts not again. Ji-hyun didn't care about his expression and declared, "I never get tired of this dish, no matter how many times I eat it." But suddenly, she noticed something and changed her tone. Oh, by the way, what she noticed were the 2 kittens gnawing on Jo Seung-woo's shoulder. "You look like you're in pain. Are you okay?" Even though it was a bit annoying, he put on a brave face and replied, "No, I'm fine. I'm okay. It's nothing. I think they see me as a playground." While Hwang Ji-hyun was chatting with him, a 4-legged figure stepped forward gently. "Looking good, aren't you?" The cute creature let out a sound, distracting her from the conversation. "Huh?" Hwang Ji-hyun looked down at the little Allurus that had just called to her, curiously asking, "Oh, hi there, what is it?" And the little one suddenly jumped, leaping high into the air. The clever little thing settled right into Hwang Ji-hyun's arms, making her excited. Wow, these little ones don't seem shy at all. They're climbing into the lap of someone they just met. Seung-woo, who was cooking intently nearby, immediately satisfied her curiosity. That's because Aloris love humans. Hearing that, Hwang Ji-hyun looked slightly amazed. Oh, Aloris? They're not just regular cats? He nodded slightly, using a ladle to point toward the back. Yeah, they're Nabi's kin. Jeon looked at Nabi, who was busy working in the kitchen, and admiringly remarked, I wonder if these little darlings will grow up to be as well-behaved as Nabi. I want to raise one, too. Sadly, that was impossible, given Jo Seung-woo's authority. No, I'm only taking care of them temporarily. After he said that, Joan looked a bit disappointed. That's too bad. And then, she went back to chatting with the Aloris, nestled in my arms as I asked, what does my little darling want to eat? Hearing the word eat, the boy's eyes lit up. Food! I want food! Hwang Ji-hyun found the sound coming from those adorable lips even more delightful. Your voice is so cute. Yeah, you want to eat? What do you like? And the boy, without the slightest bit of shyness or hesitation, replied, meat, Nia. I like meat, Nia. With that cute demeanor, he successfully seduced the wealthy lady into paying for him. Boss, one serving of the good stuff. Witnessing this scene, Jo Seung-woo couldn't help but marvel, feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration. These kids are real business pros. A while later, the food was finally brought out. Here you go, carbonara and a hamburger steak. I cut them into small pieces, so the kids could eat them easily. Seeing the delicious-looking food in front of her, Hwang Ji-hyun was full of excitement. Thank you for the meal. A piece of meat dripping with sauce was held up to Aloris's mouth, just like a cute kitten. Hwang Ji-hyun watched the boy eat the meat she fed him and asked excitedly, is it good? That little kitty nodded slightly, praising, so good. Yeah, faced with such irresistible cuteness, she was completely won over, little knowing that right in front of them, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching. Ah, I want a few days off like that. Those 3 pairs of eyes belonged to the hyperactive kittens. Yesterday, the orange cat spoke up first, asking Nia, did you guys see that? Nia, if you do that, you get food. Nia and the tabby cat agreed instantly, suggesting, let's do it right now, Nia. It was as if heaven was setting the stage for their plan. The restaurant door swung open again, this time with even more customers in a larger group. And they were just as stunned as Hwang Ji-hyun had been earlier. Without hesitation, the 3 plotting kittens were already sitting there waiting for them. And the moment they saw those adorable faces, the customers were completely smitten. So cute. Following that, a barrage of orders rang out. Owner, 1 serving for the little ones over here. Me too. Me too. In this situation, Jo Seung-woo could only smile helplessly. Those mischievous little ones. That day, thanks to their efforts, the restaurant hit its highest net profit since it opened, excluding the Monster Challenge. At the same time, at the ISAC headquarters, inside a dimly lit room, a man was carefully staring at the calendar on his desk, muttering to himself. Finally, that person, Lee Jong-hoon, had a tense look on his face, whispering to himself, the day has come again. His eyes were squeezed shut, his brows slightly furrowed, as he agonized. Is it really unavoidable? And the thing causing him such a headache was the 119 marked on the calendar. The sports festival.